In modern society, the exemplary youth Wong has traversed into the Marvel Universe, becoming the close companion of Spider-Man, Peter Parker, known as Ned Leeds. Ancient One. I was mistaken. Ned should be the finest among us. Magic cloak. Hey, you, horse-faced fellow, keep your distance. My master Ned might misunderstand. Wong. Ned and I share a profound friendship. He is a remarkable individual with a delightful manner of speaking. However, ever since his weight loss, I can't shake the feeling that those around me regard me with peculiar glances. Chapter 1. Marvel. At the end of May, in front of Midtown High School, a petite figure, barely over 5 feet tall, enthusiastically embraced the shoulders of a stout companion and exclaimed, "Hey, Ned, we've finally begun our summer vacation. By the way, what are your plans for the summer? There's a tech exhibition in Manhattan next week. Will you attend?" This diminutive individual is Peter Parkran, ordinary name, an ordinary surname, an unremarkable individual who, compared to his classmates, is often regarded as a nerd. Thus, he cherishes his sole friendship with Ned Leeds immensely. Ned glanced at the small figure clinging to his shoulder, finding it hard to believe that this lad would one day become the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Yet, the resemblance he bore to Tom Holland, coupled with the recent interview featuring Iron Man Tony Stark, serve as a poignant reminder that this unassuming youth was destined to be the son of Iron Man and Spider-Man. "Sorry, Peter, I have plans for the summer. I regret that I cannot accompany you to the tech exhibition," Ned replied with a tinge of regret. "It's all right, you needn't apologize. I can manage on my own," Peter responded, though his disappointment was evident to anyone with keen perception. "Hey, Peter, don't be like that. When I return, I promise to surprise you with something you'll absolutely love," Ned reassured him, noticing Peter's glum demeanor as he patted his shoulder. "All right. Thank you, Ned." After parting ways with Peter, Ned strolled alone down the street, quietly contemplating how to spend his upcoming summer. More precisely, he pondered how to successfully capture the Ancient One's attention in order to learn the art of magic. Indeed, this Ned was no longer the same chubby boy. He hailed from another universe, where he was an exemplary youth from a flourishing nation. One stormy night, amidst thunder and lightning, a bolt struck him, transforming him into Nick Fury. His soul wandered aimlessly for an indeterminate time, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself as Ned. After comprehending his identity and the general circumstances of this world, having watched Spider-Man No Way Home, Ned resolved to journey to Kamar-Taj and study magic, determined not to squander his talents. Given his ability to open portals with a mere flick of a hand in the film, he believed that if he began learning magic now, before Ultron's emergence, and continued until Thanos' arrival, he would surely be able to handle that purple-skinned fiend. As for returning home, Ned, who hails from an orphanage and has not fared particularly well, expressed that there is little left for him to cherish in that world. Yet, despite his desire to learn magic, the art is not easily mastered. After all, Kamar-Taj selects its students based on sincerity and experience. It is no exaggeration to say that every sorcerer in Kamar-Taj possesses their own unique narrative. Should he simply approach them, the Ancient One would undoubtedly refuse him entry. For although he is exceptionally gifted, she would have no way of knowing that prior to his studies that, if she were aware, the film would not have designated Doctor Strange as her successor. After all, is Ned not appealing in his own right? Thus, the question of how to successfully gain admission to Kamar-Taj for the study of magic is one that warrants profound contemplation. Upon returning home, Ned hastily consumed his dinner and retired early, knowing he must be well rested for his interview as a sorcerer the following day. The next day, he called out, "Grandma, I'm heading out," as he downed a glass of milk and clutched a piece of bread, shouting into the inner rooms. Without waiting for a response, he swiftly exited his home. Taking the subway to Manhattan, Ned hailed a taxi and successfully arrived at Blick Street. With the address of 177A Blick Street echoing in his mind, he energetically began his search. As a devoted Marvel enthusiast, Ned naturally recalled the address Doctor Strange had given Thor in Thor Ragnarok. Leveraging his keen intellect and acute observational skills, it wasn't long before he located the New York sanctum, adorned with the distinctive emblem of Kamar-Taj. He gazed up at the symbol, exhilarated, and pressed the doorbell. "Whom do you seek?" Upon the door's opening, a black sorcerer clad in a robe, sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of Nick Fury, regarded Ned with a furrowed brow of curiosity. "I." Before Ned could finish his sentence, a benevolent female voice emanated from within, declaring, "Master Daniel, Let him in. Despite his growing confusion, Daniel complied and allowed Ned to enter. Inside the sanctum, Ned observed two individuals, a bald white woman and another whose identity was irrelevant at the moment. What truly mattered was the presence of the Ancient One. Ned had initially intended to leverage the Ancient One's reputation to infiltrate the sanctum, seeking opportunities to showcase his unique magical aptitude, perhaps by handling some artifacts within. His plan was to capture the Ancient One's attention and subsequently study under her guidance surely. Once his talent was revealed, and given that the Ancient One would undoubtedly recognize his identity, she could not refuse his request to learn magic. However, confronting the Ancient One directly disrupted Ned's scheme, leaving him somewhat at a loss as to how to proceed at Amar. Liz, it seems you have arrived a mere 12 years too early, remarked Gu-E, gazing at the astonished Ned with a smile. It appears you are familiar with me? Certainly not. My apologies. I must have taken a wrong turn, Ned replied before swiftly attempting to exit through the door. He was acutely aware that any deception would crumble before Gu-E. Leaving him devoid of the inclination to even attempt a ruse thus, he resolved to leave without further ado. However, as soon as he turned, he discovered that Daniel had obstructed his path, and he could see that moment. Gu-Ye's voice resonated once more from behind him. Mr. Liz, you seem somewhat changed. Upon hearing her voice, Ned quickly pivoted to face Gu-E directly. To his astonishment, he found her already standing before him, her palms striking his chest with a decisive force. Then Ned felt an ethereal lightness envelop him, and a translucent form appeared before his very eyes. Glancing down at himself, he realized that he was indeed in a state of transparent spiritual essence. Ned understood the implications of this phenomenon and, momentarily stripped of all thoughts, surrendered himself to Gu-Ye's control, though it seemed he would be compelled. Regardless of his mental state, the Gu-Ye scrutinized Ned's spirit for a moment before uttering, "Sorry." With that, her hand twisted in the air, and Ned's spirit and corporeal form seamlessly converged, gradually merging into one. Chapter 2. Kamar-Taj. Upon the return of his ethereal form to the corporeal realm, Ned, still shaken, gingerly felt his own body before casting a bewildered gaze at Ancient One. While Ned was aware of Ancient One's remarkable ability to vanquish spirits with a mere flick of her wrist, knowing it and experiencing it firsthand were two entirely different matters. Mr. Liz, I apologize for my earlier actions, but as I mentioned, you arrived a decade too soon, Ancient One stated before abruptly turning away, her words trailing off. Disappointment flickered within Ned, yet he understood that individuals like Ancient One were notoriously resolute. Once a decision was made, barring unforeseen circumstances, it remained unaltered. He could only bow slightly in deference before pivoting toward the door. However, after taking a few steps, Ned felt a hand gently pat his shoulder. Turning in confusion, he was met with the incredulous expressions of Ancient One and two other sorcerers standing a few paces away. Even Ancient One appeared astonished, her teacup tilting precariously in her hand, unnoticed. As Ned opened his mouth to inquire, he felt a soft caress against his cheek. Glancing sideways in curiosity, he discovered a red cloth draped over his shoulder, gently brushing against his face. With astonishment, he turned to a nearby mirror and beheld a vibrant red cloak billowing behind him, as if it too were imbued with excitement. This cannot be. The cloak of levitation, exclaimed one of the sorcerers, a man of African descent, his voice snapping Ancient One back to reality. She adjusted her teacup and remarked, "No, perhaps I was mistaken. Mr. Liz, do you truly wish to learn magic?" "Indeed," Ned replied promptly. This response evidently aligned with Ancient One's expectations. "Very well. Return home and prepare yourself. Starting tomorrow, and continuing until your school commences, you will remain here in Kamar-Taj to study the arcane arts." "Understood," Ned exclaimed, eager to depart. He attempted to remove the cloak from his back, thinking it rather peculiar to stroll the streets adorned in such attire, especially since today was not Halloween. Yet, despite his best efforts, the cloak remained steadfastly affixed to him. Observing his struggle, Ancient One said, "Ned, it has chosen you. You may take it with you." "Grateful." Ned responded, "Thank you, Ancient One," before hastily exiting the sanctum. Watching Ned's departing figure, Ancient One sipped her tea and murmured, "Mr. Liz, You truly are quite extraordinary. Grandma, a classmate of mine helped me secure a wonderful job, though it's a bit far away, in Washington, D.C. They also offer accommodations. So I will be residing there for the foreseeable future, Nate informed his grandmother during dinner at home. Well, my dear, you have grown up and must venture out into the world, his grandmother replied, her hair grayed with age, yet her spirit unrestrained. Thank you, Grandma. The following day, hey, Master Daniel, I have arrived, Ned exclaimed as he entered the sanctum in New York, his magical cloak billowing behind him. However, this time he was greeted not by the familiar Master Daniel, but by the black sorcerer who had been standing beside Agamotto the previous day. I am Bear Mordo, a disciple of Master Agamotto. You may call me Mordo. I shall be your instructor in the fundamentals of magic for the time being, Mordo stated to Ned. Very well, Master Mordo, Ned replied. Upon hearing Ned's words, Mordo turned and began walking away, saying, Kamar-Taj is not located here. This is merely a temple established by Kamar-Taj. Each temple has a portal leading to Kamar-Taj. At last, Mordo guided Ned through several corridors until they arrived before a mirror-like object. This is the portal to Kamar-Taj. Follow me. With that, Mordo stepped through the portal, and Ned hurriedly followed suit. Hey, Master Mordo, where are we going? Ned inquired, glancing around at the somewhat antiquated architecture, feeling a surge of excitement within him. First, I will take you to meet Master Agamotto, and then to the dwelling you will be residing in, Mordo replied with an impassive expression. However, if Ned were to observe closely, he would notice that Mordo's gaze often darted toward him. Mordo still could not comprehend what was so different about Ned that caused the usually proud magical cloak to be drawn to him. Before long, Mordo led Ned to a wooden cabin where Agamotto was seated, enjoying a cup of tea. Upon seeing Ned enter, Agamotto politely greeted him. Greetings, Mr. Leeds. Master Agamotto, Ned responded. This is the levitation ring you will need to use. Please take good care of it, Agamotto said as he stood and approached Ned, handing him a ring. The magic of Kamar-Taj originates from the Vishani, and the levitation ring serves as a bridge to connect with that magic. I understand, Master Agamotto, Ned respectfully replied as he accepted the ring. Very well, Mordo, you may take Mr. Leeds to his quarters, Agamotto instructed Mordo, satisfied that Ned had no further questions. Certainly. Follow me, Mr. Leeds, Mordo said, turning to lead the way outside. Actually, you can call me Ned. I wouldn't mind, Ned remarked as he kept pace with Mordo. Understood, Mr. Leeds. This is your room, Mordo announced as they arrived at a wooden cabin. He then handed Ned a note, stating, you may organize your room, change into your wizard's attire, and then head to the library to borrow magical tomes. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Additionally, you may practice martial arts in the courtyard or join other sorcerers in practical spellcasting. Thank you, Ned said as he accepted the note. Do you have no questions? Mordo asked, noticing that Ned merely glanced at the note before carelessly crumpling it in his hand, a look of curiosity on his face. ISNT this a code? Ned replied with a mischievous grin. Please tidy up the room first, Mordo said, turning away with a face that seemed even darker than before. Hello, sir, I am Ned Leeds. Here to borrow some books. Ned stepped into the library, addressing the librarian, whose physique was comparable to his own and who possessed an Asian countenance. Greetings, Mr. Liz. Wong replied. The Ancient One has instructed that you may begin with these books. As he noticed Liz approaching, Wong placed a stack of books on the table and continued. These comprise fundamental magical knowledge along with a few simple arcane spells. Chapter 3. The Outrageous Mordo. Thank you, and please call me Nade. Nade said with a smile as he accepted the stack of books from Wong. Sure, Wong responded casually, dismissing Nade thereafter. Unperturbed, Nade clutched the books and exited the library. Upon returning to his wooden cabin, he set the books aside and gazed at the suspended ring on the table, suddenly struck by an audacious idea. He picked up the ring and adorned his left hand, bending slightly as he positioned his left hand forward and his right hand back, much like Dr. Strange practicing his portals. He fervently envisioned the layout of his bedroom, while his right hand began to rotate slowly in a clockwise manner. Indeed, Nade's right hand swayed gently twice, and with a sizzling sound of sparks, a portal adorned with dazzling embers gradually unfurled before him. The other side revealed Nade's bedroom. Yes, he exclaimed, exhilaration flooding over him as he raised a fist in triumph. Though he had anticipated success, the thrill of actually opening the portal was undeniably exhilarating. After a while, once the initial excitement subsided, Ned encountered a dilemma akin to that faced by the hero Ned in Hero Without Return. The portal would not close. Oh, damn! In a hurry, Ned flipped to the last of the stack of books Wong had given him, the one that contained a record of several simple spells. Upon reaching the final pages, he discovered instructions for the portal spell, but to his dismay, the incantation was inscribed in Sanskrit. Damn it! Ned quickly retrieved his phone, connected to the internet, and opened Google Translate, reciting the spell several times as he read from the book. He then closed the book and stood before the portal, his expression serious. Once again, he positioned his left hand forward and his right hand back, but this time his right hand moved in a counterclockwise direction. As Ned's right hand slowly swung, the portal began to close. With a sigh of relief, he exhaled deeply and commenced his reading of the magical books. He continued until nightfall, at which point he finally laid down the spell book in his hands, having thoroughly absorbed all the knowledge Wong had provided. Strangely, he found that none of the material had slipped from his memory. It was as if he had been endowed with an extraordinary gift of perfect recall. Ned set aside his book, donned the enchanted ring, and proceeded to the dining hall for dinner before retiring to bed, feeling the weight of the day's intensive magical studies. This reflection brought to mind the enchantment that allowed Strange to learn while he slumbered. The following morning, after breakfast, Ned returned to the wooden cabin, intending to organize the tomes given to him by Wong for their return, while also seeking more advanced magical texts. He wished to consult with the Ancient One about the possibility of mastering the art of astral projection, enabling him to pursue his studies both day and night. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Puzzled, Ned opened it to find Mordo standing on the threshold. "Hi, Mordo, come in," he beckoned. Upon entering, Mordo remained standing and inquired, "Didn't you practice magic yesterday? I waited for you in the square all day, an entire day." Although Mordo's tone was characteristic, neither raised in pitch nor overly dramatic, his discontent was palpable. Sensing the tension, Ned quickly responded, "I'm sorry, I spent the day reading. Oh, by the way, these are the books Wong gave me, as instructed by the Ancient One." He gestured towards the stack of books on the table. Mordo, evidently aware of the matter, replied, "I know, the Ancient One mentioned it to me as well. But you must understand, there is an ancient saying from the mysterious East. Reading thousands of books is not as beneficial as traveling thousands of miles. Have you finished your reading? Have you truly grasped it?" As Mordo spoke, Ned opened a portal to the library right before him and said, "You are correct, Mordo. I promise to practice in the square today, but first, I must return these books and borrow some more." With that, he stepped through the portal, clutching the books. "Oh, what the hell? Have you finished reading them?" Mordo exclaimed, racing to catch up before Ned closed the portal. "Yes, I have completed them and retained their contents." "This is the library. Please refrain from shouting," Ned replied as he walked. "Hi, Wong. I'm here to return the books. By the way, do you have any other recommendations for me?" he inquired, placing the stack of books on the table beside Wong. "Wait, what did you say?" Mordo interjected, rushing to Ned's side. "You memorized all of them? How is that possible? Even if you did, how could you possibly learn the portal spell in just one day?" He babbled incoherently at Ned. Mordo?" Wong, observing Mordo's unusual demeanor, interjected with curiosity. "What are you saying? You finished those books and learned the portal spell in a single day?" After speaking, he and Mordo turned their attention to Ned. Ned nodded and shrugged, replying, "Yes. I was surprised at how easily it came to me. Furthermore, I possess skills that extend beyond mere portals." After speaking, Ned took a few steps back, crossing his arms before him, then swiftly turned, his hands parting in a sudden motion reminiscent of Doctor Strange summoning two small handheld magical shields during the invasion of Earth by the octopus creature in the opening of Avengers: Infinity War. Consequently, two legetular rings, the diminutive magical shields used by the Ancient One in close combat, materialized in Ned's left and right hands. Damn it! Damn it!" exclaimed Wong and Mordo in unison, uttering expletives upon witnessing Ned's actions. "Mordo, did you just say he is also master portals?" Wong inquired incredulously. gazing at the legetular rings in Ned's grasp. Indeed. What else is in the book you gave him? Speak quickly. I assure you I will be astonished no further. Mordo nodded, swallowing hard, and replied, Nothing more, just these two types of magic, I assure you. Wong also swallowed, responding, Mordo, must you be so dramatic? I have finished reading the book you provided me. Please recommend more. Ned dissipated the magical shields and approached Wong. Chapter 4. Journey through the Multiverse. Ned. A voice called from behind him. Wong and Mordo promptly bowed slightly, addressing the newcomer with respect, Master. Upon hearing this, Ned turned around and greeted, Master Ancient One. The Ancient One nodded and said, You may return for now, and later seek me out in my quarters, as I will personally instruct you in the art of magic. Ned responded eagerly, Yes, Master Ancient One. Master, Ned has already promised to practice martial arts with me today, Mordo interjected hastily, thinking to himself, No matter how high your magical aptitude, in martial arts, you are but a novice. Let me, Master Mordo, teach you the ways. The Ancient One cast a curious glance at Ned upon hearing Mordo's words and replied, Very well, then return to me in the afternoon. For now, you shall practice martial arts with Mordo. Ned nodded in agreement, understood, Master Ancient One. He prepared to open a portal to return. Ned, as you arrived at Kamar-Taj only yesterday, you may not be aware that, barring exceptional circumstances, the use of magic within the library is strictly prohibited. The Ancient One remarked with a smile as Ned attempted to conjure the portal. Upon hearing this, Ned quickly halted and apologized. My apologies, Master Ancient One. No matter. You may go, the Ancient One replied, maintaining her smile. Yes. Ned inclined his head slightly and departed swiftly. Master, I shall also await Ned in the square, Mordo declared, eager to confront a magical prodigy. The Ancient One acknowledged Mordo's statement with a nod, but remained silent. After both Mordo and Ned had left, the Ancient One gazed thoughtfully in the direction Ned had departed. Master? Wong inquired, noticing the Ancient One's momentary distraction with curiosity. He had never witnessed Master Gu Yi in such a demeanor, although it was undeniable that Ned's talent was indeed exceptional. Upon hearing the voice of the king, Gu Yi regained her composure, glanced at him, and remarked, It's nothing. Perhaps I was mistaken. Ned may indeed be the finest among us. With that, she dismissed the king and strolled away leisurely. The king watched her retreating figure, scratching the back of his head, before returning to his seat, resuming his reading while listening to music. Though we are sorcerers of the mystic arts, it is imperative that we also cultivate our physical prowess. For the tradition of the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj is rooted in close combat. Many of our arcane spells assist us in melee, such as the Ring of Ragador, a magical shield, the Crimson Chains of Setarak, the red magical ropes used by Doctor Strange to ensnare Thanos during the battle on Titan, and the Holy Sword of Ashanti, the flaming blade wielded by Doctor Strange against Thanos during the siege on Titan, among others. In the square, Mordo observed Ned and remarked. Ned, upon hearing this, smirked and thought to himself, It's not just Kamar-Taj. A certain master from Asgard, renowned as the foremost sorcerer among the 9 realms, is also deeply enamored with close combat. Hey, don't lose focus in battle. Just as Ned was lost in contemplation, Mordo shouted and conjured a staff with magic, striking towards Ned. Seeing this, Ned quickly summoned a magical shield to defend himself. With a series of resounding thuds, Mordo's attacks struck the shield. Ned, relieved, laughed heartily. Ha. Mordo, that won't do. It's hard to believe you are one of Kamar-Taj's top experts. Even I, a recluse who has never practiced combat, can handle this. Unfazed by Ned's laughter, Mordo replied, Come again, and once more directed his magically conjured staff towards Ned. This time, however, Mordo did not approach as straightforwardly as before. Instead, he showcased his skills. Within 3 exchanges, Ned found himself struggling to defend, receiving several blows. After a while, Ned realized that Mordo seemed to be toying with him, as he refrained from outright defeating him, occasionally delivering a light strike. All right, I acknowledge your superiority. Let us call it a day, Ned conceded. Mordo, holding the magically conjured staff, responded, That won't do. How can you protect the earth without a modicum of perseverance? Let's go again. With that, Mordo continued to strike at Ned, targeting his ribs and thighs, leaving Ned in considerable discomfort. Ouch! Damn you, Mordo! Do you truly hold back? Ned Vincent, clutching his lower back as he looked at Mordo. Just moments earlier, Mordo had tripped Ned with a staff, then followed up with a blow to his waist. Mordo, suppressing a laugh, said, "All right, let us end it here for today. You should rest, and after lunch, seek out Master Gui." With that, Mordo hurriedly departed, fearing Ned's wrath. "Master Gui, here I come." After enjoying a modest lunch and a brief respite, Ned arrived at the quaint wooden cabin belonging to the Ancient One. "Please, have a seat, Ned." The Ancient One gestured invitingly from her position at the table. Heeding her words, Ned approached and settled opposite her, awaiting her discourse. The Ancient One, with a calm demeanor, poured a cup of tea for Ned and remarked, "The language of magic is as ancient as human civilization itself. The sorcerers of old referred to it as incantation. We draw energy from the myriad dimensions of the multiverse to cast spells, conjuring shields and weapons, and weaving the fabric of magic." As she spoke, she gracefully waved her hands, summoning a series of intricate magical circles, which she subsequently arranged before allowing them to dissipate slowly. Once the circles had vanished, she turned to Ned and said, "Ned, your magical aptitude is the finest I have encountered. Yet, how well do you comprehend this world?" Ned began to respond, but before he could finish, the Ancient One placed her hand atop his head, her thumb pressing gently against his forehead. In an instant, Ned felt his body surge upward, shattering the roof and soaring into the sky, transcending the earth and the universe itself. He glimpsed various mysterious dimensions, pierced through the barriers of the multiverse, witnessing a kaleidoscope of realms and a pair of malevolent eyes. Abruptly, he plummeted, traversing countless dimensions until he returned to the Ancient One's cabin, back at the small table. Ned awoke with a start, the awe of his multiversal journey lingering in his senses. "What do you think, Mr. Liz?" the Ancient One inquired, observing Ned as he supported himself with his arms. I. Ned gasped, trembling as he reached for the teacup on the table. "The tea is still warm." Chapter 5. This is the knowledge you will be pursuing next. "Apply yourself diligently," Ned the Ancient One said, handing him a stack of books. "Indeed," Ned replied, finishing his tea and gazing at the volumes before him. In the ensuing days, he traversed between the wooden cabin, the dining hall, the plaza, and the Ancient One's abode, and in what felt like the blink of an eye, several months had passed. Ned mastered over 20 spells, ranging from the mirror dimension to astral projection, both simple and complex in nature. "Ned, I advise you to hasten your preparations, for I do not wish to strike you again before your departure," Mordo warned, his expression grave, clearly indicating a seriousness that contradicted his words. "Mordo, ever the stubborn one, I insist on delivering a blow before I leave. There is no room for negotiation," Ned declared with a light-hearted demeanor, his face obscured by a mask. This mask, known as the Mask of Pain, served as a magical artifact that not only enhanced the potency of Ned's spells, but also granted him immunity against all mental attacks, including illusions. "Trust me, you shall regret this," Mordo stated, grasping the staff of the living tribunal firmly in his hand. Ned, upon witnessing the unfolding scene, smiled faintly and summoned the sacred sword of Isandi, striking toward Modu. Perceiving the fiery blade approaching, Modu hastily raised the Staff of Life court to deflect the blow. With a resounding clash, the sacred sword met the staff, resulting in a stalemate. Seizing the moment, Ned pivoted the blade and aimed a swift strike at Modu's waist, executing a decisive maneuver. In response, Modu employed the Boots of Buddha, propelling himself into the air and landing behind Ned. He then swung the Staff of Life court towards Ned's back. Feeling the sharp gust of wind behind him, Ned wore a confident smile. As anticipated, before Modu's attack could land, the enchanted cloak detached itself from Ned's back and ensnared Modu's Staff of Life court. Modu, in a desperate attempt to grasp the cloak, found it a formidable challenge, one that even Thanos would struggle to overcome. Despite his efforts, Modu not only failed to reclaim his weapon, but found it wrested from his grasp by the cloak itself. At that moment, while Modu and the cloak contended for the staff, Ned transformed the sacred sword of Visandi into a magical whip. Seizing the opportunity as Modu lost his weapon, Ned deftly lashed out with the whip, ensnaring Modu's ankle and pulling him to the ground. With a mighty leap, Ned landed heavily upon Modu's waist. The weight of Ned, a robust figure of 300 pounds, was far beyond what Modu could withstand, eliciting a yelp akin to a pig's squeal. Ned, observing Modu's plight, smiled softly and removed his mask, stating, "Modu, a great literary master from the East once said, if someone strikes at your core, retaliate 100-fold. Surely, you can relate now? I concede. I concede. For heaven's sake, get off me." Modu, overwhelmed by the pain in his waist, implored Ned to rise. Upon hearing Modu's plea, Ned stood up and replied, "Very well, Modu. I appreciate your guidance over these past months. I am ready to depart." After assisting Modu to his feet, Ned made his way back to his cabin to gather his belongings for departure. "Ah, Ned." Modu, clutching his waist, called after Ned's retreating figure. "What was the name of that literary master you mentioned? How could he utter such coarse words?" Turning back with a smile, Ned replied, "Mr. Lu's son." Without further ado, he continued on his way. As Modu contemplated Ned's words, a glimmer of enlightenment sparkled in his eyes, and he murmured, "Mr. Lu's son. Ned, enjoy your holiday. You cannot imagine what I experienced at the Technology Expo." Just as Ned returned home, he received a call from Peter, whose voice was brimming with excitement. Ned listened to Peter's words and replied, "Peter, believe me, my holiday is far more colorful." "Well, Ned, there's an exhibition by Stark Industries in Manhattan tomorrow. Will you be attending?" Peter said, calming his nerves. "All right, see you tomorrow. Goodbye." "Hey, Peter," Ned called out, slapping Peter's shoulder as he stood by the door. Suddenly, to his surprise, before Ned's hand could touch Peter's shoulder, Peter swiftly grabbed his wrist. Ned," Peter said, awkwardly lowering his hand. "Long time no see." "Peter?" Ned squinted at him, speaking earnestly. "You seem a bit different." Hearing this, Peter let out a nervous chuckle and replied, "Perhaps I put on a bit of weight during the holiday. You know how Aunt May insists I eat more." "Oh, Ned, let's go inside." Peter suddenly wrapped his arm around Ned's shoulder, speaking somewhat unnaturally. Ned understood that Peter was concealing something, and he had his suspicions, but he simply said, "Okay, let's go in." Boom! Just as Ned agreed, before he could even step forward, a loud explosion echoed from nearby. Peter instantly turned his head, his gaze sharp as he focused on the source of the sound. A brilliant blue light shot up from the rooftop of a nearby building, soaring into the sky before slowly opening a spatial wormhole. Normally, Peter would have assumed this was some new technology from Tony Stark, and would have excitedly discussed it with Ned. But at that moment, every hair on his body stood on end, his spider sense fervently relaying danger, preventing him from relaxing even for a moment. "Peter, tell me, what year is it?" Ned asked, his voice cutting through Peter's tense focus on the portal above. Without turning his head, Peter replied, "Of course it's 2012, Ned. You should take cover. Something feels off." At this point, Ned couldn't afford to ponder Peter's words, as he was deeply shaken by the revelation. After arriving, he had visited Kamar-Taj shortly thereafter and had not kept track of the timeline. He had only assumed that since the Ancient One was still alive and Peter had grown up, it must be prior to Doctor Strange. Yet not far from Captain America, Civil War. After all, Ned vaguely recalled that Peter was only 16 during the events of the Civil War. Chapter 6. Loki, however, Ned never anticipated that it was still the year 2012. Looking at Peter Parker before him, he could hardly dwell on the intricacies of the timeline any longer. For in the distant sky, a fiery red and gold Iron Man was hurtling towards the building emblazoned with the Stark name, signaling that war was imminent. Ned's expression turned serious as he struck at the back of Peter's neck with a swift chop. Whoosh! Yet before Ned's hand could reach Peter, he sprang to the side, leaping against the wall and crouching parallel to the ground, his face displaying disbelief as he looked at Ned. "Ned, why do you attack me?" "Peter." Ned had previously surmised that at this moment, Peter Parker had already acquired his spider abilities. Upon seeing him now, he hastily exclaimed, "There's no time for lengthy explanations. Quickly return home and bring Aunt May to my place. Ensure her safety along with Grandma, for aliens are about to invade Earth." As soon as he finished speaking, Ned assumed a stance, his left hand forward and right hand back, slowly gesturing, and a portal began to manifest, leading directly to Peter's bedroom. Cool. Peter marveled at Ned's ability to conjure a portal with his bare hands, momentarily forgetting the earlier assault. Just as he was about to express his astonishment, Ned kicked him into the portal. "Oh, Ned?" Peter barely uttered a cry before vanishing from sight. With Peter Parker safely dispatched, Ned felt a sense of relief regarding his grandmother's safety. He removed his backpack, unzipped it, and a crimson cloak emerged, billowing toward him. Ned grasped the cloak with his right hand and swung it over his shoulders, instantly transforming his attire into that of a sorcerer from Kamar-Taj. Reminiscent of Doctor Strange's appearance when Hulk crashed into the New York Sanctum during Avengers: Infinity War. He then retrieved the mask of pain, donned it on his face, discarded the backpack, and soared into the air, heading towards Stark Tower. "I have an army." At that moment, Tony Stark was still valiantly stalling for time, awaiting Jarvis to activate Mark 7, while Loki smugly declared, "We have Hulk." Though Tony felt a surge of concern, he maintained an outward confidence. "Hasn't that guy gone missing?" Loki replied, still wearing an expression of complete control. "You've missed the point. There will be no throne, and you cannot become king. Perhaps you have an army on the way. Perhaps we cannot withstand it, but we will hold you accountable. If we fail to protect Earth, prepare for our vengeance." As he spoke, Tony calmly took a sip of his drink. Loki, upon hearing Tony's words, darkened in countenance and slowly approached Stark, remarking, "If they're all preoccupied with you, they won't have time for me." As he spoke, Loki raised the Mind Scepter and pointed it at Stark's chest, causing Tony to tense up. Though he wished to evade, lacking his armor, he could hardly match Loki's speed. Before he could react, the scepter had already made contact with his chest. With a clang, there was no response from Tony. Loki's smile faltered, and he prodded again. Clang. Still no reaction from Tony. Loki, now perplexed, muttered it used to work. Stark observed that Loki's scepter had no effect on him. Although puzzled by the reason behind it, he felt a sense of relief. Just as he was about to make a quip, a voice from outside interrupted him. Performance malfunctions are quite common. 1 in 5 men experiences them. The abruptness of this voice startled both Loki and Tony Stark, prompting them to turn in unison towards the window. There, hovering in the air, was a rotund figure, easily weighing around 300 pounds, draped in a red cloak and wearing a mask resembling a monstrous visage. "This hefty friend is quite correct," Loki remarked, "but do not feel inferior. After all, you have such a large brother. Perhaps having him up there would provide you some comfort." Though Stark was uncertain whether the newcomer was friend or foe, and the mask of pain on Ned's face sent a chill through him, it did not deter his inclination to jest. His brief remarks stirred a visible fury in Loki, causing the veins on his forehead to bulge as he wished he could silence this sharp-tongued individual. Yet, the presence of Ned hovering outside brought considerable pressure upon Loki, who was momentarily deterred from attending to Stark. "Who are you?" he demanded, maintaining his pride as the Prince of Asgard and the foremost sorcerer of the 9 realms. Even if he could not gauge Ned's capabilities, he raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Does Midgard possess its own sorcerers?" Seeing the insufferable expression on Loki's face, Ned could not restrain himself from flying closer, but then hesitated, turning to Stark beside Loki. "Hey, that guy with the look of kidney deficiency, do I need to compensate for your glass?" Without waiting for Stark's incredulous response, he conjured 2 magical shields and thrust them forward, shattering the glass that Stark should have broken with his own head. As Ned entered Stark Tower, a loud noise erupted from within simultaneously. A fiery red iron object hurtled towards them, colliding with Loki, who stood next to Stark, sending him flying before automatically adorning Stark. "Hey, you hefty fellow, does the neighbor's child know you've pilfered his Halloween toy?" Now clad in the Iron Man armor, Stark regained his confidence and provocatively addressed Ned. Ned, uninterested in Stark's display of bravado, turned his attention back to Loki, who had already leapt from the tower, swiftly departing aboard a Chitauri aircraft. Realizing he could not pursue, Ned reluctantly abandoned the chase. After all, while his magic cloak allowed him to fly, its speed paled in comparison to that of the Chitauri's vessels, especially when burdened by a 300-pound figure. Seeing Loki's escape and the overwhelming Chitauri soldiers wreaking havoc, Stark set aside his banter with Ned. Activating his propulsion boots, he soared out of the tower, unleashing the full arsenal of his Mark 7 armor to systematically eliminate the Chitauri minions. Ned, unwilling to be outdone, soared from the Star Tower and hovered in midair. With a graceful motion, he intertwined his hands before him, only to bring them down forcefully. In that instant, countless doppelgangers erupted from his being, confronting the multitude of Chitauri soldiers that descended upon them. This technique was none other than a high-level spell from Kamar-Taj. Known as the Form of Akin, the duplication spell employed by Doctor Strange during his confrontation with Thanos in Avengers: Infinity War. Chapter 7. Instant kill at this moment. Captain America and his companions, arriving late aboard the Quinjet, finally made their presence known. Stark, we've arrived. Could you explain the situation with those hefty flying creatures? Natasha inquired through her earpiece, observing Ned as he wielded a magical shield to dispatch the Chitauri soldiers. Though unfamiliar with Ned, Natasha could discern that he was indeed an ally based on his engagement against the alien forces, and since Stark had arrived before them, she surmised he must possess some knowledge about him. Did you go on vacation? Stark quipped upon hearing Natasha's voice, then added, how would I know where this portly fellow, who seems to have filched his mother-esque shawl, came from? All I know is that he shattered my glass. Jarvis, make a note of this expense. I'll settle the score with him after we chase off Bambi. Understood, sir, Jarvis replied. Captain America and the others disregarded the latter part of Stark's comment. Is he also a god from Asgard? Captain America inquired, having noted Stark's remarks. Upon further observation, it became apparent that, aside from his size, Ned bore a striking resemblance to Thor, donning attire that was distinctly outlandish compared to Earth-esque conventional garb. Moreover, the sheer number of doppelgangers he produced, on par with the Chitauri soldiers currently invading Earth, and their ability to dispatch foes with ease suggested he might indeed be another god from Asgard. No, Loki does not know him, Stark replied casually to Captain America's question. Just as Stark was about to elaborate further, a colossal Chitauri beast, comparable in size to a SHIELD helicarrier, emerged slowly from the spatial wormhole above, causing Stark to abruptly swallow his words. Even Ned's numerous doppelgangers, formed through the Akin technique, opted to retreat from the imposing creature, dispersing to avoid its might. Suddenly, a flash of lightning split the sky, and a robust man with flowing golden locks descended, wielding a hammer imbued with tremendous electrical power. He struck the Chitauri beast fiercely upon its head, causing it to rear back violently. For a more vivid reference, think of Hulk's earth-shattering entrance. As the onlookers marveled at the newcomer's extraordinary strength, they beheld Chitauri soldiers leaping from the beast, clinging to the surrounding buildings and emitting a cacophony of roars. The Chitauri behemoth, which had momentarily lifted its massive form before crashing heavily to the ground, continued to writhe with an astonishing vitality, leaving onlookers utterly astonished. I recall that the hammer possesses a unique characteristic that no one can lift it, right? Stark mused as he observed the struggling Chitauri creature, seemingly struck by a sudden revelation. Indeed, it is documented in the files. Following Stark's prompt, Hawkeye and Black Widow also grasped the situation. Especially Hawkeye, who had endured the Thor incident, could not help but be reminded of the time he had dragged Thor's hammer with a tractor, only to end up damaging the vehicle. As he watched the Chitauri beast squirm beneath the weight of the hammer, Thor had initially envisioned descending from the heavens to deliver a crushing blow to the monstrous creature, intending to demonstrate the might of a god to the insufferably arrogant Iron Man. However, witnessing the scene before him left him momentarily at a loss for words. After all, the very trait that prevented others from lifting Mjolnir was bestowed by none other than his father, which was hardly a point of pride. Do not pick up the hammer. Just as Thor contemplated lifting Mjolnir once more to strike the Chitauri beast, a sudden voice interrupted him. A rotund figure, donning a ghastly mask, descended from above, hovering in midair. Oh, by the gods! This fellow is even more rotund than Volstagg, Thor thought, astonished at Ned's 300-plus pound frame. Thankfully, the power of lightning coursing through him ensured he would never resemble this, lest Jane surely cast him aside. While Thor was lost in such thoughts, Ned waved his left hand forward and his right hand back, and with a crackle, a massive portal gradually materialized, connecting to the mirror dimension. After conjuring the portal, Ned thrust it toward the Chitauri beast pinned beneath Mjolnir. As the portal reached the creature, he rotated his right hand counterclockwise, and the portal swiftly closed, severing the Chitauri beast in two. By the gods! Seeing Ned's maneuver, Stark and Thor both exclaimed in disbelief, particularly Thor, who stood agape, hammer in hand. To him, Ned appeared akin to a sorcerer like Loki, lacking any combat prowess, merely lurking in the shadows. He never anticipated that he could vanquish a Chitauri beast in a single blow. Well then, Captain America spoke first to Ned, regardless of the circumstances. We are comrades in the same trench now. How shall we address you? Mystic Sorcerer. Ned nodded in response. Upon hearing Ned's title, Tony smirked. Good. Congratulations to the Misfit Alliance on acquiring another new member. Just then, amidst the chaotic battlefield, an incongruous sound of a motorcycle echoed, prompting everyone to turn their heads. They beheld a disheveled Dr. Banner finally arriving on a small motorcycle. Meanwhile, one after another, the Chitauri behemoths traversed the spatial wormhole, entering the skies above New York, with one specifically targeting the Avengers. Upon witnessing this, the team turned to Ned, hoping he would conjure the portal once more. Given his adeptness with the portal, it was evident that even without the mighty Mjolnir to suppress them, the colossal and sluggish Chitauri would be unable to evade it. However, Dr. Banner appeared to misunderstand the urgency of the situation. Observing the immense Chitauri beast, he felt it was time for him to take action. Calmly dismounting his motorcycle and approaching the creature, Dr. Banner, Captain America exclaimed, intending to halt his advance, but Banner interjected. Let me share a secret. I've always been quite angry. As those words left his lips, the composed Bruce Banner transformed from head to toe, becoming the towering green figure known as the Hulk. Yet, despite being dubbed the Green Giant, in comparison to the Chitauri monstrosity, Hulk appeared akin to an infant. Chapter 8. The arrival of Spider-Boy. With everyone concerned for his safety, Hulk let out a thunderous roar and delivered a powerful punch to the Chitauri's head, causing it to soar into the air. Unlike Thor's previous strike, this time the creature did not plummet back to the ground, but instead reached a vertical position before helplessly flipping over Hulk and crashing down towards the Avengers, utterly incapacitated by Hulk's formidable blow. As the Avengers were taken aback, they instinctively dodged the impending threat. Just as Tony Stark prepared to obliterate the Chitauri, Ned arrived first, waving his hand and causing the massive creature to vanish from sight. This was a manifestation of the mirror dimension's capabilities. Huh? A giant green question mark seemed to materialize above Hulk's head as he glanced at Ned floating above. Hulk bellowed in confusion. Where did that gigantic mechanical monster go? Master, what has transpired? Where is the extraterrestrial creature? Captain America inquired, equally astonished. Calm down, just a little trick, Ned replied, suppressing the urge to boast, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor. Very well, Captain America nodded, his expression turning serious. Everyone, listen closely. We must restrain them before the portal closes. Barton, head to the rooftop and discern their marching route. Stark, hold the line. Anything that approaches within 3 blocks must be forced to retreat, or else it will be reduced to ashes. Thor, Wizard, you both need to devise a method to block the portal and impede them. Thor can summon lightning to incinerate them, and the Wizard can continue using that great fire circle against those enormous beasts. At this juncture, Captain America paused, turning to Ned to inquire, Wizard, you possess the most versatile spells here. Is there any way to close that portal? No. I only know that it can be accomplished using Loki's scepter. Beyond that, I possess no other means, Ned replied candidly. Very well, Captain America nodded, then added, if anyone discovers Loki, immediately relay his location to the Sorcerer. After uttering these words, he turned to Black Widow and said, You, and I must maintain control of the battlefield on the ground. Hulk. Finally, Captain America directed his gaze toward the Hulk. Smash with all your might. Hulk, upon hearing Captain America's command, revealed a sinister grin and leaped onto the rooftop, wreaking havoc among the Chitauri. "Oh, Captain America! Are you really Captain America?" Just as everyone was about to attend to their tasks, an unexpected exclamation pierced the air. A young man in a red-hooded outfit swung in on a web, exclaiming in awe, "Captain America! This is unbelievable! Hey, I'm your fan. Hey, Spider-Man." As the excited Peter prepared to reveal his identity, Ned interrupted him with a sharp reprimand. It was crucial to remember that at this moment, Hydra had yet to be uncovered by Captain America, and revealing Peter as a superhuman could invite unnecessary complications. "We all need to state our aliases. I am the mystic sorcerer, Allicht, Spider-Man." Peter, feeling a bit awkward after being interrupted by Ned, scratched his head and, glancing at his two idols, Captain America and Iron Man, hesitantly spoke. "What else with this clearly underage pajama baby?" Iron Man was the first to address Ned. "I'm not a pajama baby. I'm Peter." Peter responded quickly, eager to defend himself, but Stark interrupted him once more. "Adults are speaking. Children should not interrupt." Peter dejectedly lowered his head and stood at attention. Clearly, Ned was not much older either, Peter mused inwardly. Seeing Peter's expression, Ned felt a twinge of sympathy and remarked to the group, "You can regard him as a super soldier with no combat experience." All right. Although Captain America harbored some reservations about allowing a child into battle, the extraterrestrial invasion demanded immediate action, and Peter possessed unique abilities that could not be overlooked. "Listen, kid. You will join us in maintaining control of the battlefield on the ground, and if danger arises, seek help promptly." Captain Peter, thrilled that Captain America had personally issued him a command, immediately stood at attention. Wait. Ned interjected, Spider-Man. "Didn't I tell you to return and protect Aunt May and Grandma? Why are you here?" "Oh." Upon hearing Ned's words, Peter quickly replied, "It was a lady in a yellow outfit. She used the same technique as you to take Aunt May and Grandma and told me to come help you." Upon hearing Peter's explanation, Ned deduced that it must have been the Ancient One intervening, and he could only nod in resignation. As the members of the Avengers observed that everyone was unscathed, they hastily returned to their respective positions to engage in battle. Ned surged toward the wormhole high above. Hovering near its edge, poised to conjure a portal, he meditated on the image of the summit of the Himalayas, which he had visited with the Ancient One, while waving his arm, unable to locate Loki amidst the chaos of the city. He contemplated how much simpler it would be to transport these adversaries to that desolate place and resolve the matter there. Suddenly, with a crackle, a portal shimmering with sparks began to materialize, but just as anticipation filled Ned's heart, it abruptly collapsed with a resounding snap. Realizing the anomaly before him, Ned glanced at the tesseract on the rooftop of Stark Tower and understood the reason behind the failure, reluctantly abandoning his endeavor. At that moment, an instinct derived from his mystic training alerted him to temporal fluctuations occurring just a few streets away, causing him to be momentarily startled. Could beings from another dimension be descending upon Earth? Although Ned believed that with the Ancient One present, no significant calamity would ensue, he remained uneasy. With his myriad of clones surrounding him, his brief departure would not be detrimental. So he swiftly flew to a corner and opened a portal to the location he sensed. Meanwhile, at the time of the Avengers' assembly, several blocks away, a surge of quantum energy heralded the sudden appearance of 4 humanoid figures clad in white uniforms. As they removed their outer garments, it became evident that they were Iron Man and Captain America, among others. "We shall split up. 2 of the Infinity Stones are in the upper city, 1 in the lower city. Proceed discreetly and heed the time," Captain America instructed as they moved. Just then, a furious roar erupted from behind them. Chapter 9. Warning. Upon hearing the roar, Captain America and Iron Man immediately assumed defensive stances, glancing backward. They beheld a massive green figure descending from above, who smashed several Chitauri soldiers to fragments with a single blow before wreaking havoc on nearby cars, all the while ignoring Captain America and the others entirely. Dr. Banner, witnessing Hulk's explosive temperament, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he covered his face. Yet, Captain America, seemingly struck by inspiration, turned to Banner earnestly and said, "Dr. Banner, perhaps you should smash something to find your rhythm?" Banner, resigned to the suggestion, lowered his green hand from his face, and, as he proceeded, tore his shirt in frustration, remarking, "I don't think it's necessary, but whatever." After uttering those words, Banner let out a series of low growls, scanning the surroundings for suitable objects to unleash his fury upon. Just then, a burst of golden sparks erupted beside the Avengers from the future, and as the sparks swirled, a portal gradually opened. Captain America and Ant-Man, unfamiliar with such a technique, mistakenly believed that their time-traveling escapade had stirred some trouble and quickly readied themselves for battle. Only those like Tony Stark and Dr. Banner, seasoned by their experiences, casually patted Captain America's shoulder and said, "There's no need for the elderly to be so tense. It seems that the magician has come to find us." Just as Stark finished speaking, a portly figure clad in a cloak and wearing a ghastly mask emerged from the portal. "Is this the Doctor Strange you mentioned?" "I expected someone more slender," Ant-Man Scott remarked to Stark, gazing incredulously at Ned, who appeared to weigh no less than Thor from their world. Stark, equally taken aback by Ned's physique, replied casually to Scott, "Who knows? Perhaps at this moment, he enjoys beer and fries." As he spoke, Tony approached Ned and said, "Hey, magician, is this the 1 in 14 million chance we won?" Upon seeing the group before him, Ned had already discerned their identities. Hearing Stark's words, he replied, "Stark, perhaps I am not the person you think I am. It seems you all have changed somewhat." "Huh?" Stark was momentarily stunned by Ned's voice and exclaimed, "You're not Strange? If you're looking for Strange, you've arrived 5 years too early. He is currently performing surgery several blocks away." Ned responded, subtly borrowing what should have been conveyed by Ancient One to Banner. Though Stark realized his mistake, he was unconcerned and said, "By the way, why aren't you wearing that vintage necklace? You should know we came for the gem embedded in that necklace." In Stark's understanding, sorcerers like Strange could glimpse the future, which led him to openly state the purpose of their visit. Ned, well aware of the necklace Stark referred to, replied, "The Eye of Agamotto is traditionally safeguarded by the Sorcerer Supreme. I do not possess the authority to lend it to you." "Wait, you are not the Sorcerer Supreme?" In our timeline, that annoying fellow Strange has already become the Sorcerer Supreme. Have you truly been surpassed by your successor? Stark raised an eyebrow, ready to continue, but was interrupted by Captain America. "Dear Sorcerer, although you are not the Sorcerer Supreme, we still hope you can persuade the Sorcerer Supreme to lend us the Time Stone." "I understand," Ned interjected before Captain America could finish. "Not only do I know, but the Sorcerer Supreme is also aware. However, this matter can only be handled by you." "Very well." Captain America nodded resignedly and instructed Banner to proceed to the New York Sanctum as planned. After Banner departed, Ned spoke. "I am uncertain what disturbances might arise from interfering with events that ought to transpire, yet I must emphasize that if your plan encounters any unforeseen complications, do not hesitate to utilize the gem. Captain Marvel Carroll can fully withstand the backlash it may cause." Furthermore, Ned, peering through the demonic mask, fixed his gaze intently upon the future Tony Stark and warned, "Do not presume to interpret the sorcerer's hints with unwarranted cleverness." Having uttered these words, he did not await a response from Captain America or Tony before turning away and departing through the portal to join the fray. Captain America and Stark exchanged contemplative glances after hearing Ned's admonition. "Hey, what did he mean by that? What should we do next?" Scott inquired upon noticing the sudden silence from the two leaders. "We proceed as planned," Captain America replied tersely, exchanging a knowing nod with Stark. On the battlefield, the present-day Captain America observed that despite their efforts to fend off the Chitauri soldiers, ordinary civilians were suffering heavy casualties. He soared into the air, landing squarely on the barricade established by the New York police using their squad cars, and addressed the highest-ranking officer present, "Send personnel to the surrounding buildings. Those trapped inside will be caught in the crossfire while attempting to escape. Lead them to the basements or subway stations, and ensure they do not venture onto the streets. Seal off this area up to 39th Street." The police commander, taken aback by the unexpected authority of this American captain, exchanged incredulous glances with his subordinates before retorting, "Why should I take orders from you?" At that moment, a missile struck nearby, and several Chitauri soldiers charged toward the police barricade. Captain America tightened his grip on his shield and charged forward, swiftly dispatching the Chitauri with ease. After a brief silence, The New York police chief decisively turned and grabbed his radio, relaying, "Send personnel to the surrounding buildings, lead the people underground, ensure they do not come to the streets, and seal off this area up to 39th Street. Meanwhile, clad in a hooded suit, Peter Parker leapt through the streets, exclaiming in excitement as he swung from webs to rescue those still in danger or to neutralize a handful of Chitauri soldiers. Although Peter demonstrated remarkable combat prowess, his lack of coordination proved somewhat vexing to his partner, Black Widow. "Hey, Spider-Boy, we need to work as a team. Don't stray too far. Also, be careful not to swing in front of me, or I'll have to worry about my bullets hitting you." "Oh, my apologies," Peter exclaimed, swiftly swinging back to stand beside Black Widow, declaring, "Soldier Spider-Man obeys orders." Chapter 10. The first encounter of father and son years of experience as an operative had honed Black Widow's instincts, allowing her to keenly perceive the underlying message in Peter's words. Yet, faced with the imminent threat, she chose not to delve deeper. Especially after the recent incident involving Hawkeye's mind control, her desire to uncover certain truths had waned. "Hey guys." At that moment, Hawkeye's voice crackled through the earpiece from atop a high building. "I've spotted Loki." As the words fell, Hawkeye drew his bow, aiming directly at Loki. It is worth noting that, as an agent rather than a warrior, one of his objectives in this conflict was to shoot an arrow into Loki's eye. Whoosh! Bang! Although Hawkeye's arrow was both swift and precise, Loki, being the foremost sorcerer of the Nine Realms, the princess of Asgard, and the rightful king of Jotunheim, was not someone who could be successfully ambushed by mere mortal prowess. Just as the arrow, slicing through the air, was about to strike Loki's handsome visage, he merely raised his hand and grasped the arrow, which continued to tremble in his grip, emitting a resonant sound, a testament to its formidable force. As he held the arrow, Loki glanced sideways at Hawkeye, a wickedly mocking smile playing on his lips. However, upon witnessing this expression, Hawkeye couldn't help but smile in return, then communicated through his earpiece to Ned. "Mage, go ahead. Loki is at Stark Tower." Beep, 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 beep. Huh. Bang. Arg. Just as Hawkeye spoke, the arrow Loki held suddenly emitted a series of beeping sounds, piquing Loki's curiosity. Yet, in the next moment, it detonated, the explosion's force overwhelming even Loki's divine form, eliciting a pained scream. Bang! After the explosion, Loki was hurled into Stark Tower, the very spot where he had just threatened Tony Stark. Upon landing, he managed to flip over and stand up, showcasing the resilience of his body. Roar! Crash! Bang! However, just as Loki regained his footing, a massive green figure, accompanied by a fierce roar, leaped through the window, shattering the glass and sending him flying with a single punch, crashing him against the wall and creating a significant dent. After sending Loki flying, Hulk pressed on, intent on delivering further punishment. Enough. Yet, Loki had reached his limit, rising with an enraged roar. This sudden outburst startled even Hulk, who paused, uncertainly gazing at Loki, bewildered by his sudden shift. "Were you all? I am a god. You fool. You, an ant, shall not dare to humiliate me." Bang, 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 bang. Hulk initially anticipated a formidable counter from Loki, but was met with a barrage of futile words, which only fueled his anger further. Grabbing Loki by the legs, he swung him back and forth before slamming him down onto the ground until he was finally satisfied, casting him aside with disdain. As Hulk walked away, he spared a contemptuous glance at Loki, remarking, "A god who is utterly weak," leaving Loki on the ground, gazing at the ceiling, filled with existential doubt. However, just as the Hulk departed, a shimmering portal crackled open, and Ned, adorned with a mask, emerged, making a beeline for Loki. The commotion of Ned's arrival startled Loki, who lay on the ground, perhaps still reeling from the shadow cast by the Hulk's recent assault. Loki not only exhibited no inclination to resist, but appeared somewhat flustered as he struggled to sit up, retreating while casting frantic glances at the ground. As he retreated, he exclaimed, "What do you intend to do to me? Do you think you're some grand sorcerer? Don't even think about it, you second-rate amateur." Having watched Thor, Ragnarok, Ned immediately grasped Loki's intent from the outset. Without hesitation, he executed a swift, graceful leap and landed heavily atop Loki, eliciting a wail of agony akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Subsequently, Ned nonchalantly rose to his feet, brushed off his trousers, retrieved the Mind Stone staff that lay nearby, and took flight. Meanwhile, Loki lay on the ground, his eyes vacant, lips moving as if murmuring something. With his extraordinary hearing, Ned could faintly discern the fragmented utterance of Mother. At that moment, at the terminus of the Bifrost Bridge in Asgard, Heimdall, the guardian who could perceive all 9 realms, experienced a slight twitch at the corner of his eye before resuming his customary, tranquil demeanor, standing resolutely with his great sword. Yet within, his apprehension towards the powerful sorcerers of Earth, led by the formidable Ancient One, intensified. On the battlefield in New York, the Avengers continued their arduous struggle. However, with Ned's arrival and his seemingly supernatural duplicates, the team appeared less fatigued than before. Aside from Hawkeye, whose arrows had run dry, the others still possessed ample energy. For instance, Iron Man was leisurely maneuvering between skyscrapers, employing his laser weaponry to dispatch minions, as the Chitauri beasts had been effortlessly dealt with by Ned's portals. Stark did not expend considerable energy attempting to breach their armor, nor did he resort to the earlier tactic of piercing them through, leaving him with a substantial reserve of energy to roam the battlefield. Just then, Stark soared over a building and spotted the young newcomer, the pajama baby, surrounded by a throng of shivering Chitauri soldiers. Habitually, he let out a startled cry and dove downwards, reminding Pajama Baby, "Get down." Concurrently, Peter's spider sense tingled, prompting him to instinctively drop to the ground. Stark's armor then deployed a small device from its hands, which swiftly rotated, releasing a red laser that effortlessly cleaved the surrounding Chitauri soldiers in half. "All right, danger averted," Stark said, pulling Peter to his feet and inquiring, "Where is your guardian? How could they be so irresponsible as to leave you in such peril?" "Guardian? Oh, you have misunderstood, Mr. Stark. The Sorcerer is a dear friend of mine, not my guardian." Upon hearing Tony S.'s inquiry, Peter was momentarily taken aback before hastily clarifying, "Moreover, I am not afraid of them. It's simply that I have run out of web fluid." Chapter 11, Nuclear Threat. As Tony Stark was about to respond, Nick Fury's voice abruptly pierced through the earpiece. "Stark, are you listening? A nuclear missile is heading your way, and it will detonate in 3 minutes. Damn it." Upon hearing Fury's warning, Tony muttered a curse and launched himself into the sky, not forgetting to admonish Peter before his departure. Young ones should obediently remain by the side of adults, rather than scurrying about recklessly. "Mr. Stark, I'm not a child," Peter shouted after Stark's departing flames, then glanced around and dutifully ran to Captain America to await instructions. After all, Peter was acutely aware of his own limitations. Without web fluid, he was perilously outmatched on the battlefield. It was far more prudent to stay close to the captain and heed his orders. This way, he could maximize his contribution while ensuring his own safety. Meanwhile, Captain America had just rescued a group of civilians from a building when he was blasted out by an explosion, only to find himself surrounded by a swarm of Chitauri soldiers. Upon noticing Peter descending from above, Captain America clapped him on the shoulder and said, "Thank you, kid." "I am not a kid, Captain," Peter replied, then surveyed the encroaching Chitauri soldiers, adopting a combat-ready stance. With a serious tone, he inquired, "Can the two of us handle them? I have run out of web fluid." Captain America chuckled softly at Peter's words, tightening his grip on his shield. Just as he was about to utter a phrase that had accompanied him through many battles, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky, obliterating the nearest Chitauri soldier into fragments. Thor then landed heavily beside them, disdainfully surveying the surrounding Chitauri forces. "You are not alone in this fight. Can we take another round?" Thor asked, glancing at Captain America. In response, Captain America, unfazed, retorted, "What, are you tired?" The two exchanged a knowing smile before tightening their grips on their weapons, directing their focus toward the advancing Chitauri. "Hey, everyone! I have obtained Loki's scepter and can close the portal," Ned announced, holding Loki's scepter while standing before the device used to open the space wormhole, observing the tesseract within. His hesitation to immediately close the portal stemmed from concerns that the U.S. government might once again resort to launching nuclear missiles. Although the situation had significantly improved with Ned's involvement, no one could be certain what thoughts were swirling in the minds of those reckless politicians. Shut it down now. Indeed, just as Captain America finished speaking, Stark's voice echoed through the comms. No, wait. Stark, the enemies are multiplying. Captain America, suspecting Stark was up to his usual antics, quickly interjected. However, Tony uttered a statement that left everyone, except for Ned, utterly astounded. A nuclear bomb has arrived here. I believe I know where to send it. A nuclear bomb? Where did it come from? Thor might have been perplexed by the implications, but Black Widow and the others were acutely aware, their hearts sinking further into despair. Stark, you may be venturing into a one-way trip. At this moment, Captain America grasped Tony's intentions and expressed his concern. Yet, Tony Stark was too preoccupied to hear him, channeling all his energy into maneuvering. Jarvis, should I contact Miss Potts? Surprisingly, Jarvis seemed to possess a semblance of independent thought as he posed this question. Tony paused momentarily, then replied, get in touch. However, at that moment, Pepper was intently focused on the television screen, reporting the details of the New York battle, completely oblivious to Tony's incoming call. At this juncture, all the agents of S.H.I.L.D., including Nick Fury, were fixated on the nuclear bomb that Tony Stark carried upon his back. With a perilous turn, Stark narrowly avoided the walls of Stark Tower and ascended into the sky, ultimately plunging directly into the spatial wormhole. Hooray! The agents aboard the hovering aircraft erupted in cheers upon witnessing this. Even Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief. Yet no one cared about the dashing playboy and superhero who had ventured into outer space, wondering if he would ever return. In the cosmos, Tony Stark, on the brink of unconsciousness due to lack of oxygen, fixated his gaze on the display screen, calling for Pepper Potts. It was not until he heard the alert indicating a failed call that he finally relinquished his grip, allowing the nuclear bomb to drift toward the alien fleet, while he himself closed his eyes, helplessly descending toward the abyss below. Shut it down. After a while, when Stark had not returned, Captain America spoke into his earpiece to Ned. However, Ned did not respond. He merely looked up at the entrance of the wormhole, for it was known from the film that Tony Stark had successfully landed on Earth the moment the wormhole closed. Yet, due to Ned's involvement, the possibility of a butterfly effect loomed, rendering Ned hesitant to close the wormhole, fearing he might inadvertently erase Iron Man from existence. Sorcerer, the explosion from the nuclear bomb will soon permeate through the spatial wormhole to Earth. Captain America, recognizing Ned's reluctance to act and his failure to close the wormhole, understood he was waiting for Stark's return. As Steve Rogers, Stark's uncle, he was undoubtedly worried for Stark's safety, but the current situation was not a time for personal sentiments. If the wormhole was not closed promptly as he spoke, a crimson figure wobbled and fell from the spatial wormhole, causing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. While Ned promptly thrust the Mind Stone toward the Tesseract, the spatial wormhole has been successfully closed, yet Stark continues to plummet toward the ground. Witnessing this, Thor's expression shifts dramatically as he swiftly spins his enchanted hammer and exclaims, he hasn't decelerated. Just then, a thunderous roar resonates from the sky, and a green figure darts past, cradling Iron Man in its embrace. It then decelerates against the wall of a nearby building before crashing down heavily onto the ground, ensuring that Tony Stark remains unharmed within its grasp. After landing, Hulk carelessly tosses Iron Man aside, while Thor and Captain America swiftly approach. Thor removes Stark's helmet with a single motion, and Captain America leans in to check for signs of life, his demeanor quickly darkening in response. In that moment of despair, Hulk, equally frustrated, lets out a furious roar into the sky. What is happening? What has occurred? Please tell me no one just kissed me. Tony, startled by Hulk's bellow, regains his senses and, noticing the concerned faces of Captain America and the others surrounding him, quips with a hint of trepidation. Upon realizing that Stark still possesses the energy to jest, Captain America breathes a sigh of relief, his tension easing as he remarks, "We did it. Well done, team. Hey, anyone fancy some Arabic barbecue? There's a place 2 blocks away that I haven't tried yet, but I think it's worth a shot." Stock. feeling as though a great weight has been lifted, addresses his companions. Thor, upon hearing Tony's words, smiles but soon gazes upward at the top of Stark Tower, stating, "We still have unfinished business." Upon hearing this, Iron Man and the others understand the gravity of his words and promptly adopt a serious demeanor, deciding to attend to that matter later. Meanwhile, Loki has just begun to recover from the pounding he received from Hulk and the heavy blows from Ned, struggling to rise from the ground. Suddenly, sensing something amiss, he slowly turns his head, only to find the Avengers standing behind him, their expressions devoid of emotion, especially Hawkeye, who has drawn his bow, seemingly ready to shoot should Loki make a wrong move. Although reassured by the presence of Thor, whom he considers a fool, Loki is nonetheless startled by the scene before him. Swallowing hard, he musters a forced smile and says, "If you don't mind, I'd like to drink that glass of wine first." "All right, let him get up. We'll have plenty of opportunities to show off later." After posing for a moment and allowing Ice to capture the moment, Tony turns to the others and adds, "And remember to help me clean up." Whoa! Before Tony can finish his sentence, he is abruptly interrupted by Ned's exclamation. "Hey, you big guy who does magic. I haven't forgotten about you smashing my glass." Naturally displeased at being interrupted, Tony Stark points an accusing finger at Ned, his expression one of indignation. No. I did that to save you." Ned, upon hearing Stark's words, casually waved his hand in response. He then turned to Captain America and said, "Hey, Captain, did you accidentally bump into me just now?" Captain America was taken aback by Ned's exaggerated reaction to what he thought was merely an unintentional collision. Just as he was about to apologize, Ned continued, "To be honest, Captain, the lifting effect of your uniform leaves much to be desired." As Ned's words hung in the air, the others were momentarily perplexed by his meaning until they suddenly heard Jarvis interject, "Mr. Sorcerer is correct. However, I find it rather appealing. You embody the quintessential American posterior, Mr. Rogers." Laughter erupted after a brief silence, with Tony Stark being the first to break into a fit of hilarity. "Hey, Jarvis, my friend, you truly are my most cherished companion. And you, the portly magician. Considering the year's worth of amusement you've provided, I shall overlook the glass incident." Upon hearing Jarvis's remark, Captain America quickly grasped the reason behind Ned's earlier exclamation, and a wave of embarrassment washed over him. When he heard Tony's unabashed laughter, he could not help but mutter, "Tony," before he could finish. A chuckle from nearby caught his attention. Turning to investigate, he found the boy in the hooded attire, Spider-Man, struggling to stifle his laughter with both hands over his mouth. Black Widow and Hawkeye wore similarly suppressed expressions. Meeting Captain America's gaze, Black Widow feigned composure and said, "Don't worry, Captain. We are all professionally trained and typically do not laugh. Unless we can't help ourselves," Hawkeye added, his face flushed. Captain America, feeling exasperated, shrugged and turned towards the elevator, stating, "I can't deal with you all. I'll go coordinate the search and rescue." "Then who should receive this scepter?" Black Widow inquired, gesturing with Loki's scepter in her hand. She simultaneously glanced at Thor, thinking that since the scepter belonged to Loki, Thor might wish to reclaim it and return to Asgard. Noticing her gaze, Thor raised the briefcase he was holding and explained, "Asgard requires the Tesseract to repair the Bifrost, so I must take the Tesseract. As for the scepter, you may treat it as spoils of war." His implication was clear. Had the Bifrost not been destroyed, he would have no interest in the Tesseract. The Avengers were not surprised by his words. After all this time, they had grown accustomed to Thor's character. Just as others were about to speak, Ned jumped in, saying, "Give it to me. I can wield it more effectively." Ned had strategic intentions behind his request. While the magic of Kamar-Taj was formidable, it might not prove particularly effective against Thanos, as evidenced by Doctor Strange's experiences. Although the Ancient One possessed extraordinary powers, they were the result of centuries of diligent practice of Kamar-Taj magic. Despite Ned's remarkable talent, he still had a long way to go before reaching the Ancient One's level. However, for Ned at this moment, the most pressing concern was time. If he did not manage to attain a certain level of mastery before Thanos, he would be left to gamble on a mere 1 in 14 million chance. Thus, Ned resolved to take an unconventional path. leveraging the power of the Infinity Stones to contend against Thanos. As the saying goes, only magic can vanquish magic. Similarly, only stones can oppose stones. Provided that Ned could wield several Infinity Stones proficiently, there would be no need to fear Thanos any longer. Hence, while at Kamar-Taj, in addition to studying conventional magic, Ned explored all forms of magic that could harness the power of the Infinity Stones. It was evident that the Ancient One understood Ned's intentions, as she neither corrected him nor imposed restrictions, thereby reinforcing Ned's determination to use stones against stones. Moreover, had Asgard not required the Tesseract to repair the Bifrost, Ned would have desired to acquire the Tesseract as well. Following the recent battle, a preliminary camaraderie had been established among the group, fostering mutual trust. Furthermore, given Ned's evident aptitude for safeguarding this obviously magical scepter, Black Widow raised no objections when he proposed to take custody of it. The other Avengers present concurred, recognizing that if the scepter were entrusted to them, they would be left grappling with how to manage such a sinister artifact, whereas entrusting it to a fellow comrade felt far more secure. Chapter 13. Hydra Strike Team. Just as Ned was about to take possession of his scepter, the elevator doors suddenly slid open with a beep, and several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents emerged. Upon noticing Ned reaching for the scepter, the agents hurried towards him, with one bald agent shouting, "Put it down. It does not belong to you." The Avengers, having fought alongside Ned in battle, would not tolerate these obviously S.H.I.E.L.D. agents attempting to overpower them and seize what was rightfully theirs. Among them, Tony Stark, who already harbored a strong disdain for S.H.I.L.D. and was known for his reckless demeanor, positioned himself protectively in front of Ned. With his palm cannon glowing faintly, he aimed it at the leading agent, Sitwell, and warned, "Hey, four-eyed bald guy, try moving another inch." As Stark finished speaking, a team of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents led by Crossbones swiftly readied their firearms, targeting Stark's unprotected head. "What do you mean by this?" Thor, finally realizing the gravity of the situation, let out a thunderous roar before soaring to Stark's side, his enchanted hammer crackling with electricity as he fixed a fierce gaze upon the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Initially, he had presumed them to be allies. Meanwhile, Stark's expression darkened as the agents raised their weapons, yet the light from his palm cannon intensified. Faced with the sudden and tense situation, Black Widow and Hawkeye exchanged a brief glance before positioning themselves behind Ned, using Stark and Thor as shields. One raised dual pistols, while the other nocked an arrow, a habit Hawkeye had maintained of retrieving his arrows. Their decision to stand apart from the S.H.I.E.L.D. strike team stemmed from a deeper inclination towards Ned and their understanding of their director, Nick Fury. They knew he would never openly confront the Avengers, suggesting that the trouble lay with the opposing faction. Noticing that Natasha and Barton had taken their places behind him rather than returning to their organization, Stark's expression lightened slightly, though it remained grim as he surveyed the S.H.I.E.L.D. strike team across from him. The energy of his repulsor was intensifying, poised for action at any moment. Suddenly, a series of sounds reminiscent of shattering glass echoed, and the S.H.I.E.L.D. strike team vanished from sight, prompting a chorus of confusion among Stark and the others. Only Loki, now a captive, squinted at Ned, who was encircled by others and had received the Mind Stone. As the foremost sorcerer of the Nine Realms, he sensed spatial fluctuations but could not discern the nature of the magic Ned wielded or the whereabouts of the S.H.I.E.L.D. "Everyone, please wait a moment," Ned announced, and with those words his body began to fade, completely vanishing within a heartbeat. Captain America realized the implication and remarked, "It's the Sorcerer. What has he done?" The Avengers quickly understood that Ned had transported the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents away, yet the specifics eluded them, leading their gazes to Peter. Do you believe me if I say I also have no idea what's going on?" Peter awkwardly responded under their scrutiny. In the mirror dimension, the S.H.I.E.L.D. Agents were entirely oblivious to the situation, only aware that the floor beneath them had suddenly vanished, causing them to plummet rapidly. Such a fall from this height was inevitably fatal. Rumble called out to Sitwell. "What sort of technology is this from Stark? How should I know?" The bald Sitwell's face was distorted by the rushing air, his glasses lost in the chaos. He barely managed to respond before they both fell to the ground. Thud, thud. Dozens of S-H-I-E-L-D agents landed haphazardly, motionless, as blood and flesh splattered everywhere, a sight that made Ned, who arrived shortly thereafter, wince. With a flick of his hands, he opened a portal, discarding their bodies and remains onto the battlefield in New York before turning to leave. The group of individuals were all field agents of Hydra stationed at S-H-I-E-L-D, and they bore no psychological burden in their actions. As soon as Ned made his appearance, the Avengers swiftly surrounded him, with Natasha and Barton hesitating to speak. They were all dead. Ned was well aware of the underlying implications beyond their concern and spoke first. Natasha and Barton were not taken aback by his words. They simply shrugged and fell silent, as they were not known for their leniency. Only Tony and Captain America displayed somewhat awkward expressions, for although they harbored no feelings for the recently deceased agents, they still found Ned's readiness to eliminate government personnel without a second thought to be somewhat inappropriate. As for the young Spider-Boy, he had already wandered off to question his existence. In the midst of their conversation, Ned inadvertently noticed, in a place unseen by others, Captain America dressed in uniform, beckoning him. Observing this, Ned addressed the group. "All right, the matter is not yet concluded. Captain, you should go direct the search and rescue efforts. Stock, you both have your own tasks to attend to." Tony shrugged and turned towards the elevator, prompting the others to follow suit. As the group gradually entered the elevator, only Ned and Hulk remained outside. Hey, you two aren't considering joining us, are you? Don't even think about it. You two hefty fellows, take the stairs," Stark exclaimed, quickly intervening as Ned attempted to step into the elevator, mocking him. As Stark's words echoed, the elevator doors slowly began to close with a beep. Roar! Bang! Hulk, feeling insulted, let out a thunderous roar and struck the elevator door with a powerful punch, creating a large dent that startled the Avengers inside. "Hey, Hulk!" Ned called out, and upon catching Hulk's attention, he opened a portal, saying, "Look at this. It's much faster than the elevator. Sorcerer, good. Iron Man, bad." Seeing this, Hulk's expression softened slightly, muttering as he stepped inside. Meanwhile, Ned conjured a clone to follow him, while his true self slipped into a hidden corner, emerging only after Hulk had departed, to meet with the Captain America from the future. Chapter 14. The Infinity Gauntlet Captain. Ned greeted Captain America. "Sorcerer." Captain America nodded and remarked, "You must be aware of the true identities of Ramlo and his associates?" It was evident that the captain had been present for some time. "Of course." Ned nodded in affirmation. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have truly taken their lives, having suffered at the hands of the Hydra Strike team." Captain America had no objections to Ned's actions, nodding in agreement. "You know, I need the Infinity Stones to save our world, so..." Captain America gestured towards the Mind Stone staff in Ned's possession. "Here you go." Ned had nothing further to say and promptly handed the staff over to Captain America. "Rest assured, I shall return it promptly," Captain America remarked with a grave expression as he accepted the scepter. Ned could not refute this and merely fixed his gaze on Captain America, reiterating, "Captain, remember, do not hesitate to utilize the gems." Captain America, although perplexed by Ned's repeated admonitions, sensed an undercurrent of urgency. Furthermore, having learned from Tony that these sorcerers likely possessed the ability to foresee the future, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on him. Given Ned's incessant warnings, it seemed that this temporal journey would not be as straightforward as anticipated, perhaps necessitating the use of the gems. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Captain America felt disinclined to engage in further conversation with Ned. He hastily bid farewell and departed to confer with Tony. Meanwhile, downstairs, Tony Stark, en route to enjoy barbecued meats with Thor, was intercepted by Alexander Pierce. Shortly thereafter, Ant-Man and Iron Man from the future executed a coordinated effort, successfully acquiring the Tesseract. Additionally, Hulk was directly transported down by Ned via a spatial portal, avoiding any unforeseen complications. The assembled future group, each bearing 3 gems, converged and exchanged glances before departing through the quantum tunnel. In the future, at the Avengers base, a chorus of astonishment erupted as everyone returned. "Did we secure all the stones?" Tony Stark inquired, surveying the group as he removed his quantum suit. "We actually succeeded," Rhodey exclaimed, brandishing the orb of the cosmos. The others beamed with joy, sensing victory was within reach. However, Hawkeye appeared visibly unwell. He staggered off the platform and collapsed to one knee. The perceptive Dr. Banner, noticing this, realized that Clint had returned alone, without Natasha, prompting a wave of dread. "Clint, where's Natasha?" he asked. Upon hearing this, the others observed Clint's tear-filled eyes and understood the gravity of the situation, bowing their heads in sorrow. After a tense examination, Tony Stark successfully crafted a technological version of the Infinity Gauntlet capable of harnessing the power of 6 stones, yet the critical question remained: who would wield the fateful gauntlet? "I will," Thor declared. "What did you say?" came the incredulous reply. "No problem at all." Wait, hold on." The hefty god of thunder advanced toward the gauntlet. But the other superheroes were clearly uneasy about letting him take on such a perilous responsibility. "Thor, hold on. We haven't yet decided who will wear the gauntlet." Captain America intervened. "Are we to simply sit here and wait? Is there anyone more suitable than I? Do you not realize what flows through my veins?" Thor countered defiantly. Just as he finished speaking, Rhodey interjected, "Cheese sauce?" Thor was evidently displeased with Rhodes' interruption, gesturing towards him to show respect to Asgard's current monarch, the mightiest Avenger. He then addressed Captain America, stating emphatically, "It is lightning. It is indeed lightning." Tony Stark stepped forward to shield Thor and remarked, "Listen, my friend, lightning won't aid you. Not only because this gauntlet harnesses earth-shattering power, but also because I must inform you that you are not in a suitable condition right now." However, Thor clearly held a different opinion. He grasped Tony's hand, speaking in a tone bordering on supplication. "Allow me. Let me do something good. Let me do what is right." Guided by his mother Frigga, Thor had largely emerged from his previous state, feeling deeply remorseful for his actions over the past 5 years, which he believed tarnished his lineage as Odinson. Thus, in his quest to snap his fingers and restore his comrades and subjects obliterated by Thanos 5 years prior, he even relinquished his Odinson identity, pleading with Tony earnestly. Faced with such a Thor, Tony Stark found himself at a loss for words. Yet, his stance remained unwavering, clearly doubting whether the god of thunder could bear such a monumental responsibility. Observing the contention between Thor and Iron Man, Captain America suddenly recalled what Ned had mentioned about Carol being perfectly capable of wielding the power of the stones. He turned to Rocket Raccoon and inquired, "How long until Carol returns to Earth?" "Oh, she is probably at some cosmic salon getting her hair done. It'll be a few hours before she is back," Rocket replied, albeit unaware of Captain America's reasons for asking about Carol. Upon hearing Captain America, Tony understood that he intended to follow the words of that chubby sorcerer from 2012, suggesting that Captain Marvel should wield the gauntlet. However, the sorcerer had mentioned that it was not solely Captain Marvel who could bear the power of the stones. Rather, it seemed almost incidental. Realizing this, Tony surveyed the assembly of superheroes present and suddenly noticed a familiar absence. "Where's Nebula?" he asked aloud. Without waiting for a response, he quickly instructed Friday, locate Nebula immediately. Additionally, activate the defense protocols. He had long believed that if one toyed with time, time would retaliate in kind. Coupled with Ned's earlier warnings, Tony Stark felt like a startled bird. Upon discovering Nebula's absence, he promptly ordered Friday to find her position while preparing for battle. Captain America, witnessing Stark's reaction, grasped the gravity of the situation. Nebula was likely part of the crisis the sorcerer had spoken of. He hurried to retrieve his shield and called out to the others, "Prepare for battle." "Stark, Captain, what has transpired?" Some of the others questioned, evidently bewildered by the sudden shift from discussing who would snap their fingers to preparing for combat. Chapter 15. Thanos Boss, I have located Nebula. The voice of Friday suddenly resonated, accompanied by a holographic projection manifesting before the assembled group. Within the projection, Nebula was seen navigating through the cosmos with unwavering determination, her expression remarkably composed, reminiscent of a seasoned operative who had long been in hiding. The onlookers immediately discerned that something was amiss with Nebula. Considering her lineage as Thanos' daughter, the implications of her time-traveling escapades were uncertain, raising the possibility that Thanos himself might soon make an appearance. With this thought in mind, the assembled superheroes tightened their grips around their weapons, bracing themselves for conflict. Friday. Analyze her objective, Tony Stark commanded, his demeanor darkening as he scrutinized the holographic image. Nebula had once traversed the universe alongside him, even saving his life during that time. He held a profound trust in her, and the notion that she might falter at such a critical juncture was utterly unfathomable. Had it not been for Ned's warning, he shuddered to think of the dire consequences that could have ensued. Boss, her target is the time machine. As Friday's voice echoed, a route map was projected. I will apprehend her. Without hesitation, Tony donned his nanotech armor and surged out of the room, racing towards Nebula. I shall join you, Rocket Raccoon declared. For all his comrades had perished under Thanos' snap, Nebula was perhaps his only remaining ally, with her now in peril. Even the possibility of Iron Man eliminating her on the spot spurred Rocket into action. He was determined to understand the reasons behind Nebula's apparent betrayal. I will accompany you. Thor, wielding the Stormbreaker forged alongside Rocket, was unwilling to leave the raccoon to face Nebula alone, concerned for his combat capabilities. Without further debate over the use of the gauntlet, he rushed forward, seizing Rocket and heading toward the location indicated in the hologram. The remaining heroes exchanged glances, believing that with both Thor and Iron Man engaged, Nebula would pose little threat. However, their limited knowledge of her led them to turn to Captain America, who possessed evident intelligence regarding the situation. Captain America, sensing their gaze, contemplated for a moment before stating, "There is no other choice. We cannot delay in our mission to save. The snap must be addressed." He surveyed the room, noting that the individual with the greatest physical prowess was none other than Bruce Banner. As Captain America turned his attention to him, Banner stepped forward toward the gauntlet, remarking, "This stone primarily emits gamma rays. It seems that this is my purpose for existence." As he spoke, he recalled the powerful Sorcerer Supreme's words, "It's up to you, Bruce. Everything hinges on you." This thought solidified his resolve to wield the gauntlet. Amidst the anxious gazes of the crowd, Banner picked up the glove and slipped it onto his hand. As it neared his palm, the glove expanded, ultimately fitting perfectly onto his hand. The instant Banner donned the glove, it was instantly adorned with a myriad of vibrant, flowing energies that surged towards his right arm. The immense energy enveloped his arm, producing wisps of smoke as the radiant energy relentlessly invaded Banner's body, gradually charring his arm to a crisp. Accompanied by anguished cries, Banner raised his right hand high. And finally, with a resounding bang, he snapped his fingers, the sound that bore the hopes of all. Following the crisp metallic echo, Banner's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed helplessly onto the floor, the glove slipping off his arm. Bruce, Captain America, and the others rushed to his side, with the astute Hawkeye swiftly kicking the glove aside to prevent any further mishaps. Meanwhile, Nebula had reached the time machine, unwrapping the bandages from her hands, ready to insert her hand into the device. Nebula, upon Iron Man's arrival, he beheld this scene and instinctively raised his hand to unleash a repulsor blast to send her flying. Yet, recalling their past camaraderie, he refrained from firing and instead bellowed, "Stop!" Nebula, hailing from an alternate timeline, paid no heed to Iron Man's command, resolutely inserting her modified fingers into the time machine, which sprang to life instantaneously. With a surge of quantum energy, a colossal spacecraft erupted from within, crashing through the ceiling of the Avengers base and hovering high above. "Damn it," Tony Stark muttered in frustration, clearly caught off guard by Nebula's swift activation of the time machine. He also found it perplexing that he seemed to have been inexplicably influenced, merely shouting instead of taking action. "Stark, what's going on?" At that moment, Thor and Rocket arrived, their expressions grim as they gazed at the gaping hole above. Nebula, indifferent, removed her disguise, her eyes glinting with deadly intent as she fixed her gaze upon Stark and the others. "You are not Nebula," Rocket exclaimed in sudden realization. "No, you are the old Nebula." Since his arrival, he had been observing Nebula, and with his understanding of her character, she should no longer be in service to Thanos. Upon witnessing her shed her disguise, coupled with her menacing aura, Rocket was instantly reminded of the Nebula who had once opposed them. The old Nebula? Stark quickly grasped Rocket's words and, without hesitation, unleashed the full force of his chest-mounted repulsor, blasting a gaping hole through Nebula's body, ensuring she was irrevocably defeated. Everyone. After the Nebula was obliterated, Stark communicated through his headset, urging, "Prepare for battle. The conflict is imminent." Boom! Boom! As Stark's words lingered in the air, Thanos' spaceship unleashed a barrage of firepower, devastating the Avengers base into ruins. After a fierce struggle, the trio of Avengers, accompanied by Rocket Raccoon, emerged first, standing resolutely as they gazed upon the seated figure of Thanos in the distance. "So, we must confront him in the end?" Tony Stark murmured, his eyes fixated on the purple figure that had haunted his nightmares. "It is merely a matter of wielding the Stormbreaker once more," Thor remarked, shedding his previous despondency and adopting a steely demeanor. Chapter 16. The three heroes battle Thanos. Is this the crisis that the Sorcerer warned us we must confront with the Infinity Stones? Captain America tightened his grip on his shield, his tone somber. "Rocket, you should take cover. We're about to engage," Stark casually instructed as he donned his helmet. Having roamed the cosmos for years, Rocket Raccoon was well acquainted with Thanos' formidable reputation, having faced him directly 5 years prior. Recognizing Stark's seemingly abrasive yet protective words, he obediently retreated a few paces, hiding among the debris with a stone for cover, his head peeking out to survey the battlefield. Seeing that Rocket had secured his position, Thor extended his arms, and in an instant, the power of thunder enveloped him. A resounding clap of thunder echoed across the sky as Mjolnir and Stormbreaker flew into his hands. Simultaneously, he donned the armor that was uniquely his own. "This time, let's put an end to him." With those words, the three Avengers advanced towards Thanos, who was idly toying with the dirt. "You refuse to accept defeat. What does it matter? You still must face me. I believe that by eradicating half of all life, the other half would thrive, yet you have proven that is impossible," Thanos calmly stated, seated upon a stone as the Avengers approached. Meanwhile, Iron Man and his allies moved strategically, forming a triangular formation that encircled Thanos. As long as there are those who cling to the past, they will never embrace the future and will inevitably resist. Unfazed by the encirclement of Iron Man, Thor, and Captain America, Thanos continued his monologue. "Indeed, we are that stubborn," Tony Stark retorted, absorbing Thanos' words. With the encirclement established, the ever-impulsive Tony was eager to eradicate this nightmare once and for all. "Thank you," unexpectedly, Thanos expressed, "because now I understand what I must do. I shall reduce this universe to atomic dust." Rising to his feet, Thanos declared, "Then, with the Infinity Stones you helped me find, I will create a new universe. In that realm, life is devoid of resentment for what has been lost, replaced instead by gratitude for what has been given." As the words were exchanged, the four combatants had already readied themselves for battle. A universe that understands gratitude, a universe steeped in blood debt. Captain America countered Thanos' assertion, stating that they would never know, for they would not live to see that time. As he spoke, a fierce expression emerged on Thanos' face, igniting the fury of the Avengers. Thor let out a thunderous roar, lightning coursing through him as he swung his storm axe towards Thanos. However, 5 years of neglect, coupled with an additional 300 pounds of weight, rendered Thor's movements clumsy, allowing Thanos to evade him effortlessly. Meanwhile, Iron Man transformed his gauntlet into a colossal blade that soared through the air, descending upon Thanos. Unexpectedly, the seemingly awkward human moved far swifter than Thor, and Thanos, having narrowly escaped the axe, found himself unable to sidestep Iron Man's assault in time. Yet, despite Iron Man's speed surpassing that of Thor, the force of his attack fell significantly short. Thanos, unable to evade, merely raised his mighty blade, the Titan Slayer, to parry the strike. Captain America, unwilling to be outdone, hurled his vibranium shield at Thanos, but Thanos swatted it away with ease. Although Captain America's relentless spirit ensured the shield returned to him, it did little to alter the fact that he had been struck down. Nevertheless, the mere act of engaging in such a cosmic-level confrontation with Thanos underscored Captain America's formidable strength. As Thanos sent Captain America flying, Thor advanced once more. Despite his sluggishness due to his weight, each of Thor's strikes bore greater might than 5 years prior. After all, the Asgardian gods grow stronger with age. Thus, Thanos was compelled to conjure duplicates to withstand Thor's onslaught, granting Iron Man and the Sorcerer the opportunity to attack. Iron Man ignited his boot thrusters and, while Thanos defended against Thor, soared to the rear, unleashing powerful lasers from his palms at Thanos' exposed head. Though these beams originated from his palm cannons, their potency rivaled and even surpassed that of his previous chest-mounted repulsors. Yet, in a display of sheer might, Thanos merely redirected his blade to defend against the onslaught, withstanding Iron Man's increased energy output. "Tony, it seems you're having a bit of struggle," came the sudden voice of Rhodey from within the armor. Just then, a massive suit of Iron Man armor, trailing flames, descended from above, hovering mid-air, showcasing an array of missiles and cannons, unleashing a barrage upon Thanos, who was still occupied in fending off Iron Man's lasers. Originally, due to the hints from Captain America and Iron Man, all members of the Avengers were fully prepared for battle. Rhodey donned the latest suit and heightened his vigilance to its utmost, thereby avoiding the dire circumstances depicted in the film. He charged out from the rubble alongside the others to assist Iron Man and his companions. With a resounding explosion, the ground where Thanos had once stood erupted in a cloud of thick smoke. Iron Man and his allies retreated to regroup with Rhodey and Ant-Man. "What shall we do next, Captain?" Rhodey inquired, his gaze fixed on the lingering smoke. Although he was unaware of the legendary principle that smoke brings no harm, he understood that his own firepower would be insufficient to confront Thanos, prompting him to urgently seek tactical guidance from Captain America. Upon hearing Rhodey's words, Captain America instinctively prepared to utter a familiar phrase, but quickly realized that the current predicament could not be resolved merely through unity, and he restrained himself from speaking. After glancing at his teammates, he suddenly noticed Hawkeye cradling the Infinity Gauntlet, embedded with the Infinity Stones, and recalled Ned's repeated warnings. A thought struck him. Where on earth is Carol? Why does she always vanish at critical moments? At this juncture, everyone's attention was riveted on Captain America, and as soon as his gaze fell upon the Infinity Gauntlet, they instantly comprehended his thoughts. "Let me handle this," Thor declared, stepping forward resolutely. "Very well," Captain America replied, acknowledging Thor's serious demeanor with a nod. "No," at that moment, Banner, who had suffered a severed arm, abruptly interrupted. "Allow me. We have already disrupted the multiverse, and no one knows what may transpire next. Thor is the strongest among us, and his condition must remain optimal. He cannot suffer irreparable damage from the stones." Initially, Thor felt irked by Banner's insistence on preventing him from snapping his fingers, but after contemplating Banner's words, he fell silent. Ultimately, Thor begrudgingly nodded. "Then, it shall be you. All right, let us go." Just then, an enraged roar erupted from the distant smoke, followed by the swift emergence of Thanos' tyrannical blade, hurtling towards the Avengers. "Ha!" Thor, undeterred, hurled his enchanted hammer, Mjolnir, with a thunderous clash. The two forces collided, but Mjolnir was unexpectedly deflected by Thanos' blade, which, despite losing some momentum, continued its perilous course towards the group, aiming directly for Hawkeye, who held the Infinity Stones. Simultaneously, Thanos charged out from the smoke, advancing furiously toward the Avengers. "You shall not prevail." Thor, witnessing his hammer falter against Thanos' blade, was consumed by rage, momentarily envisioning his late father, whose single eye radiated authority and wisdom, gazing deeply into his soul. As Thor regained his senses, he felt an overwhelming surge of divine power. With a mighty roar, he summoned all his strength, brandishing the Stormbreaker axe as he leaped into the air. The god of thunder was enveloped in a crackling aura of lightning, his eyes sparkling with electric fervor, and the energy emanating from the Stormbreaker soared several meters high. With a resounding shout, Thor unleashed his most formidable strike in 5 years. The impact was thunderous. In an instant, Thanos' brutal weapon was sent flying, lost to the void. Prepare to meet your end. With Thanos' weapon dispatched, Thor, infused with the power of lightning, surged forward, axe in hand, intent on striking down the Mad Titan. Thanos, witnessing the god of thunder's formidable state, felt a jolt of alarm and hastily halted his advance. In his rapid escape, he had carved 2 deep furrows into the ground beneath him. Thor had now closed the distance, swinging the Stormbreaker with blinding speed, aimed directly at Thanos' head. Though targeting the torso would typically be the most effective strategy for the Thunder God, his fixation drove him to aim higher. While Thor's attack power was unparalleled, his considerable bulk hindered his agility. Although swift by Earth standards, it paled in comparison to the reflexes of a being as formidable as Thanos. With a slight shift backward, Thanos deftly evaded Thor's lethal blow. In the same motion, he raised his right hand, reminiscent of Thor when he summoned his hammer, clearly attempting to call forth the brutal weapon. However, it seemed that the weapon had been propelled too far by Thor's strike and was yet to return. In an instant, Thor leaped again, delivering another downward chop. Thanos, caught off guard, hurriedly retreated. This retreat aligned perfectly with Thor's intentions. He spun rapidly, the Stormbreaker crackling with electricity, resembling a supercharged top as it hurtled toward Thanos. Sparks flew as the axe clashed against Thanos' armor, shattering it into fragments while still managing to strike his purple form with unyielding force. Just as it appeared Thanos would be cleaved in two, the brutal weapon finally soared back to him from the distance, landing firmly in his grasp. With the weapon in hand, Thanos, gritting his teeth against the pain, swiftly swung it downward, attempting to disrupt Thor's momentum while pondering the peculiar lightness of the weapon compared to before. Bang! Crack! Thanos' swing caught the Stormbreaker, locking the two in a fierce stalemate. A deep wound, a foot in depth and 2 feet in length, gushed purple blood from Thanos' abdomen, evoking a sense of pity in onlookers. At that moment, Thanos finally comprehended why he had felt the tyrant's blade had become significantly lighter. Following Thanos' gaze, one could see that the once colossal and imposing double-edged tyrant's blade now bore a gaping wound, equivalent to the size of 3 Mjolnirs, rendering it a single-edged weapon. Having lost a substantial portion, the once formidable whirlwind cleaver had been ruthlessly transformed into a mere replica of a grand sword by Thor's mighty strike. Enraged by this sight, Thanos roared in fury, abruptly lifting the tyrant's blade to hurl Thor into the air. He then leaped upward, plunging the blade downwards towards the fallen Thor, who was unable to evade in time. Just as it seemed Thor was about to meet his demise beneath Thanos' blade, the latter suddenly appeared to falter, gradually dissipating into dust. Thor, bewildered, rose to his feet and looked up, only to witness Thanos' spaceship also disintegrating into sand and being swept away by the wind. In a hurry, Thor turned to look at Captain America and the others, and indeed, they had formed a circle around Dr. Banner, who was at the center. Tony Stark's armored hands were continuously spraying mist onto Banner's arms, evidently indicating that Banner had snapped his fingers during the battle between Thor and Thanos. Seeing this, Thor slowly approached them, gazing at Banner, who lay on the ground with both arms incapacitated, a visage of agony upon his face, as if a significant part of his life had been extinguished. "Captain, to your left," suddenly echoed Falcon's voice through Captain America's earpiece. Following that, with a crackle enormous, spark-laden portals began to unfold, with Falcon being the first to emerge, followed by other superheroes of the Avengers who had vanished with the snap. Additionally, warriors from Kamar-Taj and Asgard arrived through the portals, with Asgard being led by the Valkyries. Finally, another portal opened, revealing members of the Guardians of the Galaxy from Titan, Peter Parker, the Spider-Man of this world, and Doctor Strange, albeit the latter wore a perplexed expression. Gradually, everyone arrived, the armies of Wakanda and Asgard standing united. Extending as far as the eye could see were the enemies, Chapter 18. Ultron? The enemies have been, Captain America began to say, but before he could finish, a crackling sound resonated from the sky, followed by a thunderous boom as a robot, exuding an eerie aura, materialized out of thin air. Surrounded by the slowly repairing multiverse barrier, a presence of life, the robot murmured softly as it hovered in midair. "Ultron?" Tony Stark exclaimed, incredulous as he gazed at the robot suspended above. "That is not important. Look at what is on his chest." Captain America's voice trembled as he spoke. As the crowd turned to investigate the source of the sound, they beheld 5 infinity stones, purple, green, blue, orange, and red, meticulously arranged upon Ultron's formidable chest, augmenting his already intimidating presence. "This is impossible." Perhaps alerted by the murmurs of the onlookers below, Ultron lowered his head, casting his gaze upon the countless Earth defense forces, originally poised to confront Thanos. "Very well, it is time for a barbecue. By the way, doesn't T wearing such an unusual mask make you feel hot?" In 2012, on the first floor of Stark Tower, Tony Stark, having recovered from Ant-Man's antics, addressed Ned, who persistently wore his mask. Just as Ned was about to respond, his form suddenly flickered, shifting between solidity and intangibility, his voice becoming ethereal. "A sorcerer? What is happening?" The Avengers, having recently emerged from a fierce battle, were understandably on edge. Upon witnessing Ned's peculiar state, they drew their weapons, shielding the already unarmored Stark behind them, and cautiously inquired about Ned's condition. Simultaneously, Hawkeye knocked an arrow, aiming it at Loki. "Did you do this yourself?" While the group was concerned for Ned, their recent encounters with his phasing and instantaneous disappearance instilled a glimmer of hope. Perhaps he merely intended to depart now that the battle was over? No. Ned had never experienced such a phenomenon before. Panic seized him as he hastily attempted to open a portal to seek assistance from the Ancient One. However, before he could act, a flash occurred, and Ned vanished entirely. "Sorcerer?" Captain America tentatively called out, gazing at the spot where Ned had stood. "Oh." Ultron's gaze fell upon the conspicuously visible Iron Man, Tony Stark, igniting a surge of unbridled fury within him. In an instant, he resolved to harness the power of the Infinity Stones to obliterate all life on Earth. A kaleidoscope of light erupted, and a hint of golden radiance emanated from Ultron's forehead, signifying his simultaneous activation of all 6 Infinity Stones. Boss, detecting an extraordinary energy response, remarkably similar to the energy from the recent snap. Stark received a prompt from Friday. Blast it. As Ultron's creator, Stark, despite not knowing the origins of this Ultron, grasped his intentions in that fleeting moment. Cursing under his breath, he realized it was too late to thwart Ultron, helplessly watching as the brilliance surrounding him intensified. Crack! Crash! At that moment, a rift in the multiversal barrier appeared above Ultron, and a rotund figure cloaked in red materialized, crashing down upon Ultron and interrupting his incantation, before plummeting helplessly towards the ground. "What is that?" The strange doctor, hovering above the crowd, gazed incredulously at the figure of Ned, enveloped in the red cloak. As he fell, at that very moment, whether it was an illusion or something else, he seemed to sense a subtle stirring in the cloak draped across his back. "Huh?" In midair, Ned finally regained his composure. Fortunately, the floating cloak, possessing its own sentience, had already pulled him to the side of the Avengers. Otherwise, given his recent return to awareness, he would have been unable to conjure the magic to stabilize his body in time. "Is it you?" Captain America, seeing that Ned had finally relaxed, glanced at Ultron hovering above and gravely inquired, "Is this the crisis you mentioned that necessitates the use of the Infinity Stones?" Captain America's words halted Ned, who was about to ask Doctor Strange whether this was the 1 in 14 million chance involving Tony. Instead, he turned to Hawkeye and seized the Infinity Gauntlet, his eyes filled with determination. Upon hearing Captain America's words and glancing at the Infinity Ultron above, Ned felt as if 1,000 alpacas were galloping through his mind. Saying it out loud might ruin it. After a moment of contemplation, Ned finally uttered, and then mustered his courage, snatching the Infinity Gauntlet from Tony's grasp, asserting, "What are you staring at?" Do you possess the strength to wield this gauntlet's power? As he spoke, his hands remained in motion, deftly removing the red reality stone from it. Immediately, a red magical circle began to float above his palm, its arcane energy gently wafting toward himself and Thor. Though Thor did not recognize Ned, he inferred from Captain America and Tony's reactions that this must be his ally. Thus he bore no defenses or resistance, albeit with some confusion regarding the nature of the magic Ned was casting upon him. Just as Thor was about to inquire, he felt as though his body had become significantly lighter, as if an immense burden had been lifted. Ned's physique visibly transformed, rapidly morphing into that of a muscular figure akin to Captain America's, the excess fat vanishing without a trace. So, you commandeer my gauntlet merely to lose weight? Tony Stark's voice, imbued with skepticism, emanated from his armored suit. The others, unfamiliar with Ned, displayed some discontent towards his casual use of the Infinity Stones. No, do not perceive the unfathomable magic through your mortal lens. In response to Stark's comment, Ned retorted, 5 years ago, Thor was nearly able to fell Thanos with a single axe strike. Why can he not do so now? Thor, perplexed by the unprovoked attack on his character, decided to overlook it, grateful for Ned's assistance in his weight reduction efforts. Hey, witch! Ignoring the others, Ned called out to Wanda and tossed the reality stone toward her. Wanda caught the reality stone midair with her red chaotic energy and looked at Ned with confusion, unsure of his intentions in handing her such a crucial artifact. Try utilizing that stone with your superpowers. At that moment, Wanda and the others were still unaware of the true extent of her abilities, believing them to stem from the Mind Stone. Thus Ned spoke in accordance with their assumptions. Chapter 19. Severance. Ultron possesses 6 Infinity Stones, and only these stones can counteract one another, as stated by Ned. However, none among us can withstand the full might of all 6 stones unscathed. Even if one could, Stark's design of the Infinity Gauntlet does not permit a complete and unfettered utilization of the stone's powers. It is merely capable of producing a snap. Therefore, I have chosen to separate the Infinity Stones, but this necessitates our utmost vigilance to prevent Ultron from activating all 6 stones at once, which could turn us to ash. As Ned spoke, his hands remained in constant motion, heedless of Tony's darkened expression upon hearing his words, as he proceeded to secure 2 more stones. Thor, Ned called, tossing the power and space stones to him. Embed them into your weapon. Strange. Next came the Time Stone. Although Ned was tempted to experiment with it himself, he recognized that strange familiarity with the Time Stone far exceeded his own. Without further contemplation, he decisively handed it over. Do not sully the name of the Sorcerer Supreme. With that, Ned donned the Infinity Gauntlet upon his right hand, leaving only the Mind and Soul Stones remaining, of which he was entirely unaffected. Hey, why am I not getting the Mind Stone? I thought I would be more suited for it, Wanda inquired at that moment. Your abilities, when combined with the Reality Stone, could instantaneously alter reality. Your use of the Mind Stone, however, merely manifests as illusions and mental manipulation, which would be insignificant against Ultron, who also wields the Mind Stone. Wanda refrained from further argument as Ned surveyed the group, finally fixing his gaze upon Thor. Utilize the power of the Space Stone to transport everyone away from here. Except for us. They serve no purpose in this battle and may inadvertently become collateral damage. Hey, what do you mean by that? Tony Stark interjected. He had not been allocated any Infinity Stones and had no objections to this, as it was clear that others could wield them far more effectively than he could. Yet, now Ned suggested he leave the battlefield, which was utterly intolerable. Initially, he had refrained from involving himself in these matters for the sake of Pepper and Morgan, declining Captain America's invitation to create a time machine. But now that the battle had commenced, and the adversary was Ultron, an entity of his own making, he felt an unshakable connection to Stark's legacy. And now, facing this Stark creation, the audacity of suggesting his retreat was beyond comprehension. Very well, leave Stark. As he spoke, Ned took another glance at the surrounding combatants. We will retain Stark and the captain. Everyone else must be sent away, without exception. Thor had no objections as the Space Stone embedded in Stormbreaker radiated a brilliant azure light. In the next moment, This cerulean glow enveloped the entire battlefield, swiftly returning the group of individuals who had been transported by the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj, including the Asgardian forces and the mages of Kamar-Taj, back to their original location. All right, Ned turned to Strange and said, "Let's set up a barrier akin to the one you established during your negotiations with Dormammu." Strange cast a deep glance at Ned before nodding, invoking the Time Stone to emit a wondrous emerald light. Almost immediately, a series of green, magical circles materialized, shrinking and encircling the arms of everyone present. You must understand, Ultron also possesses a Time Stone. He could easily dismantle my magic, Strange cautioned Ned. Indeed, but that would require time, and we shall not grant him any, Ned replied, casting his gaze toward the sky where Ultron loomed. Let's advance, comrades. With that, Ned's words barely faded when Thor let out a mighty shout, hurling Stormbreaker into the fray. The moment the axe left his grasp, the blue light flickered and vanished, soon to be followed by the god of Thunder's hammer, which soared towards Ultron with a deafening roar. Simultaneously, Ned's gloves began to emit yellow and orange magical circles. Though Stark's gauntlets could not directly harness the stones, it was essential to remember that he was, after all, a sorcerer. As Ned's magical circles appeared, Ultron's systems suddenly spiraled into chaos. The indicator lights in his ocular sensors flickered erratically, indicating internal malfunctions. Ned was attempting to disrupt the robot, which was constructed primarily around the Mind Stone, using the very power of the Mind Stone itself. Meanwhile, the influence of the Soul Stone began to subtly infiltrate as well. Ned's intention was to utilize the power of the Soul Stone to create an awareness within Ultron, akin to vision, thereby inciting internal conflicts that could provide an opening for Ned and his allies. However, all of this evaporated into nothingness following a soft murmur from Ultron, as the Mind and Soul Stones embedded in his chest erupted with yellow and orange luminescence, steadfast and unyielding. Observing this, Ned felt not regret, but rather exhilaration as he exclaimed, "Comrades, I have restrained both of Ultron's stones." With that declaration, Ned swiftly conjured a doppelganger that charged toward Ultron, while his original form remained in place, manipulating the magical circles of the Mind and Soul Stones to disrupt Ultron, preventing him from employing these two stones elsewhere. In the brief moment of entanglement between Ultron and Ned, the hammer of the God of Thunder, imbued with terrifying might, arrived, striking Ultron with a single blow that rendered him invisible. Such was the power of the Reality Stone. You all shall perish, before the others could revel in their triumph. A blue spatial portal opened in midair, and Ultron's infiltrating voice echoed intermittently from within. He staggered out, his chest deeply indented in the shape of Thor's hammer, and even the Infinity Stones were on the verge of shattering. Bang! Ultron had just emerged, and before he could make a move, he was caught off guard by the suddenly appearing Stormbreaker, which, infused with spatial power, cleaved Ultron in two before spiraling through the sky and landing in Thor's grasp. Is that it? Thor exhaled, holding Mjolnir in one hand and Stormbreaker in the other, shrugging nonchalantly. Why do I feel he is not as formidable as before? Tony and Captain America bore similar expressions. They had felt a sense of despair upon witnessing Ultron gather the Infinity Stones. Yet they were astonished that he would meet such a hasty demise. Chapter 20. The arrival of the Avengers shatter the stones. Unlike Thor and his companions, Ned did not relax in the face of this scenario. Instead, he shouted frantically to the others and swiftly rushed towards Ultron's fallen form. Buzz! Bang! Before Ned could reach him, Ultron's body suddenly erupted with a kaleidoscope of light, propelling Ned away, and the brilliance gradually faded, leaving only a mesmerizing interplay of green and red luminescence. In the next moment, Ultron, unscathed, slowly rose and once again hovered in the air. I must admit, you have surprised me, but this is where it ends. Ultron's chilling voice echoed once more. As his words faded, the 6 Infinity Stones began to glow simultaneously. Gazing at the strangely illuminated face of the armored figure below, Ultron addressed Tony Stark within. With just a thought, I can obliterate an entire galaxy. You shall not prevail. In an instant, The battlefield was enveloped in an eerie red light, as Scarlet Witch Wanda floated above, her eyes glowing crimson, wielding the reality stone with chaotic power. Facing Ultron directly, the world earned through Vision's sacrifice shall not be destroyed. As she spoke, Wanda cast a glance at Ned, who was tirelessly channeling the Mind Stone and the Soul Stone below. I have disrupted his powers with my abilities. He cannot confront your two stones head-on. In this chaotic system, he cannot form any coherent thoughts. Well done. Ned generously praised Wanda. Thanos is dead, and you shall bear the brunt of my wrath. With those words, Wanda unleashed her immense chaotic magic, bolstered by the Reality Stone, surging towards Ultron, the strange red light illuminating the entire battlefield. Ultron, unwilling to be defeated by Wanda, roared in defiance, forcibly channeling the power of the Infinity Stones. A wave of purple energy surged forth, colliding with Wanda's chaotic magic, resulting in a fierce standoff. Meanwhile, the Reality Stone on Ultron's person continued to flicker, indicating his attempt to counteract Wanda's power with his own. Regrettably, empowered by chaotic magic, Wanda's strength is beyond what Ultron can counter. The air buzzes as Wanda and Ultron clash, captivating the onlookers who sense the apocalyptic might emanating from their attacks. At that moment, Ned suddenly shouted to Stark and the others, "Don't just stand there. Quickly assist Wanda. She's on the left." Although Tony and the others were unaware of the ancient adage regarding the left side of a clash, they understood that Ned was urging them to aid Wanda. Without hesitation, they sprang into action. Friday, maximum power. Stark was the first to strike, unleashing a fierce beam from his palm cannons and chest reactor toward Ultron. Immediately, Ned's projection manifested two magical sigils, releasing twin beams of arcane energy aimed at Ultron. Strange. Dr. Strange, upon hearing Ned's call, instantly grasped his intention. Without uttering a word, he unleashed two magical beams that merged with Ned's halfway, exponentially amplifying their power. With everyone now engaged, Thor roared, launching his storm axe through the spatial rift towards Ultron, this time targeting his head. Boom! Bang! The overwhelming energy struck Ultron almost simultaneously, producing a cacophony of sound as the area where Ultron stood was enveloped in blinding light. Did we succeed? Captain America, who had been observing, inquired softly. It won't be that simple, Ned replied gravely, as the Mind and Soul Stones continued to pulse in his grasp. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from Wanda in midair. The group quickly turned to see Ultron, having inexplicably appear behind her, his hand piercing through her chest. No, it's the Space Stone. Ned realized in an instant that Ultron had used the Space Stone to teleport behind Wanda just as their attacks were about to land, inflicting a grievous wound. With a swift kick, Ultron sent the incapacitated Wanda plummeting from the sky, casually wiping the blood from his hand and taunting, "Is that all you've got?" With Wanda no longer a distraction, Ultron resumed his articulate speech. "Catch the Reality Stone." Captain America, initially intent on catching Wanda, heard Ned shout and glanced at the crimson gem falling from the sky. Gritting his teeth, he averted his gaze from Wanda, pivoted, and leapt, skillfully catching the Reality Stone with his shield. The Avengers had previously discussed the Infinity Stones, so Captain America was well aware of the dangers of direct contact. As he reached for the Reality Stone, Ned's projection soared into the air, catching Wanda and gently descending. "Hey, hold on. Don't drift off." Ned's projection crouched on the ground, cradling Wanda in his arms, gently patting her cheek and calling out, "Don't sleep." Ned was calling out when he suddenly felt a hand grasping his own. Looking over at Wanda, he noticed her eyes wide open, devoid of any signs of distress. Lowering his gaze, he was astonished to see that the wound inflicted by Ultron at her heart had completely healed, glowing with a faint green light. And her attire was pristine once more. "Let go of me," Wanda stated firmly. "All right." Ned hastily assisted her to her feet, inquiring, "So you're all right then?" "Thank you," Wanda replied succinctly before soaring back to Captain America's side, taking the Reality Stone without uttering another word. How infuriating! Ultron seethed, witnessing the individual he had just vanquished return to life in an instant. He shot a venomous glance at Strange, poised to speak when, out of nowhere, a radiant figure clad in gold descended and tackled him to the ground. Listen here, mechanical monstrosity. I've seen enough Terminator films to know there's no need for a sequel. Captain Marvel declared, delivering powerful punches to Ultron while reciting her thoughts. Hey, the stone, Ned Leeds. You got some strength, Ultron retorted scornfully, his body forged from vibranium, impervious to Captain Marvel's ordinary strikes. Internally, he rejoiced, thinking that compared to the previous formidable foes, this was a far easier battle. You are destined to lose, Captain Marvel proclaimed, either oblivious to Ned's warning or overly confident, as she pressed down on Ultron's head with authority. I've already won. Ultron dismissed her claim. In the next moment, a blinding light erupted from both his chest and forehead as all 6 Infinity Stones activated simultaneously. What? Boom! In an instant, a colossal wave of energy radiated from Ultron, obliterating the Earth into cosmic dust, leaving Captain Marvel reduced to nothingness. The Scarlet Witch trembled, her voice quaking. What just happened? How could he? Tony Stark gazed in disbelief, his eyes wide and reddened, a mixture of sorrow and rage directed at Ultron. Gritting his teeth, he asked, done for. Ned, realizing Captain Marvel had ignored his warning, understood that defeat was imminent. He swiftly gathered those wielding the Infinity Stones, channeling their powers to shield everyone. He then instructed Strange to create a protective barrier that would allow them to move freely in space, assuming the inner mechanism enabled such movement, which ultimately saved Wanda, Stark, and the others, including Ned. Strange. Ned called out to Dr. Strange. Strange nodded, then opened the eye of Agamotto, assuming intricate hand positions. Gradually, a green magical circle began to materialize from the eye. Oh, what do you intend to do? As Ned observed with keen interest, he directed his gaze towards Dr. Strange. Strange is attempting to reverse time, to return to the moment before Earth fell under Ultron's devastation. We must not allow him to be disturbed. Gazing at Ultron, Ned spoke in a low voice. Very well. Although Ned's true form was still engaged in harnessing the energies of the 2 gems, his doppelganger soared into the air, charging towards Ultron with the sacred sword of the Vishanti ablaze in searing flames, aiming a strike at Ultron. With a resounding clash, Ultron merely raised a hand to block Ned's fiery blade, the razor-sharp edge along with the flames failing to inflict even the slightest injury upon Ultron's vibranium body. Suddenly, a ripple in space materialized as a colossal storm axe appeared behind Ultron, whirling towards his neck. Upon seeing this, Ultron hastily attempted to evade, but his body suddenly became immobile. In horror, Ultron glanced at himself, realizing that his limbs had been ensnared by Wanda's chaotic power. How is this possible? You shall not succeed, he bellowed through gritted teeth, summoning the power of the gems in a desperate bid to break free from Wanda's grasp. The purple radiance instantly illuminated the entire expanse of the stars, the blinding brilliance causing tears to spring to Ned's eyes, a testament to the sheer magnitude of the energy unleashed by the gems. However, this time was markedly different. Wanda had amplified her chaotic power infinitely with the Reality Stone, and under the influence of the Reality Stone's capacity to alter existence at will, Wanda's telekinetic strength knew no bounds. Even if Ultron were to exert every ounce of his being, he could not hope to shift a fraction before Wanda's strength waned. With a decisive strike, Ned ducked just in time, and the storm axe cleaved through Ultron's neck. The Infinity Stones extinguished their glow, prompting Ned to hastily dissipate the fiery blade and vigorously wield his hands, unleashing the speed of his 2 lifetimes of solitude upon Ultron's chest. After a fleeting moment, Ned retreated swiftly, as if grasping something with his right hand. A crack echoed in the silence. Indeed, Ultron's head seemed to possess a will of its own, flying back to its body. Isn't this rather hopeless? He murmured, caressing the unmarred skin of his neck, casting a mocking glance at Thor. Suddenly sensing something amiss, Ultron's gaze fell to his chest, where the 5 Infinity Stones had once resided, now merely 5 empty sockets. He shot his gaze back to Ned, who was indeed clutching several Infinity Stones in his right hand. You will pay for this, Ultron roared in a fit of fury. unleashing a beam from the Mind Stone aimed at Ned. Yet Ned remained unfazed. Just as anticipated, the vengeful Iron Man, Tony Stark, descended from the heavens, landing before Ned. With a simultaneous activation of his palm repulsors and chest beam, he unleashed 3 searing lasers that met Ultron's assault head-on. Simultaneously, the surrounding environment altered rapidly, accompanied by a surge of emerald light. Ned discovered that they had returned to the ruins of the Avengers base. With a soft groan, Strange collapsed wearily to the ground, utterly drained. Well done, Strange. Ned summoned a duplicate to support Strange, then removed the eye of Agamotto from around his neck, saying, "Leave the rest to me." Strange, having heard Ned's words, weakly nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Ultron remained locked in a stalemate with Iron Man deprived of the 5 Infinity Stones. Ultron was reduced to the level of vision, albeit significantly more powerful due to his darkened state. Nevertheless, he still found himself unable to contend with Tony Stark clad in his ultimate nano armor. What on earth has transpired? Came the uncertain voice of Captain Marvel from the battlefield. Upon hearing her voice, Ned spoke up. "Everyone, bring forth the Infinity Stones. It's time to conclude this." Understood. Thor suppressed his impulsive desire to strike Ultron once more and flew to Ned's side, arranging the Stormbreaker and Mjolnir to reveal the Infinity Stones upon them. "You wanted me to strike? I have no idea how to remove them," he remarked. Ned nodded, removing the Mind and Soul Stones from the Infinity Gauntlet on his right hand and substituting them with the Space and Time Stones acquired from Ultron. A flash of blue and green light enveloped the Stormbreaker and Mjolnir, restoring them to their original forms, while the 2 Infinity Stones were separated. "Here you go." Wanda also handed over the Reality Stone. Ned accepted it with a nod, detaching the stones from Ultron and removing the gauntlet, subsequently affixing all the stones collected by the Avengers through time and space onto it. "Hey, that awe-inspiring female superhero over there." Ned's tone dripped with sarcasm. Yet, despite Captain America's usually unyielding spirit, he remained silent after hearing Ned's words, fully aware of the dire consequences stemming from Captain Marvel's previous arrogance. Were it not for Strange's desperate invocation of time magic, Earth would have already faced annihilation. Captain Marvel, a top-tier cosmic powerhouse, finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Although vexed by Ned's remarks, she managed to suppress her anger and approached, stating, "What is it? Snap your fingers and make that guy vanish completely." Ned handed the Infinity Gauntlet, filled with 6 stones, to Captain Marvel and cautioned, "Remember, it must be complete annihilation." "Absolutely, I understand." Captain Marvel solemnly nodded, accepting the Infinity Gauntlet and adorning it upon her hand. The moment the gauntlet was donned, she emitted a pained groan and knelt upon one knee. A kaleidoscope of shimmering lights danced along her arm, causing onlookers to blink in astonishment. "Carol," exclaimed Captain America, alarmed. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," she replied. Her powers, originally derived from the Space Stone, resonated with the essence of the 6 Infinity Stones, allowing her to adapt to their immense power in no time. Rising with difficulty, she slowly lifted her right hand. With a sharp metallic clang, the momentary standoff between Ultron and Iron Man shattered as Ultron disintegrated into dust. Even the Mind Stone upon his forehead dissipating, prompting Ned to shake his head in dismay. Boom! Witnessing Ultron's obliteration, Captain Marvel finally collapsed heavily to the ground. Though her physique was formidable, it was not impervious to the backlash of wielding the gauntlet, which fell from her grasp and thudded to the earth. "Carol." Captain America rushed to assist her, but Stark flew in from a distance, calling out, "Don't touch her." Upon his arrival, Stark employed his armor's mist to administer preliminary treatment to Captain Marvel before turning to Ned. This should prevent any further complications, right? What do you think, Strange?" Ned queried, lacking any prophetic abilities to confidently respond to Stark's question, and fearing to jinx the situation, he turned to Dr. Strange, who was seated nearby. The others also glanced toward Strange, their eyes filled with inquiry. Still reeling from the prior temporal manipulation, Strange shook his head wearily. "We have one." Hearing Strange's words, Stark exhaled a sigh of relief and declared, "Everyone, I've decided to host a gathering at my farm in 3 days. Who among you would dare to refuse?" "Certainly not," Captain America replied, fully at ease, chuckling at Stark's announcement. By the way, we've yet to see your true face, now that the battle is over. Can't you remove that mask? Stark appeared quite pleased with Captain America's response, and turned to Ned. Well, I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Ned gently removed the painful mask from his face and casually tossed it into the mirror dimension. Is that you? Stark exclaimed upon seeing Ned's visage beneath the mask. If I recall correctly, you're Ned Leeds, right? Attending Midtown High, a companion of Pajama Baby. I didn't realize you were so adept at concealing your identity. Indeed, although Ned had transformed himself into a muscular Adonis akin to Captain America and Thor before Avengers. In-game, using the Reality Stone, Stark recognized him immediately. Indeed, it is I. However, you are mistaken, Mr. Stark. Perhaps in your world, Ned Leeds lacks my abilities, for even the cloak of levitation resides with that peculiar fellow, Strange. Upon hearing Stark's words, Ned responded. Tony shrugged, not intending to dwell on the matter. Thor, where have you sent them? The battle has concluded. It is time to summon them back. Thor nodded, preparing to detach the space stone from the Infinity Gauntlet. I shall take care of it, Ned interjected hastily, preventing Thor from proceeding. Although it appeared effortless for Thor to remove the stone, it indeed required magical prowess. Otherwise, he would struggle to detach even a single gem from the gauntlet. Stark's technology may not rival that of the Dwarf King, but its quality is undeniably reliable. Furthermore, the stones cannot be grasped directly. We cannot allow Thor to carve a hole in the Infinity Gauntlet with his axe simply to retrieve a gem. Can we? Ned seized the gauntlet, and as the blue magical array ascended, the Earth's defense forces, previously transported by Thor, reappeared on the battlefield in an instant. Mr. Stark, Ned said, removing the Mind Stone from the Infinity Gauntlet and handing it to Tony. You should keep this, ensure his return promptly. Rest assured, Tony replied, solemnly accepting the gauntlet. And what shall we do about the 5 stones of Ultron? Captain America inquired, glancing toward Strange and Ned. In his view, these 2 formidable sorcerers clearly possess the authority to address this matter. They do not belong to this universe. I recommend their destruction. Prolonged presence in this universe will only destabilize the cosmic barriers, leading to untold consequences, Strange asserted first. What do you think, Sorcerer? Captain America and the others, swayed by Dr. Strange's words, turned to seek Ned's opinion. If Ned concurred, they would shatter the stones without hesitation. I also agree with Strange's perspective. However, I still require them. Perhaps we could destroy them 3 days hence. After the feast concludes, Ned proposed, harboring his own plans. Although he acknowledged Dr. Strange's viewpoint, he articulated his own. As for whether the Avengers would consent, did they truly believe Ned was consulting them? Captain America pondered Ned's words for a moment, then replied, Very well, it shall be 3 days from now. Ned, you possess the greatest understanding of the stone's power. Although I am unaware of your intentions, I urge you to exercise caution. Having just benefited greatly from Ned's assistance, and with these stones extracted directly from Ultron by Ned himself, Captain America, while feeling uneasy about using the Infinity Stones for personal matters, ultimately acquiesced and cautioned Ned. Since Captain America had no objections to Ned's proposal, it was indeed a consensus for the greater good. At that moment, the others who had been transported back joined them. Spider-Man, Peter Parker, leaped forward and called out to Iron Man, Hey, Mr. Stark, oh my goodness, is it you, Ned? Suddenly, Peter noticed Ned standing opposite Stark and exclaimed, Ned, when did you start working out? And why are you dressed like Strange? Have you learned magic as well? Chapter 23, A Moment of Respite. Oh, Peter, calm down, Ned said, placing a hand on Peter's shoulder to soothe him. As someone who has fought extraterrestrials in outer space, you must be able to accept the existence of the multiverse, right? Upon hearing Ned's words, Peter, who had just been calmed, leaped up again. Oh, wait, are you saying you come from a multiverse? Yes, Peter, Ned affirmed with a nod. Then how can you be a wizard? My Ned is just a nerd. Peter inquired further. Ned replied, because my grandmother always told me that our family possesses extraordinary magical talent, and I often experience a tingling sensation in my fingers. Oh, I remember now. Ned always says his fingers tingle. I mean, our Ned from this world, Peter excitedly responded. All right. I don't care about the tingling or whether your little buddy is a lazy nerd or some magical genius. But Mr. Parker, you need to go home, Stark interjected, just as Peter was getting animated. All right, alternate universe Ned, forever. Goodbye. All right, everyone, let us take a day to rest and then prepare for the feast. I really need to recharge. By the way, Stark, your farm should have beer, soda, and fries, right? Thor stretched his back with a contented groan and addressed Tony Stark. You're going to drink yourself to death one day, you lipo-sucking Lebowski, Iron Man retorted, then sought out Pepper, who was also on the battlefield, and left the scene with her. Everyone, the war is over. Let us all head back to rest for a while and adapt to this new life. Don't forget about Stark's gathering at the farm in 3 days, Captain America announced as Iron Man departed, having nothing else to attend to. He then turned to Ned and asked, Mr. Leeds, do you have a place to go? If you don't mind, you can stay at my place for a couple of days. Thanks, Captain, but Strange has already invited me to Kamar-Taj, Ned replied. All right, look, that handsome muscle-bound man is the supreme sorcerer from another universe. A group of ordinary wizards at Kamar-Taj secretly observed as Strange and Wong led Ned to the residence of the supreme sorcerer, whispering amongst themselves while pointing at Ned. Nonsense. If you were the supreme sorcerer, why isn't he wearing the eye of Agamotto? One slender wizard countered. But he even has the cloak of levitation on him, responded the previous pudgy wizard. Perhaps he, like us in the past 5 years, had the eye of Agamotto taken from him? The sorcerer who claimed that Ned was not the supreme sorcerer found his stance wavering under another mage's influence, attempting to analyze the situation with an air of authority. Good heavens! Our universe may be plagued by foes lacking honor, but how could another universe be similarly afflicted? How could the sacred relics of Kamar-Taj be so easily seized? Is the supreme sorcerer truly that feeble? You shall not besmirch Kamar-Taj. The crowd erupted in outrage, with the first speaking mage, upon hearing this outlandish conjecture, boiling with fury, rallying his fellow onlookers to unleash a flurry of blows upon the offender. In the aftermath of a cacophony of chaotic collisions, the slender mage lay gasping on the ground, his body marked by the imprints of his peers' fists and feet, looking utterly desolate. I assure you, the honor of Kamar-Taj shall not be tarnished. The stout mage spat a mouthful of white liquid onto the slender mage's face and strutted away, flanked by a group of sycophants. Do you seek power? Who? The slender mage, enduring the aches racking his body, turned over and glanced around nervously. Do you seek power? The alluring voice echoed once more. Yet the slender mage could not discern its source. Who are you? Where are you? What do you want? Having never encountered such a situation, he was seized by fear, his legs trembling, yet he mustered the courage not to collapse and boldly inquired. Look to your right, the voice instructed again. The slender mage quickly obeyed, conjuring 2 magical shields to protect himself as he peered cautiously from behind them. Where are you? I cannot see you. The voice, now tinged with disdain, suggested he might be facing an uncertain future, but continued, Look below. As the words were spoken, he summoned a flicker of light from within himself. Curious. The slender mage lowered his gaze and suddenly spotted a faint red glow emanating from the grass. With renewed determination, he cautiously approached. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a peculiar stone, the size of a fist, quietly nestled among the blades, pulsating with an eerie red luminescence that sent chills down his spine. Strange. Supreme Sorcerer. Help! Extra-dimensional demons have invaded Earth. In an instant, the slender mage swiftly wrapped the stone in his robe and dashed towards the residence of the Supreme Sorcerer. As he ran, he called out loudly, hoping to alert Strange or any other sorcerers to arrive in time to save him from the clutches of this enigmatic stone. What has transpired? At that moment, Daniel, who was on an errand to find Wong, happened to pass by and noticed the frail sorcerer in a disheveled state, lifting his tattered robe, devoid of any semblance of a mystical mage. The frail sorcerer was shouting about an invasion of extraterrestrial deities, prompting Daniel to act swiftly. He summoned a magical shield and inquired of the thin sorcerer. Master Daniel, how fortunate! Please save me. The frail sorcerer, upon seeing Daniel, felt as though he had found a savior. He hurriedly stepped forward, revealing a peculiar stone wrapped within his robe for Daniel to inspect. Master Daniel, look at this stone. Daniel merely glanced at it and was immediately engulfed by dizziness, a tumultuous wave of murderous intent surging from within. Fortunately, having cultivated his spirit over many years, he managed to stabilize himself by reciting an incantation, striking his forehead with his palm, letting out a cry before he finally regained his composure. Chapter 24. The Peculiar Stone. To be candid, although I have always been aware of the existence of the multiverse, I still find it hard to believe that there exists another Kamar-Taj and a different ancient one. Wong, while savoring a colossal scoop of ice cream, flavored Hulk's sweet laughter, spoke with great difficulty. Of course, this is not difficult to comprehend, as the multiverse holds countless mysteries. As he spoke, Ned could not bear to look at the oversized ice cream in Wong's hand and remarked, "Honestly, I cannot fathom why it is named Hulk's sweet laughter, even though the ice cream is indeed quite substantial. In my universe, I have fought alongside Hulk, and believe me, his laughter is anything but sweet." Wong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, wiped the remnants of ice cream from the corner of his mouth and said, "Actually, it is quite delicious. All right, let us not discuss ice cream any further." Meanwhile, Dr. Strange, munching on a tuna sandwich, interjected with a whimper, "Ned, didn't the Ancient One from your world teach you not to disrupt the multiverse carelessly? Initially, it was merely to deal with Thanos, but your warnings to Stark and Rogers ultimately led to the planet's explosion. In my efforts to reverse time, I have gained more white hairs." "Enough, Strange. Among all the sorcerers in Kamar-Taj, you're the most unruly. How can you presume to admonish others?" Wong interrupted Strange while licking his ice cream, adding, "In any case, the outcome was favorable and no one was sacrificed. To be honest, this ice cream is truly delightful. Are you sure you don't want to try some?" He once again urged Ned to sample the Hulk-flavored ice cream. "Do you have hamburgers, cola, and French fries here?" Ned inquired cautiously. "Where did you acquire this stone?" Daniel vigorously shook his head and questioned the frail sorcerer. "Master Daniel, are you all right? I found it in that corner," the thin sorcerer explained, clearly taken aback by Daniel's intense reaction to merely glimpsing the peculiar stone. "Master Daniel, what exactly is this? I am uncertain as well. Let us swiftly present it to the Supreme Sorcerer for further examination." Daniel pondered momentarily before responding. "Crunch, slurp. Meanwhile, Strange and his companions indulged in their lavish feast. Despite having consumed an ice cream, Wong felt a twinge of guilt for secretly snacking, but Strange, having recently emerged from a fierce battle, insisted on enjoying the moment. Thus, Wong retrieved another ice cream and began to savor it. "Strange, Wong." At that moment, Daniel's voice echoed from outside. "Master Daniel, what has occurred?" Upon hearing Daniel's urgent call, Strange hastily abandoned his sandwich, wiped his mouth, and rushed outside. "Master Hani has discovered a peculiar stone," Daniel announced, gesturing for the slender sorcerer to reveal the stone. Just a glance at this stone left me dizzy and filled with rage. Fortunately, my prior training with Master Gu allowed me to quickly shake off its influence. Yet, I have never encountered a stone so malevolent, which is why I sought your and Wong's insights regarding any traces of dimensional demons it may possess. As the slender sorcerer presented the stone, Daniel continued, "Oh." Hearing Daniel's words, Strange became cautious and carefully accepted the stone, scrutinizing it closely while inquiring of the slender sorcerer. "How did you come across this?" I suddenly heard a voice in my mind asking if I desired power, and I followed its guidance to find it. Master Hani replied earnestly. Strange contemplated for a moment before calling into the room, "Wong, Ned, come out and take a look." After observing the stone for a considerable time, he remained perplexed, concluding that it appeared to be an unremarkable piece of flawed red glass. However, based on Hani's and Daniel's assertions, it was evident that this stone was anything but ordinary. Reluctantly, he summoned Wong and Ned, hoping they might possess knowledge of its nature. Especially Wong, who, as a former librarian, was renowned for his vast knowledge. Any inquiries directed at him would surely yield answers. "What is the matter?" Ned and Wong emerged, impeccably dressed and spotless, showing no signs of having just feasted on a substantial amount of snacks. "Can you discern what this is?" Strange handed the stone to them, recounting Daniel's and Hani's words. Can you ascertain what this object is? No. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought it merely a poorly crafted piece of glass. Wang shook his head. And as for me, I have only studied in Kamar-Taj for a few months, so I possess no insight whatsoever. Ned similarly shook his head. Well then, what should be done with this stone? Strange remarked, noticing that both Wang and Ned were unfamiliar with the artifact. Upon hearing Strange's words, Wang's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. I propose we encase it in multiple sealing spells, then confine it within a pocket dimension. Given that it currently poses no threat, securing it should be a straightforward endeavor. I wholeheartedly concurred with Wang's suggestion. Ned, nodding in agreement, admitted that he had yet to witness the application of so many seals in succession. Do not. The crimson gem silently screamed within itself. This rotund figure appeared harmless. Yet how could it harbor such a dark heart? Who could have foreseen that its sole intention to perform a benevolent act, tempting a little sorcerer bullied by his peers, would place it under the scrutiny of 3 formidable magicians? Before the trio of masters, Strange, Wang, and Ned, the crimson gem dared not exhibit any peculiarities, fearful that a single misstep might reveal its true nature, leading to its utter annihilation. This was a fortunate outcome. It was said that during the tenure of the previous Sorcerer Supreme, beings like it were not only obliterated, but their remnants cast into the dark dimension to be fed to Dormammu, leaving no trace behind. The thought alone sent shivers through the crimson gem, compelling it to incessantly chant the name of his shanty, fervently praying that these 3 would merely admire its exquisite beauty before dismissing it. Yet, deep down, even the gem recognized the improbability of such a wish. Chapter 25. Nidavellir, I suggest we first seal it, then have Ned present it to the Ancient One in another universe. With the Ancient One's vast knowledge, it is certain to be recognized, Strange mused, stroking his chin. However, Wang promptly countered, shaking his head in disapproval. But transporting multiversal items to another universe can lead to dire consequences. Must this wretched, corpulent figure truly imprison me? The crimson gem felt a pang of anxiety upon hearing Strange's words, yet simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief, for it realized that under Strange's plan, there remained a glimmer of hope for eventual freedom. Yet, this insufferable fat man ruthlessly extinguished its last flicker of hope. How cruel! What do you think, Ned? With their opinions diverging, Strange and Wang relinquished the final decision to Ned. Nodding thoughtfully, Ned responded, I believe we should proceed as Wang suggested. Let us apply several sealing spells and then secure it under my guardianship. Upon my return, I shall promptly present it to the Ancient One for examination. With layers of seals, this stone shall be incapable of unleashing any significant turmoil. Very well. Let us proceed with this course of action. Strange nodded, subsequently transporting the stone to the subterranean chamber, where he, Wang, and Ned joined forces, uttering a series of enigmatic and arcane incantations that enveloped the crimson demonic stone. Ultimately, even the consciousness of the stone was irrevocably locked away, succumbing to silence. All right, it's in your hands, Strange said, presenting a levitating magical box to Ned. The box resembled that from the film Heroic Return. Rest assured, Ned solemnly replied as he accepted the magical box, nodding in acknowledgement. Thor, having spent a day recuperating at Kamar-Taj, ventured to New Asgard on Earth the following day. Seeking the now former king of Asgard, Thor. My friend, Asgard welcomes your presence. Thor boomed, embracing Ned heartily. Thor, I actually have a matter of some importance to discuss with you, Ned stated after their embrace. I recall you now possess the ability to open the Rainbow Bridge at will, and I would like to request your assistance in taking me to the realm of the dwarves. This must be the legendary saying that one does not visit the 3 treasures hall without a purpose. Thor quipped in a fragment of Chinese he had picked up. However, the dwarves' fire has long extinguished. The last time I forged the Stormbreaker, I nearly lost my life in the endeavor. Regardless of your intentions to craft any weapon or tool, it is now impossible. I am indeed aware of this, Ned replied with a smile, revealing his right hand, where a peculiar gem, emanating a sinister red glow, floated in his palm. Why do you think I kept it for a few extra days? Very well. Thor understood Ned's implication upon seeing the gem, nodding as he summoned the Stormbreaker and raised it above his head. Ah! The god of thunder let out a thunderous shout, and in the next instant, a radiant beam of multicolored light descended, causing them to vanish, leaving behind a massive imprint on grass. In the realm of Nidavellir, the lonely dwarf king, Eitri, continued to languish as ever, driven by the despair of having lost both his people and hands to that purple demon. Even a solitary glimmer of hope, the prince of Asgard, Thor Odinson, had fallen to the same demon-esque grasp. Eitri had long since relinquished all hope, merely awaiting death. Yet his robust physique made even that a formidable challenge, as he lacked the courage for self-inflicted demise. Boom! After many years, the familiar multicolored beam once again graced Nidavellir, and Eitri, squinting in annoyance against the blinding light, leaned against the abandoned forge, feigning sleep. Eitri, is I Thor? Eitri, as the radiant beam dissipated, Thor and Ned appeared upon the soil of Nidavellir. Surveying their surroundings, Thor noted that the land had fallen into even greater disrepair than it had 5 years prior. Even in numerous places, there exist revolting cosmic spiderwebs, and a dreadful conjecture emerged in Sol's mind. Could it be that Eitri, bang? Sol's exclamation instantly provoked Eitri's long-suppressed resentment and fury. Without hesitation, Eitri hurled a model of the Infinity Gauntlet towards Sol. He then leapt high, delivering a powerful kick from above aimed at Sol. Eitri, had Sol been the sluggish version of himself, he might have struggled to evade Eitri's furious assault. However, thanks to Ned's assistance, Sol had shed his excess weight, rendering him remarkably agile. Coupled with his extraordinary combat instinct and heightened senses, he effortlessly evaded Eitri's ambush without even glancing back. Eitri, what are you doing? I'm Sol. Initially, Sol believed Eitri was dead, and the assailant must be the true culprit. He instinctively reached for Stormbreaker to avenge Eitri. To his astonishment, he realized that the attacker was none other than Eitri himself, prompting him to quickly clarify, wait. Sol! Eitri yelled in fury, how dare you return? Why did you not eliminate that monster? Upon hearing Eitri's words, Sol was reminded of the axe he had struck into Thanos' shoulder 5 years prior, and he fell into a contemplative silence. Thankfully, he had since reconciled with the past, aided by his mother's guidance during his temporal travels, and thus did not dwell on it further. He called out to Eitri, cease this. My friend. Eitri, aware that he could not contend with Sol, recognized that it would take but a mere flick of Stormbreaker for Sol to end his life, an instrument he himself had forged, the power of which he understood all too well. Thus, he refrained from further aggression, exhaling heavily before saying, I care not for your intentions. You as guardians are unwelcome here. Depart. I am truly sorry, Eitri, Sol began to explain, but Eitri, having lost his patience, interrupted with a furious command. Leave this place. I can reignite the Star Forge and restore Nidavellir to its former glory before Thanos' arrival. Ned interjected during Eitri's fury. Ha ha! Eitri paused at Ned's words, then burst into laughter as if hearing an absurd jest. Reignite the Star Forge? Who do you think you are? After a few chuckles, his expression darkened. He pointed coldly at Sol and declared, ask that fellow if he felt the chill of the goddess of death when he forged that axe. It was but a fleeting moment, and you dare claim you can reignite the Star Forge. Chapter 26. The Infinity Gauntlet is real. Eitri. To Eitri's surprise, Sol countered. Ned possesses the Reality Stone. With its power, he can effortlessly repair your forge. Dwarf King, what say you? I will restore the Star Forge, and in return, you shall craft a weapon for me. Ned astutely observed the noticeable shift in Eitri's demeanor after Thor revealed his possession of the Reality Stone. Seizing the moment, he pressed on, so what? To Ned's surprise, Eitri abruptly shouted back at him. Soon after, Eitri slowly lowered his massive head, his disheveled hair concealing his face. Ned exchanged a perplexed glance with Thor, both baffled by Eitri's current state. What weapon do you desire? After a prolonged silence, Eitri's hoarse voice echoed as he turned away. Making his way to the workbench, he continued, you repair the forge, and I shall craft your weapon. From this day forth, neither of you shall return to Nidavellir. I want a weapon capable of wielding the powers of the Infinity Stones at will. It could be gloves or something else." Upon hearing this, Ned uttered a statement that left Thor astonished. "Hey!" Eitri paused in his stride toward the workbench, but before he could respond, Thor interjected. "Do you want the Infinity Gauntlet too? What do you need that for? You never mentioned you were here to forge an Infinity Gauntlet." Having experienced the aftermath of the Thanos incident, Thor was evidently on edge about the Infinity Stones, particularly when Ned openly declared his intent to forge such a weapon in his presence. "Thor, you know that in my world, Thanos still harbors intentions of annihilating half of all life in the universe, and the only means to confront him is through the Infinity Stones, specifically when they're gathered together." Ned was not surprised by Thor's reaction and continued, "Because of Thanos' quest for the stones, your world has suffered great losses, including Loki and Heimdall, both slain by Thanos' own hand, irretrievable even with a snap of the fingers." "What do you mean?" Thor's eyes reddened at the mention of Loki, and he summoned the Stormbreaker, questioning Ned fiercely. Loki had always been his Achilles heel. No matter how composed he might be, he could not remain unperturbed when confronted with the memory of Loki's death. "Thor, you know all too well the feeling of helplessness when witnessing those close to you being slain. I do not wish to experience that." At this juncture, Ned recalled the moment in Avengers Infinity War when Rocket Raccoon consoled Thor. His brother was choked to death by Thanos, his mother murdered by the Dark Elves, his best friend pierced through the heart, and his father passed before his maturity. The sister he had just met sought to end his life without hesitation, forcing him to destroy his own home and kill her in return. Thor's life could be encapsulated by tragedy, and reflecting on these events, Ned felt an overwhelming reluctance to continue. Yet, in order to prevent Thor from hindering him, he felt compelled to press on. "Honestly, if I knew the coordinates of Nidavellir, I would have come alone, for explaining myself to others is truly tiresome. However, with only my strength and magic, I would stand no chance against Thanos. Strange and Loki are ample proof of this. Only the Infinity Stones can contend with the Infinity Stones. I must gather them while Thanos collects his, so that even if we cannot triumph over him, I can at least protect those dear to me. Don't you think?" Ned spoke gravely to Thor. After listening to Ned's words, Thor remained silent, fixing a steadfast gaze upon him. After a lengthy pause, during which Eitri grew somewhat impatient, Thor finally relinquished his storm axe, stepped forward, and placed his hands upon Ned's shoulders, his voice laced with earnest pleading. "I know Loki can be quite mischievous, but I implore you to show him patience when you return. Please do not let him meet his end." "Rest assured," Ned replied, grasping Thor's hands on his shoulders. Nodding solemnly, with a hum, a crimson light erupted, and the once silent neutron star once again radiated brilliance, illuminating all of Nidavellir. Witnessing the rekindled forge, tears of excitement welled in Eitri's eyes. "Eitri, fret not. No one shall extinguish it again," Ned exclaimed in awe at the magnificent sight before him, addressing Eitri. "Here, take this." Eitri handed Ned a golden gauntlet, resembling the technology crafted by Stark, but distinctly unique. "This shall be your very own Infinity Gauntlet, imbued with a layer of magical inscriptions that can only be wielded with your magical prowess." "Excellent." Ned accepted the gauntlet, slipping it onto his hand, finding it perfectly fitting and exceptionally comfortable. "It is time for us to depart." Seeing Ned's satisfaction with the gauntlet, Thor approached and announced, "Indeed." Boom! In the next moment, a cascade of vibrant energy shot skyward, and both Ned and Thor vanished from sight. Upon returning to Earth, they arrived just in time for Stark's gathering. After a quick refresh in New Asgard, they flew to Stark's farm, Thor riding his hammer while Ned rode upon Thor. "You two have arrived just in time." As soon as they landed, Stark's voice echoed behind them. Turning, they beheld him striding forth with little Morgan perched on his shoulders, the child clutching an ice cream cone, exuding an adorability that was simply irresistible. "Honestly, I find you much more pleasing to the eye post-liposuction, Lebowski." Stark playfully patted Thor's abdomen, unperturbed by the latter's fierce glare. Thor, Ned, Captain America, and Falcon approached as well, though Bucky was conspicuously absent. evidently still grappling with his inner turmoil. "Captain, Steve." Quite leisurely, "Aren't you lads?" Just as they exchanged pleasantries, a voice resonated from the side, drawing their attention to a figure clad in deep shadows, striding forward with confidence. Beside Nick Fury stood none other than Captain Marvel, truly a testament to their long-standing romance. They were undoubtedly at ease, yet your presence, an unwelcome distraction, marred the ambience. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair, bent over and pushing a cart, happened to pass by. Upon overhearing Nick Fury's remark, he chuckled and boldly interjected. Chapter 27. The quirky old man indeed. The elderly gentleman was quite right. "Pray tell, what is your name? I shall have Pepper grant you a raise," Stark jovially remarked, patting the old man's shoulder. "Really? Boss, you are quite possibly the most conscientious and scrupulous businessman in the world," the old man exclaimed with exuberance, dropping his cart, his excitement directed at Stark. However, the innermost sentiment he expressed was somewhat discordant. So, the most conscientious and scrupulous businessman is still an unscrupulous businessman, isn't he? War Machine Rhodey pondered, stroking his chin. "Precisely, Rhodey," Ned affirmed, wrapping an arm around Rhodey's shoulders before turning to Stark. "Just how much have you been underpaying your employees? Even this old chap feels bold enough to critique you to your face. Come now, do you truly think I, Tony Stark, will be the type to underpay my employees?" Tony retorted, as if affronted by such an implication. Then, before the assembled crowd, he retrieved a phone equipped with Friday and pointed it at the old man. "Friday. I don't care to know his name. Just add a 0 to his bank balance." "Understood, boss," Friday's distinctive voice responded. Operation successful. In an instant, the old man's phone buzzed with a notification. "Oh, thank you, boss. You are truly my savior," he exclaimed. "No need for such grandiloquence. Just do your job well," Tony replied, raising an eyebrow at the others, feigning the demeanor of a benevolent employer. To Stark's surprise, rather than dutifully fetching a beer, the old man relinquished his cart and, with an air of authority, patted Tony's shoulder as if he were the employer and Stark the employee. "Oh no, boss. Best of luck to you. Farewell, boss." With that, the old man strode away with the confidence of a successful entrepreneur, as though he were the one in charge, and Stark merely a fortunate worker. "Hey, where do you think you're going? Aren't you supposed to be working?" Stark called after him, sensing a troubling turn of events. "My goodness, conscientious employer, you don't think I would continue working for you now that I have savings, do you?" The old man replied without looking back. "I plan to start my own company and become an unscrupulous businessman myself, employing a whole host of people." "Good grief," Stark muttered angrily under his breath, and then inquired of Friday, "Friday, how much does he have in savings?" $100 million. "How can it be so much?" The answer clearly exceeded Stark's expectations. Just as that fellow said, if he possessed $100 million, why would he come to work for himself? "Because you transferred him $90 million. Friday's emotionless voice struck Stark like a dagger to the chest. Damn. Upon hearing Stark utter the word again, Little Morgan mimicked him. "Oh, you can't say that. It's a word for grown-ups." Stark covered Little Morgan's mouth. "One ice cream stick or I'll tell Mom." Little Morgan playfully swatted Stark's hand away. "You really take after your grandfather," Tony remarked with a smirk, then added, "All right, one ice cream stick. But you must keep it a secret. This is a Stark family secret." "Okay." Ha. Although Little Morgan was appeased, Stark's rare moment of defeat would not go unnoticed by the Avengers, who were eager to seize the opportunity to tease him. "Stark, you truly are a man of conscience," Ned exclaimed, giving Tony a thumbs up. Yet, his smiling face betrayed his true thoughts. "I am willing. By the way, Mr. Leeds, your savings surely aren't even as much as an old waiteress, are they? Are sorcerers really this poor?" Stark casually taunted Ned. No. Ned shook his head vigorously in response to Tony's words. "That is not just any waiter. That was merely a phase in his entrepreneurial journey. He is about to become a big boss worth $100 million. Ha. As he spoke, Ned couldn't help but laugh again, while the others struggled to suppress their laughter. Observing the group around him, Stark clearly lost the desire to stay any longer. With a scowl, he carried Morgan away, saying, "I'm going to get Morgan an ice cream stick. Seriously, shouldn't you say something? After all, It was because of you that this whole $9 million ordeal occurred. Ned approached Nick Fury, who stood expressionless with his hands clasped behind his back, smiling as he initiated conversation. What should I say? Thank you? Trust me. If I said that, Stark would surely blast me. Nick Fury glanced at Ned and replied indifferently. Additionally, Mr. Sorcerer from another universe. May I inquire when you plan to leave? I have heard that the longer you stay here, the more likely you are to stir up trouble. Rest assured, my business is nearly concluded. After today, I will take the opportunity of the Avengers delivering the gem to depart. I certainly do not possess the power to traverse the multiverse at will. Ned nodded in agreement. It would be best if that were the case. Nick Fury departed with a stern expression, and the astonished bystanders offered him no warmer demeanor. Come on, Ned, there's a sumptuous feast awaiting us inside, Thor remarked, placing an arm around Ned's shoulders. Just then, a sudden shout echoed from behind. Wait for me, Vulture. Ned. Both Ned and Thor turned to see Captain America and his companions halting as well. Approaching them swiftly were Peter Parker, clad in casual attire, and a somewhat familiar hefty figure. They soon reached the front, with Peter exclaiming, Ned, look, I brought the Ned from this world. This is the Ned from the alternate universe I've mentioned. With a burst of excitement, Peter struggled to articulate his thoughts. Hey, are you Ned? Ned Leeds? The portly figure inquired, somewhat bashfully. Yes, I am Ned, Ned replied, a bit taken aback by Peter's introduction of this world's Leeds. However, he felt no particular concern, as he had not heard any prohibitions regarding the meeting of counterparts from the multiverse. Besides, hadn't the three Spider-Men all assembled together without incident? Chapter 28. The Dual Neds Together. Hey, Ned, when did you discover your magical abilities? What prompted you to study magic? The portly lead seemed a bit timid, perhaps feeling that Ned was the legendary sorcerer who saved the world. It was my grandmother, Ned casually fabricated. She always told me that our family possessed a rather unique magical lineage, and I often feel a tingling sensation in my fingers. Yes, I feel that too, the hefty Leeds exclaimed, his enthusiasm spilling forth before he realized the inappropriateness of such exuberance amidst so many superheroes. He quickly tempered his excitement, attempting to speak in a steadier tone. I also frequently experience that tingling in my fingers. Could you possibly help me determine if I have magical abilities? Ned observed the familiar face before him, adorned with an eager yet bashful expression, reminiscent of his own earnest request to the Ancient One in New York for the study of magic. He placed a reassuring hand on the young man's shoulder, saying, Leeds, remember this, anyone can learn magic, talent is secondary. What matters most is that you possess a steadfast heart. Indeed, young man, as long as you persist in kindness and bravery, even without innate talent, I firmly believe you will become a respected master of the arcane arts, Captain America chimed in, reminded of the guidance he once received from Dr. Erskine, who emphasized the importance of a benevolent heart. Absolutely. Rest assured, Captain America, the hefty Leeds declared, his confidence soaring as he nodded gravely, bolstered by the encouragement from both Ned and Captain America. After everyone had departed, Plump Liz approached Peter and whispered softly, Hey Peter, I've made up my mind. I shall take my talents to Kamar-Taj. Ned? Peter replied with astonishment. Are you speaking like that because you are emulating Kobe? Oh, of course. He is my idol, Plump Liz proudly declared. Well, do you even know where Kamar-Taj is? Peter posed another crucial question. I believe the sorcerers at Kamar-Taj will not miss Tony Stark's celebration. Will they? Plump Liz cleverly implored. As a good friend, you would surely introduce me to them, right? Alricht. Hey, Mr. Strange? Wong? Before long, the young Spider-Man led Plump Liz to where Strange and Wong were each gnawing on lamb legs. Is there something you need, Peter? Strange casually set aside his lamb leg upon noticing Peter and Plump Liz approach. Munch, munch. Wong, however, continued to devour his lamb leg unabashedly. Noticing the gaze of the young Spider-Man, he explained between chews, sorcerers have tight budgets. It's been ages since I've indulged in such meat. No worries, go ahead and speak. I'm listening. Munch, munch. Well, actually, it's about Ned. After discovering something about another Ned, he wishes to try his hand at learning magic. What do you think? Peter candidly stated. Oh, Ned, Dr. Strange glanced at plump Liz and nodded. Indeed, a round visage seems more pleasing. As he spoke, Dr. Strange noticed plump Liz's eyes repeatedly darting to the floating cloak behind him. Raising an eyebrow, he remarked, "Interested? Let me tell you. Don't even think about it. She is quite discerning and devoted." Whoosh! Ah! Help! Peter! As Strange finished his sentence, the floating cloak soared skyward, enveloping plump Liz and whisking him away into the heavens, leaving only his sorrowful cries echoing in the sky. "Ned?" Peter exclaimed, then turned to Dr. Strange, saying, "Mr. Strange, I beg your pardon, but Ned did not mean to. Please forgive him." Indeed, Peter believed this was Strange's doing, reasoning that Ned had been coveting his cloak. Though Peter felt Strange was not so petty, he could think of no other explanation. What has happened? Was that Ned? How has he become so plump? Plump Liz's cries drew the attention of everyone on the farm. Rhodey glanced up and remarked, "It is Ned, but not the Ned you know." Tony, holding the little princess, looked up at plump Liz and, with a spark of insight in his eyes, seemingly nonchalantly commented, "It seems our world's Ned is quite remarkable as well. Even Strange has taken the initiative to test him. That fellow is the Sorcerer Supreme." Ant-Man Scott marveled. "No, due to Strange's prolonged absence of 5 years, the current Sorcerer Supreme is actually Wong. Furthermore, I do not perceive this as a trial. Just observe the expression on Strange's face." Ned approached, holding a cup of cola, and remarked with a playful smile, "Indeed, isn't Ned the best?" After a while, the levitating cloak gently descended with the portly Liz to the ground. Perhaps sensing Strange's call, the cloak gradually detached from Liz, yet a corner still lingered with her. "Mr. Strange, has Ned passed the test?" Peter inquired tentatively. "Well, perhaps," Wong said, his leg of lamb having fallen to the ground in shock as he gazed at the cloak's seemingly unfaithful demeanor, utterly bewildered. "Shall he report to 177 Bleecker Street in 3 days?" Strange, with a stern countenance, strode forward and yanked the cloak from Liz, leaving those words behind as he turned to depart, seemingly engaged in a silent conversation with the cloak in hand. "Peter, I have passed the sorcerer's trial," Liz exclaimed excitedly to Spider-Man, still in disbelief as she watched Strange's retreating figure. "Hey, Ned, do you wish to become my apprentice? You may not yet realize that I am the Sorcerer Supreme, the leader of all sorcerers in Kamar-Taj." At that moment, Wong, having wiped his mouth, approached and patted Liz on the shoulder with an expression of encouragement. "Thank you, Sorcerer Supreme. I will not betray your trust." A peculiar light seemed to dance in Liz's eyes as she clenched her fists and spoke earnestly. "Congratulations, Ned," Peter said, genuinely happy for his friend. Chapter 29. The Invader. It appears that another formidable and valiant superhero is about to emerge in the future of Earth, Captain America remarked, observing the delighted Liz, who looked as joyful as a child. "We can retire with peace of mind now." Just then, Tony, having entrusted Morgan to Pepper, approached and stood alongside Captain America, both gazing in Liz's direction, though Tony's focus was on Spider-Man. "Honestly, have you truly considered my suggestion? Experienced the joys of retirement? You have served for 90 years, soldier." Tony, chewing on something, revisited the conversation he had with Captain America regarding Avengers 2. "If you're contemplating such a notion, I could gift you a farm. Do you think everyone is as indolent as you, Mr. Stark, the farmer?" Just as Captain America was swayed by Tony's words, Nick Fury strode over, interrupting Tony's counsel. "Oh, Fury, if you were silent, I truly would not have noticed your presence. Why interfere in my affairs instead of rekindling old memories with your former lover?" Tony spoke with unyielding candor, even bringing Captain Marvel into the conversation. "Did you think I came here seeking you?" Nick Fury dismissed Tony's remarks, turning to Captain America. "Steve, hey, pull yourself together. This is not the time for rest. Because you have returned everyone who vanished 5 years ago, the world is once again in disarray. Although joy permeates the atmosphere, the global order teeters on the brink of collapse. Without a doubt, this world still requires you." Tony, upon hearing Fury's words, scoffed but refrained from further commentary, aware that Fury was entirely correct. Moreover, understanding Captain America well, he knew that upon the conclusion of their gathering, Steve would undoubtedly depart with Fury, shield in tow. Though he disapproved of Captain America's lack of a personal life, he could not help but admire his resolve. Unexpectedly, Captain America pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I have faith in the strength of the new generation. That child and others like them are remarkable. Perhaps I should indeed consider experiencing the retirement life that Tony spoke of. Good, old man. I must say, you have made a wise decision. It seems Howard's assessment of you is accurate. He always said you would make sagacious choices. After a moment of surprise, Tony gently patted Steve on the shoulder, saying, Rest assured, the finest farm in America, aside from mine, will soon be under your name. Captain America chuckled and shook his head at Tony's words, accepting the gift. Fully aware of the immense debt he owed Stark, one that he could never repay in this lifetime. Although his recently devised retirement plan did not necessitate Tony's farm, it would certainly serve as a splendid means for his later years. Well, Fury interjected with resignation. Stark is always so eloquent. Both you and your father possess that quality. He then added, I wish you a delightful retirement, Captain. Oh no, Steve. Thanks, Fury. After his attempts to persuade Captain America bore no fruit, Nick Fury departed. Although no longer the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and with the organization becoming a relic of the past, his energy transcended the agency's confines as he continued to strive for the safety and peace of the world. Don't mind him. He is always this way. I trust you are all accustomed to it. Hill remarked, approaching with a glass of red wine. Oh, why aren't you with your superior? I thought you two were inseparable, Tony said, clearly surprised upon seeing Hill. Raising an eyebrow. As you mentioned, we all need a break, and this happens to be my vacation time. After clinking their glasses, Hill and Tony laughed and responded. What a bang. Suddenly, a loud explosion interrupted Hill's words. What happened? Where did that explosion come from? Damn it. Surely, no one is audacious enough to disturb Stark at this hour. The crowd began to murmur in response to the explosion, arming themselves to ensure that the intruder would understand the consequences of their disruption. Friday, where did the explosion originate? Tony inquired, donning his glasses. Despite hearing the blast, the vast expanse of his farm left them uncertain of its source. The residential area, came Friday's emotionless reply, just as Tony received a message from Pepper. Tony, hurry. In an instant, the nanotech armor enveloped Tony, propelling him skyward with a plume of flame toward the residential zone. We're coming too. The others, witnessing this, refused to remain idle, each utilizing their unique abilities to hasten toward the residential area. Who are you? Clad in blue rescue armor, Pepper stood protectively behind Morgan. Her palm blaster aimed at the large man before her, who was awkwardly covering his vital regions with a rag. This explosion had been triggered by her palm blaster upon discovering this intruder. Please, don't be alarmed. I mean no harm, the large man replied sheepishly, clutching the rag. He had never anticipated that escaping from that scoundrel would lead to such an embarrassing predicament. The armored figure before him clearly belonged to a woman, and he found himself in quite a vulnerable state. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could see that, despite being aimed at by the palm blaster, his eyes held no fear, only sheer embarrassment. Boom! Bang! In the midst of this standoff, Stark arrived, and before his feet even touched the ground, he unleashed a palm blast that sent the man flying. Listen, you idiot, you've angered me. Tony's calm voice resonated from within the iron armor. Though his tone was composed, it was laced with lethal intent. If it weren't for having provided Pepper with her own armor, at that thought, Tony's fury surged uncontrollably. Two beams of laser shot forth from the palm blaster, striking the naked man who had been sent crashing into the storage area, obliterating it into ruins. Boom! Are you all right? Without even glancing at the explosion, Tony turned to Pepper, noticing the fear etched on little Morgan's face, his heart swelling with anger and guilt. He even began contemplating the installation of a security system for the farm. Chapter 30. The Iron Wolf upon hearing Tony's words. Pepper was about to respond when a sound emanated from the distant ruins of a warehouse. Suddenly, a circular disc shot forth, hurtling towards Tony, its surface faintly displaying the unmistakable blue and white colors of Captain America's shield model, which Tony always brought with him, no matter where he relocated. With a resounding clang, bolstered by his armor and the assistance of Friday, Tony swatted the incoming shield aside with a powerful punch, gritting his teeth as he remarked, "I must admit, I am genuinely intrigued by this rogue, Pepper. Take Morgan and leave this place. Be careful." With that brief admonition, Pepper swiftly departed with Morgan, heading to rendezvous with the gathering superheroes on the road. "Very well, enlighten me. Who is the mad scientist responsible for this?" Tony mused, now devoid of any concerns after Pepper's departure. He observed the muscular, bare-chested man emerging from the debris, speaking with a relaxed tone. The individual before him was astonishingly able to withstand Tony's laser without so much as a scratch. Evidently, yet another superhuman, potentially even stronger in physicality than Steve Rogers himself. After all, Captain America would never dare to directly absorb Stark's laser. His repulsor beam would suffice. Truth be told, Tony found it perplexing how these scientific lunatics always seemed to hurl their creations in his direction. Perhaps it was the allure of being an icon. His words dripped with a casual disdain, eliciting a deep-seated frustration in the hulking figure before him, who must have yearned to pierce him with 1,000 transparent holes. "I have no idea what you are talking about, nor do I harbor any ill intent. I merely escaped from a nearby military base in search of clothing. I apologize. But now, please allow me to leave." Logan managed to suppress his rage, aware that he had invaded private property and frightened the family within, hence refraining from retaliating, at least until Stark ceased his provocations. "Huh, Mr. Wildman, do ensure you comprehend whom you are addressing before spinning your tales. What military base could possibly evade my notice?" Tony, clearly skeptical of Logan's claims, aimed his repulsor at him once more. "This is your final warning. Crouch down and cover your head and divulge the identity of your associates. I might show you leniency. Otherwise, prepare for Ross to dissect you." "What did you say?" Logan, recently infused with adamantium by Stryker and already resentful of human experimentation, seethed at Tony's words. "You intend to use me for human trials? Bastard." With that declaration, Logan unleashed his adamantium claws from his hands. "Very well, I believe I have discerned your choice," Tony remarked. And 2 beams of laser once again erupted from his repulsor, aimed directly at Logan. Logan bellowed, slicing through Tony's lasers with a swift strike of his claw, then propelled himself forward with astonishing speed, closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye. As Logan's claws were about to make contact with the iron armor, Tony's foot thrusters unexpectedly ignited, propelling the suit skyward over 10 meters, where it hovered before unleashing a laser beam towards Logan. Meanwhile, he mused to himself, "This savage seems to underestimate me, the universe's foremost genius. How dare he attempt to engage me in hand-to-hand combat, armed only with claws? Good heavens! I possess the firepower capable of obliterating an alien army. Why would I stoop to a brawl? Does he fancy himself as Steve Rogers?" In this vein of thought, Tony Stark's suit transformed, releasing a multitude of miniature missiles that soared towards Logan on the ground. Although they were diminutive, each missile possessed the devastating power to demolish the Pentagon, and a simultaneous launch could even bring down a S-H-I-E-L-D aircraft carrier without any defensive measures in place. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the ground beneath Logan plummeted several meters into a crater. "Boss, we're detecting life signs." Just as Tony thought he could wrap things up, Friday's voice suddenly interrupted. Bang! Stark then witnessed a figure leap from the smoke, emerging from the crater, and sprinting towards a nearby building. It seemed that the clothing he had recently extracted from the storage had once again been obliterated by Stark's onslaught. What? Stark could hardly believe that this clearly terrestrial individual could survive such overwhelming firepower. Friday scanned him and ascertained the situation, without attempting to impede Logan's escape. As he had no desire to confront another formidable adversary, Stark watched the figure kick up dust as he dashed towards the structure. Scanning complete, a silhouette materialized before Stark, with each bone distinctly annotated. "Boss, the scan reveals that this wild man possesses an exceptionally robust metallic skeleton. Furthermore, this metal does not correspond with any known material. Preliminary analysis suggests its hardness may rival that of Steve Rogers' shield. Additionally, the claws on his hands are not mere weapons, but rather appendages that have grown from within his body. So, he is essentially a werewolf from a horror tale? A colossal werewolf?" Stark pondered upon hearing Friday's findings. Yet, even with such formidable bones, he should not have survived that explosion. After a moment's contemplation, as the smoke began to dissipate and Logan emerged dressed, Stark commanded, Friday, initiate another devastating strike while closely monitoring his condition. Understood. Thus, as Logan, freshly attired, stepped out without yet spotting his foe, he was once again engulfed by missiles. With a series of explosions, the earth around Logan suffered further devastation, and the building he had just exited was caught in the crossfire, reduced to ruins. Boss, the target may possess some form of extraordinary regenerative ability. As the voice of Friday resonated, Tony distinctly witnessed Logan's silhouette on the projection first diminish to a mere specter of bones, only to subsequently regain its corporeal form within a matter of breaths. To be honest, I have truly acclimated to the appearance of peculiarities. Observing these transformations, Stark extinguished his intention to continue bombarding Logan and instead instructed Friday, deploy the Iron Security Squad, apprehend him, and secure him for transport to the garage. Although I am not fond of conducting analyses on human subjects, the emergence of such Wolverine-like entities in batches would indeed pose significant complications. Chapter 31. Capturing the Wolf, yes. Sir. With that command, in the next instant, a dozen iron armors descended from the sky, their exterior reminiscent of the one once possessed by Ultron, predominantly white with accents of blue. However, their physique had visibly bulked up, indicating a formidable enhancement in combat capability. Upon arrival, half of the iron armors dove directly at Logan, while the other half hovered above, unleashing metallic chains from their gauntlets towards him. Bring it on. With his adamantium claws extended, Logan bellowed as he charged headlong at the descending iron armors, wildly swinging his claws. Remarkably, each strike found its mark, consistently slicing through the necks, elbows, and knees of the armored suits. The adamantium claws effortlessly carved deep gashes into the armor, much to Stark's dismay as he observed from above. It was fortunate he had not engaged in close combat. A single misstep could have resulted in an inexplicable demise at the hands of those enigmatic claws. Indeed, they were enigmatic, for Stark had meticulously ensured that the materials used in each iron armor matched those of his current nanotech suit. In other words, if Logan could effortlessly tear through the Iron Security Squad's armor, he could just as easily breach Stark's nanotech suit and inflict harm upon him. While Stark's mind raced, the battle below raged on. Logan's adamantium claws, though razor-sharp and seemingly invincible, faced off against armor constructed with advanced nanotechnology. Each time Logan managed to breach an iron armor, it would instantaneously self-repair in the next moment, leaving only a mere scratch on its surface. Additionally, despite the sheer number of iron armors, they were all under the adept control of Friday, moving in perfect synchrony as if they were a singular entity, maximizing the efficacy of the entire squad. Thus, although Logan was undoubtedly a top-tier warrior, he found it exceedingly difficult to break free from the encirclement of iron armors. Compounded by the continuous barrage of chains and attacks from above, he was indeed in a state of great distress. Suddenly, several ironclad suits in the sky unleashed chains aimed at Logan. Logan shouted as he leapt into the air, spinning forcefully to sever all the chains. Yet, before he could touch the ground, one of the iron suits soared from the ground, opening its shell to pounce on him. With a resounding clang, the suit abruptly closed, trapping Logan within its metallic confines. Damn it, Logan muttered under his breath, extending his adamantium claws to pierce 6 transparent holes through the suit's hand section. However, he soon found himself at a loss for further moves. Despite his immense strength and relentless struggles, he was utterly immobilized under Friday's control. With a thud, Stark descended slowly before Logan, instructing Friday to lift the visor of the security suit. Gazing at the unkempt Logan inside, he remarked, "Mr. Wolverine, I must admit, you truly astonish me, but that's as far as it goes." Before Tony Stark, no villain ever survives to see the conclusion. As he spoke, Tony cast a sidelong glance at Logan's adamantium claws protruding from the suit, saying, "Your claws are impressive, quite sharp indeed." As Stark conversed, Logan continued to exert himself fiercely, attempting to pry open the suit that had forcibly encased him. However, after reddening from the effort and ultimately yielding, he exhaled, "I don't care. You frightened my little princess." Stark, disregarding Logan, was about to instruct Friday to take him away when Rhodey, Thor, and Ned, along with a few others capable of flight, arrived first. Clang! Clang! "Hey, Tony, is this the jerk who disturbed everyone?" Upon landing, Rhodey noticed the iron suit standing rigidly next to Stark, housing a bearded giant inside. He approached and tapped on Logan's armored chest. "What on earth is this?" As he spoke, Rhodey's massive suit inadvertently brushed against Logan's extended adamantium claws, producing a sharp screech as a 2-inch deep scratch appeared on Rhodey's armor. Fortunately, the exterior was sufficiently thick, preventing any significant damage, though he was still taken aback. "That wild man's claws. I have no idea what they are. Likely another product of some mad scientist. I should study them later. To be honest, this guy isn't that easy to handle. If there were a team involved, I doubt even I could manage them," Rhodey remarked. Stark responded, "What? Study? Since when have you taken an interest in human experimentation?" Rhodey exhibited a distinct lack of interest in human experimentation, compounded by his understanding of Tony, who had always harbored a profound aversion to such practices. How could he possibly elucidate his research? If a horde of these werewolves were to emerge, they would be left with no choice but to await their demise. "Are you jesting, Tony? After a barrage of firepower, what remains of this fellow?" Rhodey remarked dismissively, clearly underestimating Logan. "What do you suppose accounts for the massive craters on the ground?" Tony retorted, gesturing for Rhodey to observe their surroundings. Rhodey had indeed noticed the 2 substantial pits upon his arrival, yet he had not contemplated their significance, especially with Logan standing there unscathed. Listening to Tony's words, a startling conjecture dawned upon him. "Indeed, he is indestructible," Tony continued. "The firepower I just unleashed could reduce even the most well-equipped American military base to rubble. Yet this individual remains utterly unharmed. Coupled with those claws, I maintain that if such beings were to appear in droves, I would be powerless to contend with them." "They will not appear in droves," Ned interjected, interrupting Stark's discourse. "Oh." Stark raised an eyebrow in Ned's direction. "I sense the essence of the multiverse within him, which indicates he hails from another universe," Ned observed, gazing at the familiar figure of Wolverine with a hint of existential doubt. Wadash. Chapter 32. Preparing to return home. "Wait. You assert he originates from another universe?" Stark replied, incredulous. "But he merely appears to be a robust man, distinguished only by his claws and regenerative abilities. Aside from that, he bears no difference from an ordinary person. How could he possess the capacity to traverse the multiverse?" "Indeed, he comes from a different universe," Ned affirmed with unwavering certainty. "It seems I must depart post-haste. Stark, please contact Strange. He has the means to send this fellow back to his rightful place. Additionally, we need Wanda to obliterate Ultron's 5 Infinity Stones. Ultimately, I shall utilize the time machine you employ to return the stones." Ned spoke rapidly, producing Ultron's 5 stones as he did so. "Very well," though still somewhat skeptical. Stark nodded at Ned's earnestness and instructed Friday to reach out to Dr. Strange and Wanda. "So, how shall we accommodate this wild man from another universe?" After contacting Strange, Stark pointed at Logan while inquiring of Ned. "Let us leave it at that for now," Ned contemplated before responding. "Stark, as we part ways, do you not intend to offer me a parting gift?" Wadash. For instance, a smartphone produced by Stark, renowned for its unparalleled quality and intelligence, stands at the pinnacle of global technology. Ah, well, Tony Stark was taken aback when Ned unexpectedly requested a parting gift, and even more so when he realized that the so-called gift was merely a phone, leaving him momentarily speechless. If that is the case, let the casing and display materials be sourced from Wakanda. As Ned conversed with Stark, the other heroes arrived, and upon hearing their dialogue, T'Challa, the Black Panther, chuckled. "I believe, Ned, you would not refuse a phone encased in vibranium, would you? That would be simply magnificent." Ned replied, "Considering our line of work, we inevitably encounter a plethora of bizarre adversaries. With a vibranium phone, my mother shall no longer worry about my device being damaged." He then added, "Hey, Stark, perhaps we should enlist Princess Shuri's assistance. Her understanding of vibranium surely surpasses yours, and Wakanda's technological prowess is formidable." Ned patted Tony on the shoulder. Are you implying that I am inferior to Princess Shuri? Tony retorted, somewhat petulantly. I swear, you will be astonished by your new phone. With that, he declared, I shall procure a gift for this mischievous child. Vibranium, hasten your arrival. Tony left with a parting remark. However, as he turned away, suddenly, a holographic projection materialized amidst the rubble, depicting none other than Tony Stark himself. Friday, Tony exclaimed, startled by the projection, and he quickly attempted to instruct Friday to deactivate it, but before he could finish, Ned lunged forward and covered his mouth. Everyone yearns for a happy conclusion, do they not? Yet, reality does not always align with our desires. Perhaps this time is one such instance. I hope that upon witnessing this, you are celebrating. I hope for family reunions, for a return to normalcy, and for this planet to find its equilibrium once more, if that is at all possible. My goodness, how beautiful this world is, not to mention the entire universe. Had someone told me a decade ago that we were not alone in the cosmos, let alone the subsequent events that unfolded, I might not have been so incredulous. But then again, who can truly know? The formidable forces of light and darkness have revealed themselves, and whether the outcome is favorable or not is a matter for Morgan to explore in her own time. Thus, I feel compelled to record these thoughts in advance, lest I meet an untimely demise. After all, death is not an unexpected occurrence for me. Tomorrow we must, Friday. Shut it down. Just as the video reached its midpoint, Stark summoned all his strength to pry Ned's hand away and, resembling a child caught in a secret, exclaimed in exasperation. With a glare at Ned, Stark approached and seized the holographic projector from the debris, muttering, damn it, such a device ought to be shattered and discarded. Tony, having sheathed his armor, approached Pepper, who took his hand, her eyes filled with emotion. Pepper, she began, but before she could continue, Rhodey, the least tactful of the group, suddenly cleared his throat loudly and interjected, aren't we discussing the matter of this wildling from the multiverse? Rhodey, I swear you will earn a sound thrashing because of that mouth of yours. With a resentful glance at Rhodey, Tony and Pepper, hand in hand with Morgan, departed from the scene. Wanda, I implore you. Ned sought out Wanda, who appeared somewhat despondent amidst the crowd, and produced the 5 Infinity Stones. With a silent nod, Wanda followed Ned to a secluded spot. Following a series of 5 powerful energy waves, the 5 Infinity Stones completely transformed into energy, dispersing into the surrounding cosmos. Ned, where is the visitor from the multiverse? Doctor Strange hurriedly arrived, calling out to Ned. Right there, Ned replied, then swiftly led Strange to Logan, who was trapped within his armor. After scrutinizing Logan closely and confirming that he was indeed a visitor from the multiverse, Strange began to weave intricate gestures with his hands, ultimately coalescing an enigmatic magical rune in his right hand. He then pressed it firmly against Logan's forehead. A cry of pain echoed, accompanied by a flash of golden light, and Logan vanished without a trace, leaving behind 2 deep impressions in the earth and 6 claw marks on the armor as evidence of his former presence. Oh no! The claw marks on the armor have also been completely repaired the moment he departed. What did you leave? After bidding farewell to Logan, Strange turned to Ned. Tomorrow, I'll send them back with a ride for the stones. Ned replied. All right, remember, do not stir up any more trouble. Strange fixed a serious gaze on Ned, harboring grave doubts that the multiverse visitor had appeared due to Ned's disruption of the multiversal order, as he felt no trace of magical energy from Logan. Rest assured, I understand, Ned replied dismissively to Strange, then moved on to seek gifts from others. Chapter 33. The death of Malekith. Subsequently, the group gradually dispersed, and it was not until the following morning that key figures such as Captain America and Thor returned, while other heroes, lacking deep ties to the Avengers, did not arrive. Hey kid, make sure you have your toy. Tony casually tossed the vibranium phone he had crafted overnight to Ned, saying it's fully functional. There's nothing it can't do that you can think of. Additionally, I've installed an AI similar to Friday in it. Feel free to ask her anything you don't understand. Thanks a lot. Ned accepted the phone, carefully tucking it into his wizard's robe. He then inquired, so, who among you will return the stones? Of course, it will be Thor and me. Tony pointed to Thor's hammer lying by his feet and remarked, No one can lift that thing. No, Tony, Captain America interjected. Though the matter has come to a close, time travel remains fraught with uncertainties. Pepper and little Morgan are still waiting for you. Allow me to go. Oh, Tony's expression shifted as if he had just recalled something, raising an eyebrow and saying, "We all know that this technology is quite advanced. Indeed, but in this world, is anything ever truly certain?" Captain America maintained his stance. Observing this, Tony ceased to argue, watching as Ned, Captain America, and Thor donned their quantum suits and approached the time machine. Make haste and return swiftly. With that, Tony activated the time machine, and in a flash of white light, the three vanished from sight. "Hey, Rogers, did you bring extra PIM particles?" After sending off Ned and the others, Tony turned to Rocket, who stood nearby. As Rocket was also a top-tier scientist, it had been collectively decided that he should be present in case any unforeseen circumstances arose that Stark alone could not manage. I believe so. What's the matter?" Rocket nodded in response to Tony's inquiry. Tony's face lit up with an expression of certainty, saying, "Nothing at all. It's simply splendid." Within the time portal, Captain America was the first to disappear. Given the proximity of the timelines for the Power Stone and the Soul Stone, he arrived at the destination ahead of the others. Next was Thor. However, as he watched Thor depart, Ned felt an unsettling premonition. Mom. Upon arriving in Asgard, Thor did not rush to return the Reality Stone, but instead hurried to Frigga's chamber, calling out her name repeatedly. "Oh, Thor, you've only just left," Frigga said as she emerged to greet him. "You've lost quite a bit of weight. Indeed, you look better this way. Of course, my son is handsome no matter what. By the looks of you, it seems you succeeded." Frigga smiled. "Certainly, I am Thor, son of Odin," he declared proudly, thumping his chest. Just then, the hammer in Thor's grasp began to vibrate violently, emanating immense power as it sought to escape his hold. "It appears a warrior has lost his weapon," Frigga remarked with a gentle smile. "Complete this final task swiftly, then return to your world." She referred to relinquishing Mjolnir and rain-fusing the Reality Stone into Jane-S being. "No, what I must do extends beyond that," Thor replied, yet he released Mjolnir, fully aware of his deep connection to it. If he did not let go, the Thor of this world would undoubtedly seek out Loki for a confrontation. Indeed, no matter the unexpected occurrences, they would surely be the mischief of Loki. Listen, child. You cannot interfere with my future." Upon hearing Thor's words, Freya understood his intentions and urgently advised, "You must not, nor do you have the authority." As the Grand Sorceress, she had a premonition that should Thor truly meddle with her destiny, dire consequences would ensue. "Mother, your child has grown," Thor replied with a smile, implying that he had formed his own convictions and would no longer heed Freya's counsel. "Thor, you!" At that moment, a cacophony of noise interrupted Freya's words. Something had gone awry in the prison. Thor, unfazed, remarked, "Next, Loki will guide that dark elf's monstrosity down the left staircase. He believes he is sending that creature to confront me, but in reality, it seeks you. At that time, you were tending to Jane at my side, and they came for her. More precisely, they came for this." Thor weighed the reality gem held within a transparent vessel. "We can proceed to my chamber. You can render Jane unconscious and then await the arrival of that beast. I shall be headed along with Malekith." "No, Thor, trust your father. He can resolve everything. And you must return to your realm," Freya insisted, still uneasy about Thor's course of action. "Mother, believe me, my sole desire at this moment is to rescue you from the Dark Elf, then soar through the universe to cleave that purple scoundrel in two." With that declaration, Thor turned and made his way to his chamber, determined to follow through with his plan, regardless of Freya's cooperation. "Thor!" Freya exclaimed, hastily following him. Upon reaching the God of Thunder's room, they found Malekith already present, scrutinizing Jane, who was in a state of despair, as he could sense the absence of etheric particles within her. "Malekith!" Thor bellowed as he hurled his axe towards him. Freya, in haste, cast a spell to knock Jane unconscious. Boom! Malekith's combat prowess was already feeble. Even the hammer god of this world could vanquish him. Thus, he stood no chance against Thor, wielding the Stormbreaker and awakened divine power. Just as Malekith was about to meet his demise, a cursed warrior suddenly appeared. sacrificing himself to shield Malekith from Thor's blow, but perished in the process. With a resounding impact, Malekith was sent flying, crashing into various objects before tumbling to the ground. "You are Odin's son? This cannot be. How could you?" Before Malekith could finish, Thor decisively advanced and severed his head, blood gushing forth from the severed neck, splattering everywhere. "Oh, my apologies. Ever since that incident, I have developed this habit." Chapter 34. Titan star amidst the surrounding bloodshed, Thor awkwardly remarked, gazing at the dark crimson stains upon the ground. Frigga, her voice laced with a blend of exasperation and authority, addressed him. "Thor, we must all understand that carelessly meddling with the timeline is hardly a prudent course of action. None of us can foresee the consequences of such actions. Although the die has been cast and cannot be altered, you must return to your own time at once." Determined, Thor was not easily swayed by Frigga's words. "No, mother. You shall not interfere with the decision made by the former king of Asgard after much contemplation." With that declaration, he unleashed a kaleidoscope of light from his storm axe. And in the next moment, he departed Asgard via the Bifrost, inadvertently leaving a panoramic skylight in the room. "Hey, are you all right?" Just as the future Thor departed, the present Thor and Odin rushed into the scene. Upon witnessing the dismembered body of Malekith, Odin's eyes widened in surprise, and he grasped Frigga's hand with concern. "Of course, with the protection of the king of Asgard, how could I be in any peril?" Frigga replied with a double entendre. As she spoke, her thoughts drifted to the future Thor's earlier remark about being the former king of Asgard. This perplexed her, for while the future Thor remained somewhat impulsive, he had undoubtedly matured into a capable king. With time, he would surely evolve into a wise ruler like Odin. Yet, why would Thor refer to himself as the former king of Asgard? It was well known that the throne of Asgard was a hereditary right of the Odin family, with no notion of meritocracy. Moreover, judging by Thor's demeanor, his claim to the throne had not been forcibly relinquished. What could possibly be the truth? "Frigga?" Odin gently tapped her shoulder, noticing her distracted state. "Oh, Odin, I am well. Do not worry," Frigga replied, regaining her focus with a smile. "Mother must have been frightened by the Dark Elves. Those wretched Dark Elves must have schemed for ages to invade Asgard." Thor, who had awakened Jane, exclaimed with indignation. "Oh!" Odin, intrigued that his eldest son, who had been reckless for a millennium and a half, was now analyzing the enemy, turned his gaze towards Thor, filled with affection and expectation. "They even stole my hammer. Fortunately, I summoned it back." Thor gestured towards Mjolnir in his hand. Odin's expression darkened at the news. "Take your Earth girlfriend and leave." Immediately. "Yes, father," Thor replied, somewhat bewildered by Odin's reprimand, but obediently led Jane out. As Odin watched Thor depart, he shook his head in disappointment and turned to Frigga, inquiring, "So, what has transpired? Who has vanquished Malekith? What is the meaning of the gaping hole in our roof? Why do I sense the essence of the Bifrost here? Furthermore, I can no longer detect the ether particles within that earthling. What is the explanation for this? And what of Thor's hammer? Who has pilfered it? My queen, will you not speak the truth to me?" A glimmer of wisdom sparkled in Odin's single eye. "Very well, my sagacious king," Frigga replied, resigned, as she acknowledged that Odin had already discerned the evident signs left by Thor. She recounted the entire sequence of events, from Thor and Rocket traversing time to retrieve the gem, to their return for the purpose of slaying Malekith. "So, you are implying that Thor from the future has emerged as a competent king?" Frigga's lengthy explanation seemed to have drawn Odin's attention solely to this point. "Indeed, but you must understand, Thor himself declared that he was once the king of Asgard," Frigga added with a note of seriousness. And you just mentioned, what is he going to do now?" Upon hearing Frigga mention this, Odin's expression darkened, whether by choice or compulsion. The throne of Asgard could not be so easily relinquished to an outsider. Even Loki had been accepted, yet according to Frigga, Loki had met his demise at the hands of the very individual who would become Thor's nightmare in the future. Contemplating this, Odin's aura of intangible menace intensified. At present, he is likely traversing the Bifrost to confront that cosmic tyrant known as Thanos. "Thanos, come forth and face your doom." Thor descended upon Titan through the Bifrost. Evidently having prepared adequately for this venture, it was noteworthy that, whether in Avengers, Infinity War, or Avengers Endgame, Thor had never truly set foot on Titan. This suggested he was unaware of Titan's coordinates. With a resounding crash, as Thor unleashed his divine power, dark clouds amassed in the sky, and amidst the thunder and lightning, countless bolts struck down, obliterating the various spacecraft and warships that lay scattered on the ground. With a thunderous roar, a multitude of minions surged forth from all directions, Chitauri and elite soldiers previously encountered during Infinity War and Endgame alike. Yet, without exception, these minions were reduced to ashes by the lightning cascading from above long before they could even reach Thor. It must be noted that, despite Thor's formidable strength, it would have been impossible for him to generate such devastating power solely through his divine lightning. This extraordinary might stem from his earlier visit to Nidavellir, where he acquired an armament capable of wielding the Infinity Stones, a gauntlet from the ever-energetic and mentally astute Dwarf King, Eitri. At this moment, Thor wielded the Stormbreaker in his right hand, adorned with a wrist guard that housed the Reality Stone he had brought. This wrist guard, crafted in Nidavellir, could fully unleash the power of the Reality Stone, far surpassing any direct strike from Thanos. The Reality Stone emanated a brilliant crimson glow, augmenting Thor's divine power infinitely. It was this very force that allowed him to summon an overwhelming multitude of lightning from the heavens, keeping the minions of Thanos on Titan at bay. What is happening outside? Thanos inquired from his throne in the heart of Titan, addressing the kneeling Ebony Maw below him. We may be under attack from Asgard. Ebony Maw replied respectfully. Asgard? Yes, the son of Odin, Thor Odinson, is currently slaughtering our soldiers, Ebony Maw stated truthfully. Moreover, he wields the Reality Stone. Father, I must go. Nebula spoke up urgently upon hearing Ebony Maw's words. As Thanos' daughter, she was acutely aware of her father's obsession with the Infinity Stones. The prospect of acquiring one so readily available ignited her ambition. With that thought, Nebula cast a disdainful glance at her sister Gamora, filled with contempt. "You're no match for him," Gamora retorted scornfully before Thanos could respond. Haven't you seen the battle reports? That man hasn't even fought seriously. Just a single shout has turned our cosmic warships into heaps of scrap metal. The vanguard of Titan and the Chitauri have yet to lay a finger on him. What do you think you could accomplish? Are you seeking death? Gamora understood her sister's penchant for rivalry, fueled by their father's favoritism, which often drove Nebula to act recklessly in an attempt to win Thanos' approval. However, Gamora never anticipated that Nebula would be so foolish as to disregard the vast disparity in power between them and the enemy. Are we to simply allow that Asgardian to massacre our warriors? Nebula countered, though she knew Gamora spoke the truth. Where's Odin? Has he arrived? Thanos paid no heed to the discord between Gamora and Nebula, continuing to question Ebony Maw. Unbeknownst to them, a flicker of apprehension crossed Thanos' gaze at the mention of Odin. As a master of telekinesis, Ebony Maw's senses were far sharper than those of ordinary beings. If Odin truly led the Asgardian forces, even the most concealed approach would not escape Ebony Maw's notice, unless Asgard had also brought the Tesseract with them. No, there are no signs. My apologies for my inadequacy, Ebony Maw replied, bowing his head even lower. Father, let the black-tongued strategist accompany us. I assure you, we will seize the Reality Stone and present it to you, Nebula implored once more. No. Clad in armor, Thanos rose from his throne, pressing his hands against the armrests. Reminiscent of the post-credit scene in Avengers, Age of Ultron. Ishadgo personelli. Drink! Thor bellowed once more to the heavens, whereupon the fury of thunder intensified, and the descending lightning grew, both more potent and dense. Suddenly, as Thor stood emboldened, a slender, inky black steel needle shot toward him with utter silence. The needle approached so stealthily that even a vigilant Thor would struggle to perceive it, let alone in his current state, where he summoned the Tempest and his mind was unsettled. Consequently, the needle pierced his body, abruptly severing his spell casting and forcing him back 2 or 3 steps. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated quietly, and the lightning vanished without a trace. eliciting jubilant roars from the Chitauri soldiers and the endless wave of minions as they surged towards Thor. "Huh!" Thor gasped, clutching his right chest as a crimson steel needle erupted from it, clattering to the ground. As the needle fell, the blood upon it transformed into a pitch-black hue in an instant, indicating the deadly poison it bore. "Drink!" Thor shouted again, unleashing a tremendous surge of thunderous energy that surged within him, simultaneously channeling the power of the Infinity Stones to summon lightning once more to clear the minions. However, as the Reality Stone flickered to life, Thor emitted a pained groan, and the thunderous might dissipated instantaneously. He then coughed violently, suppressing the agony with a grunt, and gazed at the overwhelming tide of Thanos' minions approaching, tightening his grip on his Stormbreaker axe. Despite the effects of the hidden weapon hampering his ability to harness the Reality Stone for extraordinary strength, Thor retained confidence in his inherent divine power. He believed he could cleave through the minions across Titan, from east to west and north to south, severing the grotesque head of that scoundrel Thanos and departing with flair. It would merely require a bit more effort and perspiration than he initially anticipated. "Huh!" With a mighty roar, Thor ascended, rendering the grounded minions, incapable of flight, utterly ineffective, while he effortlessly dispatched the few Chitauri who had taken to the skies via their craft. He was no fool, knowing he could no longer exploit the Reality Stone. He refrained from exhausting himself on these lesser foes, lest he find himself weary and vulnerable when Thanos emerged. "Thanos!" Thor shouted, then began to soar through the sky, surveying the area, well aware that most of the cosmic warships on Titan had been obliterated by his thunderous might. Were it not for his current audacity, he would surely find himself humbled and grounded after a barrage of cannon fire. "Master, let us first test him." In a secluded spot, the ebony-throated figure, still clutching 3 steel needles, gazed up at Thor, who soared in the sky. At that moment, Thanos wore an expression of profound displeasure. He had initially believed that Thor's ability to unleash strength rivaling Odin's was due to the enhancement provided by the Reality Stone. However, he was taken aback to discover that, even in the absence of the Reality Stone, Thor's displayed power instilled a sense of dread within him. The very steel needle that had just been launched was the handiwork of the ebony-throated warrior, the only one capable of delivering it to Thor's vicinity unnoticed amidst the torrential storm of lightning. This needle was a nefarious and ancient weapon, said to have been forged by a former cosmic overlord utilizing the powers of the Reality Stone combined with various exotic metals. It was precisely this that rendered Thor unable to exploit the advantages of the Reality Stone. Otherwise, even the most potent poison would instantly dissipate before its might. Thanos nodded solemnly. With Thanos' voice fading, the 4 Obsidian generals, save for the ebony-throated one, leaped into action, while he covertly employed telekinesis in an attempt to drag Thor down from the sky. The Obsidian generals and Thanos were unable to fly, and allowing Thor to soar above them would put them at a disadvantage. Thor, meanwhile, sensed an invisible force weighing upon him. Although he could muster his full strength to counter it and maintain his aerial position, his speed and agility would undoubtedly diminish. Faced with this reality, he considered the idea of descending to the ground to engage in a straightforward confrontation. Chapter 36. Thanos' adopted son, Odin's offspring. With a resounding thud, Thor landed, only to be met first by the formidable Black Dwarf, who swung his bizarre, transformable pickaxe toward him. Although Thor had descended under the influence of the ebony-throated warrior's telekinesis, this did not mean that the force was relinquished. Thor remained under considerable pressure, rendering him nearly immobile. While he could exert his immense strength to move, his agility was severely compromised, akin to that of a person yet to shed excess weight. Thus, when faced with Black Dwarf's assault, he had no time to evade and hastily swung his Stormbreaker to counter the attack. With a tremendous clash, their weapons collided, producing a deafening sound. The force from Thor's Stormbreaker sent Black Dwarf staggering back several paces, his sturdy legs carving deep grooves into the ground before he finally came to a halt. Observing from a hidden vantage point, Thanos felt a tightening in his chest. Even his own strikes could scarcely match the impact of Thor's blow. Yet, Thor was contending with the additional burden of the ebony-throated warrior's telekinesis, indicating that his true power exceeded this display. As Thanos grappled with his astonishment, the battle continued unabated. Just as Black Dwarf was repelled, the attacks from General Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight surged toward Thor in unison. In the dark of night, the spear of the Night Proximity Star lunged forward, aimed directly at Thor's throat, while the General of the Death Blade executed a surprise attack from behind, thrusting his unparalleled blade towards Thor's kidneys without a moment's hesitation. Buzz! Bang! Ah! Faced with such peril, Thor first swung his Stormbreaker, deflecting the spear from the Night Proximity Star that had pierced through the air before him. Then, without losing momentum, he redirected the axe behind him, perfectly intercepting the General of the Deathblade's exceptional weapon. "Let me tell you," Thor declared, his face contorted with fierce determination, "your skills in ambushing from behind are vastly inferior to my brother's." The blade, capable of easily piercing through illusions, left no mark on the Stormbreaker, revealing that this was a testament to the power of cosmic magic rather than an issue of material strength. Although the Night Proximity Star's spear had been swept aside, it remained unyielding before Thor, refusing to retreat. Seizing the opportunity while Thor was preoccupied with the General's blade, the Night Proximity Star attempted to strike, only to be caught by Thor, who then hurled it against the General of the Death Blade with a mighty roar. Bang! The General was sent flying, clutching the Night Proximity Star, and crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. Just as Thor had momentarily repelled his adversary, he was ensnared by a meteor lock from afar, propelling him hundreds of meters away. This was the same tactic used by the Black Dwarf to ensnare Iron Man at the beginning of Infinity War. Bang! Thor fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, while his Stormbreaker lay abandoned at the spot he had just occupied. The meteor lock, a transformation of Black Dwarf's long pickaxe, had its iron chains still gripped in Black Dwarf's hand. Roar! With a mighty shout, Black Dwarf signaled for Ebony Maw to levitate him into the sky using telekinesis. Then, gripping the iron chains tightly, he swung them with wild abandon. Bang! 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 Thor, having experienced such treatment at the hands of Hulk in the arena, found himself reminiscing about that experience, albeit with a sense of monotony due to the excessive force being applied, which afforded him ample time to react. After being flung several times, Thor unleashed a powerful surge of lightning energy, instantly breaking free from the meteor lock's grip and landing heavily on the ground, sending dust soaring into the air. Rising from the dust, Thor raised his right hand high, yearning to summon his beloved axe, all the while remaining acutely aware of his surroundings. In an instant, Thor abruptly crouched down. At that very moment, a steel needle, identical to the concealed weapon that had previously ambushed him, whizzed past his scalp, piercing through the dust. A cold sweat broke out on Thor's brow. Had he not reacted in time, it would have pierced his throat. At this moment, the Stormbreaker, summoned by its master, soared through the air. Thor seized the weapon and, with a powerful leap, cleaved through the dust ahead. A resounding clang echoed as yet another steel needle was deflected by the Stormbreaker. Thor, covered in grime and drenched in sweat, found himself in a dire predicament. He had not even laid eyes on Thanos himself before being made to look utterly foolish by his minions. Cursed black-tongued strategist. Thor was acutely aware that his current plight was due to the overwhelming mental prowess of his adversaries, which hampered both his speed and strength, nearly leading to his demise at the hands of the Ebony Maw and his allies. The sole master of mental power among Thanos' ranks was none other than the black-tongued strategist, who had previously accompanied him in the massacre of Asgardian refugee ships. With this thought igniting a fierce desire for vengeance within him, Thor was consumed by rage, yet felt powerless to act. He still could not ascertain the whereabouts of Ebony Maw, who lurked in the shadows, poised to strike. Thus, he could do nothing but engage in close combat with the enemy tanks and warriors, awaiting the next move of his elusive foe. Suddenly, with a series of flashes of blue light, several blue projectiles pierced through the thick haze, hurtling towards Thor. Following closely were the spears of the Dark Star, which, while in flight, split into three, cascading towards him with unrelenting speed. The Dark Star was infuriated by Thor's reckless audacity, Not only had he wielded her as a weapon, but he had also inadvertently grasped her inappropriately. Under different circumstances, Thor's status as the rightful heir to Asgard might have warranted some leniency, but her husband, the General of the Fallen Blade, was right there, watching. What was this? Was the Dark Star to be accused of colluding with a wild man to assault the general? With such indignation, how could she not be furious? The General of the Fallen Blade charged at Thor in a fit of rage. Despite not fully understanding the situation, Thor prioritized combat. He deflected several projectiles before rapidly spinning the Stormbreaker in his grasp, ultimately conjuring a towering circular shield of thunder that stood as tall as a man before him. Chapter 37. The Arrival of Thanos' Clang. Bang! The three spears of the Dark Star struck the thunderous shield in succession, each being repelled with force. As the spears were deflected, the General of the Fallen Blade lunged at Thor, unleashing a fierce roar as he swung his legendary blade towards Thor's neck. Calmly facing the onslaught, Thor once again gripped the Stormbreaker, swinging it with a gust of wind, while his divine power surged wildly. In an instant, a bolt of lightning nearly a meter long erupted from the Stormbreaker, colliding with the General's formidable blade. A sharp crack resounded through the air. With a single resounding strike, the unparalleled blade shattered, and the storm axe continued its relentless momentum, cleaving the head from General Deathblade with a single swing. Death, the Dark Star, wielding a spear, witnessed the demise of General Deathblade under the might of Thor's axe, leaving not even a whole corpse, and in a surge of wrath, he lost all reason. His eyes ablaze as he charged towards Thor with his spear poised to strike. Clang! Ha! At that moment, the crackling electricity still danced upon the storm axe, and Thor, seizing the opportunity, swung the axe once more, deflecting the Dark Star's spear aside before delivering a swift blow that severed the Dark Star's head from his shoulders as well. My lord, from a distance, hidden in the shadows, Ebony Maw observed Thor's growing ferocity as he felled two mighty generals, causing a stir of alarm within him. He turned to glance at Thanos, only to find that the Titan, who had been at his side, had inexplicably vanished. Buzz! Just as Thor had dispatched the Dark Star, he heard a sound slicing through the air. Clang! Reacting swiftly, he raised his axe to block, sending a large paddle knife flying. Yet, the knife did not stray far before it abruptly turned back, reappearing in the midst of the dust, vanishing from sight. Seeing this, Thor focused intently ahead, and gradually, a dark figure materialized from the dust, revealing itself to be none other than Thanos. Thanos! Thor had come specifically to confront Thanos. Yet he found himself ensnared in battle against the minions and the four obsidian generals, wasting precious time, and now irritation surged within him. Upon spotting Thanos, he could no longer restrain himself, charging forward with urgency. As he approached Thanos, he pivoted, his arm guiding the storm axe in a sweeping motion aimed directly at the Titan. The storm axe crackled with the might of thunder, arcs of electricity leaping over 2 meters high, showcasing its immense power. Yet Thanos, unperturbed by Thor's ferocious assault, wielded his brutal blade with equal vigor, meeting Thor's storm axe with a clash. Boom! The collision sent both combatants staggering back 3 or 4 steps, neither yielding an inch. Son of Odin, why have I ever wronged you? Why do you seek to slaughter my subjects? Thanos proclaimed, seizing the moral high ground. Enough of your prattle. Thor, resolute in his quest to decapitate Thanos, paid no heed to the Titan's words, furiously swinging the storm axe again and again at Thanos. Boom! Boom! Ha! Boom! Ha! Boom! Son of Odin, have you truly considered this? Does Asgard seek to declare war upon me? Faced with Thor's relentless onslaught, Thanos found himself at a loss for words. Moreover, due to the apprehension of Odin still being among the living, Thanos refrained from unleashing his full might against Thor, resulting in a series of exchanges where he found himself at a disadvantage. Thanos, his reluctance to confront Asgard head-on, in light of Odin's presence, led him to hold back, while Thor, relentless and unyielding, aimed for Thanos' very life with each strike. As the battle progressed, it became increasingly perilous for Thanos, should the current trajectory persist. Thor would undoubtedly succeed in severing Thanos' head within 100 moves. Odin's son, you have forced my hand, Thanos bellowed in exasperation. With that, he summoned a massive war hammer, identical to the one Thor had previously shattered, and struck down fiercely towards Thor. The force of his blow resonated throughout the cosmos, compelling Thor to respond with his storm axe. Yet, this defensive maneuver afforded Thanos a moment to recover. Although Thor managed to repel Thanos with a single strike, he lost the relentless pressure he had previously exerted, which had left Thanos with no escape and in a state of despair. Thanos inhaled deeply, his expression hardened, and he unleashed a flurry of blows with his tyrant's blade toward Thor. This time, Thanos seized the initiative. If Thor attempted to counterattack, he would surely sustain injuries. Thus, he could only adopt a defensive stance, much like Thanos had before. However, prolonged defense often leads to defeat, and given the current circumstances, Thor, influenced by the dark will of Ebony Maw, could only muster strength inferior to Thanos'. Consequently, it was not long before Thor found himself in dire straits once more, narrowly avoiding several deadly strikes from Thanos' blade. Odaneson, surrender now, and I may spare your life. Initially, Thanos was consumed by rage, intent on killing Thor. Yet, observing Thor's strenuous defense under his relentless assault, a thought flickered in Thanos' mind. Perhaps he could leverage this son of Odin to negotiate for the Space Stone. Thus, he began to persuade Thor. You shall not succeed. Asgard has only warriors who fight to the death, not those who surrender. Thor retorted, forcing the words through gritted teeth. Simultaneously, he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Ebony Maw. Had it not been for the influence that dulled his abilities, he would never have been subdued by that wretched fiend. In the midst of their exchange, the dark presence of Black Dwarf, who had remained largely absent, suddenly re-emerged, leaping forth to strike at Thor. Previously, it was Black Dwarf's interference that allowed Thanos to turn the tide in his favor. Now, witnessing the renewed attack, Thor erupted with fury, channeling all his strength into a single, furious blow aimed at Black Dwarf. With a resounding clash, Thor's wrathful strike sent Black Dwarf hurtling away, vanishing from sight in an instant. Although Thor managed to send Black Dwarf flying, he was swiftly struck in the thigh by Thanos, who was lurking like a predator. In an instant, a deep gash appeared on Thor's left leg, exposing bone and eliciting continuous cries of agony from him. Had Thanos not shown restraint, Thor would have been cleaved in two. Surrender, son of Odin, Thanos bellowed once more. You shall not prevail. Thor retorted, his eyes darting wildly. Chapter 38. The arrival of Odin. Having endured so much, Thor was no longer the proud youth willing to suffer for the sake of appearances. Realizing that his current endeavor was on the brink of failure, and that he might perish here, Thor began to contemplate unleashing all his strength to repel Thanos and make his escape via the Bifrost. Just as he resolved to act, a brilliant beam of multicolored light descended from the heavens, crashing heavily onto the surface of Titan and creating a massive crater. As the vibrant light dissipated, an elderly figure clad in golden armor and riding a celestial steed hovered in midair. Though he was one-eyed and silver-haired, the old man exuded an imposing presence that demanded respect and made it difficult to gaze upon him directly. Upon his arrival, Odin surveyed the wounded Thor with narrowed eyes, then disregarded him entirely and hurled his spear, the Gungnir, into the distance. Thanos' expression shifted dramatically at this sight, and he hastily attempted to throw his own weapon, the tyrant's blade, to intercept the Gungnir. However, Thor denied him this opportunity. Although he was uncertain of Odin's intentions, the mere reaction of Thanos indicated that the target of the Gungnir was of utmost importance. Whatever it was, Thor knew that Thanos must not succeed. With that thought in mind, Thor summoned all his strength and swung the Stormbreaker towards Thanos' neck. The arrival of Odin invigorated Thor with renewed confidence, and he channeled his entire divine power into the Stormbreaker. As the weapon absorbed Thor's might, it crackled with electricity, surging skyward with an intensity far exceeding any previous attack. Clearly, Thor had unleashed an enhanced version of his father's blessing. Thanos was genuinely intimidated by the formidable state of Thor and the Stormbreaker. leaving him with little focus to intercept the Gungnir. In a desperate move, he raised the tyrant's blade to defend against the oncoming Stormbreaker. Crash! The clash of blade and axe resounded, and with a resounding bang, Thanos' tyrant's blade was utterly shattered, fragmented by the thunderous power of the Stormbreaker, inflicting great pain upon Thanos. "Huh!" Thor exclaimed, seizing the moment to unleash a relentless barrage of strikes with the Stormbreaker against Thanos. However, Thor's strength was ultimately a fleeting surge, rather than the result of long-term cultivation. Amidst the ferocious onslaught, although the power of the strikes was formidable, the speed inevitably waned. Coupled with the influence of Ebony Maw's telekinesis, every horizontal slash and vertical cleave was deftly evaded by Thanos, thanks to his agile movements. Suddenly, Thor felt a remarkable lightness enveloping him. His movements quickened significantly, catching Thanos off guard and carving a substantial chunk from his left arm. "Father!" Thor immediately comprehended that Odin must have arrived and recognized the peculiar imbalance in his strength, as his movements had become sluggish and cumbersome. Thus, he had swiftly dispatched the treacherous and insidious Ebony Maw to remedy the situation. With this realization, Thor was invigorated, attacking with even greater fervor. Thanos was already ill-equipped to contend with Thor's might in his diminished state, especially after Thor's previous explosive surge of power, while Thanos was deprived of the Tyrant's Blade. Consequently, the tide had turned. Thanos struggled under Thor's relentless assault, his body drenched in blood, with wounds from the Stormbreaker marring his limbs and torso. Had it not been for Thanos' extraordinary resilience, he would have succumbed to the loss of blood by now. Nonetheless, any hope of mounting a formidable resistance against Thor had vanished. He could only implore Odin, who watched from the sidelines, to embody the benevolent ruler he had cultivated over the years in the cosmos, and to intercede on his behalf, though even Thanos doubted the likelihood of such mercy. With his eyes ablaze, Thor leapt into the air, bringing down the Stormbreaker with devastating force, severing Thanos' head. Though he had committed this act more than once, each occasion ignited a tempest of emotions within him, for the wretched being bore the weight of countless blood debts. Just as Thor exhaled in relief at Thanos' demise, the figure of Black Dwarf re-emerged on the battlefield, launching himself skyward with a powerful stomp, wielding a peculiar pickaxe aimed at Thor. However, before Thor could react to Black Dwarf, a golden light pierced through him, showering the air with drops of crimson. Odin, composed and unruffled, withdrew the eternal spear, casting a fleeting glance at the lifeless form of Black Dwarf on the ground, and remarked to Thor, "This is no longer your concern. I shall instruct Heimdall to obliterate this planet with the Bifrost. Thor, you are to return to Earth to be with your human girlfriend. Come with me to Asgard for healing. I have matters to discuss with you." "No, Father, there are good people here," Thor retorted, then called out to the vast emptiness, "Gamora, come forth and join me in Asgard. I shall provide you with a vessel to leave." Although Thor was unfamiliar with this world's Gamora, he knew that the Gamora from his own realm had once saved his life. Furthermore, he believed that every incarnation of Gamora across the multiverse was inherently good. Thus, he resolved to take Gamora with him as he departed. While he acknowledged her prowess as a formidable warrior, the uncertainty surrounding the actions of the cosmic refuse, Thanos' minions, after the demise of their master, compelled him to prioritize her safety. After a while, just as Odin was beginning to lose patience and considering withholding favor from his son from the future, Gamora finally emerged, reluctantly accompanied by Nebula. "My Lord Thor, can I trust you?" Gamora inquired warily, her gaze fixed on him. Nebula, standing nearby, appeared ready to draw her weapon and eliminate Thor, her loyalty to Thanos unwavering at that moment. "Of course, my friend," Thor replied, though he found Gamora's address to him somewhat awkward. He chose not to dwell on it, as he was on the verge of leaving this world to return to Asgard and rid himself of the poison within him that resembled a steel needle. "Father, I now possess the ability to open the Bifrost," Thor interjected just as Odin was about to summon Heimdall, his tone betraying a hint of pride. Then do it quickly," Odin responded. Thor, disappointed by the lack of praise he had anticipated, pouted slightly and raised his storm axe. In the next instant, accompanied by a radiant beam of multicolored light, they found themselves back in Asgard. Chapter 39. Nick Fury with hair after Thor's departure. Ned continued to navigate the quantum realm alone, soon arriving at the temporal coordinates that Stark had set for him. ZZZZ. Boom! Just as Ned prepared to enter, a sudden quantum storm surged forth, engulfing him and whisking him away, leaving him disoriented for an indeterminate duration before unceremoniously ejecting him. Ned shouted, attempting to resist the force of the quantum storm, but it was a futile endeavor, akin to a tiny insect trying to halt a moving vehicle. The storm's might shattered the quantum barrier, sending him hurtling outward. Bang! As he plummeted from a considerable height, Ned cried out, realizing he was still several dozen meters above the ground. Panic surged within him. He was not Captain America, nor did he possess his extraordinary shield. A fall from such a height would surely result in a catastrophic outcome. Hey, buddy, now is not the time for you to malfunction. Buddy, in a frenzy, Ned began to frantically beat on his floating cloak, which, for some inexplicable reason, had lost its sentience since the encounter with the quantum storm, behaving as if it were merely an ordinary garment. Buddy, damn it, why get back? I will incinerate you to ashes with eternal flame. After a prolonged struggle against the cloak, as the ground loomed ever closer, Ned's frustration boiled over, and he shouted in desperation. Swish! As Nader's words resonated, the cloak suddenly exhibited a sense of autonomy, stabilizing Nader's form before gracefully swirling in the sky and gradually descending. Breathing heavily, Nader observed the cloak, which had distanced itself from him, gently swaying and curving downward, reminiscent of a person suffering from severe motion sickness. Good fellow, he exclaimed, I shall surely request Odin to bestow upon you some divine power upon my return. At that moment, a car imbued with the essence of modernity came to a slow halt before Nader, honking twice before a towering figure clad entirely in black. Wielding a firearm, emerged. The imposing man, gripping his pistol, aimed it at Nader and declared, Hey, extraterrestrial, listen if you dare to move an inch. I will obliterate your brain with this. He then cast a dubious glance at the still retching cloak and shouted into the vehicle. Is this the green-skinned, metamorphic creature you spoke of? It certainly differs from the one I encountered. Fury? Nader exclaimed, scrutinizing the unshaven, yet intact-eyed Nick Fury with astonishment. Oh my God, he knows my name. The novice Nick Fury, upon hearing Nader utter his name, was taken aback and called into the vehicle. Quick, come out. This might be a significant catch. He possesses a demonic red cloth, and I cannot handle him alone. No, you're not a Skrull. At that moment, Captain Marvel, known as Carol, emerged from the vehicle, casting a curious glance at Nader before exclaiming in surprise. Goodness, whether he's a Skrull or not is irrelevant. We witnessed him soaring freely dozens of meters above us. Even if he isn't a Skrull, he must be some other extraterrestrial. Fury shouted, his eyes and the muzzle of his pistol unwaveringly fixed on Nader, refusing to relax his stance. Carol? Upon seeing the duo of Nick Fury and Captain Marvel, Nader immediately recognized the timeline he had entered, and his heart leaped with joy as he exclaimed, Carol, is that you? I am your long-lost brother. Boom! Carol, upon hearing Nader's words, raised her hand and unleashed a photon energy blast aimed at him. Fortunately, Nader, aware of her volatile temperament, had prepared himself. As soon as he sensed her shift in demeanor, he swiftly dodged, narrowly evading her photon blast. The energy blast struck a distant mountain, producing a deafening sound and sending massive boulders tumbling down the sheer cliffside. Carol, what are you doing? Nader exclaimed, pulling the cloak around himself. Seeking the comfort of safety it provided. I believe my brother would possess abilities akin to mine, Carol retorted, her previous memories eluding her. Anger flared within her at Nader's words, but it was soon replaced by a flicker of hope for familial connection. Consequently, she relaxed her now reignited right fist and addressed Nader. No, this ability is not innate. You were once an ordinary person. It was only through an unexpected incident during your battle with the Kree that you acquired this power, Ned stated, shaking his head in earnest. What nonsense are you spouting? Captain Marvel, currently steadfast in her trust towards the Kree Empire and her superior, Yanrog, regarded Ned as a mere charlatan upon hearing his words. Lifting her right hand, she aimed it menacingly at him. You know you cannot evade this strike, don't you? Confess your origins, scoundrel, she declared with palpable intensity. I had no intention of dodging, Ned replied, revealing the infinity gauntlet adorning his right hand, embedded with his soul stone. Oomph. Captain Marvel scoffed, unleashing a photon energy blast. Buzz. At the very moment the photon energy was discharged, Ned activated the soul stone, emitting a beam that collided with her photon blast. Boom! The explosive clash of their energies created a deep crater in the roadway, enveloping both Ned and Captain Marvel in a cloud of dust. Goodness, Nick Fury remarked, gazing at the floating cloak that had shielded him, his voice laced with trepidation. Had the cloak not appeared before him in the nick of time to absorb the energy impact, he feared he would have met his demise. Captain Marvel is far too inexperienced, he mused, recognizing that she had not anticipated her furious strike could nearly claim Fury's life. After apologizing, she lost the desire to confront Ned further and sulkily returned to the vehicle. So where are you headed? Ned inquired, retracting the cloak and draping it over himself as he addressed Nick Fury. Although Nick Fury appreciated Ned's cloak for its protection, his professionalism as a spy deterred him from disclosing his destination. Shrugging, Ned approached the car and opened the backseat door, settling in. Why is he joining us? Captain Marvel questioned Fury with evident reluctance upon his return to the vehicle. Perhaps because I have no other choice? Fury responded cautiously. Oomph. Captain Marvel scoffed once more, choosing to remain silent as she fixed her gaze forward. Chapter 40. The Lockmaster Nick Fury. Honestly, despite being abducted by the Kree, your temper remains unchanged. Ned observed as he glanced at Carol from the back seat. If you wish to avoid having your front teeth shattered, I suggest you silence yourself, Carol retorted, her tone brimming with menace as she refused to turn her head. You may test whether you possess that capability, Ned replied, undeterred. For although Captain Marvel was heralded as the pinnacle of the Avengers' might, he bore the Soul Stone with no fear of her. Firstly, it is because the current Captain Marvel has yet to awaken, her powers subdued by Rogue, resulting in her abilities being largely undeveloped. She merely utilizes them as a formidable energy cannon. Secondly, even if a confrontation were to ensue, Ned possesses the ability to create portals. Are you provoking me? Captain Marvel turned with a fierce glare, her right hand subtly glowing with a flicker of light. It seems that is indeed the case. Ned held a considerable disdain for the arrogant Captain Marvel, whose hubris led to the destruction of Earth. Seizing the fortuitous opportunity to encounter the yet-to-mature Carol, he could not resist the chance to tease her without fear of retribution. Just as a clash between Ned and Captain Marvel appeared imminent, Nick Fury, seated in the driver's seat, hastily interjected, "If you two super freaks wish to engage in battle, feel free, but kindly refrain from damaging my car. It belongs to the agency, and if it gets wrecked, my bonus this year would likely vanish." Oomph. Captain Marvel, hearing Fury's words, indignantly returned to her seat, convinced that this self-proclaimed brother of hers was up to no good. Moreover, what kind of brother would deliberately provoke his sister? Mr. Mysterious, may I inquire how you know my name? Fury, perplexed, cautiously asked. Because I am a prophet, Ned replied nonchalantly. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the facility housing the Pegasus program and Dr. Lawson's files. This is government property. You are to turn around immediately, declared a government agent. S.H.I.L.D. agent Nicholas Joseph Fury. Nick Fury always exuded an air of arrogance and nonchalance when addressing his government colleagues. Even as merely a level 3 agent, he presented his credentials to the scanning device with evident impatience. Nicholas Joseph Fury? You have 3 names? Carol inquired, puzzled. Most people call me Fury. I prefer not to be addressed as Nicholas, Joseph, or Nick, just Fury. Reflecting on this, Nick glanced at Ned through the rearview mirror, pondering his thoughts. It was evident that Ned had directly called him by his last name, indicating that the secrets he harbored were far more substantial than those of the alien superheroine seated beside him, especially since Captain Marvel had unwittingly revealed much of herself in conversation. What does your mother call you? Fury asked. Fury, came the reply. And how do you address her? Fury. What about your children? If you have any, they would also call me Fury. Verification complete. You may enter. Following their exchange of crucial dialogue, the scanning device finally approved their entry and opened the gate. After traveling a short distance, they finally arrived at the true location of the base. Just a moment. You dress like a rebellious girl. Fury intercepted Carol as she alighted from the vehicle, tossing her a cap emblazoned with the S.H.A.L.D. insignia. Put this on. It will render you less conspicuous here. Initially, Carol might have exchanged a few playful jests with Fury, but the presence of Ned rendered her expressionless as she accepted the hat and placed it upon her head. With all due respect, sir, your attire is somewhat peculiar, Carol remarked, her brow furrowing. Fury turned to Ned, who was draped in a robe and cloak, and remarked with a hint of discomfort. It's quite the ensemble you have there. Rest assured, trust me, Ned replied with a smile. Upon hearing Ned's words, Fury shrugged and proceeded to locate the individual in charge. We are agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. here to see Dr. Lawson, Fury stated as he presented his credentials. The individual examined the credentials, then glanced up at Fury and Carol before responding. Very well. Please proceed to the lounge. Someone will attend to you shortly. After returning the credentials, the individual gestured for the soldiers to escort Fury and his companions to the lounge. As they traversed toward the lounge, Fury and Carol exchanged a puzzled glance, then turned their heads in unison to regard Ned. There are 3 of us. Why does that fellow seem entirely oblivious to your presence? Once inside the lounge, and after the soldiers departed, Carol inquired curiously, Ned, did you just say Dr. Lawson is dead? Ned chuckled lightly and replied, just a little trick, nothing to concern yourselves with. You are here to find Dr. Lawson? Why not confide in me? Dr. Lawson perished long ago alongside you during the Kree abduction. It was his aircraft you were test flying. Are you still attempting to deceive me? I am a warrior of the Kree Empire. Do you truly believe I would take your words at face value? Carol retorted, her anger flaring as she considered Ned's claims. Wait, did you just say Dr. Lawson is dead? Fury abruptly interjected, cutting through the conversation. Then why are the personnel at this base keeping us here? Bang! Bang! As his words echoed, Fury hastened to the door, forcefully attempting to open it, only to discover that it had been securely locked, requiring a fingerprint for access. Damn it! Fury muttered under his breath, turning his back to Ned and Carol. You two remain calm. Allow me to devise a means to unlock this door. Rest assured, this mere security door shall not impede a distinguished agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. As he spoke, Fury utilized his communicator to relay their location and circumstances, requesting assistance from S.H.I.E.L.D. Following this, he applied tape to the credentials recently handled by the individual in charge, capturing the fingerprint of the base's head and pressing it against the fingerprint scanner. Beep! With a beep, the door swung open smoothly. After giving Nick Fury a thumbs up, Ned and Carol hurriedly departed together towards the archives. Chapter 41. The Door-Breaking King. Carol Danvers as Ned and the others took a few steps out of the room. An orange cat suddenly dashed towards them, completely ignoring Ned and the others and heading straight for Carol. Hey there, little one. Aren't you just adorable? Nick Fury, oblivious to being overlooked, took a few quick steps forward and scooped the orange cat into his arms, exclaiming in delight, Look at you, you mischievous little creature. Aren't you the cutest kitten? What is your name? What is it? As Nick Fury expressed his excitement, he glanced at the identification tag around the cat's neck. Golly, how cool. A cool cat deserves a cool name. Hey, Fury. Carol, who had already moved ahead, called out to him, pulling him back from his reverie. If you trust my advice, keep your distance from it. On the way, Ned spoke to Furio. Look at this adorable cat. Why would I want to stay away from her? Wow, you're not afraid of cats, are you? In a playful manner, Fury thrust the orange cat towards Ned's face, attempting to startle him. However, Ned merely glanced at the cat and continued on with Carol towards the archives, unfazed. After taking only a few more steps, they encountered an iron door blocking their path. Nick Fury, upon seeing this, retrieved the tape he had used earlier, fiddling with it as he remarked, Let me get a fingerprint. I'll peel this layer off first. Snap! Before Fury could finish his sentence, Captain Marvel effortlessly blasted the door lock with a mild photon energy blast and pushed the door open with ease. You can do that, and you let me fumble around with fingerprints? Fury questioned, his tone incredulous. Wouldn't dream of stealing your thunder, Captain Marvel replied with a smile, then proceeded to rummage through the seemingly endless cabinets in search of the document she needed. Can you do that too? Fury turned to Ned after Captain Marvel moved away. Maybe. I've never tried it this way, Ned replied with an awkward chuckle. The two then parted ways, ostensibly to search for files, but in reality, heading towards the base of the Project Pegasus on the first floor. Keller, disguised as a high-ranking S.H.I.L.D. agent Talos, had just stepped out of the vehicle when he abruptly turned around, startled by a strangely dressed man behind him. He and T realized that someone had approached without his notice. Particularly concerning was the fact that he had no recollection of this individual in the recent memories of the person he was impersonating, leaving Talos flustered and uncertain of how to respond. Though I am aware that you do not know me, it matters not, for as I speak, Ned gestures for Talos to approach. Hesitant yet curious, Talos draws nearer, uncertain of Ned's intentions and intimidated by his formidable demeanor. He remains cautious. Despite this, Talos approaches with tension coursing through him. Should Ned exhibit any sign of treachery, he would swiftly retreat and summon assistance from his disguised allies. Hail Hydra! As Talos leans in, Ned whispers fervently, his emotions aflame. Upon hearing Ned's words, Talos exhales in relief, for although Keller's memories lack any knowledge of Ned, the phrase Hail Hydra is strikingly familiar. He recalls uttering it during encounters with higher-ranking agents. From Keller's recollections, this phrase appears to be a secret code belonging to a clandestine organization, which, engrossed in its own expansion and missions, would likely leave its members unfamiliar with one another. Hail Hydra, Talos promptly replies, then adopts a posture reminiscent of Keller receiving reprimands from his superiors, bowing his head and stating, "How may I serve you, sir?" "Excellent," Ned responds, a smile gracing his face as he pats Talos on the shoulder, conveying his approval. "I have received intelligence that the extraterrestrials descending upon Earth are the notorious butchers of the Kree Empire. Their objective is to annihilate the Skrull, a race of cosmic exiles. I have been ordered to lead the defense and counteroffensive against these alien invaders. Furthermore, I am aware that the woman currently mingling with Nicholas is, in fact, one of our own, Captain Carol Danvers of the United States Air Force, who was previously abducted by the Kree and had her memories erased. I require you to, first, locate all records pertaining to Dr. Lawson from years past. Second, find all files related to Captain Carol Danvers. And third, establish communication with the Skrull and maintain at least a semblance of peace, informing them that we can unite against this external threat. Regardless of the ignorance surrounding the Kree Empire and other extraterrestrial forces, Talos remains oblivious to these complexities, allowing our protagonist to speak unreservedly. Moreover, discretion is paramount. Aside from us, no third party must be privy to this information," Ned admonishes, pointing to Talos' chest. "Understood. Rest assured, sir. I vow that not a single other Earthling will learn of this matter." Talos responds earnestly, nodding vigorously. "Good. Let us commence our operation, dog." "Dog! Dog! Yes, sir." Talos replies emphatically, ready to seek out Nick Fury when he is halted by Ned's voice. "By the way, provide me with a copy of your communicator, so I can monitor the progress of our mission closely." Ned pointed at Talos' pocket and said, "Yes." After handing the communicator to Ned, Talos hurried off to find Nick Fury. Meanwhile, Ned leisurely reclined in the car driven by Talos, awaiting a report on the mission. Over at Nick Fury's location, he was petting a cat while sifting through old files alongside Carol. Suddenly, Carol inquired with a hint of confusion, "Where is that guy? Perhaps he is searching through files elsewhere, obstructed by a cabinet?" Nick Fury, also puzzled, replied to Carol before loudly calling out, "Mr. Mysterio? Mr. Mysterio?" After calling twice without response, Fury quickly deduced that Ned was certainly not present. He hastily closed the file in his hand and said to Carol, "The situation has changed. We cannot remain here any longer. Let us go." Chapter 42, Hail Hydra. That fellow is undoubtedly suspicious. He has his own agenda for being here. We may already have been betrayed. Nick Fury seized Captain Marvel and dashed out, but as they exited, they encountered Talos, disguised as Keller, coming upstairs. What are you doing? Talos quizzically eyed Nick Fury and Carol before addressing Fury. The mission was executed splendidly, Agent Nicholas. Your involvement is concluded. Return and await your reward. Wait, mission? What do you mean? Carol tugged at Nick Fury's sleeve, seeking clarification. Before Fury could explain, Talos interjected. The mission entailed Nicholas locating you, gaining your trust, and extracting information concerning the so-called extraterrestrials. Talos, in Keller's guise, spoke arrogantly and carelessly. Upon hearing Talos' words, Carol instinctively clenched her right fist, her gaze fiercely fixed on Nick Fury, as if poised to strike him with her glowing fist at any moment. Suddenly, a flurry of rapid footsteps approached, and a team of SHIELD agents arrived, surrounding Nick Fury and Carol with drawn firearms. No, listen to me. Do you remember what I mentioned? What does everyone usually call me? Nick Fury implored, beads of sweat forming on his brow. As Carol recalled their prior conversation at the base's entrance, suspicion arose within her, prompting her to scrutinize Talos, disguised as Keller. Upon overhearing their exchange, Talos felt a pang of alarm and quickly interjected. Agent Nicholas, what are you attempting? You are in the presence of an alien. Do you wish to betray us? Everyone, listen up. Agent Nicholas is attempting to shield the alien invader and will be treated as a traitor. Execute him on the spot. Talos commanded the surrounding SHIELD agents with authority. The agents exchanged glances, hesitating, yet none moved to pull the trigger. Prior to their arrival, they had already received a warning about potential threats, with the current target possessing the ability to transform into anyone. Thus, they remained exceedingly vigilant, suspecting that the individual closest to them might actually be the transformed target. Upon hearing Nick Fury's assertion that the person before them, Keller, might be problematic, their caution intensified. Unbeknownst to them, some of the SHIELD agents had discreetly aimed their weapons at Talos, much to his dismay. Keller reveals something that an extraterrestrial would undoubtedly not know, stated a female SHIELD agent. The crowd turned their attention to Talos. Attempting to maintain composure, Talos feigned a look of resignation, recalling Keller's demeanor, and solemnly proclaimed, "Hail, Hydra." Initially, Talos believed Keller had always used this code phrase with others, and since Ned had previously utilized it for communication, he assumed it was a standard protocol within SHIELD. Thus, he confidently uttered it. However, upon delivering the phrase, Talos discerned that something was amiss. All SHIELD agents present, including Nick Fury, froze momentarily before exchanging glances and redirecting their firearms towards Fury and Coulson, as well as Captain Marvel. "Sir, what does this mean?" one agent asked, his gun trained on Fury, excitement palpable in his voice. "Has that esteemed individual finally resolved to overthrow SHIELD and restore our organization's former glory?" Other SHIELD Hydra agents gazed at Talos with eager anticipation. Talos was about to respond when Nick Fury bellowed, "What are you talking about? He is Hydra." "Indeed, and so are we," retorted the female agent, who had become entirely reassured after Talos' declaration, now smiling at Fury. "What did you say?" At that moment, Fury, still somewhat naive, was taken aback by the female agent's words. Just as he was about to press her for clarification, he felt a sudden tug, followed by bullets whizzing past him, narrowly missing his scalp. Damn it! After rescuing Fury and Coulson, Carol unleashed a photon energy blast, obliterating the floor and leaping into the breach with them. "Fury, how could this happen? What about those colleagues?" Compared to Fury, Coulson was even more of a novice, still struggling to comprehend that his companions were Hydra operatives. Having been a devoted fan of Captain America since childhood, he was well aware of the nefarious nature of Hydra. Yet he found it hard to believe that such a vile organization had not been eradicated long ago. "How could I possibly know?" Nick Fury exclaimed loudly before hastily continuing to pursue Captain Marvel. He had shaken off the shock and was now prepared to report the group, led by Keller, to his superior, the highly regarded Director Pierce. Although he harbored distrust towards everyone, he could not fathom the notion that even the director of S.H.L.D. could be affiliated with Hydra. Once Pierce became aware of the situation, he was confident that, regardless of how deeply Hydra had concealed themselves, S.H.I.L.D.'s capabilities would ensure their complete eradication. As Fury sprinted, he mentally strategized about collaborating with Alexander Pierce to eliminate the remnants of Hydra. "Damn it, go after them," yelled Talos from upstairs. Witnessing Captain Marvel and her companions manage to escape, he cursed and ordered his subordinates to pursue them, while he himself rummaged through files to ascertain the current status of Dr. Lawson, also known as the Kree, Marvel. Commander. Talos entered the archive room only to find Ned perusing a red file. His heart sank, and he respectfully stated, "Hey, Keller, to be honest, I didn't expect your efficiency to be so lacking. I've already found what I needed, so you may continue with your own tasks." Ned waved Talos off, signaling him to leave. Despite his reluctance, Talos felt an undeniable sense of danger in Ned's presence, prompting him to acquiesce and slowly retreat, albeit begrudgingly. Chapter 43. Preparing to depart suddenly. As Captain Marvel and her companions fled through the base, a portal crackling with sparks gradually unfolded before them. At that moment, Nick Fury and Coulson, still lacking the experience they would later possess, were momentarily taken aback by the sight of the portal. Instinctively, they sought refuge behind Captain Marvel, using her form as a shield while drawing their firearms, aiming at the portal. In contrast, Captain Marvel, having witnessed far more in her time and possessing unwavering confidence in her abilities, remained still, her right fist clenched, radiating a golden-red glow. "Hey, it's me." Ned emerged from the portal, only to find two handguns aimed at his forehead, with Captain Marvel's fist aglow with golden light, startling him. It was crucial to note that a sorcerer's physique was exceedingly fragile. Should he endure such an assault, he would be left severely injured, if not worse. Thus, Ned quickly urged, "Follow me. Everyone in the base is searching for you." Afterward, he stepped through the portal, leaving Nick Fury and the others to exchange glances. Primarily, it was Fury and Carol who shared this silent communication, while Coulson, being a new addition to the team, remained bewildered by Ned's sudden appearance. Fury, having lost trust in Ned since failing to locate him in the archive room, hesitated, contemplating whether to enter or remain behind. "Let's go." Carol, bold and skilled, harbored a profound disdain for traitors, which compelled her to pursue Ned and discern his intentions, ready to deliver a decisive blow. Well, since Carol had ventured in, Nick Fury and Coulson naturally followed closely behind, with Nick still cradling the orange cat. What on earth is happening? Have we stumbled upon some spatial technology? Upon traversing the portal, the trio found themselves inexplicably on a highway. With his seasoned instincts as a spy, Nick swiftly recognized this as the very place where he first encountered Ned, and he turned to Ned with curiosity. "You may interpret it that way," Ned nodded, retrieving a backpack from the ground and tossing it to Carol. "Inside, you might find what you're looking for. I discovered it in the archives, and the contents will substantiate my claims." Carol cautiously accepted the backpack, her trust in Ned utterly absent. Any hint of malfeasance on his part would surely result in her unleashing a photon energy blast upon him. As she opened the backpack, Captain Marvel extracted a red file, which she had originally located in the archives but had not seen due to Nick's timely interruption. She swiftly perused the documents until she reached a photograph depicting Dr. Lawson, along with Maria Rambeau, who frequently appeared in her fragmented memories, and herself. "Buzz." Carol raised her fist menacingly at Ned. "You are attempting to deceive me, aren't you?" "Absolutely not." Ned replied calmly. "I speak the truth. You are indeed Captain Carol Danvers, and it was Rog who deceived you, abducted you, and coerced you into serving him." Carol fixed her gaze intently on Ned, reluctant to accept the veracity of his words. Yet, perhaps, just perhaps, the enigmatic figure had never erred in his assertions. Nick Fury, overhearing their exchange, extracted a crucial revelation. it was possible that Earth might soon gain a superpowered heroine. He promptly interjected in defense of Ned, stating, "He recognized me as Fury the very first time we met. We must leave." Upon hearing Nick's words, Captain Marvel pondered briefly before responding with an impassive demeanor. "Where to?" "Louisiana. And how do we get there?" Nick surveyed the desolate surroundings, inquiring once more. At Nick's question, Carol turned her attention to Ned. "Well, my portal can only transport me to places I have previously visited." However, just as disappointment began to settle in, Ned added, "But I have devised a method that will surely lead us to Louisiana. Please wait." With that, he opened another portal and departed. So, he wouldn't be leaving alone, would he? Nick Fury watched as Ned departed, remarking, "Who is that individual? His name is absent from the mission briefings." After a moment of contemplation, Coulson finally turned to Nick Fury with a puzzled expression. "I have no idea. I don't even know which side he is on," Fury replied, dismissing Coulson with a slight curl of his lip. "Do you truly trust that fellow?" Fury inquired of Carol. "While I wish you were indeed from Earth, that guy is rather peculiar. Can you genuinely place your faith in him?" Although Fury was reluctant to see Earth lose such a formidable superhero, he suddenly pondered the possibility that Ned might be deceiving her. If that were the case, given this woman's fiery temperament, it was likely she would direct her wrath towards Earth. Thus, he abandoned the notion of supporting Ned's claims and subtly insinuated, "No, I even suspect that all of this might be fabricated. However, when I arrived at Hala, I sustained severe injuries and lost all my memories. Only fragments emerge in my dreams. Furthermore, after my arrival here, Rog, my commanding officer, displayed a distinctly odd demeanor. There is certainly something amiss. Even if that scoundrel is indeed deceiving me, I must explore this further." As Carol reflected on their initial encounter when Ned proclaimed, "I am your brother, Ned," on the other hand, returned to the base via a portal, locating the magnificent aircraft that Captain Marvel had piloted away in the film. "Wow, that is incredibly cool," he exclaimed, sketching a colossal portal with a wave of his hand. The portal shifted, transporting the aircraft to another location before vanishing. Throughout this process, he utilized the power of the Mind Stone, rendering the portal invisible to those in the vicinity of the base. Consequently, to the staff at the base, the aircraft appeared to have vanished instantaneously. Amidst the rising clamor and alarm, Ned smiled faintly and opened a portal of ordinary size to make his exit. Damn it! On the road, Nick Fury was still conversing with Carol when a massive portal and aircraft suddenly materialized, nearly crushing him and prompting an exclamation of surprise. Chapter 44. Talos, don't be like that, Fury. Look at your shocked expression. Ned chuckled as he emerged through the portal. Sir, what is this?" Coulson, equally astonished by the sudden appearance of the aircraft, wondered if anyone among them could actually pilot it. Certainly not him. "Coulson, don't be astonished," Ned approached him, standing side by side. "Honestly, mate, not having met you sooner is my greatest regret. However, now here I am, not only encountering a less pressured version of you, but also teasing the hair-adorned Fury. I'm truly satisfied." I am honored, sir," Coulson replied, caught off guard by Ned's peculiar remarks, and could only manage a shy smile. "Pardon my frankness, Mr. Mysterious, though this behemoth possesses the capability to transport us to Louisiana, I fear no one will pilot it," Nick Fury remarked. Upon hearing Fury's words, Nate turned to Carol and said, "No, Fury, we have the finest pilot in the world." "So what?" Fury turned to Carol and asked, "Can you fly plane on Earth?" As he spoke, skepticism painted his face, yet Carol paid no heed to his doubts. She boldly pushed him aside and, after a brief stint in the cockpit, declared succinctly, "I can." Nate shrugged towards Fury and stepped aboard the aircraft first. "Let us go." "Sir," Coulson urged Fury. "All right," Fury replied, and as he and Coulson boarded, Carol inquired, "Which way to Louisiana?" "Fly east, then turn right at Memphis." "Hey, is Maria Rambo around?" Upon reaching their destination, Carol approached a figure engrossed in work and asked, "Huh, Aunt Carol?" At the sound of her voice, a young girl descended from a model airplane, her eyes lighting up with joy upon seeing Captain Marvel. "Mom, it's Aunt Carol," she exclaimed, dashing into Carol's embrace. "I knew it. They all said you were dead, but I never believed them." Gradually, Monica seemed to notice that this Aunt Carol appeared somewhat different from the one she remembered, and she hesitated, her words trailing off. Aunt Carol? I'm afraid I may not be the person you remember. Carol gently pushed the girl away. At that moment, Maria Rambo approached. Her gaze filled with disbelief and delight as she beheld Carol standing there. I have never heard of anything so outrageous. An alien becoming a human? Impossible. In Maria's home, the group gathered, some seated, some standing, as Monica listened to Carol recount her past, her face a canvas of incredulity. You're right, little girl. It is indeed impossible for aliens to exist. Even if they did, we should not divulge such information lightly, Nick Fury remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Carol. Unfazed by his admonition, Carol found her mind flooded with fragmented memories upon her arrival. She had come to accept that she was, at least for a time, akin to Dr. Lawson, a resident of this world. Do you not believe me? Carol asked, walking over to the stainless steel teapot on the table. Placing a hand upon it, she caused the water within to erupt into a vigorous boil, steam ascending in plumes. Wow, this is so cool. Monica, who had been skeptical just moments before, was suddenly animated and exclaimed in excitement. Her hands can do much more than just boil water, Nick Fury quipped once more. Hey, perhaps you all should step outside for a moment? Carol remarked to Nick Fury, Coulson, and Ned as Nick continued his relentless banter. What does it have to do with me? Although Ned appeared utterly bewildered, he obediently made his way out. Well then, seeing that the most capable among them, Ned, had complied, Nick Fury dared not provoke Captain Marvel any further. With a shrug, he exited alongside Coulson, who was merely a bystander. Once Ned and the others stepped outside, Monica soon excitedly dashed toward the small room, and the sounds of clattering emerged from within, indicating her search for something. By the way, Mr. Mysterious, we still have yet to ascertain how to address you. Having been ushered out, Nick Fury, with nothing better to do, turned his attention back to Ned, seeking to uncover details about his origins. At the very least, he aimed to gather some information, no longer wishing to remain in ignorance regarding Ned. Mystic Mage. Naturally, Ned refrained from disclosing his true name, fearing that one day, should Nick Fury ascend to the position of S.H.I.E.L.D. director, he might whimsically investigate his name, only to discover that he was not only still in high school, but had also gained several hundred pounds. Ah, Mystic Mage. That sounds quite impressive. Nick Fury nodded, adding, a mage, I know of those. In the comics, there are many who can learn such skills, correct? Indeed. Ned shot him a glance, unwilling to conceal the truth. If I may be so bold, where did you learn your magic, sir? Nick Fury's interest piqued at Ned's words, and he inquired, do you think I could learn as well? I wouldn't know. Ned maintained his aloof demeanor. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the door. At that moment, Carol and Maria Rambo emerged from within, and upon hearing the knocks, Maria approached the door, stating, it must be the neighbors. However, before she could finish her sentence, Captain Marvel interrupted, pulling her back, saying, those guys can transform into anyone. As she spoke, she gestured for Nick Fury and Ned to hide behind the door, while she herself approached with a stern expression. Hey, hello there. The neighbor, surprised but still cordial upon seeing Carol, greeted her warmly. What do you want? Do you think your disguise can fool me? Talos. Carol completely disregarded the neighbor's friendliness, her cold demeanor suggesting that her glowing fist might strike the neighbor at any moment. Hey, Tom, this is my friend Carol. I have things to attend to. Let us chat another time. Sorry about that. No problem, no problem. Maria apologized as she closed the door, and just as she was about to speak, a voice sounded from behind. You should be a bit more cordial to the neighbors. You never know when you might need to borrow some sugar. Chapter 45. Recognizing oneself. Buzz. Click. The moment the sound echoed, Carol S. fist and Nick Fury S., as well as Coulson S. handguns were simultaneously aimed at Talos. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let us remain calm. I'm not here to fight. Please, hold off on demonstrating your invincible fist for a moment. After all, a brawl would wreak havoc on your friend's abode, Talos remarked to Carol before turning to Nick Fury. I apologize for borrowing your title, Commander. My goodness, what on earth is happening? Maria, concerned for her daughter, witnessed an individual outside who bore an uncanny resemblance to herself, playfully engaging with her child, prompting an incredulous exclamation. "No one will harm her, provided you do not take my life," Talos stated with an air of composure. "You claim Keller is your transformation? Then why did you utter Hydra's motto?" Nick Fury aimed his weapon at Talos, questioning, "Has that scoundrel Red Skull not only survived but also ventured to another planet?" I am unfamiliar with the Red Skull you mentioned, but that motto has been ingrained in your superior's memory." Talos wisely refrained from divulging Ned's identity. "Furthermore, I regret to inform you that you may never see your superior again," Talos added with an expression of remorse. Nick Fury, who had begun to relax, tensed once more at Talos' words. "What the hell? Did you kill him?" No, Talos shook his head vigorously. "Skrulls adhere to a code of ethics. We do not resort to murder merely to impersonate someone. It is you Earthlings a rather perilous lot." Talos continued, "I had just reverted to my true self and released your superior when he was obliterated by a weapon. I witnessed his flesh and blood scatter everywhere. It was truly horrifying. Having traversed the cosmos for years and escaped numerous Kree pursuits, Talos was acutely aware of impending crises. Given the circumstances following his utterance of that motto, Talos realized he might have stirred significant trouble, which prompted him to swiftly release the genuine Keller and return to his original appearance. "Commander, have you reported Keller's situation?" Coulson inquired, puzzled. "Of course, such a grave matter must be reported. To be prudent, I directly informed Director Pierce. With his involvement, all Hydra scum will surely have nowhere to hide," Nick Fury asserted, oblivious to the peculiar expression on Ned's face as he spoke. "Give it to me," Captain Marvel interjected. "What? The communicator. You always enjoy sending messages," Captain Marvel replied with an icy demeanor. "Oh, fine. Nick Fury conceded helplessly. And yours as well," Captain Marvel added, accepting Nick Fury's pager and turning to Coulson, convinced that these two were of the same ilk. "Here you go." Coulson, exhibiting remarkable honesty, willingly extended his communicator. "However, Director, the circumstances remain awry. This is not our modus operandi." After handing the communicator to Captain Marvel, Coulson continued, "If it were our colleagues, they would first apprehend Keller, conduct a thorough interrogation, and then proceed accordingly. Regardless of Keller's confessions, they would never allow a living enemy operative to perish so easily. The situation described by this extraterrestrial bears a closer resemblance to elimination than pursuit." Nick Fury expressed satisfaction with Coulson's astute intuition, nodding before inquiring of Talos, "Have you seen the individual who silenced Keller?" Talos, eager to gain their trust, was more than willing to respond to matters unrelated to the Skrull race in the presence of Nick Fury. Indeed, that person exuded an aura of profound danger, completely shrouded in coverings, mask, a shield, gloves, all present. Most notably, he possessed a steel arm unlike any humans. Furthermore, I sensed that he had noticed me. However, it seemed I was not part of his mission, for he merely cast a fleeting glance before departing. "This is a machine, a construct existing solely for the purpose of killing," Talos stated candidly. Nick Fury pondered briefly, then turned to Carol. "I must promptly report this situation to Director Pierce. As a soldier, you should comprehend what the existence of such a peculiar and enigmatic threat signifies for my colleagues investigating this matter." Nick Fury articulated with reason. "Very well. 5 minutes." Ultimately, Carol acquiesced to Nick Fury, handing him the pager and inquiring, "So, shall we discuss my affair?" Talos set his drink aside. "I will listen only if you return Monica to us," Carol asserted. "Agreed," Talos replied with an air of resignation. "I possess a recording from the Pegasus Project. Remnants of the plane crash incident 6 years ago. That device, as you humans call it, is a black box. After Monica is returned," Talos declared. "But they said the black box was destroyed?" Maria exclaimed in astonishment. Talos shrugged, remaining silent. "Input the destination coordinates. -47 876802. As Talos inserted the disk into the player, the voice of Dr. Lawson resonated. "Received. Where are we headed, Doctor?" Followed by Carol's voice. "To my laboratory." "What laboratory? What are you talking about?" Oh no. Suddenly, it appeared that the situation had shifted dramatically. "What is that? It's not showing on my radar." "Quick, Carol, take off." The ensuing moments were filled with the sounds of the aircraft darting about, accompanied by the clamor of battle. From this segment of sound, Carol realized unequivocally that she was indeed a human being, and that the figure resembling a Skrull, brandishing a firearm and frequently haunting her nightmares, was none other than her revered commander, Rock. "Hey, Carol," Maria said as she followed Carol outside. "He deceived me." Carol lamented upon the grass. "Everything I previously understood was a lie. Now you comprehend, don't you?" Talos, eager to obtain the coordinates of the Lawson laboratory to locate his family, had no time to wait for Carol to recover from her shock of betrayal. What have I understood? You know nothing about me. You have no idea who I truly am. I myself do not even know who I am," Carol exclaimed in a fit of frustration. "You are Carol Danvers, the very individual recorded within the black box, risking your life to do what is right. You're my dearest friend," Maria Rambo interjected, and, as they spoke, both were perhaps moved by their heartfelt emotions, embracing each other in tears. Chapter 46. The Hydra Assault. I need you to decipher the coordinates left by Marvel. Once Captain Marvel's emotions had stabilized, Talos approached her. "No, it is not a coordinate," Captain Marvel replied. "It is a state vector, used for locating trajectory and velocity." Nick Fury, munching on bread, murmured her laboratory is not even on Earth, which is why you cannot find it. "The coordinates indicate the orbital position of the laboratory 6 years ago. As long as we calculate the trajectory, we can ascertain its current location," Carol explained, gazing at Talos, who appeared utterly bewildered. "It's all basic high school physics," Maria added with a sharp retort. After hearing this, Talos remained somewhat incredulous and turned to the Skrull chief scientist standing nearby, asking, "Is it really that simple?" The Skrull chief scientist shrugged. "If you cannot grasp something this simple, how can you call yourself a chief scientist?" Talos felt an overwhelming urge to kick the scientist away. Yet reason reminded him that there were hardly any Skrulls left, and he could not inflict further harm upon his kin. "Ra will come looking for me soon. We must locate the energy core before he does," Carol stated. "How do we travel to space?" Coulson posed a rather significant question. "We can simply modify the aircraft outside." "I can take charge of the modifications," the Skrull chief scientist replied, realizing he finally had a problem that only he could resolve, though he remained unaware of what awaited him. "Well, it seems you truly are the chief scientist," he concluded. Ned approached and gently patted the shoulder of the chief scientist of the Struans before slowly exiting the room. The others exchanged glances, shrugged, and chose not to say anything further. "In the fragments of my memory, you do not exist, and Maria is unfamiliar with you." Beneath the starry sky, on the grassy ground, Carol and Ned stood side by side. "So, my brother, what is truly going on with you?" In response to Carol's inquiry, Ned smiled and said, "Perhaps Maria does not know everything. After all, Carol did not dwell on this matter, for Ned had never deceived her regarding his origins and had exerted considerable effort to help her rediscover herself. Even if he had previously made a jest to take advantage of her, it was of little consequence. "Meanwhile, sir, what are you observing?" Coulson asked, as he and Nick Fury watched Ned and Carol from distance. "That guy's background remains a mystery. No one knows where he came from or what his name is. Yet, he seems to know everything." "Coulson, what do you think a person like that could be capable of?" Nick Fury's eyes glimmered with a dangerous light as he spoke slowly. Sir, I believe the mysterious wizard should be friendly towards us, right? Perhaps we can trust him," Coulson suggested, scratching his nose. "Are there truly absolute friends in this world? Eternal companions? Are there?" Nick Fury glanced at Coulson and asked. Coulson felt a wave of shame wash over him, realizing he had betrayed the organization's training by so readily placing his trust in someone entirely devoid of the demeanor expected of a seasoned agent. "What do you intend to do, sir?" Coulson asked, adjusting his mindset. Nick Fury, pleased with Coulson's change of attitude, replied, "Maintain a friendly disposition, befriend him, and wait for him to reveal his identity." "What?" Coulson's face was emblazoned with confusion. "Otherwise, shall we trace his past through minute clues? He fell from a sky. How can we investigate that?" Nick Fury questioned sternly. "Shall we capture him and employ interrogation techniques? Can you even hold him?" Coulson was about to respond, but was interrupted by Nick Fury. "No buts, Agent Coulson. You must learn to be adaptable. Do not solely rely on the doctrines of agent training. I am, sir, Coulson replied, sulking as he lowered his head. Yet in that moment of distraction, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a red line sweeping across the ground, aimed directly at Nick Fury's chest. Watch out, Coulson exclaimed, instinctively pushing Nick Fury to the ground. At the very moment Nick Fury fell, a specially designed bullet whizzed through the air, striking the large tree behind him and creating a substantial hole in its robust trunk. Motherf! Coulson, well done! Nick Fury shouted a few times before rolling and scrambling behind another tree, drawing upon his wartime experience and instincts. He surmised that the distance from the gunman's position to his current refuge would require at least 4 more trees to traverse, allowing him a moment of relief. Shit, Director. However, before he could truly relax, he heard his companion, Coulson, cursing himself nearby, just as Fury was about to question him. He witnessed Coulson draw his handgun and fire repeatedly at several distant shadows. Fury quickly discerned that these shadows belonged to a fully armed assault team, and fear gripped him so tightly that he momentarily forgot to inquire after his mother. He drew his own weapon and joined Coulson in their efforts to suppress the team. Bang! 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 The echoes of gunfire rang out. Despite their sharpshooting skills, the duo found themselves unable to subdue the well-equipped assault team with mere handguns. The 2 leading assailants retaliated, forcing Fury and Coulson to duck for cover, and Coulson was soon struck in the shoulder, collapsing to the ground. Coulson, Fury called out, rushing to assist him, but a hail of bullets pushed him back. Damn it! Fury cursed angrily, just as a portal opened before him. Concurrently, another portal appeared parallel to the ground above the shadows. Whoosh! Bullets streamed through the portal from Fury's position, emerging from the one above the assailants, followed by a chorus of anguished cries that eventually silenced the gunfire. Fury, you look rather disheveled, Ned remarked teasingly as he approached, ignoring Fury and heading straight for Coulson. After assessing his wound, he said, well, congratulations on successfully missing out on a space travel opportunity. Phew, then I wish you all a splendid time, Coulson replied, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. Chapter 47. Alexander Pierce, damn it. It must be those Hydra scoundrels, Talos exclaimed, realizing that the individual with the metallic arm must hold considerable significance. Otherwise, Hydra would never have dispatched someone to assassinate me so promptly after I reported the information. Such actions would reveal that they have infiltrated the upper echelons of S.H.I.E.L.D. Rising to his feet, Fury addressed the arriving crowd before turning to Carol. I must report this matter to Director Pierce so that he may take precautions. Very well. But are you not concerned that as soon as you report this, another assassination attempt might occur? Carol questioned, shaking her head in resignation. We're about to head into space. Will they attempt to assassinate thin air? Moreover, once Director Pierce is made aware, he will implement measures. Hydra is already in dire straits, Fury replied confidently. Yet he failed to notice the resentful expression on Coulson's face as he absorbed Fury's words. Director, I still need to stay here to recover, Coulson interjected. Nick Fury found himself in a rather awkward predicament. Fear not, for I shall cast a spell upon you, as long as you remain indoors. No one shall be able to locate you, Ned proclaimed with a smile. I knew you would have a solution, Master Sorcerer. Coulson, you must trust your superior. How could I ever forget you? Nick Fury sighed in relief and turned to question Coulson. Coulson. Subsequently, Ned conjured a mirrored space, encapsulating the entire room, where Monica and Coulson remained. The others watched in astonishment as the grand wooden cabin vanished before their eyes, leaving them with a renewed, albeit unclear, understanding of Ned's formidable abilities. Therefore, I shall masquerade as Supergirl here to await Rogue's arrival and delay him, granting you precious time to locate the laboratory. The chief scientist of the Skrulls addressed his leader, Tauros. Indeed, a classic feint, a tactic that has frequently emerged on interstellar battlefields, proving effective for various factions. Tauros nodded earnestly. Very well. The Skrull chief scientist responded with a humble demeanor, bowing his head in acknowledgement of the perilous task ahead. For the sake of the Skrull's future, he was willing to embrace death. No one could ascertain whom Rogue would encounter in conversation with the Supreme Intelligence. but I surmise it is someone he holds in the highest regard, a person he has never revealed to me, Carol remarked to the Skrull chief scientist. My initial recollections of Hala involved blood transfusions. In my memories, my blood was blue. Understood, the Skrull chief scientist nodded. Additionally, remember, that was Rogue's blood, Ned added. You know this as well? Carol gazed at Ned in astonishment. Ned shrugged and then glanced at Captain Marvel's striking red and gold ensemble, saying, It is a pleasure to meet you, Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel? Quite a cool title, Carol arched an eyebrow, as Ned and his companions soared into the cosmos in Washington, D.C. A question arose, why pursue this course of action? I have stated that Nick Fury would be the best successor for my position. In a clandestine chamber, several individuals sat together, one of them initiating a query directed at another. He knows too much. The Winter Soldier must not be exposed at this juncture. Moreover, Pierce, do you intend to appoint someone outside the organization to take the helm of S.H.I.E.L.D.? A middle-aged Caucasian man across from the initial speaker inquired. I have assured you that I will manage this matter appropriately. Although Nick Fury is not a member of the organization, he will adeptly lead S.H.I.E.L.D., perhaps even exponentially better than it is now. The grim-faced Alexander Pierce declared. At that time, our Hydra S.H.I.E.L.D. division will extend its influence across the globe. Both political and military realms will be ours, rather than merely a group of agents engaged in petty squabbles as it stands now. Very well. Yet no amount of words can alter the situation. I've already dispatched individuals, and it remains to be seen whether your cherished life endures. However, I can assure you that should this attempt fail, I shall cease future assassination efforts against him. The individual opposite, Pierce, evidently held him in contempt, for after speaking, he surveyed the others in attendance and remarked, Gentlemen, what say you? Might you not join me in providing a guarantee to Director Pierce? Do you not see how flushed his face has become? Ha ha ha! A cacophony of laughter erupted around them, infuriating Pierce to the point where he longed to draw his weapon and eliminate them all. Yet, at that moment, Pierce lacked the power he would later possess, and thus refrained from confronting these individuals openly, forcing himself to suppress his rage, his countenance shifting from green to pale. Bang! 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 Talp! Tap! Snap! Suddenly, a rhythmic knocking resonated from outside the door, prompting the occupants to exchange glances and fall silent. Come in, Pierce instructed, grasping a communicator from the table. With a resounding crash, the door to the secret chamber swung open, revealing a white male of similar age to Nick Fury, who entered and, seemingly oblivious to the others present, strode directly towards Pierce. Leaning in, he whispered hurriedly into Pierce's ear for a brief moment before dutifully retreating. Upon hearing the report, Pierce's mood visibly improved, and he smiled as he addressed the individual responsible for the assassination attempt on Nick Fury, stating, regrettably, While Nick Fury may not possess your pallor and cannot be deemed a fortunate sovereign, he is certainly not a hapless fool. His luck is not so dire. With that, without allowing the others to interject, he rose and departed the chamber. Chet, damn it! The adversary of Pierce slammed his hand upon the table and cursed before also exiting. Observing that both principal figures had vacated, the remaining leaders of Hydra, who had merely come for appearances, exchanged jovial farewells. Inform Nick Fury to focus on extraterrestrial matters. I shall manage Hydra's affairs. Following the personnel purge, there will be numerous vacancies. Convey to him that once this matter concludes, he will receive a promotion of 3 ranks. Seated in the vehicle, Pierce addressed the Hydra operative at the wheel, understood, Director. Thereafter, Pierce closed his eyes and leaned back against the rear seat, mentally reviewing the roster of Hydra personnel currently in high positions within S.H.I.E.L.D., contemplating whom to eliminate. Concurrently, he strategized to seize this opportunity to cleanse S.H.I.E.L.D's upper echelons of those unaligned with Hydra, intending to install his loyalists in their stead. Chapter 48. The Cosmic Cube Step. 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 A rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed as the chief scientist of the Skrulls, disguised as Carol, turned a glance at the storeroom door. What took you so long to arrive? The chief scientist of the Struans disguised as Carol, greeted Rog as he entered through the door. "I am well. Thank you for your concern." Rog displayed no joy at the sight of his capable subordinate. His expression was a peculiar blend of wariness and vigilance. The chief scientist intended to verify some codes with Rog, but was abruptly interrupted. "No need for codes. We all know they're no longer of use." This reaction was anticipated by the chief scientist, who replied, "Very well, feel free to ask." Striving to appear at ease, he inquired, "When I encounter the Supreme Intelligence, whose likeness will I see?" Rog placed his hand on the holster at his waist, ensuring he could swiftly draw his firearm to shoot the Carol before him, and asked, "What is your earliest memory of Hollistar?" "A blood transfusion. My blood is blue." This question, along with the previous one, had been instructed by Carol before her departure, causing the chief scientist to exhale subtly in relief. "Whose blood?" Rog casually probed. "Yours." The chief scientist was initially taken aback, then responded. As his words left his lips, Rog had already aimed his energy pistol at his chest. "Commander, you're being overly sensitive." The chief scientist, still masquerading as Carol, stepped closer and casually brushed aside Rog's pistol, mimicking Carol's demeanor. "A little caution never hurts." Rog smiled, holstering his weapon, and asked, "Where are the Struans?" "I do not know. Due to unforeseen circumstances, I lost track of them." The chief scientist explained, "I am being pursued by the indigenous forces of this planet, and in the course of evading them, I lost sight of the Struans." "Very well." Rog seemed unperturbed by the chief scientist's words as he turned to leave, saying, "You mentioned the Struans were seeking Marvel's experimental information. What are the specifics?" "The Struans went to the Air Force Base, and then, bang." After Rog shot him, the chief scientist collapsed heavily to the ground. "You have no knowledge of Marvel and still wish to deceive me?" Rog threatened, gun pointed at the chief scientist with a menacing glare. "Ha!" The chief scientist let out a low chuckle, reverting to his original appearance. "What have you done to her?" Rog continued to aim his weapon at the chief scientist, unhurried in his intent to kill. "We merely help her reclaim herself." With that statement, the chief scientist gritted his teeth and took his last breath. From the dark blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, it was evident that he had prepared an escape route in advance. This poison, in fact, was extracted from the mouths of the Hydra assassins while they were unsuspecting the previous night. "Damn it," Rog muttered under his breath, forcefully striking the doorframe beside him. After a brief contemplation, he hurriedly instructed his subordinates to bring the spaceship down to retrieve him, and additionally summoned Ronan for support via his communicator. "We've arrived," announced Maria Rambo, seated in the co-pilot's seat. "So, where's the laboratory? Is it in front of this dark mass or behind it?" Nick Fury, while stroking a cat, leaned forward to inquire. "I advise against keeping that thing with you at all times," Talos remarked, casting a wary glance at the orange cat nestled in Nick Fury's arms before turning his gaze to the cosmos and stating, "It is right here." As they spoke, Carol activated her multifunctional holographic projector, tapping a few buttons before the cloaking mode was deactivated with a beep. In an instant, a magnificent spaceship materialized in the previously pitch-black void of space, Marvel's laboratory. Upon witnessing this, the group boarded the vessel and disembarked, standing on the laboratory's floor. Ned turned to Carol and said, "Please re-engage the cloaking mode. As you mentioned, the Kree ship has reached Earth's vicinity, and it would be problematic if they discovered our presence here." "Understood," Carol nodded, and proceeded to restore the laboratory's cloaking mode. As Nick Fury continued to pet the cat, he glanced at Ned and Carol after overhearing their conversation, then silently eyed the holster at his waist. A sense of insecurity washed over him. Would an ordinary Earth handgun prove effective against extraterrestrial beings? From Nick Fury's experience, every time Ned spoke in such a manner, the assumptions embedded in his words invariably materialized, as if he possessed foresight into impending events. "Are you prepared?" Nick Fury whispered to Ned as he nestled closer with the orange cat. "What?" Ned responded, puzzled while internally astonished. After all, Nick Fury was still a novice at this point, yet possessed such keen insight. Noticing Ned's feigned ignorance, Nick Fury shrugged in resignation and resumed his attention to the cat, convinced that when the time came for confrontation, Ned would not abandon everyone. Meow. Just as they entered the main chamber of the laboratory through the passage, The orange cat leapt suddenly from Nick Fury's arms, bounding onto a high-tech device and gently pawing at the cosmic cube atop it. All right, little one, I completely understand your desire for food, but trust me, you cannot digest this. If we are fortunate enough to meet again, I shall provide you with something far more suitable. Ned stepped forward, grasping the tesseract with his right hand adorned with the infinity gauntlet, and gazed at the innocent-looking orange cat, smiling as he spoke. What are you saying? Gugu merely has an affinity for luminescent objects. How could it possibly have an appetite for such a trinket? Nick Fury approached, cradling Gugu in his arms, playfully teasing. Isn't that right, Gugu? Aren't you afraid it might scratch you? Ned remarked, unable to stifle his concern at Fury's reckless demeanor. However, Nick Fury appeared lost in his own thoughts, seemingly indifferent to Ned's warning. Chapter 49. The power of the Mind Stone. You indeed have your own motives, do you not? Carol said as she moved beside Ned, eyeing the tesseract in his hand. From the moment Ned entered, her focus had been solely on the tesseract, leading her to conclude that he had come for it. No, I merely find this object rather intriguing, Ned replied, raising an eyebrow and smiling at Carol before casually placing the tesseract into a metallic toy box on the table. Here, he said, extending the box to Carol. Seeing this, Carol smiled faintly, accepting the box. Well then, my brother, it appears you are indeed quite selfless. Why are there so many children's items in Marvel's laboratory? Maria Rambeau also approached, observing the toys and educational books on the table with curiosity. Upon hearing Maria's voice, Nick Fury joined them, glanced at the items on the table, and suddenly tossed the orange cat aside, drawing his pistol and scanning the area. Damn, there are others here. What? Carol instantly became alert, her fists glowing with a golden red light, ready to unleash a devastating punch that could blast a hole in the spaceship. To their astonishment, there was even a steaming cup of hot water on the table. Nick Fury shouted, Tarlos, we VE secured the energy core. We're preparing to leave. There are unknown enemies present. Tarlos? Following Fury's gaze, they saw Tarlos, completely oblivious to their situation, standing at a junction of numerous corridors, head held high as he let out a distinctive, resonant howl. As Tarlos's voice echoed, footsteps began to approach, and countless Stru people emerged from the various passageways. Among them, a female Stru who was directly embracing a child along with Tarlos. He and T come here to seek an energy core at all. Nick Fury realized in an instant. Indeed, Carol nodded, handing the metallic box containing the tesseract back to Ned. It seems the Stru have no need for this. You may as well keep it. Huh? Ned looked puzzled. Do you really think I can't see through this? You clearly have a different connection to the tesseract. Carol spoke as she thrust the metallic box into Ned's hands before engaging in conversation with the refugees from a scroll. Ned shrugged upon witnessing this, glancing at the box in his grasp, and casually discarded it into the mirror dimension. As for whether Coulson and Monica might be struck by this object, the mirror dimension was vast, and their movement was confined to a single wooden cabin, ensuring no intersection with the tesseract. Have you become chummy with the enemy? Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, the spacecraft's corridor door suddenly swung open, and Rog entered with a contingent of Kree soldiers. Did you think activating the ship's cloaking mode would suffice? He inquired. Fury, you greatly underestimate the technological prowess of the Kree Empire. The moment you appeared in space, your position was firmly locked on by us. Simultaneously, Nick Fury, quick to react, aimed his weapon at Rog, only to find himself disarmed by the female Kree who had a contentious history with Carol. What happened to your original battle suit? Rog asked, a scowl marring his features as he regarded Carol's red and gold ensemble. You deceived me, Carol replied, her expression unyielding. The female Kree, relishing the moment, remarked, as expected, she has been brainwashed. The Supreme Intelligence will restore her to normal. Another Kree added, Buzz. Carol intended to unleash her photon energy cannon to obliterate Rog and his cohort, but discovered her once invincible energy source had unexpectedly sputtered out, flickering briefly before falling silent. I have stated before, what we bestow upon you, we can also reclaim. Rog taunted, clearly anticipating the situation. Carol's temper flared at Rog's derision. With gritted teeth, she charged at him, aiming a punch at his face. Virum, Yet, Rog did not engage in a physical contest. The hovering device on his arm activated, unleashing a tremendous force that immobilized Carol. Bang! With a single punch, he rendered the defenseless Carol unconscious. Surveying the scene and noting that all had been disarmed and detained, he commanded, "Take Fury to see the Supreme Intelligence." He then turned and departed. As Carol was led away, Nick Fury continually glanced at Ned, who had already placed the Infinity Gauntlet and levitating cloak into the mirror dimension. Although Carol's formidable cannon had been extinguished due to unforeseen circumstances, Ned was also quite capable. Why was he not intervening? Ned, acutely aware of Fury's gaze, recognized this as an opportune moment for Carol to unleash her full potential. Thus, he refrained from involving himself. Species, Devourer, danger level, high. One Kree aimed a device at the orange cat, scanning it before affixing a mask over its mouth. Nick Fury raised an eyebrow at the sight before him. The Kree once again utilized the same device to scan Nick Fury. Species, Earth male, threat level, almost 0. That device is undoubtedly malfunctioning. Fury remarked with a hint of sarcasm. The Kree then proceeded to scan Ned. Species, Earth male, threat level, almost 0. See, I told you that thing was broken. Fury reiterated to Maria Rambeau, who sat nearby. Take the Flurkin away and throw the rest into space, the female Kree said, lifting a high-tech container that housed an orange cat. Aren't you going to make your move? Upon hearing her words, Nick Fury leaned slightly towards Ned and whispered, "What is the plan?" Ned, responding with a barely perceptible nod, summoned the Infinity Gauntlet onto his right hand, the Mind Stone emanating a faint yellow glow. "Let us go." A Kree soldier approached, gun in hand, ostensibly to escort Ned and the others. However, as he drew nearer, instead of brandishing his weapon to intimidate them, he quietly knelt and unlocked the high-tech handcuffs binding Ned and his companions. What's going on? Nick Fury flexed his wrist, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. The other Kree soldiers exhibited no reaction to their comrades' actions, as if such behavior were entirely normal. "My master, I am at your service," the female Kree said, her eyes shimmering with blue light, gazing at Ned with an almost fanatical devotion. Chapter 50. Captain Marvel, what transpired? Nick Fury questioned, observing the once ruthless female Kree, who had threatened to cast them into the void, now behaving like a devoted acolyte at Ned's side. Fury's face bore an expression of sheer terror. As a seasoned agent, he understood the formidable nature of Ned's abilities. If utilized within the SHIELD headquarters, the consequences could be catastrophic. So, it was the Mind Stone all along. In stark contrast to Fury's apprehension, Talos, the Skrull leader, remained unfazed. Having seen much in his time, he recognized the yellow gem embedded in Ned's gauntlet and, coupled with the current scenario, immediately associated it with the legendary Mind Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones. Very well, Ned nodded in acknowledgement, addressing Talos. "Take your people, along with Maria and Fury, back to Earth. You shall go rescue Kered." "Understood," Talos replied, leading the group toward the hangar. Both Maria Rambeau and Nick Fury, seasoned veterans, recognized that their presence was futile in this situation, so they followed Talos without further comment. Simultaneously, spurred by the influence of the Supreme Intelligence, Carol Danvers experienced a surge of power, breaking free from her restraints and launching herself at Ronan. Bursting out of the chamber that housed the device capable of revealing the Supreme Intelligence. As Carol emerged from the room, she was met by a battalion of Kree soldiers. Laser guns pointed directly at her. Ned reclined on a lounge chair at the center of the Kree soldiers, a female Kree massaging his legs while casting flirtatious glances. A sight that sent shivers down Carol's spine. Upon noticing Carol's sudden appearance, Ned waved at her with a smile and greeted her, then stated, "Fire." Carol felt a jolt of urgency in her heart. Just as she was about to react, countless lasers whizzed past her body. Turning around, she saw Rog, his body riddled with wounds, collapsing to the ground in despair. "Oh, my sister, did you not trust your brother's abilities?" Ned quipped, rising with the assistance of the Kree woman beside him, a playful smile on his lips. "What is happening?" Carol signaled to the Kree soldiers standing obediently around them. You may regard this as a manifestation of my power. Mind control, Ned replied. Carol, having spent a considerable time on Hala, displayed a level of composure that was not as pronounced as Nick Fury's. Make her leave. I detest her, she said with disdain, glancing at the servant-like Kree woman beside Ned. Very well. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the laboratory, accompanied by a deafening explosion. Boom! Bang! Following another resounding blast. The entire laboratory was obliterated, reduced to fragments drifting through the cosmos. At the moment of the explosion, Carol donned her mask and shouted as she plummeted toward Earth, soon engulfed by dense clouds. If she were to fall straight down, even with her exceptional physical prowess, it would not end well. However, Carol was not one to succumb to despair. Straining to adjust her body position, she clenched her fists and pointed toward the ground, unleashing a surge of powerful energy that propelled her upward. In that instant, Carol seemed to discover a new realm, closing her eyes to attune herself to her burgeoning strength. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, her entire being radiating with a golden luminescence, preparing for a missile strike. Ronan, observing the shattered Marvel laboratory from his cosmic warship, smirked coldly before gazing at the azure Earth. As his words echoed, the ship's missile base slowly opened, unleashing dozens of super missiles that surged toward the planet. Just as the missiles pierced through the cloud cover, a beam of golden light surged upward to meet them. Carol braced herself against the missile, shouting as she thrust it back upward with all her might. Boom! The missile that was repelled instantaneously detonated the subsequent missiles. Under mutual influence, dozens of shells astonishingly exploded in midair, posing no threat to the Earth. How could this be possible? The defense system of Planet 53 is archaic. It cannot intercept our missile offensive. Ronan, aboard the spacecraft, gazed at the fiery explosions below, exclaiming in astonishment. Ronan, it is not the defense system. His deputy projected a hologram, revealing Carol, clad in battle gear, soaring toward space. Bring her down. Ronan was well aware of Carol's situation. Yet he regarded her with utter disdain, for he commanded an entire fleet. How could he not subdue a mere anomaly? With a single command, several fighter jets launched from the battleship, heading straight for Carol, who had already ascended into space. Woohoo! Carol shouted boldly, not evading the oncoming jets, but instead colliding directly into them. Bang! 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 A series of explosions erupted as an entire squadron of fully equipped fighter jets was decimated. Seemingly unsatisfied, Carol charged towards the surrounding interstellar battleships. Boom! Amidst a cascade of fire, several of Ronan's formidable starships, which had traversed the cosmos, were reduced to space debris before his incredulous gaze. Finally, Carol hovered before Ronan's battleship, her hands glowing as she forcefully collided them together, unleashing a golden red stream that surged forth over an extensive distance, leaving traces in the void of space that evoked immense awe. Ronan and his deputy exchanged incredulous glances. All units, return to the jump point, Ronan commanded with feigned composure. Understood. After relaying Ronan's orders, the deputy took control of their vessel to execute a spatial jump, only to be met with dismay. Ronan, we cannot initiate a spatial jump. Panic laced the deputy's voice. What is happening? Ronan, too, felt a flutter of anxiety, turning to his deputy for answers. Look, the deputy exclaimed, pointing towards the expanse of space outside their ship. Ronan turned to see an eerie figure, draped in a wizard's robe, adorned with a red cloak and a terrifying mask, calmly suspended in the void. Most importantly, he cradled a blue cube in his right hand, which was radiating an outrageous brilliance. Chapter 51. The one-eyed Nick wanna leave? It wouldn't be that easy. In a flash of blue light, Nade materialized in Ronan's command room. Gazing at the shocked Ronan and his deputy through his mask, he smiled. Swish! Bang! The deputy attempted to ambush Nade with a laser gun, but the beam was intercepted by an invisible shield just a foot from Nade, merely scattering a few blue sparks. Ronan, you are doomed. As Ned spoke, a wave of trepidation surged within him. Fortunately, the pain mask allowed him to navigate through space without succumbing to asphyxiation. Otherwise, he would find himself in dire straits. Supreme Sorceress, I implore you to let me depart. Rest assured, there will be no further incursions by the Kree on Planet 35. The title of Supreme Sorceress resonated throughout the cosmos, and most of the universe's formidable figures had heard of her renown, including Ronan. However, despite her illustrious reputation, few had encountered her, and even fewer had engaged her in combat to grasp the full extent of her power. Thus, while Ronan was well aware of her fame, he did not regard the so-called Supreme Sorceress with much concern, hastily bringing his fleet to Earth without a second thought. Now, under the looming threat of Captain Marvel, Ronan felt compelled to swiftly lead his fleet to safety. Yet, he was thwarted by Ned, who had sealed off the space with a cosmic cube, rendering spatial jumps impossible. Gazing at Ned's attire, Ronan was instantly reminded of the legendary Earth Guardian, the Supreme Sorceress, and cautiously uttered, "I am not the Supreme Sorceress, but you are surely doomed." As Ned spoke, he tossed the cosmic cube upwards, summoning the divine sword of the Vishani to ascend. Although the current environment in space meant that Ned could simply create a larger portal to cleave Ronan's warship in two, ensuring the demise of all aboard, including Ronan, he was reluctant to forego this opportunity to face off against a top-tier cosmic adversary. With Carol Danvers at the forefront, coupled with the ever-available power of the cosmic cube, Ned was confident he would not find himself in peril. Therefore, he chose to temporarily relinquish his greatest advantage and engaged Ronan in close combat aboard the warship. With a resounding crash, Ronan raised his Kree war hammer to block the fiery blade descending from Ned. Sensing the force behind the blow, Ronan exhaled in relief. Although Ned demonstrated commendable strength, it was evidently insufficient against the non-human Ronan. Realizing this, Ronan cast a glance at the floating cosmic cube, fully aware that it was the source of his warship's inability to execute spatial jumps. Earlier, he had refrained from attempting to reclaim the cosmic cube, believing Ned's abilities to be formidable. However, the current situation suggested otherwise. With a sudden jolt, Ronan's hammer shifted slightly, instantly sending Ned flying. Ronan then leaped into the air, successfully seizing the cosmic cube in his grasp. "Ha! Thank you very much," he scoffed, looking down at the fallen Ned, one hand cradling the cosmic cube. "All right then," Ned thought, realizing that he stood no chance against Ronan in close quarters. Yet he was taken aback by the sheer force of the encounter. Resigned, Ned extended his right hand, a flash of blue light emanating from it, revealing a cosmic cube radiating with azure luminescence within the grasp of his infinity gauntlet. How is this possible? Damn it! Upon seeing the cosmic cube in Ned's hand, Ronan was initially taken aback. But he quickly regained his composure and hastily attempted to discard the cosmic cube he held. In an instant, just as the cube was about to slip from Ronan's grasp, it detonated with a resounding explosion. A tremendous surge of energy engulfed the entire warship, and countless Kree soldiers were obliterated by the destructive blue light, caught in a state of confusion and disbelief. Fortunately, at the moment of the explosion, Ned had already utilized the true cosmic cube to teleport away. Otherwise, he would have been utterly annihilated. From Carol's perspective, it appeared as though Ned, who should have perished, suddenly re-emerged, sporting a peculiar mask, only to vanish once more in an instant. Shortly thereafter, Ronan's warship was enveloped in a blinding blue light, identical to that of the cosmic cube, confirming to Carol that Ned's prior disappearance was indeed a quest to confront Ronan. As the terrifying blue light dissipated, the once mighty starship had completely vanished, leaving the vast expanse of space seemingly devoid of all matter. "Where is that scoundrel, brother?" Carol gazed into the emptiness of space, a twinge of anxiety gripping her heart as she murmured softly, "Oh, did I hear something? What did you just say?" Ned appeared beside her with a mischievous grin as soon as Carol finished speaking. "You," Carol huffed, turning her gaze toward the remaining Kree warships. "Shall I take the lead, or will you?" To Carol, the imposing starships appeared as mere toys, entirely unworthy of her concern, as she inquired of Ned. "Allow me, I shall be swifter." As Ned's words fell, he suddenly conjured multiple clones, each performing incantations and rotating their arms to summon a series of immense portals. He then directed the portals to the center of the Kree warship, forcefully sealing them, resulting in the ship splitting in two. with its occupants doomed to perish without a doubt. Let us return, Ned suggested to Carol as the task concluded. Very well, Carol nodded, preparing to turn and descend when Ned grasped her arm. Carol looked at Ned in confusion. With this in hand, why exert yourself further? Ned remarked, lifting the cosmic cube. In the blink of an eye, with a flash of blue light, Ned and Carol found themselves standing on the grass of Maria Rambo's yard. Upon their arrival, a startled exclamation rang out, followed by Nick Fury's voice. For heaven's sake, could you perhaps announce your presence next time? You startle my goose. Nick Fury would never admit to being frightened. Instead, he deflected the blame onto the orange cat he cradled in his arms, locking eyes with it while saying, Right, goose? Meow. As he spoke, Nick Fury affectionately nudged the orange cat with his head, causing Talos, observing from nearby, to feel a surge of anxiety. Indeed, meow. The orange cat yowled, swiftly clawing at Nick Fury's left eye. Ouch! Nick Fury let out a sudden cry of anguish. Are you all right? Maria Hill asked, unable to conceal her concern. Damn it. I'm fine, just got scratched, Fury replied, oblivious to the subtle shake of the heads from the Talos couple nearby. After all, that was a flirkin. Chapter 52. Peter, please don't tell Coulson. In that instant, Nick Fury had already concocted a glorious tale to explain the injury to his left eye. But to make this narrative a reality, the foremost requirement was to ensure that Coulson remained oblivious to the truth. All right, Ned chuckled as he secured his vibranium phone. What's that? A camera? Carol leaned in, whispering, I just saw some footage inside, just like a camera. Oh, indeed. Ned had thought he was being discreet, only to be discovered by Carol. Make sure to send me a copy of the video. Rest assured, Ned and Carol successfully reached a friendly agreement without Nick Fury's knowledge, and Ned waved his hand to retrieve Maria's cabin from the mirror dimension. Oh, Director, what happened? Why is your eye like that? Coulson exclaimed as he emerged from the cabin with Monica, bandages wrapped around his eyes, immediately noticing Fury's injury, still unbandaged. Damn it, Coulson, you would never believe the cruelty of those aliens. They blinded me just because I wouldn't tell them my name, Fury said, casting a peculiar glance at everyone present, signaling them to keep their lips sealed. Here, after dinner on the grassy yard, Ned handed the Tesseract to Nick Fury. Oh, you really don't want this thing? Fury raised an eyebrow, not directly accepting the Tesseract. I've heard you used it to blow up an alien warship. Honestly, even without the Tesseract, I could have managed. Ned tossed the Tesseract in his hand. Indeed, while Ned intended to collect the Infinity Stones, he had no particular interest in the Tesseract before him, as he would eventually return to his own world. If he were to take the Tesseract, which is essentially the Space Stone, from this world, it would be akin to what ancient one worn banner regarding the Time Stone. The Infinity Stones forge the flow of time we perceive. Losing one might benefit Ned, but this world would not be as fortunate. In short, while it might be manageable in the short term, the long-term absence of one of the Infinity Stones would undoubtedly lead to dire changes in this realm, and such a consequence would rest upon Ned's shoulders. He had already resolved to seek out Kamar-Taj after tonight to request Ancient One's assistance in returning him home. All right then. Nick Fury shrugged and casually picked up a toy model packaging belonging to Monica, remarking, I've heard that this thing should not come into direct contact with skin. Ned chuckled as he reached out to place the Tesseract inside. And in the next moment, boom! The Tesseract erupted with a fierce energy just as Ned was about to set it down, the blue light engulfing him in an instant. In a flash, the blue light dissipated, leaving the Tesseract weakly falling into Nick Fury's hands, while Ned vanished without a trace. Crash! Nick Fury was taken aback by the scene before him, the box containing the Tesseract slipping from his grasp and tumbling to the ground. By the time Ned regained his senses, he was plummeting from a great height once more, shouting loudly before landing safely with the aid of his floating cloak. He found himself on a heavily congested bridge, teeming with vehicles caught in traffic. Although many may have noticed his descent, it hardly mattered now, for a monstrous lizard was rampaging across the bridge, roaring as it shoved one car after another aside. The commotion caused by the creature startled the onlookers, who screamed and fled their vehicles in terror. Ned maintained his composure, a pained expression slowly manifesting on his face, though uncertain of where the Tesseract had transported him. He was determined not to allow ordinary people to suffer in his presence. "I'm coming." Just as Ned was about to spring into action, a loud shout from the side halted his movements. A red figure soared through the air, delivering a powerful kick that sent the lizard creature flying several meters away. With his keen eyes, Ned could discern a nearly invisible, fine thread connecting the figure's hand to the iron framework above the bridge. This transparent line was the secret to the figure's aerial prowess. Peter, the remarkable Spider-Man, Peter Parker, was about to pursue the lizard when a voice from the side caused him to freeze, mechanically turning his head to face the source of the sound. Ned, gazing at the iconic red and blue-clad Spider-Man, tentatively called out, "Lizard monster plus Spider-Man. I can't be mistaken about what world the Tesseract has sent me to." "Who are you?" the extraordinary Spider-Man inquired, eyeing the strange figure before him, clad in a terrifying mask and vintage attire. He wore his suit to prevent anyone from recognizing his true identity, concerned for Aunt May's safety. Yet this peculiar individual had audaciously shouted his name, and, most importantly, he had never seen him before. "I am Ned, known as the Sorcerer Supreme." "Enough talk. Let us deal with this creature." Ned realized that it was inappropriate to call out Peter's name in such a crowded and watchful place. His earlier outburst had been a moment of distraction, and now the priority was to deal with Dr. Lizard. Although Peter harbored some reservations about Ned, he could not deny the truth in Ned's words. With a nod of agreement, he charged towards Dr. Lizard. Bang! Roar! Peter delivered a powerful kick to Dr. Lizard's face, causing him to stagger. In a fit of rage, Dr. Lizard swung his claws at Peter, who, having just acquired his powers, was not yet adept. In that moment, he struggled to find an opening to strike, relying solely on his spider sense to evade Dr. Lizard's claws. If Peter had been alone, he would have been at a loss against Dr. Lizard. But one must not forget the unexpected presence of Ned. Suddenly, a golden, shimmering magical whip lashed out from behind, ensnaring Dr. Lizard's neck. Dr. Lizard cried out, desperately trying to break free from the whip. Seizing the opportunity, Peter leaped and delivered a kick that sent him tumbling off the bridge. Chapter 53. The Wandering Mage Splash. "Why did you kick him off?" Ned approached Peter, standing beside him as they gazed at the churning waters below. "What?" Peter appeared confused by Ned's question. Ned paused for a moment before saying, "Don't you think that if you hadn't kicked him off, the two of us could have easily taken him down together?" "Oh well, sorry about that." "No." As they spoke, a sudden shout erupted from behind them. Peter and Ned quickly turned to see a car teetering precariously on the edge of the bridge, half of it hanging over the side. Just as they noticed, the entire vehicle suddenly slipped downwards. "No!" Whoosh! Bang! Accompanied by the anguished cries of the parent, a web shot through the air, striking the rear of the car. Spider-Man, with his feet firmly planted, gripped the web tightly. However, despite his efforts, Peter found himself slowly being pulled towards the edge of the bridge by the falling vehicle. "Hey, quickly save them," Peter called out to Ned. "Okay." Although Ned was puzzled by Peter's inability to handle the situation, he sprinted towards the edge of the bridge. With swift hand gestures, he conjured a magical whip that yanked the child from the car. Phew! Seeing the child rescued, Peter exhaled in relief and released his grip on the web. Splash! As the car plunged into the river, the father and child, having narrowly escaped disaster, embraced each other in tears. "Who are you?" the child's father asked, looking at Ned and Peter. "Spider-Man. Arcana Maga." "All right, Arcane Mage." Peter pulled Ned aside and, with a hint of anxiety, whispered, "So who exactly are you?" "Ned? I don't recognize you. How do you know my name?" Upon hearing Peter's words, Ned fell silent, glancing around before responding, "This is not the place for conversation. Follow me." Just as Peter was about to swing away with his web, he hesitated and asked, "Can you keep up with me? You should know how agile Spider-Man is." "Of course." Ned nodded. Peter shrugged in response, and, with a flick of his wrist, attached a web to the iron framework of the bridge and soared upwards, weaving through various tall buildings with ease. Ned, aided by his floating cloak, took to the air directly, trailing behind Peter as he flew. "Wow, this is incredible." Peter, concerned that Ned might struggle to keep pace, glanced back and was astonished to see Ned soaring through the air without any support. Before long, guided by Peter, Ned found himself atop an exceedingly tall skyscraper, where the entirety of New York's night skyline was laid out before them. "Can we discuss your identity now? And how do you know me?" Peter inquired. He had already delayed due to the lizard incident, and Aunt May must be worried sick about him being out so late. However, the individual before him, who was aware of his true identity, posed an even greater threat. If his name were to be exposed, not only would Gwen's father come after him, but he would also face the wrath of the criminals and gangs he had previously confronted. While Spider-Man was unafraid, Aunt May was not. "I am Ned Leeds, Peter Parker's best friend from my world," Ned replied candidly. This situation differed from his previous encounter with Captain Marvel, where he was forbidden from revealing his true name due to Nick Fury's presence. Regardless of his disclosures, Nick Fury would ensure he was well cared for. However, in this world, there was no one like Nick Fury to assist him, meaning that if he could not find refuge with this Peter Parker, he might end up sleeping on the streets tonight. "Your world?" Peter Parker's expression shifted beneath his mask as he processed Ned's words. "Yes," Ned continued. "I come from another world, a different reality. We refer to the existence of multiple worlds as the multiverse. My Peter Parker, my Peter from that world, is also Spider-Man." So Ned spread his hands in a gesture of explanation. "Has your Peter shared how he acquired his powers?" Peter, still skeptical of Ned's seemingly absurd claims, pressed further. "Not yet. Due to the circumstances, as soon as I learned he was Spider-Man, a war broke out, and I haven't seen him since." Ned was not surprised by Spider-Man's lack of self-trust. "Well, I appreciate your cooperation. Additionally, I apologize for my mistrust. Goodbye, I'm heading home." Spider-Man fixed his gaze on Ned for a moment, intensely attuning his heightened senses, a gift acquired since his fateful bite, in an attempt to decipher whether any hostility or danger lurked within Ned. Ultimately, his spider sense yielded no alarming signals, and Peter exhaled in relief. If Ned truly harbored malevolence, Peter was at a loss as to how to respond, for he could never bring himself to harm Ned. Spider-Man never takes a life. However, should he refrain from harming Ned, the potential exposure of his identity could lead to catastrophic consequences. Gratefully, Peter silently celebrated his fortunate escape. "Wait," Ned called out, halting Peter. I just arrived in this world. I mean, could you possibly let me stay for the night?" Upon hearing Ned's voice, Peter turned around and shook his head. "I'm truly sorry. I would be more than willing to take you home, but Aunt May would never agree. She is a remarkably warm-hearted person. But Uncle Ben has only recently passed away." "I am terribly sorry, Ned." Peter's voice faltered slightly at the mention of Ben, revealing a hint of sorrow. "It's all right." Ned replied, "I am sorry." After Peter spoke, he leapt from the building, swinging away on his web until he gradually disappeared from view. Then suddenly, bam! As Ned admired the stunning nightscape of New York, he was about to lament his unfortunate circumstances when he was startled by the sound of gunfire nearby. "Well then," Ned scoffed, "welcome to America, where gunfights are a daily occurrence." After his brief moment of sarcasm, he too leapt down, heading towards the source of the gunfire. His intentions pure, merely to combat crime, not at all to take advantage of the chaos. For the next few chapters, the narrative will delve into the world of Spider-Man. Those who are disinterested may skip ahead. Upon returning to the main universe, there will be no further forays into the multiverse. Chapter 54. The first earned fortune in a new world. Listen up, you lot. You are facing Sheriff Stacy of the NYPD. I strongly advise you to surrender immediately. Otherwise, I assure you, you will witness your own brains splatter. Damn it. Why the hell is the NYPD responding so quickly? In the bank, a robber clad in a mask clutched a hefty bag of cash, cursing at the commotion outside. "How would I know?" His partner, equally inexperienced in such high-stakes situations, impatiently retorted before decisively tossing the money bag to the ground. Then, seizing a bank employee, he pressed a gun to her neck and threatened, "If you wish to live, cooperate with me, or I'll ensure you meet your dear God before I do." Okay. The female employee was utterly petrified by the unfolding situation. Upon hearing the robber's words, she had no response other than instinctively nodding repeatedly. What is the situation inside? Can the SWAT team handle it? George Stacy, equipped and stern-faced, inquired of an officer standing beside a police vehicle. It was indeed unfortunate for the band of robbers that they encountered George Stacy just as he was returning from the bridge after a failed attempt to apprehend Spider-Man. At that moment, Stacy, infuriated by his lack of success, was further enraged upon learning that someone dared to rob a bank within his jurisdiction. He promptly led a contingent of armed officers, originally mobilized for Spider-Man and the Lizard, to surround the bank completely. They're merely a bunch of petty criminals, 3 or 4 of them with small firearms. I assure you, in a face-to-face confrontation, my men could send them to meet their maker in a mere second. An officer replied. However, they're currently inside the bank, shielded by walls, and there are several bank employees being held as hostages. If we take their safety into account, we truly cannot deal with these petty thieves, he added. Damn it. Prepare the sniper. If an opportunity arises, do not hesitate. Take them out, Stacy commanded. Also, have the SWAT team position themselves closer, awaiting my signal. Sheriff, are you not concerned about the hostages inside? The officer asked, astonished. Follow orders, kid, Stacy replied coldly. Yes, sir. Snipers ready. SWAT team move in. What should we do? One of the robbers inside, panting heavily, asked his companions. We have hostages. What are you afraid of? One robber mocked. We all know that if pushed, those guys outside won't spare the hostages. Another robber analyzed. What else can we do? The moment we stepped through the doors of this bank, we lost our escape route. Even if we surrender now, those bastards outside will show us no mercy. We might as well meet our end together, a figure, seemingly the leader among the robbers, coldly stated. Besides, with a few prominent individuals accompanying us, we're not losing out. The robbers' gazes shifted toward the successful businessmen huddled in the lobby, heads cradled in their hands. Just as the robbers contemplated their last stand, a brazen voice pierced through the tension in the lobby, and suddenly, a figure donned in a ghastly mask appeared abruptly. Shit! Damn! The robbers were taken aback, their exclamations of anger followed by a flurry of firearms aimed at Ned. Wow, wow, wow. You really startled me. Ned regarded the bandits with utter disdain, and the infinity gauntlet materialized instantaneously upon his right hand. However, he soon found himself perplexed as he glanced at his hand. The once invincible Mind Stone inexplicably severed its connection, behaving as if it were merely an ordinary stone. No matter how fervently Ned attempted to activate it, there was not a flicker of response. You fool. Bang, 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 bang. Just as Ned was engulfed in confusion, one of the robbers suddenly shouted, then frantically squeezed the trigger. In that moment, Ned's expression turned grave. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, his body began to fade into transparency, and a barrage of bullets passed through him, striking the wall behind. Alas, a hapless victim of friendly fire. Damn it! Charge in. Upon hearing a flurry of gunfire erupting from within the bank, Officer George Stacy erupted in fury, mistakenly believing the bandits were resorting to executing hostages out of desperation, and hastily commanded the SWAT team to storm in. Damn it! Bang, 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 bang. The robbers witnessed bullets piercing through Ned without causing him the slightest harm, and in a state of disbelief, they began firing wildly at him, disregarding the police SWAT team and the hostages nearby. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ned dared not rely on his phasing ability to evade the bullets any longer, fearing that stray shots might injure or kill the hostages. He swiftly formed hand seals, positioning them protectively before his chest. Almost immediately, a golden shield, inscribed with intricate mystical patterns, enveloped him. The robbers' relentless barrage merely resulted in a shower of golden sparks, having no effect whatsoever. Once more, Ned formed hand seals, uttering a low incantation just as the police made their entrance, rendering his form invisible. Unfazed, he seized a bag of cash prepared by the robbers and swiftly exited. And the moment he grasped the bag, it was cast into the mirror dimension, ensuring that no one witnessed his acquisition of the money. Bang, 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 bang. The SWAT team showed no mercy towards the bandits, and after a relentless hail of gunfire, several robbers collapsed, riddled with wounds, onto the floor. Thud, 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 thud. As rhythmic footsteps approached, the esteemed Sheriff George Stacy entered, surveying the scene. He noted that aside from one injured businessman, All hostages were unharmed, and a satisfied smile graced his face. Meanwhile, the tall officer, previously tasked with communication, stealthily approached the corpse of the bandit leader, whose head had been brutally shattered, and with a rather theatrical tone, remarked, "I told you, you would witness your own brain matter." Thus, this operation was deemed a resounding success. A hostage rescue coupled with the elimination of felons. Retreat. Chapter 55. The Manifestation of the Supreme Old Lord? Oh, beautiful maiden, do present your delightful handbag for my inspection, lest I remain oblivious to the consequences that may ensue. On a desolate, dimly lit path, a burly blonde man brandishing a short knife confronted a young Asian girl, seemingly around 17 or 18 years of age. As he spoke, his malevolent gaze incessantly roamed over the girl before him. "Please, no, I beg you, do not do this," the girl implored, fully aware that this brute would not be satisfied with merely robbing her of her bag. "Very well. It seems I must take matters into my own hands," the man declared, unfazed by her desperate pleas as he advanced slowly toward her. The sound of his footsteps echoing ominously in the stillness of the night, instilling a profound sense of dread within the girl. "Excuse me, sir. Might you know where I could procure some counterfeit documents?" Suddenly, just as the blonde man drew nearer, a voice rang out from the side. "Damn it!" The blonde man swiftly turned to see a figure clad in a red cloak and a ghastly mask standing not far away. The terrifying visage, juxtaposed with the dark night, evoked immense fear. "Sir, please save me." Although the Asian girl was startled by the masked figure, survival instinct prevailed, and she rushed toward him, calling out for help. "Motherf!" The blonde man was infuriated, perceiving the girl's embrace of the masked stranger as a deep affront. In a fit of rage, he drew a handgun from his waist, aiming it at the fleeing girl. Nate was taken aback by the audacity of New York's criminals to wield firearms. Having only recently traversed into this realm and never having encountered such lawlessness firsthand, the tales of American chaos he had heard paled in comparison to the reality he now faced. Buzz, realizing it was too late to intervene and seize the gun, Nate hastily cast a protective spell for the Asian girl rushing toward him. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the bullet struck the fleeing girl, merely scattering a glimmer of golden light before it fell impotently to the ground. The girl gasped in shock, her body trembling with fear, only to discover that she felt no pain at all, staring in disbelief at her own form. "Damn it!" Bang! 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 The robber, equally startled by the scene before him, continued firing several more shots at the Asian girl. The Asian woman finally comprehended the unfolding events. As the bullets were discharged, radiant golden light continuously splattered from her body, even manifesting a shimmering protective shield adorned with intricate golden runes. "Oh my goodness!" she exclaimed, her voice tinged with panic as she hastily retrieved a yin-yang fish from her chest, cradling it against her forehead while chanting fervently. Ned could faintly discern the invocation of the Supreme Old Lord. Ned remarked with a hint of exasperation, "Madam, while I cannot ascertain whether the Supreme Old Lord will manifest, have you not noticed that the runes on your body bear no resemblance to either the bagua or the yin-yang fish? I am uncertain if you have heard of the Emperor of Mount Wei, but trust me, it would be far more beneficial to pray to him in my presence." His preceding statement was in Chinese, while the latter was in English, leaving the Asian woman momentarily stunned. She then asked, "Mr. Demon, did you save me? Yet shouldn't your magic be black?" The term magic is aptly used, but this is in fact sorcery. Furthermore, this mask is referred to as the Mask of Torment, and has no connection to demons. "What are you talking about?" "Damn it!" The blonde man was on the verge of collapse, bewildered as to why the seemingly frail girl who had been terrified moments ago had transformed into a superhuman impervious to bullets. "Very well. Although I am no longer a descendant of the dragon, you shall still pay for your words." Ned's demeanor turned icy beneath the mask as he conjured a magical whip, drawing the blonde man closer, and then delivered a forceful strike that expelled his ethereal essence from his corporeal form. "Fuck! What have you done to me? You demon!" The blonde man screamed in sheer horror, watching helplessly as his spirit detached from his body. With a delicate young girl still present, Ned had no time to indulge this individual. He snapped his fingers, rendering the man mute, intending to deal with him later. Turning to the young woman, he said, "Madam, you may leave now. In the future, remember not to wander these narrow paths at night, Not every occasion will have a powerful sorcerer to rescue you. Of course, it could also be Spider-Man. As he spoke, Ned swiftly formed hand seals. Since they were of the same kind, even if from past life, he decided to treat her with distinction. Once more, the golden protective layer enveloped the Asian girl, gradually coalescing into a luminous orb that seeped into the yin-yang fish she wore around her neck. All right, young lady, should you encounter danger again, simply hold the yin-yang fish against your forehead and chant for the Supreme Old Lord to manifest, just as you did today. After completing the ritual, Ned smiled and added, in doing so, the Supreme Old Lord will bestow his powers, ensuring that the 6 Ding and 6 Jia protect you. Yet, the young woman remained utterly bewildered, still processing the surreal events. From her perspective, Ned inexplicably transformed a radiant golden whip, which he used to draw the terrifying robber closer, before gently slapping him, causing the robber to collapse helplessly onto the ground. Thank you, the young Asian girl expressed, her face brimming with gratitude, before tentatively asking, are you? As she posed the question, her countenance was marked by trepidation, fearing that Ned might take offense at her inquiry into his identity. No. It seemed that a single word from the Asian girl had stirred something within Ned, prompting him to fall silent before he ascended into the sky, vanishing into the darkness. Even the golden-haired brute, now disembodied, was indifferent to the scene. Oh, the young girl sighed in disappointment. She had hoped to inquire why Ned did not don the elegant robes of celestial beings depicted in television dramas, but instead appeared in Western attire. Nonetheless, she mused that the Supreme Lord Lousy must surely have a deep appreciation for Eastern culture. With that thought, she hastily departed, leaving behind a fallen giant and a despondent spirit on the eerie, shadowy path. Chapter 56. The Black-Robed Devotee of the Emperor Wushan. Your journey ends here. Just as Ned intended to continue his search for directions, a figure cloaked entirely in black suddenly materialized in midair, obstructing his path. What? Before Ned could fully process the situation, the figure vanished instantaneously, and he felt as though he had been struck by a speeding automobile plummeting from the sky. Thud! Ned crashed heavily to the ground, and the cloaked figure promptly reappeared beside him, one foot pressing down on Ned's back, while a spear emitting an eerie glow materialized in their hand, poised to pierce the back of Ned's skull. Suddenly, a portal appeared beneath him, and Ned fell through it just in time as the black-robed figure swiftly propelled themselves upward with a gentle push of their left foot. Whatever you are, you have provoked my ire. Ned descended slowly from another portal above, crossing his arms to conjure 2 magical shields that he held before him. Coldly regarding the figure in black, he did not perceive his earlier misstep as a result of a disparity in strength. It was merely an unexpected ambush from the cloaked individual who had taken him by surprise, a former 300-pound comrade. Now fully prepared, he was confident that he could dispatch the figure with ease. For he was the foremost adept beneath the ancient sorcerers of Kamar-Taj. How could he not deal with a mere sneaky rat? Humph, the black-robed figure scoffed, their form once again dissolving into the ether. Ned focused intently, shielding his chest with his arms, readying himself for whatever instant movement or other tactic the cloaked figure might employ. Ned firmly believed that as long as he made his presence known and took action, he would inevitably leave his mark upon the world. And once he revealed himself, he would certainly teach his opponent a lesson in humility. Suddenly, a spear materialized before Ned, hurtling towards him with great speed. With a disdainful scoff, Ned effortlessly sidestepped, wielding a magical shield to cleave the spear into a cloud of black mist. It was a simple maneuver. Observing how easily Ned dispelled his initial probing strike, the cloaked figure lurking in the shadows expressed a slight surprise. Crossing his arms over his chest, he forcefully spread them apart, summoning a swarm of black-robed figures who emerged one after another in midair, each brandishing a spear, encircling Ned in a formation reminiscent of the mystical warriors of Kamar-Taj. Huh! Such trivial techniques dare to challenge me. Upon witnessing this tactic, Ned let out a derisive laugh, crossing his arms over his chest before swiftly separating them. In an instant, numerous phantoms of Ned, each adorned with masks of anguish, erupted from his form to confront the spear-wielding doppelgangers. Oh, the concealed figures were momentarily taken aback by Ned's impressive display. To their knowledge, This technique was considered an advanced magic of the followers of the Vishani. They had presumed Ned to be merely an unsuspecting novice sorcerer, but it turned out he was a formidable adversary. Regardless of his stature, whether a small fish or a large one, what mattered was the taste of the challenge. The black-robed figure murmured to himself, filled with murderous intent. In the next moment, dozens of shadowy duplicates surged towards Ned. In turn, Ned's phantoms raised their magical shields to meet the onslaught. The chaos of a battle involving numerous sorcerers could not be understated. Had it not been for Ned's pursuit of a criminal in a region known for its sparse population and proclivity for crime, the fearless citizens of New York would likely have gathered to witness the clash between these two vintage factions. Indeed, neither Ned nor the black-robed figures revealed their identities. Thus, to any onlooker, it appeared as though two groups clad in identical uniforms were engaged in a fierce skirmish, albeit with somewhat peculiar weapons. As Ned listened to the cacophony of battle around him, he meticulously scanned each black-robed adversary confronting his duplicates, only to realize that none of them were his true self. Meanwhile, the hidden figure remained fixated on Ned, poised to strike at the slightest diversion, ready to deliver a lethal blow. Noticing that Ned's focus was entirely on his phantoms, the cloaked figure smirked, gradually transforming into a swirling mass of darkness. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the black-robed figure reappeared behind Ned, thrusting his spear towards Ned's lower back with blinding speed. However, he failed to notice the smile that crept across Ned's lips at that instant. With a powerful swing of his right arm, Ned deftly blocked the spear with his magical shield without even turning around, remarking, "I must say, you are quite the crafty one, but you seem to underestimate me. I am Ned Leeds, the most magically gifted sorcerer in the world. How could I so easily fall victim to your ambush? And of all places, you chose to strike at my kidneys." Although I have not had much interaction with Loki, as a frequent viewer of Marvel films, would I truly be unprepared for a backstab? Nader's tone was laced with playful sarcasm, yet suddenly, an unsettling sound of something shattering emerged from behind him. Huh? Nader paused momentarily, only to be struck by a foreboding thought. Lowering his stiffened gaze, he discovered, to his dismay, that his magical shield had indeed been pierced by the black-robed figure's spear, revealing a crack. In the next instant, accompanied by the cold laughter of the black-robed figure, the magical shield shattered in Nader's hands, disintegrating into fragments that fell to the ground and, before touching the earth, transformed into specks of golden light, dissipating into the ether. Nader could hardly fathom that the black-robed figure had managed to shatter his magical shield. His expression contorted as he swiftly retreated, frantically activating his phasing magic while muttering, "Unfortunate. Unfortunate, unfortunate." Clang! Despite Nader's desperate retreat and his body's phasing, the black-robed figure's spear was still perilously close. Perhaps due to some magical property of the spear, it completely disregarded Nader's phasing, and even with his utmost effort to evade, he was still grazed on his right hand. Fortunately, Nader wore the Infinity Gauntlet, crafted by the Dwarven King during every battle. Although the Mind Stone was rendered unusable in this alternate universe, the gauntlet itself was indeed a powerful artifact. At the very least, the bizarre spear, which could pierce magical shields and ignore phasing, left no trace upon the Infinity Gauntlet. What close call! That thing could bypass even phasing. Chapter 57. Perilous Situation. Nader gazed at the spear in the black-robed figure's hand, filled with trepidation. During their earlier confrontation, Nader had considered evading the obviously physical attack of the spear through phasing and then unexpectedly striking down his opponent. However, he remembered that the black-robed figure was evidently a magical antagonist, perhaps knowledgeable in spells that could counter phasing. Thus, he refrained from executing that plan, and now it seemed he was fortunate to have done so. Devotee of the Veshan Empire, cease your futile resistance. To perish in my hands shall be your honor, the black-robed figure declared in a chilling voice before vanishing once more. Faced with the black-robed figure's instantaneous disappearance and reappearance, without any means to counter it, and having lost the patience to continue their standoff, Nader inwardly cursed and swiftly gestured with both hands, pulling everything in the surrounding realm into the mirrored space. The mirrored space was Nader's unique domain. Within it, he could manipulate everything at will. Thus, no matter how the black-robed figure attempted to conceal himself in this mirrored realm. He remained under Nader's complete control, unable to escape his notice. Oh! The figure cloaked in black keenly sensed the shift in the environment and materialized. How intriguing. As the black-robed individual spoke, he pointed his spear, unleashing a wave of darkness akin to ink towards Nade. With a fierce shout, Nade, faced with an evident assassin, feared not the confrontation. He swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a colossal magical shield to shield himself. Unlike the previous smaller shield, this one was conjured with all of Nade's might, exceptionally resilient and far from easily shattered. Bang! The black-robed figure's wave collided with the magical shield, resulting in a thunderous sound. Nonetheless, the shield held firm, showing no signs of being breached. Oomph! The cloaked figure, unfazed by this, released his spear, allowing it to hover in midair. With a flick of his hands, dense streams of black energy emanated from his fingertips, channeling into the spear. Buzz! Empowered by the black-robed figure, the black wave emitted by the spear thickened several-fold. Had Nade not amplified the magical output of his shield upon witnessing the sorcerer's incantation, it would surely have succumbed like the previous smaller one. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, another black-robed figure materialized behind Nade, brandishing a similarly uncanny spear aimed at his back. Bang! At the same moment, a duplicate of Nade emerged, wielding a flaming greatsword, which he used to deflect the spear aimed at him. Icon's form, the sacred sword of Azander. Indeed, to simultaneously wield these two spells is a testament to his prowess. The black-robed figure slowly articulated the names of Nade's clone technique and the flaming greatsword, yet his tone betrayed a complete disregard for Nade's capabilities. Concurrently, the second black-robed figure dissipated into black mist, evidently just another clone. Who are you, you scoundrel? Despite being clearly outmatched, Nade maintained his composure. The black-robed figure's repeated reference to him as a disciple of Azander only fueled his determination, as he remained oblivious to the adversary's true intentions. Hee. The black-robed figure ignored Nade's query, chuckling coldly before lunging forward with his spear. Whoosh! Bang! Although the black-robed figure charged fiercely, Nade did not falter. He summoned the sacred sword of Azander and engaged in combat. With a deft stroke, Nade deflected the spear aimed at his chest, stepping forward to strike at the figure's neck. Bang! The black-robed figure hastily retaliated, but Nade's flaming greatsword transformed into a magical whip, ensnaring the spear. Seeing this, the black-robed figure strained to pull free, channeling magic into the spear in an attempt to dispel Nade's magical whip. Ned beheld the scene with a mysterious smile, feigning a casual grip on his magical whip while stealthily reaching into the pocket of his mage robe. With a resounding bang, he revealed a smoking black pistol aimed directly at the cloaked figure, who now bore a small, bleeding wound in his abdomen. Little thief, times have changed, Ned declared, pointing the weapon at the forehead of the powerless figure slumped on the ground, clutching his belly. How could a grand sorcerer resign himself to an untimely demise at the hands of a mere firearm? The cloaked figure suddenly exclaimed, transforming into a colossal cloud of dark mist that enveloped Ned, shouting frantically, "Followers of the Vashand Empire, your end is nigh." This was a forbidden super spell that consumed the caster's life force, unleashing a torrent of hallucinatory magic that could disorient even the most resolute minds. The cloaked figure was confident that Ned would have no chance to escape or retaliate. Within the confines of the dark mist, Ned was besieged by a cacophony of voices, each more seductive and disorienting than the last, rendering his thoughts hazy. Suddenly, a spear pierced through the fog, aimed directly at his heart. Realizing its presence just in time, Ned hastily evaded to the side. Alas, despite his best efforts, the spear struck his right arm with uncanny speed. Ha 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 ha. The deranged laughter of the cloaked figure echoed, and in the next instant, countless spears materialized in the air, encircling Ned. Perish, follower of the Vashand Empire. As the figure shouted, the multitude of spears launched forth, targeting the disoriented Ned. Ned shouted, raising his hands defensively before him, conjuring a 360-degree shield that encased him within its protective embrace, bracing against the relentless onslaught of spears. Thud, thud, thud. Each spear collided with the shield, dissipating into dark mist, seemingly unable to breach its defenses. Yet, as more spears fell, the golden light emanating from the shield dimmed, signifying the waning strength of his protection. With each successive thud, Ned's condition deteriorated, and he sensed his eyelids growing heavy, threatening to close. Just as his eyes began to shut, the true form of the cloaked figure suddenly traversed space, appearing inside Ned's protective barrier and thrusting a spear decisively toward his heart. Clang! With a faint trickle of blood falling, Ned slumped to the ground, gazing up at the cloaked figure who now bore a significant wound to his left chest, revealing a relieved smile. How could this be possible? Even though the figure in the black robe had sustained a grievous wound to his left chest, his heart utterly obliterated, he somehow managed to cling to life, gazing defiantly at Ned. Indeed, Ned had been feigning helplessness beneath the shroud of darkness. It must be noted that while the dark mist was indeed a formidable sorcery, born from the black-robed man's sacrificial consumption of his own life force, its essence was ultimately an illusion, a mirage designed to disrupt the minds of its victims, leaving them disoriented and vulnerable to madness. However, one must not forget that Ned's mask of torment rendered him immune to all forms of illusionary magic. Thus, throughout the encounter, he remained untouched by the dark mist's influence. His pretense of weakness was a strategic ruse, aimed at luring the black-robed man into a false sense of security. Without such a ploy, it was likely that Ned would not prevail against his tenacious foe. The black-robed man, brimming with confidence in his forbidden technique, harbored no doubts as he observed Ned's apparent inability to keep his eyes open. With unwavering resolve, he lunged forward, spear in hand, intent on delivering a lethal strike. In his eagerness, he had not afforded himself any opportunity for retreat, pouring every ounce of his strength and arcane energy into this singular attack, seeking a decisive kill. Though Ned feigned the closing of his eyelids, his mind was taut, fully alert, and prepared to counter the black-robed man's assault. As fate would have it, the moment the black-robed figure materialized, Ned seized the opportunity, unleashing a wave of magical energy that pierced through the man's left chest. However, the black-robed man's concentrated thrust was no trivial matter. Despite Ned's efforts to evade, he was struck in the shoulder. Though his magical prowess was formidable, he was still bound by the frailties of flesh. The black-robed man's full-force strike shattered his left shoulder, severing his arm from the body, which then fell lifelessly to the ground. Enduring the excruciating pain, Ned cast a fleeting glance at the empty space where his left arm had once been. A flicker of despair momentarily crept into his heart, yet swiftly dissipated. After all, it was merely the loss of a hand. In a world teeming with miracles, such as the Marvel Universe, could he truly fear the permanence of such an injury? The only silver lining was that the black-robed man's overwhelming attack had inadvertently spared Ned the effort of staunching his blood flow. With a resounding impact, Ned, at the cost of his arm, struck the black-robed man's heart, causing the protective barrier to dissipate. Countless spears that had hovered in the sky rained down upon Ned, striking him and transforming into swirling clouds of dark mist. The black-robed man, witnessing this turn of events, finally closed his eyes, departing into the afterlife. With his demise, the spears lost their magical support, dissolving into nothingness, save for the spear still clutched in the black-robed man's hand, which continued to flicker ominously with dark energy. In the brief span of just a few breaths, countless spears were hurled at Ned, though he valiantly endured in silence. The force of the projectiles was not to be trifled with. Once the immediate peril had subsided, Ned exhaled a sigh of relief, only to expel a mouthful of blood. At this moment, his internal organs had suffered varying degrees of damage from the spear attacks, compounded by the excruciating pain in his left shoulder, rendering him devoid of strength even to rise. With great difficulty, he stooped to retrieve the suspended ring from his severed left arm, placing it on his right hand. Summoning the last vestiges of his energy, he slowly waved his right hand to open a portal, but as darkness enveloped him, he collapsed into it. In Chinatown, a young girl of Asian descent was walking home when, suddenly, a spark of fire appeared ahead, followed by a hissing sound as a shimmering portal gradually opened. From within, a disheveled figure clad in a cloak tumbled out, missing an arm, before the portal closed autonomously, as if it had never existed in this realm. Thud! Ned fell face first onto the ground, but fortunately, a mask of pain shielded his visage from injury. Sir? The young girl called out tentatively, regarding the peculiar cloaked figure who had seemingly saved her moments ago. Sir? She repeated several times, yet there was no response. Gritting her teeth, the girl bent down to drape Ned's remaining right arm over her shoulder, attempting to lift him. Ah! She cried out, exerting all her strength, but finding him immovable, leading her to sit down in despair. Although Ned had reduced his fat through the reality stone, he had inadvertently gained muscle, resulting in minimal weight loss. Hence, it was entirely reasonable that the girl could not lift him. Just as the girl was overwhelmed with helplessness, Ned's body inexplicably rose to a standing position. Observing this, she softly called out, "Sir?" Ned did not respond. Instead, the levitating cloak fluttered vigorously behind him. The girl, intrigued, inquired, "Cloak?" In response, the upper left corner of the floating cloak bent slightly, as if nodding in affirmation. "Are you going to help me take this mysterious gentleman to my home?" she asked, realizing Ned's dire state and his need for a place to recuperate. The cloak nodded even more vigorously at her words. "Thank you, Mr. Cloak." The young girl remained uncertain whether this cloaked figure was indeed the one who had rescued her earlier, as the metallic glove was missing from his hand. Nonetheless, they wore similar attire, suggesting a bond. She felt elated to assist a friend of her savior. Subsequently, the girl led the floating cloak back to her home, guiding it to the guest room, where she attempted to offer Ned some water. Do not overthink. It is neither possible nor feasible to feed with one's mouth. It is merely a matter of using a small spoon. However, retrieving the mask posed a challenge. No matter how hard the young girl strained, the tormenting mask remained steadfast on Ned's face. Ultimately, it was the hovering cloak that intervened, delivering a swift slap to dislodge the mask. It would have been preferable had Ned's cheek not borne the mark of that encounter. After all, the hovering cloak is but a cloak, not a true being. It is understandable that it might misjudge the extent of its actions. Chapter 59. Ahwang Ned weakly opened his eyes, gazing in confusion at the unfamiliar surroundings, a flicker of wariness shadowing his bewildered expression. Suddenly, upon realizing Ned was awake, the hovering cloak that had been neatly folded at the head of the bed soared into the air, leaning beside him and gently rubbing its collar against his face, conveying its deep concern. "Hey, buddy." Seeing the hovering cloak eased Ned's tension, for he held faith that it would never allow him to find himself in peril without taking action. The cloak's evident comfort in this place reassured Ned, and he too felt at ease. With a sigh, he sensed the emptiness of his left arm, reflecting on his predicament. The hovering cloak, seemingly attuned to Ned's emotional shift, began to exhibit gentler movements. "Where am I?" Ned steadied his thoughts and quietly inquired of the hovering cloak, fully aware it would not respond. After posing the question, he intended to rise from the bed to survey his surroundings, yet as he exerted himself, a wave of excruciating pain surged from within his very core. "Ah!" Ned instinctively cried out, quickly realizing that his injuries extended beyond just his left arm. It seemed he would remain incapacitated for several days to come. The final barrage of spears had inflicted a multitude of wounds upon him. Each spear, though dissipating into black mist upon impact, had unleashed its force directly upon his internal organs, disregarding his physical form. One or two spears might have been manageable, but the onslaught of dozens, if not hundreds, would have surely claimed his life were it not for the hovering cloak that absorbed much of the impact. Nevertheless, the force exerted by those spears had still gravely injured his insides. Even the slightest movement now brought unbearable agony, rendering even the motion of his arm a Herculean task. Though Ned found the situation unbearable, he had anticipated such discomfort. He considered himself fortunate, having only lost one arm and suffering merely a moderate amount of pain, necessitating rest. The figure clad in black, however, had suffered far worse, having lost its very heart. Though it experienced little in the way of suffering, the implications were dire. However, the only thing that perplexed Ned was the slight discomfort he felt on the left side of his face. Though the pain was not as intense as that which resonated from his internal organs, it was not something he could entirely dismiss. Furthermore, despite the fierce battle with the figure in the black robe, he had not sustained any blows to his face throughout the encounter. Coupled with the presence of the pain mask, which would mitigate any minor physical injuries, it seemed implausible that he could have been harmed. As Ned pondered this, A series of gentle knocks echoed from outside the door. He surmised that the owner of the place had arrived. Glancing at the floating cloak, he called out, "Please, come in." A cough escaped his lips, a testament to his current frailty, as even raising his voice required considerable effort. "Mysterious mage, you are awake," exclaimed a young girl of Chinese descent as she stepped through the door, her face alight with joy. "It's you?" Ned immediately recognized the girl as the one he had saved before his encounter with the black-robed figure, exclaiming in surprise, "So it really is you." Upon realizing that Ned had recognized her, the girl understood that he was her savior, her delight evident. However, she recalled that she had not recognized him the night before. Glancing at his tattered mage robes and the vacant space where his left hand should have been, hesitating to speak further. Sighing, Ned felt her gaze upon him and forced a smile, only to suddenly realize that the pain mask seemed to be missing from his face. Just as he was about to inquire, the girl continued, "Last night, I wanted to offer you some water, but I couldn't remove the mask." Thankfully, the cloaked one was there. Ned turned to look at the floating cloak, which was spinning in the air as if seeking praise. "Rest assured, mysterious mage. This place is entirely safe," the girl assured him. Noting Ned's injuries, she added, "You must take good care of yourself and not push yourself too hard. Your safety is paramount. I am helping you of my own volition. Had you not saved me, I might have met a fate similar to Parker's uncle." "Parker?" Ned's brow furrowed in curiosity. "Yes, he is a classmate of mine. His uncle was shot and killed by a robber, and all of us at school sympathize with him." The girl explained. "Which school do you attend?" Ned inquired, contemplating her response. "Central City High School. And your parents?" After a brief silence following her mention of the school, he probed further. "They work for Osborne Enterprises and are away on a business trip. Do not worry. They want to find out about you, and I won't tell anyone." The girl replied, "By the way, my name is Mia Huang, and my Chinese name is Huang Xiwen." "Ned," he introduced himself. "Huang, perhaps you should have the cloak accompany you to school from now on." This last statement was spoken in Chinese. Huang Xiwen stood in a daze. Her mouth agape, not due to the content of Ned's words, but rather the manner in which he addressed her. "I mean, from now on, let cloak accompany you to school. Things have been rather unsettled in New York lately." Noticing that Huang appeared too astonished to respond, Ned reiterated his statement. He then turned to Cloak, who seemed rather reluctant, and said, "Behave. That large lizard hasn't been dealt with yet. While he poses no real threat to us, Huang cannot be underestimated." Wait. Upon hearing Ned refer to her as a Huang once more, Huang hurriedly raised her hand in disbelief and, with her teeth clenched, exclaimed, "What on earth is a Huang? I have friends back home too." In her urgency, she even resorted to speaking Mandarin. Ned was momentarily taken aback, but then, with a playful glint in his eyes, feigned ignorance and replied, "And then what? Isn't that the name of a dog?" Clenching her fists, Huang glared at Ned, asserting, "And don't you think that sounds rather uncouth?" Perhaps due to her fondness for speaking Chinese, and knowing Ned was also proficient in the language, Huang chose to abandon English altogether and spoke in perfect Mandarin. "Is that so? But should a dog's name be something like Baker or Jenny or Warrior?" Ned continued his pretense of ignorance. Chapter 60. Does Cloak also get jealous? Mysterious sorcerer, Mr. Ned, Huang Xiwen began, but Ned interrupted her. "All right, Ned," she said. Her face flushed with anger, yet for reasons unknown, Ned found her somewhat endearing. "You may call me Huang, Mia, or Xiwen. But one thing is certain, I never wish to hear a Huang emerge from your lips again." Huang spoke earnestly to Ned. "Very well, a Huang," Ned replied with a smile. "Ned." Huang's voice suddenly escalated by 2 octaves. All right. Ned, fully aware of her meaning, said, "So, Xiwen then? That's more like it." Huang nodded in satisfaction and then inquired, "Ned, do you need to eat? I've heard that Eastern immortals, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, can attain the state of fasting, surviving without food. What about you?" Her curiosity was palpable as she gazed at Ned. Perhaps you should limit your consumption of those less nutritious novels about cultivation and immortals. Of course, it's possible that such tales hold a kernel of truth. However, among our sorcerers, I have yet to encounter one who can forego food. Even the supreme sorcerers partake in meals. Ned, while yearning for the legendary fasting immortals, had never encountered one and thus scoffed at the notion. Sorcerers encompass all practitioners of my ilk. Then let me help you sit up to eat. Hearing Ned claim he could not fast, Huang appeared somewhat disheartened. Since meeting Ned, she had believed the elements of novels to be undiscovered truths of the world. Nate felt a twinge of embarrassment as he recalled his current inability to move. Thus, he politely declined Huang Shiwen's offer to help him sit up and explain the reason behind it. Poor Nate, Huang Shiwen nodded in understanding before turning to leave, only to return shortly with an array of bottles. This is glucose, this is chlorophyll, and what is this? How did a bottle of Coca-Cola slip in here? Huang Shiwen exclaimed with a cute, bewildered expression, hastily concealing the soda behind her back. Nate, you mustn't look at that. It's not for you. You're a patient, and patients cannot drink soda. Nate, exasperated, replied, I wasn't after the soda. Glucose is one thing, but what in the world is chlorophyll? A friend of mine nearly perished after consuming it. He ended up with a metal implant in his chest to survive. Nate exaggerated, hoping to frighten Huang Shiwen, for everyone knew how distasteful chlorophyll was. Really? Huang Shiwen appeared genuinely taken aback. What sort of reasoning is that? My mother always tells me that drinking chlorophyll is beneficial for health. Perhaps there was some magical aspect to it that was advantageous for ordinary individuals, yet interacted adversely with a wizard's magical essence. Though Nate had never studied acting, somehow his performance in that moment bore no flaws. Well then, Huang Shiwen conceded, setting the chlorophyll aside and opening the glucose. Come, Nate, I'll feed you some glucose. Also, if you have a preference for any fruit, let me know, and I'll prepare juice for you. Nate watched as Huang Shiwen delicately poured the glucose into a small spoon resembling a baby's feeding utensil. Bringing it to his lips, he silently opened his mouth and allowed the liquid to flow in, his gaze fixed upon her face. Nate, although they were in America, Huang Shiwen mirrored the demeanor of young women back home. Upon noticing his gaze, her cheeks flushed, and she chided playfully, eat properly. Yes, yes. Nate responded obediently, slowly accepting the nourishment she offered. Perhaps there were moments when their eyes would meet, both flushing and quickly diverting their gazes. In any case, the two inexperienced souls concluded this feeding session within a subtly charged atmosphere. You should rest now. I must head to school, Huang Shiwen said softly, her cheeks still aglow. She hurriedly tidied up and dashed out. Watching her retreating figure, Nate felt an inexplicable sensation stirring within him. A sweet warmth that perhaps stemmed from the glucose he had just consumed. Hey buddy, buddy? Nate intended to summon the floating cloak to accompany Huang Shiwen to school, only to witness her flitting from left to right in the sky, swaying slightly. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt a hint of jealousy emanating from her. Buddy, you need to accompany her to school. It's quite dangerous outside now. Ned felt somewhat speechless but still spoke earnestly. The floating cloak, puffed up and wrinkled, reluctantly folded itself and flew into Huang Shiwen's backpack. Good fellow, Ned said with a smile, encouraging the cloak. Rest assured, once we return home, I shall request Master Gu to find you a few dashing companions to frolic with. Suddenly, Huang Shiwen's backpack began to bounce up and down, producing a cacophony of sounds with no signs of ceasing. All right. Your mischievous antics have cost you the chance of having a charming cloak companion. Upon hearing Ned's words, the cloak immediately settled down in silence. What just happened, Ned? What is making that noise? A puzzled Huang Shiwen approached and inquired. The cloak might be a bit unaccustomed to this cramped space of the backpack, but worry not. I've calmed it down. Ned attempted to gloss over the situation. All right, Mr. Cloak, my apologies, Huang Shiwen said apologetically to the floating cloak inside the backpack. Mr. Cloak, I'll be zipping it up now. If you feel uncomfortable, please do express it. After seeing no reaction from the cloak, Huang Shiwen gently zipped it closed and turned to Ned, saying, Ned, I am heading to school now. You must behave yourself at home. Listening to Huang Shiwen's words, reminiscent of a mother soothing her child, Ned felt an overwhelming sense of absurdity. After all, he was a distinguished sorcerer, the foremost among the supreme mages, a prodigious talent in magic. Did he really require such childish coaxing from a young girl? With a playful wink, Huang Shiwen shouldered her backpack and stepped out, not forgetting to fully open the bedroom door for Ned, lest he be confined in that small space for too long and develop adverse psychological effects. By opening the door, he could at least glimpse the living room, which should be better than remaining shut away. Well, it ought to be. Chapter 61. The girl with spider sense. What is that thing? A dinosaur? At Central City High School, a boy and a girl huddled together. The girl whispered to the boy, "No, it's not a dinosaur. It's a lizard, a giant lizard." If Ned were present, he would certainly recognize that the one speaking was none other than Peter Parker, the Spider-Man who had inadvertently kicked the lizard doctor away. A lizard? How could a lizard transform into such a creature? They say that monster can easily flip a car with one hand, the girl beside Peter asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. I don't know. Peter shook his head, indicating he was equally perplexed. Well, aren't you afraid? What can you possibly do? The girl hesitated before uttering those words. She was reluctant to see her boyfriend donning an odd tight suit to battle such a creature, especially when her father was involved in the capture. It seemed profoundly unfair to him. I mean, perhaps you should tone it down a bit. The girl spoke earnestly. No. Peter shook his head and replied, those individuals on the bridge last night, the weapons they wielded were lethal. Therefore, I must apprehend him. That is not your responsibility. The girl remained reluctant to allow Peter to take such risks. In her view, such entities were beyond human capability to confront. Even though Peter was somewhat different from others, he was still merely a man. How could he engage in hand-to-hand combat with such a monster? Perhaps so? Peter chuckled at the girl's words. I truly enjoy kissing you. He continued, leaning his head closer. Hey, Gwen. Just as Peter's nose was about to touch the girl's, a sudden voice from behind startled him, causing him to turn abruptly, pretending to be nonchalant. Hey, Mia. Gwen smiled as she pushed Peter aside and greeted Huang Xiwen. Hello. Peter awkwardly returned the greeting. Although America is generally open-minded, Peter, still an innocent young man, felt embarrassed to be caught in such a moment. Parker. Huang Xiwen responded, class is about to start. Aren't you two heading to the classroom? You go ahead. We'll be there shortly, Gwen replied with a smile. All right. After Huang Xiwen slung her backpack and walked toward the classroom, a sly smile crept across her face as she passed Peter and Gwen, turning her back to them. Peter, Gwen said after Huang Xiwen left. However, upon receiving no reply, she looked up to find Peter's gaze fixated on Huang Xiwen as she walked away. Peter. Huh? It took Gwen calling his name twice for him to snap back to reality, feeling utterly mortified. Lowering his eyes, he saw Gwen grinning at him. Gwen, let me explain. It's Huang. She gives me a different feeling. Peter attempted to clarify, which was indeed the truth. Just moments ago, as Huang Xiwen passed by, he had felt a sudden jolt and sensed something peculiar about her. Confused, he had directed his gaze toward Huang Xiwen, trying to comprehend the sensation. I understand. Gwen maintained her smile, but the more she smiled, the more Peter felt embarrassed. He certainly did not believe that Gwen was taking the matter lightly. After all, one need not have been raised in a barn to have seen pigs run. There were countless couples breaking up around the campus daily for a myriad of reasons, many stemming from the male partner merely glancing at another girl. Don't worry, Peter. Gwen gently patted Peter on the arm and then headed toward the classroom. Hey, Gwen. Peter had no choice but to chase after her into the classroom. In the classroom, Peter found himself unable to resist glancing repeatedly at Huang Xiwen, eliciting disapproval even from the teacher, who had previously held him in high regard. Parker. The teacher called out twice, and upon noticing Peter's attention shift, continued. Though you are in your adolescent years, it is imperative to exercise restraint, particularly during class. A chorus of laughter erupted from his classmates, save for Gwen. Silence. The teacher commanded, pointing to the blackboard, answer this question. The solution involved balancing mass, using gravity multiplied by the sine of the angle. Peter observed a slight chill in Gwen's expression and reluctantly stood to respond. Well, while you may have the answer, do not disturb your classmates who are attempting to concentrate. The teacher shrugged and resumed the lesson. After class, Peter caught up with Gwen in the corridor. Gwen, allow me to explain, he urged. Peter. Gwen, caught by Peter, sighed in exasperation, let go of me. All right. Peter released his grip, saying, she truly is different, and I must understand her better. If she poses a danger, my classmates, especially you, could be at risk. I understand, but Peter, I am your girlfriend, Gwen retorted, her emotions flaring as she gestured animatedly. Then, exhaling deeply, she added, All right, Peter, I am friends with Mia, so perhaps I can assist you. What do you need me to do? She emphasized, however, you must know that until the situation is clear, I will not engage in any actions that could harm Mia, nor will I permit you to do so. Thank you, Gwen. Peter, touched, embraced her. Gwen felt a mix of exasperation and affection as she inhaled his presence. When I approach Mia, you should toss this at her. Peter quietly handed Gwen a baseball while glancing at Huang Xuan, who was walking towards the cafeteria. What did you say? That could seriously injure her, Gwen exclaimed, taken aback by Peter's seemingly reckless plan to validate his inexplicable feelings. She grasped his arm firmly, stating, I will not assist you in harming my friend until we ascertain the truth. No, no, no. Peter shook his head vigorously. I would never hurt Huang. The reason I want you to wait until I'm beside her to throw it is to ensure that if I am mistaken, I can help her avoid the baseball. Fine. Gwen studied Peter's face for a moment, her brow furrowed, before reluctantly agreeing. Chapter 62. The Backpack Hero? Peter jogged a few paces behind Huang Xuan, treading softly to avoid detection, while continually glancing back at Gwen, signaling her to prepare to toss the baseball at the back of Huang Xuan's head. Though Gwen had previously assented to Peter's wishes, at this moment, gazing at Huang Xuan's delicate and fragile silhouette, coupled with the unyielding baseball in her grasp, she found herself utterly unwilling to hurl it toward Huang. Hey, Gwen, trust me. Peter, perceiving her hesitation, gently urged her. Although Gwen could not hear Peter's voice, she could discern his intent through his lip movements and expressions. Nevertheless, despite being good friends with Huang, Gwen struggled to surmount the mental barrier that plagued her. Suddenly, a baseball whistled through the air, aiming directly at the back of Huang's head. Yet, Peter could clearly see that Gwen remained rooted in place, wrestling with the baseball he had given her. Without a moment's thought, Peter swiftly turned his attention to Huang, his body taut and poised, ready to assist her in evading the impending projectile or to intervene against the monstrous fury that the baseball might incite within Huang. As the baseball sped closer, poised to strike Huang's head, even Peter felt compelled to act. However, with a resounding thud, Huang's backpack unexpectedly jostled upward, fortuitously deflecting the baseball and sparing her from harm. The perplexity of how a soft backpack could repel a hard baseball was a riddle for the assailant and bystanders alike, while the oblivious victim continued her forward march. Hey, you there! A group of towering white boys, led by a petite girl, obstructed Huang's path. Where do you think you're going? Let me tell you, I despise pretentious individuals like you. Join me and my friends for a while, or else prepare to bear the consequences. The girl threatened venomously. As tensions rose between them and Huang, a crowd slowly gathered, casting sympathetic glances her way, yet none dared to intervene. Only Fleischer, who had once taken pleasure in tormenting Peter, approached and stood defiantly in front of Huang, ignoring the petite girl entirely. He addressed a towering boy behind her, Jordison. That's enough. It's one thing to tease classmates, but this is utterly inhumane. Even God would not stand for such cruelty. Ha. Before Jordison could respond, the petite girl burst into laughter. Fleischer, are you smitten with her? Everyone knows you're the biggest bully in our school. What's going on? How did this happen? At that moment, Gwen rushed over, her eyes wide as she surveyed the scene. Grasping Peter's arm anxiously, she inquired, what do we do? I'm not entirely sure, but perhaps Bubbling has taken a disliking to Mia. You stay back. I cannot allow them to bully Mia, Peter replied, attempting to shake off Gwen's grip as he moved forward to confront the burly members of the baseball team. Bubbling, shut your mouth. If you provoke me, I swear I will smash your face. Although Fleischer is a notorious bully on campus, he possesses a modicum of conscience and a set of boundaries. However, Babbling's intentions clearly transgress those limits. As Fleischer's fury escalated, several towering muscle-bound individuals within the crowd began to shift restlessly. They were Fleischer's allies, his henchmen in his reign of terror over the campus. The tall members of the baseball team, under the weight of Fleischer's intimidation, began to waver as well. Just when the situation seemed poised to fizzle out, to everyone's astonishment, the previously silent victim, Huang Xuan, unexpectedly turned and sent Fleischer flying with a mighty swing of his backpack. With a swift motion, he hurled the backpack, which spun through the air and collided forcefully with George's chest, sending him sprawling several meters away. Remarkably, the The backpack then returned to Huang Xiwen's hand in a manner defying the laws of physics. As the onlookers gaped in disbelief, Huang Xiwen let out an oddly high-pitched cry before charging at the towering baseball players and babbling, his right hand raised with the backpack. In truth, Huang Xiwen had been propelled forward by his cloak, instinctively emitting a startled gasp, but upon realizing he had just sent two bullies flying, he felt that such a sound was unbecoming of his persona. Thus, he awkwardly added a ha at the end, which only served to diminish the ferocity of the moment and instead rendered him more endearing. "Damn it!" shouted the hulking baseball players as they rushed toward Huang Xiwen, dismissing the notion that a slender Asian female wielding a backpack could pose any threat to them. With a resounding thud, Huang Xiwen approached the baseball players without the need for a prelude. He simply thrust the backpack upward, striking one of the giants squarely under the chin and sending him careening backwards. With a swift spin, he struck another player in the midsection, causing him to stagger back several steps before collapsing to the ground, clutching his waist, much to the dismay of the spectators. In a flurry of movement, the backpack danced in Huang Xiwen's grasp, swiftly incapacitating the remaining giant and babbling, the latter's face swelling grotesquely, reminiscent of Ned in his unrefined days, leaving the onlookers unable to bear the sight. How could she be so formidable? One student marveled. George is notorious as a bully in this school, and there were 4 of them. Another chimed in. Actually, there were 5, including babbling, corrected a third student. No, there were 6. Have you all forgotten, Fleischer? Another added. Well, poor Fleischer, came the final remark. The crowd expressed deep sympathy for Fleischer, who had been unexpectedly knocked down by the very weak he sought to protect. "I'm so sorry, Fleischer. I didn't mean to," Huang Xiwen said apologetically as she helped him up from the ground. "No, it's all right," Fleischer replied, shaking his head awkwardly before trudging off toward the cafeteria in a glum mood. "Kung Fu!" Someone suddenly exclaimed from the crowd. "It must be Kung Fu. Marvelous Kung Fu. How else could Huang defeat those 4? George and his companions. Besides, let us not forget that Huang is of Chinese descent." Chapter 63. The infuriating Tony Stark, is that Mia? Gwen stared in disbelief at Huang Xiwen, who was hastily exiting the school. Given the earlier incident, Huang Xiwen anticipated that she would be the center of attention wherever she went in school. With no classes scheduled for the afternoon and a wounded individual waiting for care at home, she decided to head straight back. "Indeed, that is Mia," Peter confirmed with a nod. "But it's not Kung Fu at all. Something peculiar is hidden within Mia's backpack." "Are you suggesting she has a super monster in there?" Gwen's expression was one of incredulity. It could also be some mutated kittens or puppies, but regardless, it seems Mia's powers one T-spiral out of control, despite the unfortunate incident with Fleischer. Peter shrugged casually. "With no classes this afternoon, I plan to visit Dr. Connors to inquire about that large lizard." "All right," Gwen nodded in agreement. "Doctor?" Peter called out tentatively as he entered Dr. Connors' laboratory at Oscorp, noticing the emptiness around him. His gaze fell upon an empty syringe on the table, and as he picked it up for a closer look, a voice interrupted him. "It's not wise to be sneaky, Dr. Connors," Peter said awkwardly, placing the syringe back down and greeting the lizard doctor. "I've given all my staff a week off," Connors explained, clarifying the absence of personnel in the lab. He then inquired, "Aren't you supposed to be in school?" "I have no classes this afternoon. I came to ask you a question," Peter replied. "How do predators track reptiles?" "Oh," Connors raised an eyebrow at Peter, and they engaged in a lengthy discussion. Eventually, Connors excused himself, leaving Peter alone in a laboratory that no longer belonged to him. Just as Peter prepared to leave, he inadvertently caught sight of a vicious little white mouse, its body adorned with lizard-like features, devouring its kind. Fried? Peter realized, connecting the dots, this lizard creature was Connors. Dejected after his encounter with his future father-in-law, Peter wandered the streets, reflecting on his earlier conversation with Connors. Suddenly, a small lizard appeared in Peter's line of sight, and it slowly crawled into the sewer beneath his gaze. "Hey, Mia." On her way home, Gwen unexpectedly emerged, her face lighting up with surprise as she greeted her. "Gwen, what brings you here? Your home isn't in this vicinity." Although Huang Xiwen was pleasantly surprised to encounter a friend, a lingering secret at home compelled her to be cautious. especially given Ned's evident signs of having recently engaged in a fierce battle. Well, Mia, I actually came to find you. Gwen, taken aback by Huang Xuan's uncharacteristic lack of hospitality, decided to alter her approach. Indeed, she was curious about the contents of Huang Xuan's backpack. Though Peter had suggested not to delve deeper, Gwen was unconvinced. To her, Huang Xuan was a kind-hearted, endearing Chinese girl, seemingly unworthy of the attention of anything extraordinary. Yet, now she possessed something special, which led Gwen to worry that the item in Huang Xuan's backpack might be harmful, merely concealing its potential danger for the time being. Find me? Well, Gwen, I'm sorry, but under normal circumstances, I would invite you over, but I fear that isn't possible right now. I mean, let's plan for another day. I promise to have you over for some fun then. Huang Xuan said, her gaze drifting. The implications in her words were abundant, and Gwen instantly grasped that there was indeed something in Huang Xuan's home. Moreover, that entity was not meant to be seen. It must be substantial enough to be conspicuous. Otherwise, Huang Xuan would not hesitate to bring her home. Could it be that the enormous, hidden entity was the very large lizard Peter had mentioned? Gwen, for some reason, found herself thinking of Lizard Doctor, and at this realization, she could no longer remain composed. Grasping Huang Xuan's hand, she exclaimed, "No, I actually came to invite you to my house. I've already spoken with my mom, and she will prepare the most delicious lemon base tonight. You're my best friend, and surely you wouldn't deny me this favor, would you?" Huang Xuan pondered the presence of Ned at home. Although she was inclined to return, she feared that repeatedly declining would raise Gwen's suspicions. Thus, she reluctantly nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Ned, who had been lying in bed for the better part of the day, sensed that the levitating cloak, which was supposed to be returning home, was now drifting further away. It was evident that Huang Xuan had altered her course, leaving him feeling somewhat exasperated. As he lay there, an idea struck Ned. He remembered the vibranium phone that Stark had made for him. Uncertain of its condition after the battle with the Dark Cloak, he softly called out, "Little AI, I'm here." A familiar voice responded from his pocket. "Fantastic. The quality of vibranium is indeed remarkable." Ned exclaimed with excitement. "Xiao AI, can you fly? I mean, has Stark considered this?" Ned tentatively inquired. Of course. Xiao AI is capable of anything, and the unparalleled genius, Mr. Stark, is equally omnipotent, Xiao AI replied, yet Ned sensed something amiss. "What do you mean by the latter part of your statement? From this moment onward, refrain from uttering any half-hearted praises for Tony Stark." Beep command failed. The world's greatest superhero, Mr. Stark, has established a supreme directive, and every mention of him must be prefixed with laudatory modifiers, Xiao AI responded. "Damn, I knew it." After a moment of contemplation, Ned, with a fierce expression, declared, "In that case, my designation shall be altered to the great Howard Leeds, father of Tony." Although he might not encounter Star from that universe again, Ned was still elated to gain an advantage across the cosmos. Beep command failed. Furthermore, sir, Xiao AI reminds you that a special video is about to play. With a series of sounds, a vibranium phone floated out of his pocket. Indeed, floating without any propulsion device, evidently employing anti-gravity technology. Chapter 64. Spider-Man's identity revealed. The phone hovered and projected a holographic image of Tony Stark's unappealing visage. "Huh. Rebellious little brat, what? Do you still wish to compete with your father, Tony? Let me tell you, never even think about it," Stark proclaimed with an air of absolute control. "Xiao AI is my creation, while I granted you full permissions. I have established the supremacy of Tony Stark as the highest directive, which even I cannot alter unless I completely reforge her." Ha ha ha. "Do you think I recorded this video merely to mock you?" Dad. Just as Stark was reveling in his arrogance, little Morgan's voice suddenly interrupted the video. "All right, you should thank Morgan. Otherwise, I would have ensured you couldn't sleep tonight." Stark shrugged in resignation. "Ultimately, while Xiao AI was designed specifically for you, that was merely ancillary. The more significant aspect is that it serves as a nanite particle container. It houses an entirely new set of Mark 85 nanotech armor. You don't understand, do you? In simpler terms, I have gifted you a suit identical to the one I donned while battling Ultron. Wear it and live well." Although your magic is formidable, I witnessed that guy Strange being subdued by one of Thanos' minions. Your casting is simply too slow. Remember to don the armor when facing formidable foes. That's all. Morgan is getting anxious, and Pepper is bound to be very upset. Just as Ned believed the projection was coming to an end, Stark suddenly reappeared on the screen, emphasizing, "Protect the Earth." That fellow Strange claims Thanos, snapping his fingers, is an inevitable fate for all beings in the universe. But I refuse to accept that. So, chubby kid, all right. I forgot you had lipo with Lebowski. In any case, kid, don my armor and give that bastard a good thrashing. The video finally concluded, the projection turned off, and the phone gradually settled on Ned's chest. Well, in their world, the Avengers had defeated Thanos twice. It was surprising that Tony's psychological scars had not completely healed. Given the existence of this armor, our world's Thanos would also be left for Tony to vanquish. As Ned felt the weight of the phone on his chest, he found some solace. With the most advanced nano armor by his side, his safety was assured. By the way, where on earth had Shiwen gone? Ned mumbled to himself, and said, "Shao AI, I want to watch a movie." "Certainly, sir. What movie would you like to see?" Shao AI's voice chimed in, and the phone floated up once more. "You choose." Ned wished to watch The Avengers, but he doubted Shao AI would find any films from that series. So he let her select. "Very well, sir." As the words fell, the phone projected a holographic image, featuring, if Ned was not mistaken, a certain individual donned in a star-spangled uniform, wielding a shield and seemingly dancing. Captain America, Steve Rogers, perhaps? Clever and astute, Mr. Stark has said it, so that if you allow me to choose the film, I will prioritize a video of Mr. Steve Rogers' nationwide tour from the 1940s. As Shao AI began playing the video, she explained, "Additionally, to ensure your viewing experience is pleasant, the meticulous Mr. Stark has instructed Friday to enhance the color and clarity of the footage." Ned felt utterly exasperated. "Change it. I don't want to watch American Gluteus Maximus." "Understood, sir." Time flew by, and before he knew it, night had fallen. Still waiting for Huang Xiwen's return, had it not been for the cloak she had taken with her, Ned would have likely had Shao AI hack into all the cameras in New York to locate her. One must understand that New York nights were not as safe as those back home. And who knew if she had gone out for barbecue? How could a girl go out alone for barbecue at night? "Mia, take a break. Dinner will be ready soon." Gwen, displaying considerable emotional intelligence, had led Huang Xiwen around the city for an entire afternoon after taking her away. Now both were utterly exhausted, slumped in chairs in Gwen's room, too fatigued to move. "All right, Gwen." As Gwen had spent the entire afternoon shopping with her, displaying no signs of distress along the way, Huang Xiwen remained blissfully unaware of any irregularities, believing she was merely enjoying a casual outing and had invited her home for dinner. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks echoed from outside the window. Upon hearing this, Gwen's expression shifted dramatically, and she hurriedly reached out to stop Huang Xiwen from approaching the window, but her efforts were regrettably too late. "Peter?" Huang Xiwen gazed in disbelief at the figure of Peter, clad in a spider suit and bearing numerous injuries, perched on the windowsill. Peter had never anticipated that his identity would be unveiled in such a manner. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Gwen rushing towards him, her face a portrait of exasperation at the scene before her. Ultimately, she grasped Huang Xiwen's hand and implored, "Mia, you must keep this a secret." "Peter, yes. I understand. Rest assured." Huang Xiwen nodded. Although she was astounded to learn that Peter Parker, often bullied at school, was the renowned superhero Spider-Man. Her familiarity with Huang Xiwen's own magical prowess made the revelation seem less alarming. "Oh, Peter." Gwen, having exhaled in relief after Huang Xiwen's words, was taken aback once more by Peter's appearance. She quickly ushered him inside and anxiously inquired, "What happened?" "It's all my fault," Peter lamented, shaking his head in regret. "It's all my fault. Dr. Connors, he's the lizard. He conducted human experiments on himself, and it was my formula that gave him the confidence to do so." "My goodness." Gwen gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. "Dr. Connors? The lizard? How are they connected?" Huang Xiwen was well aware of the notoriety of the lizard in New York, rivaling that of Spider-Man. Yet, the connection was astonishing. Dr. Connors was a figure of immense respect, and one might say that at least half of the students in New York admired him fervently. Chapter 65. Cloak saves the spider. Hey, Ned, I'm back. Huang Xiaowen dashed into Ned's room, only to discover a holographic projection above him displaying the latest trending film. Wow! While Huang Xiaowen had encountered holographic technology before, she was certain that her home lacked such devices. How had Ned managed to achieve this? Her intuition suggested that the floating, phone-like object was indeed peculiar. How did you do that? Huang Xiaowen marveled. This is a phone that a friend gave me. I have no idea how he accomplished it, Ned replied candidly. My goodness. I suspected it was a phone, but that anti-gravity technology being used for a phone? Huang Xiaowen exclaimed in astonishment. All right, let's refrain from discussing matters pertaining to mobile phones. Your late return prompts curiosity. What have you been up to? Ned inquired. Barbecue? Certainly not, Huang Xiaowen replied. Gwen invited me to her home for dinner, and we spent the day shopping. She was perplexed by Ned's insistence on avoiding barbecue. Very well, Ned nodded, then continued. What about Peter Parker? Has he exhibited any peculiarities of late? Upon hearing Ned's question, Huang Xiaowen's heart raced. She had just promised Gwen that she would keep Peter's secret as Spider-Man, and now Ned's inquiry was unsettling. If there were indeed something amiss, she must leave school at once. I cannot divulge the specifics, but trust me on this, Ned asserted. Huang Xiaowen contemplated Ned's identity as a sorcerer. Could it be that he had already discerned Peter's true identity? Suddenly, two loud coughs interrupted her thoughts. Ned, she exclaimed nervously, only to find him wearing a cheerful expression, declaring, I am hungry. Huang Xiaowen's cheeks flushed upon hearing this. Although she had fed him once before, the prospect of doing so again was equally embarrassing. Here, she said, holding a bowl of thin porridge in her left hand and a spoon in her right, offering a spoonful to Ned. He opened his mouth slightly and drank it down, his face radiating sheer joy. The more he enjoyed it, the redder her face became, and her heart raced. By the time the bowl was empty, her face resembled a ripe apple, prompting Ned to feel an overwhelming urge to take a bite. You should rest. I will wash the bowl, she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, before hurriedly exiting with her head down. Ned's smile deepened at this sight. The following day, after feeding Ned, Huang Xiaowen descended the stairs to school, her face still flushed, her steps light yet heavy. It was not until she reached the ground floor that her complexion returned to normal. That annoying Ned, she muttered softly, playfully patting her cheeks before adjusting her demeanor to await the school bus. As the day unfolded in a typical fashion, evening approached. While Peter and Gwen were engaged in conversation in the hallway, a sudden commotion erupted from the direction of the restroom. At the same moment, Peter's spider sense flared, alerting him to imminent danger. He grasped Gwen's arm, exclaiming, Quick, we must flee, find Huang, and escape together. All right, Gwen nodded, understanding that remaining behind would serve no purpose, and she hurried towards the area where Huang Xiaowen was often found. After Gwen's departure, Peter found himself unshackled, resolutely advancing against the tide of fleeing people, clutching a backpack containing his spider suit. Roar! Peter Parker! As the corridor emptied, Peter and Dr. Lizard locked eyes. With a furious shout of Peter's name, Dr. Lizard charged at him. Aware of his comparative weakness, Peter leveraged his speed, executing a backflip just as the lizard was about to strike, delivering a powerful kick to his chin. Bang! The impact forced Dr. Lizard to stagger back a few steps. Yet he roared and lunged again. Roar! Ha! Bang! Attempting to replicate his earlier success, Peter was unexpectedly seized by Dr. Lizard and hurled into a laboratory with a heavy thud. Roar! Dr. Lizard bellowed, intent on pressing his advantage. But as he reached the laboratory door, he was met with a swift kick from Spider-Man, who had changed into his suit unnoticed. Bang! Perhaps driven by primal instincts, Dr. Lizard, after only a brief retreat, lunged once more, clawing towards Peter's head. Unyielding, Peter ducked beneath the strike and leapt up, aiming a punch at Dr. Lizard's throat. Bang! What? To Peter's astonishment, the lizard's throat, typically a human vulnerability, had become impervious due to his biological transformation. Unfazed by the blow, Dr. Lizard seized Peter during his moment of shock, tightening his grip and leaving Peter no avenue for escape. Peter Parker, Dr. Lizard declared with gravity, you should not impede my mission. I shall usher an evolution for all humanity. No, Peter gasped, his face reddening as he struggled to utter a single word, desperately attempting to free himself from the lizard's grasp, but all efforts proved futile. Stubborn Peter Parker. Dr. Lizard's tail began to coil around Peter's neck, proclaiming, "For the evolution of humanity, you shall die gloriously. Quick, help him." From the shadows, Gwen grasped the arm of Huang Shiwen, pleading, "Please." "Gwen, calm down," Huang Shiwen replied soothingly, while retrieving a backpack from his back and hurling it towards Dr. Lizard with force. Gwen followed the trajectory of the backpack, recalling Peter's words about Mia's triumph over a gang of bullies, attributing her success to the extraordinary items within her backpack. Bang! The backpack soared over a considerable distance, crashing into Dr. Lizard and causing him to falter. Chapter 66. The Devious Dr. Lizard. Seizing the opportunity, Peter exerted every ounce of strength to finally break free from the grasp of Dr. Lizard. With a decisive strike, he landed a solid punch on Dr. Lizard's face, followed by a powerful kick to his chest, propelling himself out of the villain's clutches. However, as Peter prepared to greet his unexpected ally, he was taken aback to find a backpack levitating alongside him, rendering him momentarily speechless. He recognized it as Huang Shiwen's backpack, but was uncertain of its contents, leaving him at a loss for words. Fortunately, the floating cloak remained focused amidst the chaos, unlike Peter, who was distracted by trivial concerns. The cloak maneuvered the backpack directly into Dr. Lizard, who was already off balance from their previous assaults, sending him crashing across 2 classrooms. With a resounding thud, Dr. Lizard hit the ground, struggling to rise when the floating cloak, still controlling the backpack, circled above and ensnared his hands with the straps. In a fit of rage, Dr. Lizard broke free from the straps with a powerful tug, seizing the backpack in his grasp despite the cloak's desperate thrashing within. "Damn this backpack!" he bellowed, and with a fierce rip, he tore it apart, remnants of fabric scattering to the floor. Yet, the cloak, now liberated from the encumbrance, seemed to enhance its reflexes and awareness of the surroundings to an extraordinary degree. In an instant, the floating cloak wrapped around Dr. Lizard's claws, fiercely pulling back, forcing his right hand to follow suit. This move was a masterful joint lock technique, one that Modu had frequently employed while training Ned in close combat. However, unlike Ned, Dr. Lizard lacked an equally adept partner to counteract such a maneuver. In agony, Dr. Lizard roared, attempting to pivot and seize the cloak with his other hand. But Peter swiftly intervened, ensnaring it with his web. With a deft slide beneath Dr. Lizard's arm, Peter pulled on the webbing adhered to the villain's arm, trapping it in a similar joint lock. Both of Dr. Lizard's hands were subjected to excruciating pain as he emitted a heart-wrenching cry. The toll of age became evident as he found himself emitting sounds akin to a wounded beast, perplexed by the presence of such a creature within the confines of the school. Just as Peter and the floating cloak continued their coordinated assault on Dr. Lizard, an elderly professor with graying hair and headphones pushed through the door, emerging from a side room, seemingly oblivious to the chaotic skirmish of the bizarre trio, or rather, the duo. As the elderly professor ambled along, he muttered to himself about his advancing age, lamenting the onset of auditory hallucinations. However, had Ned not been bettered due to his injuries, but rather joined in the confrontation against Dr. Lizard, he would surely have recognized that the old professor bore an uncanny resemblance to the waiter who had deceived Tony Stark out of $90 million. As the professor passed by, Dr. Lizard emitted another agonizing wail and ceased to resist, collapsing to the ground under the combined force of Peter and the cloak. In a sudden burst of energy, he kicked Peter with great force, sending him sprawling away. With a crash, Peter collided with a nearby window and fell into the very room from which the professor had just emerged. Ugh! Having temporarily dealt with Peter, Dr. Lizard sprang back to his feet and spat a mouthful of saliva at the floating cloak entangled in his claws. Whoosh! The cloak, ever quick to react, evaded the attack the moment Dr. Lizard opened his mouth, darting away and, in the next instant, burrowing into Huang Shiwen's embrace, trembling as if it had experienced a profound shock. Do not fear, do not fear. I am here, Huang Shiwen cooed softly, attempting to soothe the cloak, which, being merely immortal, could not discern Dr. Lizard's foul tricks. Yet, judging by its reaction, it was evident that the cloak had been thoroughly frightened. prompting Huang Shiwen to gently pat its back in a tender gesture of comfort. Oh, Mia? Gwen, standing nearby, appeared bewildered at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Huang Shiwen, busy comforting the cloak, offered Gwen an awkward smile. The lizard, having successfully frightened off the cloak, was equally intimidated by the alliance of the cloak and Peter, and thus hastily retreated towards the restroom. When Gwen finally shifted her gaze from Huang Shiwen and the cloak to the corridor, Dr. Lizard had vanished. Nonetheless, they dared not act recklessly, fearing that the lizard was merely hiding in wait. After a while, Gwen faintly heard the distant sound of sirens, prompting her to quietly emerge and head towards the room Peter had fallen into. To her dismay, she discovered that aside from a scattering of broken glass, there was no sign of Peter. "So, your school is on break?" Ned inquired, gently stroking the cloak to offer comfort while addressing Huang Shiwen, who had just recounted the events. "Yes," Huang Shiwen nodded, replying, 3 days off. Additionally, ding ding ding, a sudden ringtone interrupted her, and Huang Shiwen curiously retrieved her phone, discovering it was a call from Gwen. Gwen, Huang Shiwen answered, only to hear Gwen's anxious voice on the other end. "Peter said he recognizes your cloak. It belongs to Ned. He needs Ned's help at Oscorp Tower." "Ned?" Huang Shiwen looked at Ned in confusion, surprised to learn that he and Peter were acquainted, which explained Ned's unusual concern for Peter. "I'm sorry, Gwen." But Ned, Huang Shiwen was about to refuse Gwen, as Ned was gravely injured and unable to move, let alone assist Peter in battling that monstrous creature. However, before she could utter a word, Ned interrupted her. "All right, Gwen, he will go." Huang Shiwen hung up the phone and cast a cold glance at Ned. Whether he was forcing himself to fight or merely pretending that his injuries were trivial, it was not good news for Huang Shiwen. "Oh, don't be like that, Shiwen. Relax a bit. Everything will be fine," Ned said with a smile, noticing her icy demeanor. He then addressed the nanotechnology device, Xiao AI. "Could you please make a run for it? Also, connect to Shiwen's phone so I can stay informed about the battlefield and communicate from my bed." "Understood, sir," came Xiao AI's voice. In the next moment, after a brief transformation, a towering suit of armored exoskeleton stood before them. "Wow!" Huang Shiwen, despite her elegance, couldn't help but exclaim, feeling slightly embarrassed afterward as she turned to Ned. "What is happening?" "Nanotechnology, an armored suit. You can also refer to it as Iron Man," Ned explained, unfazed by her reaction. After introducing Huang Shiwen to the suit, he looked at the armored figure and urged Xiao AI, "Hurry along. We cannot keep Spider-Man waiting." "Understood, sir," came the response, and with that, Xiao AI soared out of the window, racing toward Oscorp Tower. Simultaneously, Huang Shiwen's phone illuminated automatically, revealing the perspective of the armored suit. "This is so cool," she marveled, and together with Ned, they began watching the live broadcast of the battlefield. Of course, the visuals on the phone were still dim, as the armored suit had yet to reach the site of the conflict, still soaring high above. "The Galena device is initializing." 2-minute countdown, a voice announced. Dr. Lizard, with a maniacal expression, inserted a container filled with green liquid into a machine capable of curing all cases of polio in New York in an instant. "Drink it." Just as Dr. Lizard secured the container, the machine began its initialization sequence, and Spider-Man, who had rushed in despite being shot at by the police, finally arrived. After flying around in the air, he delivered a powerful kick that sent Dr. Lizard tumbling from the launcher. However, unexpectedly, Dr. Lizard clutched Spider-Man's right leg tightly as he fell, causing Spider-Man to plummet alongside him from the heights, crashing onto the rooftop of the building. As they both rose from the ground, Spider-Man shot out a web to swing back to the launcher, but before he could take off, Dr. Lizard seized his leg and hurled him viciously away. Dr. Lizard hurled Spider-Man off the edge of the skyscraper, sending him plummeting towards the ground. Hundreds of meters below, the rush of wind whistled past his ears, prompting Spider-Man to instinctively cry out. In a moment of peril, he shot a web that adhered to the wall of Oscorp Tower, using its strength to swing back and swiftly ascend the building. However, Dr. Lizard was not about to let him succeed. Just as Spider-Man reached the top, the villain burst forth, wielding a large metal canister, intending to knock Spider-Man down once more. With remarkable agility, Spider-Man fired a web at Dr. Lizard's face the instant he appeared. sending him staggering back. With a fierce determination, Spider-Man flipped onto the rooftop and made a beeline for his web shooters, only to be thwarted as Dr. Lizard, having cleared the webs, brought the canister crashing down upon him. With a resounding thud, Spider-Man fell to the ground, and before he could rise, Dr. Lizard stomped on his chest, ensnaring him with his tail and lifting him aloft. Dr. Lizard then removed Spider-Man's mask, gazing at Peter Parker, whose face was turning a shade of purple as the grip tightened. In a mocking tone, he declared, "Poor Peter Parker, without a mother, without a father, and now without an uncle, doomed to die alone in solitude." But he was not alone. Two voices resonated in unison, as an armored figure soared through the air, hovering not far from Dr. Lizard and Spider-Man, raising both hands aimed at the villain. Although unfamiliar with the weapon, Dr. Lizard recognized the ominous glow emanating from the figure's palms. Meanwhile, Sheriff George Stacy approached, shotgun in hand, astonished at the sight of the hovering iron suit, muttering to himself, "Another troublesome foe." With a blinding flash, Iron Man unleashed a repulsor beam that severed Dr. Lizard's tail, eliciting a howl of agony from him. The severed appendage allowed Peter to break free, and with a swift kick, he sent the howling Dr. Lizard flying. Turning to Sheriff Stacy, he exclaimed, "Stacy, what brings you here?" "A gift from Gwen," Sheriff Stacy replied, jogging over to hand Peter the item Gwen had given him. "Go to your thing, kid. I've got this covered." "Thank you," Peter acknowledged, pausing momentarily before nodding resolutely, casting a glance at Iron Man, recognizing Ned's voice. With renewed vigor, Peter shot a web to a nearby pillar and ascended rapidly, racing towards the Galena device capable of curing polio throughout New York City. "Hello, Sheriff, it's an honor," he called out as he ascended. Since Peter has been rescued, Ned is in no hurry to take action. He allows the suit controlled by AI to land beside Stacy, saying, "Oh, is that so? Then please, remove your visor and take a look." Stacy has always regarded these so-called superhero vigilantes, who dare not reveal their identities, as mere criminals undermining the city's safety. Were it not for the fact that Spider-Man is Peter and that Gwen was still in peril, Spider-Man would have already been apprehended. That is certainly out of the question. Although the iron suit is merely an empty shell at this moment, Ned cannot allow Stacy to see inside. Given her rigid demeanor, he chooses to ignore her and turns his attention to the side, where Dr. Connors, now with a fully grown tail, remains motionless. "Dr. Connors, stay calm. You have no chance of winning," Ned remarks with a light-hearted tone. However, Dr. Connors pays little heed to Ned's words, fixating his gaze on the arc reactor embedded in the chest of the iron suit, saying, "The power of the sun is in my hands? Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Ned's heart tightens, and he inquires, "Where did you hear such a thing?" This is the world of Ultimate Spider-Man. But that line should belong to Dr. Octopus from the original Spider-Man, right? How could that be? A sense of unease washes over Ned. Although he believes he can easily handle even Dr. Octopus with his Stark-provided suit, losing control is never a good thing. After all, the last time he lost control, he ended up with a severed arm. He had thought that in the world of Ultimate Spider-Man, there would be no magical powers. After all, Spider-Man only uses web shooters, not direct projection of white substances. Chapter 68. An obstacle from the father-in-law. What? Are you interested? Dr. Connors exclaims in a frenzied manner. "I'm not." Meanwhile, Peter has climbed onto the launcher and replaced its contents with the antidote crafted by Gwen. In an instant, the entire sky of New York is enveloped in a purple haze. Snowflake-like purple particles descend from the heavens, landing on Dr. Connors, gradually erasing his lizard-like features and revealing his true form. "No!" Dr. Connors cries out in defiance, ultimately collapsing helplessly to the ground, reverting to his original self. "It truly is him," Sheriff Stacy murmurs upon seeing Connors. Although Peter had informed her that Connors is Dr. Lizard, she still finds it hard to believe. Shaking her head, she turns and aims her shotgun at the iron suit, stating, "Sir, congratulations, you are under arrest for threatening the safety of the city. If you wish to avoid this, please remove your armor." "What did you say?" The iron suit, controlled by AI, turns to face Stacy, with Ned's puzzled voice emanating from within. "No, no, no." Peter leaps down, positioning himself in front of Stacy, declaring, "He is a good person, Sheriff." "A good person? Would a good person hide inside a metal shell? Sheriff Stacy sternly commanded, "Parker, step aside. The fact that I haven't arrested you is already a favor to Gwen, so do not impede my duties." "No, Mr. Stacy," Peter attempted to explain. However, Ned, disinterested in the matter, decided to let little AI control the iron armor, launching it skyward towards Huang Xiwen's residence. "Very well," Stacy remarked, watching the iron armor soar into the distance, and he said no more. Shaking his head, he turned to Peter, who remained beside him, and inquired with a hint of confusion, "Why are you still here?" "Huh?" Peter responded, bewildered. "Are you waiting for those people to come and capture you? Look at how swiftly your Iron Man friend has fled. You might want to learn from him." Stacy chided, exasperated. Oh. Thank you, Mr. Stacy." Peter finally grasped the situation, darted aside to retrieve his fallen Spider-Man mask, and shot a web toward the horizon, quickly vanishing from Stacy's sight. Amidst the towering skyscrapers, Spider-Man's speed was hardly inferior to that of Iron Man in full flight. As Spider-Man disappeared, Stacy, maintaining a stoic demeanor, aimed his gun at Connors on the ground and stated, "Doctor, you saw nothing, correct?" "Of course," Connors replied with a reassuring smile. Sheriff Stacy wished to apprehend Spider-Man, but Spider-Man showed no regard for the sheriff, seizing the opportunity to flee while the sheriff was busy cuffing the criminal Connors. "Indeed, you are truly deserving of being my daughter's former mentor, exceptionally astute. I shall do my utmost to assist you during this period while you are still under my purview." A smile graced Sheriff Stacy's face as he stepped forward to place handcuffs on Connors before activating his radio to summon his subordinates to clean up the scene. "Mr. Stacy is truly overstepping," Huang Xiwen exclaimed indignantly from home, having watched the entire event unfold. "That's to be expected. He is a police officer, after all, and naturally disapproves of our presence," Ned replied nonchalantly. "Moreover, in a world devoid of extraterrestrial threats, we, as peculiar beings, are unlikely to be welcomed by others." "You are not peculiar," Huang Xiwen asserted earnestly in response to Ned's words. I'm quite normal," Ned nodded affirmatively. "However, it is truly unfortunate about Dr. Connors," Huang Xiwen suddenly lamented. "He is an exceptionally distinguished researcher in the field of biology, not just in New York, but across the entire United States." "Is that so, Ned?" A self-proclaimed academic underachiever expressed disinterest. Perhaps the original Ned was indeed a scholar, given his ability to hack Stark's system. But the Ned who had traversed into this world was certainly no longer the original. "Absolutely," Huang Xiwen replied, eyes filled with admiration. "Gwen was once his student. I envied her greatly back then." Allericht. Ned looked at Huang Xiwen's with a face full of envy and said, "If the opportunity arises, I shall introduce you to a PhD. He is also an expert in the field of biology." "Oh, Ned, you know a PhD?" Huang Xiwen's replied, astonished. Ned was at a loss for words when, coincidentally, Xiao AI had transformed back into a phone and flew in through the window. Ned could only point at it and say, "Do you think I have the capability to create this gadget?" "Sir, Xiao AI reminds you that Xiao AI is not a gadget." "Goodness." Aunt May looked at Peter, who returned home covered in bruises, both alarmed and frightened, instinctively covering her mouth with her hand. "I'm truly sorry." Peter silently took out the eggs he had promised Aunt May but had forgotten to buy, then stepped forward to embrace her. "You must keep your distance from that guy." Unlike the harmonious and loving atmosphere of the Ned and Peter households, the atmosphere in Gwen's home was extraordinarily awkward at this moment. Sheriff Stacy had just returned home with Gwen and spoke solemnly. "That guy is far too dangerous. I cannot permit you to continue associating with him." However, Gwen completely ignored Sheriff Stacy's words and busied herself with retrieving some food from the refrigerator to calm her nerves. "Hey, Gwen." Sheriff Stacy pulled her back, saying, "Danger will be ever present around that guy. Everyone close to him will inevitably be affected. I have seen too many such cases, so you are absolutely forbidden from dating him again." "No." Gwen glanced at Sheriff Stacy, lightly uttering that single word before turning her attention to the television. "Then I shall have him arrested, preventing him from roaming about in that tight suit, causing trouble." Sheriff Stacy coldly responded upon hearing Gwen's refusal. "Hey." Gwen felt that Sheriff Stacy was being excessively unreasonable. "Listen, I will not allow you to have any further dealings with him, by any means necessary, Sheriff Stacy stated earnestly. Then I will definitely be with him, regardless of whatever despicable scheme you concoct to interfere, Gwen declared, striding directly to her room. Bang! Hearing the sound of Gwen slamming her door, Mrs. Stacy furrowed her brow and looked at Sheriff Stacy, saying, George, what on earth is going on? Are you talking about Peter? I think the young man is actually quite decent. You have no idea what you're talking about. Sheriff Stacy muttered in frustration before heading off to bed. Of course, he would not divulge that Spider-Man is Peter Parker. Chapter 69. Development time flew by. And soon it was the day of Huang Ziwen's and Peter's high school graduation. During this period, Spider-Man's frequent and effective crackdown on crime endeared him increasingly to the people of New York. Ned had also healed from his internal injuries at Huang Ziwen's home. However, since Ned was undocumented, he continued to reside there even after his recovery. During this period, Huang Ziwen's parents made a brief visit. Her father, a gentle-looking man with a distinctly Eastern visage, complimented her mother, who possessed a mixed heritage and exuded an air of grace. Throughout their stay, Huang Ziwen lived in a state of constant anxiety, particularly as she and Ned, who was still unable to walk, secretly maneuvered him into her room before her parents' arrival, meticulously preparing the guest room to prevent any hint of Ned's presence from being discovered. Every night during this time, Ned and Huang Ziwen shared the same room, their hearts racing in unison, the quiet of the night amplifying the sound of their beating hearts. However, they did not share a bed. Huang Ziwen slept on the floor while Ned occupied the bed, a privilege afforded to the injured. Fortunately, her parents did not linger for long, leaving Huang Ziwen immensely relieved as she promptly returned Ned to the guest room that same day. After Ned healed from his internal injuries, although he remained unemployed and lived off Huang Ziwen's generosity, he was determined and unaccustomed to a life of dependency. Under the cover of night, he would quietly slip out of the house to combat crime, thereby contributing to the household. This gave rise to a new legend in New York's nightlife, the Night Demon, a figure cloaked in a cape, whose mere sight could terrify the faint-hearted. His methods were exceptionally ruthless, contrasting sharply with the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, who operated during the day and early evening. Despite his demonic appearance, the Night Demon engaged in heroic deeds, and his moniker was derived from his late-night escapades. As tales of the Night Demon spread throughout the city, Huang Ziwen immediately suspected it was Ned sneaking out while she slept, concerned for his safety, especially given his past and the fact that his severed left arm had yet to regenerate. She confronted him about his nighttime activities. Ned assured her he would avoid dangerous situations, only targeting those lurking in the shadows, ready to commit robbery or worse. With his tenacity and certain skills, Huang Ziwen reluctantly acquiesced to his nocturnal endeavors. Once Huang Ziwen became aware of his activities, Ned ensured that half of his earnings from his exploits were contributed to their shared expenses. This led to another discussion between them, where Huang Ziwen expressed that he need not go to such lengths. Ultimately, however, Ned's resolve prevailed. As their time together unfolded in blissful harmony, Ned found himself increasingly detached from thoughts of the world he had left behind, uncertain of how his absence would affect the Avengers and Peter Parker from that universe. Nevertheless, he felt assured that there would be no dire consequences, for his existence as a sorcerer was never meant to be part of that reality. Of course, if given the opportunity, Ned would willingly return, recognizing that his prolonged stay in this universe was not beneficial for either himself or its inhabitants. However, Ned had not mastered the art of traversing the multiverse, so he awaited the universe to manifest an automatic rejection response to expel him. Yet, after such an extended period, he had yet to experience this phenomenon. Furthermore, the figure in the black cloak appeared to be a solitary wanderer, despite Ned having eliminated him. No one had come to investigate the matter. At the very least, during this prolonged time frame, Ned had not sensed any magical fluctuations in the neighboring streets. His perceptual range extended only a few blocks, and beyond that, he was powerless. Now, refocusing on the present scene, Ned was attending Huang Ziwen's graduation ceremony as a family member, seated in the stands. In truth, he had already projected his spirit to the adjacent venue to watch a football match. What intrigue could a graduation ceremony possibly hold? Suddenly, While engrossed in the game, Ned felt a persistent disturbance affecting his physical form. In an instant, he cast a spell, returning his spirit to his body. Ned? Ned? Startled, Ned opened his eyes, only to find Huang Shiwen in his graduation gown, her expression one of displeasure. Ned, you actually fell asleep. Embarrassment washed over Ned. He recalled instructing Peter to wake him promptly after the ceremony concluded. Turning to locate Peter, he spotted him peeking from behind a large tree, observing the joyous celebration of Gwen's family. It is worth mentioning that after the encounter with Dr. Lizard, Sheriff Stacy had a conversation with Peter, cautioning him that if he continued his escapades as a superhero in spandex, it would lead to considerable trouble, endangering those around him. Ultimately, she suggested that Peter distance himself from Gwen. Although Peter was reluctant, he felt compelled to acquiesce, both for Gwen's sake and because he dared not defy Sheriff Stacy in her presence. After a prolonged silence, he eventually nodded in agreement. Yet, merely 2 days later, he and Gwen were back together, and perhaps out of a sense of rebellion, they appeared even more affectionate than before. Remarkably, after Sheriff Stacy had spoken to Peter, she continued to thrive, alleviating any lingering guilt Peter might have felt, allowing him to avoid unnecessary complications. Although they could not openly express their affection due to Sheriff Stacy's watchful eye, they seized every opportunity to engage in clandestine endeavors when she was not around. Of course, they refrained from taking the final step, as their plans were interrupted by Ned, who happened upon them while out on errands. Consequently, Ned sent an anonymous text message to Sheriff Stacy. The details eluded him, but the news the following day reported that Spider-Man was evading the New York police and had been shot multiple times. Moreover, according to Huang Shiwen, Peter took several days off following that incident, and Spider-Man subsequently vanished from the public eye for an extended period. Even the media and the residents of New York were led to believe that Spider-Man had been fatally shot during a police pursuit, resulting in the public expressing their outrage towards Sheriff Stacy, who had issued the orders. Fortunately, just a few days later, Spider-Man resumed his usual activities, once again becoming a friendly neighbor to the citizens of New York. Additionally, Ned refrained from mentioning the incident of reporting to anyone, lest Gwen transform into Spider-Woman and confront him at Huang Shiwen's home, berating him mercilessly. Chapter 70. Enemies from the Shadows. Upon returning home, Ned sought to express his apologies to Huang Shiwen by preparing a traditional dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Do not give a second thought. Indeed, this was the only dish Ned had mastered throughout his 2 lifetimes. Oh, Ned, Huang Shiwen sighed in exasperation. Just relax, my dear, Ned said as he gently pressed her onto the sofa, turned on the television, and made his way to the kitchen. He remained blissfully unaware of Huang Shiwen's cheeks reddening after his words. What did he mean? He wouldn't he dare? Oh, how embarrassing. Distracted by her tumultuous thoughts, Huang Shiwen paid little attention to the television, while Ned, with his keen hearing, caught snippets of news regarding Norman Osborn's grave illness and Harry Osborn's inheritance of his father's business empire. So, are your parents coming back soon? Ned casually inquired during dinner. Huh? Why? Huang Shiwen asked, puzzled. Did you not see the news? Just now, they reported that Norman Osborn has passed away, and his son has taken over his position. Ned looked at Huang Shiwen in confusion. She should have known this. Oh, Huang Shiwen nodded, then reassured him, they won't be coming back, so don't worry. After speaking, she chose to ignore Ned and focused on her meal. Noticing this, Ned also fell silent and began to eat casually. Late at night, Ned donned his sorcerer's robe, cloak, and mask once again as Daredevil descended upon New York. Hey, old man, hand over your money and get lost, shouted a knife-wielding bald black male robber as he confronted a flamboyantly dressed elderly lady at a street corner. The robber's eyes gleamed with greed, thinking to himself, just by looking at this lady's jewelry and attire, it's clear she must be wealthy. After this job, I could indulge myself for a while. As the robber awaited his spoils, the elderly lady spoke up. I've heard of you, the infamous night thief, known for robbing both wealth and virtue, nicknamed the Long-Tongued Demon. It is said that every woman you accost ends up at your mercy. Is that true? Since you've heard my name, you should hurry up and hand over the money, or I might just stab you. The Long-Tongued Demon retorted impatiently, extending his knife menacingly. However, What he did not anticipate was that, as soon as his voice fell, the elderly lady opposite him swiftly discarded her seemingly warm coat, revealing her bare, unadorned body. She screamed, "Then why are you not hurrying over? I can hardly wait." With a dramatic flair, the lady let out a piercing shriek and lunged toward the long-tongued demon. The demon, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, had ravaged countless women but had never encountered such wildness, particularly from someone who appeared to be at least in her 60s. The long-tongued demon, in the prime of his youth, was unwilling to yield. "Damn it! What the hell?" he cursed, turning on his heel to flee, while the old lady relentlessly pursued him, shouting, "Yes, yes! Hurry and ravish me! Ravish me!" After a while, the long-tongued demon, being young and vigorous, managed to escape, as the elderly lady's cumbersome attire hindered her from running far. Eventually, he lost her in the midst of the road. Panting heavily, he leaned against a large tree by the roadside, carelessly tossing aside his knife, cursing under his breath, "That wretched old hag has left me utterly exhausted, and it is no longer the optimal time for hunting. Even if I return now, my spoils will be meager." Frustrated, he struck the tree beside him with a powerful punch. "Is that you, Fury?" At that moment, a voice startled the long-tongued demon. He gasped and turned, instinctively placing his hand on the firearm at his waist, prepared for any eventuality. It was not Fury. The turn revealed his face to Ned, who, though equally dark, bore no resemblance to Nick Fury. "Damn it! Daredevil!" The long-tongued demon recognized Ned instantly, given his attire and the painful mask he wore, and cursed before hastily drawing his gun to shoot. "Well, I must admit, I am not particularly fond of that nickname," Ned remarked, simultaneously casting a powerful illusion upon the long-tongued demon through the mask of pain. Bang! 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 The long-tongued demon frantically fired at the nearby tree, pulling the trigger while shouting, "Die! You damn bastard! I will make a name for myself tonight. Hey, you seem to be shooting awry." Ned quietly approached him from behind and poked his shoulder. "Damn!" The long-tongued demon turned around in shock, his confusion evident upon seeing the unscathed Ned. "Damn your mother!" Bang! Ned swiftly retaliated with a magically empowered slap, knocking the long-tongued demon unconscious. He then deftly opened a portal and, with a single kick, sent the demon tumbling to the doorstep of the New York police station. Of course, prior to this, he had thoroughly searched the demon, ensuring that not a single scent remained on him. Moreover, Ned had employed magic to inscribe several gleaming golden words upon his body: "Midnight Bandit, Long-Tongued Fiend." These inscriptions would vanish after the New York police apprehended him, remaining on the surface of the long-tongued fiend until that moment, of course draining Ned's magical energy. Yet, Ned was a direct disciple of the Ancient One, preparing to learn how to legitimately borrow energy from various sources upon his return. Would he truly be concerned about this trivial amount of magic? He chuckled to himself, just as Ned was closing the portal to seek his next target. An eerie laughter echoed from the depths of the endless darkness. Instantly, Ned turned, his gaze fixated on the source of the sound, his senses heightened to the maximum, ready to activate the portal and escape at any moment. He suspected it might be an accomplice of the Dark Robe seeking vengeance, finally locating him this very night. After all, the peculiar laughter hinted that this individual was undoubtedly a formidable villain. Ned's trepidation stemmed from his awareness of his own capabilities. He had slain the Dark Robe. Thus, although he had resorted to trickery to defeat the Dark Robe, his actual strength was far inferior. Yet to outsiders, it appeared as though his prowess surpassed that of the Dark Robe. In such circumstances, anyone daring to seek revenge would likely possess abilities comparable to those of the Dark Robe. With both hands, Ned had struggled against the Dark Robe. Now, with only one hand left, could he afford to remain any longer? Would he await his demise? Satanton, the green goblin emerges. With a cacophony of shrill laughter, Ned discerned a spherical object hurtling towards him from the shadows. Oomph. Ned snorted, though prepared to flee. He refused to abandon the scene without first glimpsing his adversary. He extended one hand, tracing a semicircle before him, conjuring a massive magical shield that he upheld single-handedly. As he supported the shield, he fixed his gaze upon the spherical object in the darkness, waiting for it to reveal its true nature. When it finally landed before him, He let out a sigh of relief. It was none other than the Green Goblin's iconic pumpkin bomb. Boom! Attendre explosion réverbérated, sending a cloud of dust and debris into the air, yet it failed to even rattle Ned behind his magical shield. Technological creations must be countered with technological means. Only a clash of armors could ignite one's passion for battle. With this thought, Ned retrieved the vibranium phone crafted for him by Stark. "Come forth, AI," he commanded, casting the vibranium phone forward with force. As it soared through the air, it transformed, ultimately landing heavily as an 85-nanometer suit of armor. "At your service, sir," the AI controlling the iron armor declared, rising to face Ned. "There lies an ugly armored foe. Vanquish him." Ned pointed towards the direction from which the laughter had previously emanated. Simultaneously, he donned a pair of high-tech glasses, a creation birthed from his collaboration with Shao AI, designed to infiltrate Osborn's defenses. These remarkable glasses allowed him to experience the allure of Iron Man from a first-person perspective, while Shao AI controlled the armored suit in combat. Additionally, he possessed a high-tech bodysuit that enabled him to manipulate the armor remotely without any delay. However, he rarely employed this feature, as he lacked a left arm. "Understood, sir," Shao AI promptly responded. She then activated the rear thrusters and soared towards the Green Goblin, who hovered at a considerable distance in the sky. Despite Ned's exceptional eyesight, he could not locate him. However, the radar system of the armored suit was not to be underestimated. "What is that?" the Green Goblin exclaimed. Initially taken aback as a large, golden disc intercepted his pumpkin bomb, followed by a humanoid robot soaring towards him. Indeed, the Green Goblin's advanced armor was equipped with night vision capabilities. Confident in his technological prowess, he maneuvered his glider directly towards the armored suit. Bang! Just as the Green Goblin naively anticipated a close-quarters confrontation with the armored suit, it suddenly unleashed a repulsor blast that sent him staggering. "Damn it!" the Green Goblin shouted in fury as missiles from his glider were launched towards the armored suit. He followed closely behind, intending to capitalize on the moment when the missiles struck to unleash a flurry of attacks that would dismantle the suit. "I must say, Green Goblin, you bear a striking resemblance to Rod's ex-wife." Tony Stark's voice echoed from within the armored suit, a quip orchestrated by Ned through Shao AI. The suit then darted away, weaving up and down, left and right, in an attempt to evade the Green Goblin's missiles. Nevertheless, the missiles were equipped with a homing function, making escape impossible. Reluctantly, the armored suit turned to fire several repulsor blasts to detonate the missiles. Boom! A series of colorless fireworks erupted in the sky, and from the billowing black smoke emerged a green figure lunging towards the armored suit. The suit gasped in surprise, first blocking a punch from the Green Goblin, then delivering a kick to his face that sent him flying. "I must admit, you have surprised me greatly, but my combat skills are capable of besting Rogers and his dear companion combined," the armored suit declared, although the voice emanating from it was Tony Stark's. The true operator was Shao AI, an advanced AI with an extensive database of intricate fighting techniques and unparalleled reflexes. Thus, she effortlessly neutralized the Green Goblin's assault. The Green Goblin, already mentally unstable, was pushed over the edge by the successive defeats. After an enraged roar, he directed his gaze towards the armored suit and demanded, "Who are you, really?" "Me?" A resonant voice emanated from the iron armor, that of Tony Stark, declaring, "I am the beloved of all, blooming flowers and bursting tires alike." "No, I'm a playboy, a billionaire, a super philanthropist, a technical advisor to the very soul of the Avengers, the greatest Avenger. The superhero Iron Man, Tony Stark." What a cacophony of nonsense. The Green Goblin, already a figure of madness, found himself further bewildered by this litany of identities, ultimately shouting in exasperation as he took flight on his glider. "Hey, are you looking down upon Tony Stark?" Little AI, tasked with emulating Iron Man's persona beyond mere combat skills, echoed Tony's customary exclamations before attempting to pursue the Green Goblin, yet was met with Ned's retreat order and begrudgingly returned. "Why did you deviate from the script I provided during your introduction?" Ned inquired, casting a glance at the iron armor. The astute Mr. Stark has established supreme commands. Any disparaging remarks about the genius that is Mr. Stark will undergo automatic correction. Came the voice of little AI from within the armor. Ned found himself at a loss for words. Very well, return. Let the Green Goblin be. He is an indispensable adversary in Spider-Man's journey. We shall assist from the sidelines, ensuring no irreparable regrets arise, Ned stated. Of course. That is assuming he does not provoke my ire. Understood, sir, replied little AI, before transforming back into a smartphone and flying into Ned's pocket. Once Ned departed through the portal, a few cautious gang members from various factions approached to investigate the commotion. The explosive sounds had roused residents across several blocks, and our dear Sheriff Stacy was en route with her team. The gang members surveyed the area, finding only the crater left by the pumpkin bomb, and reluctantly prepared themselves for a reprimand from their leader, returning home in a state of discontent. Chapter 72. Tony Stark? Upon returning to his room, Ned discovered Huang Xiwen seated on the edge of his bed, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded him. The earlier explosions had awakened all of New York, and Huang's first instinct was to rush to Ned's room to ascertain his presence. Finding it empty, she quickly deduced that the earth-shattering blasts were likely connected to him. Given that Ned had already lost an arm, she feared that any further trouble might result in dire consequences, prompting her to wait in his room for his return. I can go out and combat crime. As we discussed, Ned asserted preemptively. What was the cause of that explosion? As Huang Xiwen spoke, she inquired about the explosion. Oh, it's nothing. It's getting late. You should hurry and rest. After all, in the dead of night, it is rather inappropriate for two solitary individuals of the opposite sex to be alone together. Nate, unwilling to discuss the Green Goblin, sought to deflect the conversation. What was that explosion about? Typically, upon hearing such a remark from Nate, Huang Xiwen would have shyly retreated, yet now she appeared unfazed. Her expression cold as she persistently questioned him about the missile explosion, rendering Nate's explanations futile. Fine, not this side. The Osborn Group has developed a super armor, similar to the Iron Man suit controlled by little AI, though it pales in comparison to my own iron armor. The explosion was caused by a missile they engineered for that suit. Missile? Huang Xiwen's voice suddenly escalated. Nate, do you recall what you promised me during our discussions? That you would steer clear of such perilous matters. You should only apprehend petty thieves. Nate nodded silently. An unusual silence enveloped them. After a prolonged pause, Huang Xiwen spoke first. Nate, I understand. I apologize. I assure you, I will never confront such adversaries directly again. Even in battle, I will remotely control the iron armor. Nate interrupted her. No. To his surprise, Huang Xiwen did not share this sentiment. May I learn your magic? She asked earnestly. I do not wish to continuously force you into danger, nor do I want you to face those threats alone while I remain at home, anxious and fearful for your safety. If I could learn magic, I could fight alongside you. Nate was taken aback by Huang Xiwen's words, his heart swelling with emotion. Yet, he hesitated to teach her his magic. He recalled the last encounter with a cloaked figure, who incessantly invoked the name of the cult of Ashandi. It was clear that this world as sorcerers would not welcome a practitioner of Nate's unorthodox magical arts. Should he impart his secret of magic to Huang Xiwen, and she were to face persecution from other sorcerers after his departure, the consequences would be dire. Nate shook his head. No. Learning secret of magic requires the consent of a supreme mage. I cannot teach you without permission. He refrained from voicing his true concerns and instead employed a rationale that Huang Xiwen would find more palatable. As a person deeply influenced by cultural norms, Huang Xiwen had undoubtedly heard the adage about martial arts secrets being forbidden to share. Otherwise, one would face dire repercussions. Thus, Nate was confident she would accept his explanation. Indeed, upon hearing Nate's words, Huang Xiwen ceased to broach the topic of learning magic, her expression tinged with disappointment. Then forget it. I will no longer interfere with your efforts to combat crime, but do remember to exercise caution in all matters. Nate observed Huang Xiwen's despondent expression, and despite his evident concern for him, he still insisted on undertaking actions that might be deemed appropriate. This left Nate feeling quite troubled. Although he was disheartened, he was not Tony Stark, unable to create a suit of armor specifically for Huang Xiwen. Thus, He silently escorted Huang Shiwen back to his room before returning to lie on his bed, gazing at the ceiling in contemplation. Osborne, what is happening? How did you find yourself in such a predicament? In a clandestine underground facility, several individuals awaited the Green Goblin's return at the entrance. One of them, seemingly the leader, looked at the Green Goblin with a puzzled expression. The Green Goblin's mind was a chaotic whirl, as he incessantly recited the jumbled phrases he had heard from AI during its self-introduction. Finally, as if he had grasped the crux of the matter, he repeatedly chanted the name uttered by AI. Tony Stark. Tony Stark. Tony Stark. Who? Whom were you referring to? The leader, who had initially maintained his composure, was taken aback upon hearing the name the Green Goblin kept repeating. His expression shifted to one of alarm as he seized the Green Goblin and inquired, Tony Stark. Tony Stark. Yet, the Green Goblin remained fixated on repeating Stark's name, oblivious to everything else. Damn it! The suited leader cursed vehemently before instructing his subordinate, administer a sedative to him, and once he regains a semblance of sanity, inform me immediately. Understood. The Green Goblin was dragged away by the subordinates, and the suited leader, feeling a lingering unease, made his way to the laboratory within the underground base. Dr. Otto, how is your condition? We may be facing unprecedented troubles. The leader addressed a busy figure inside. Oh, Dr. Octopus glanced up from his work and, with a nonchalant demeanor, replied, Troubles? Sir, I believe you will find this individual quite intriguing. With him, any trouble can be easily managed. As he spoke, Dr. Octopus extended a mechanical appendage, presenting a display screen to the suited leader. Though anxious, the leader understood the necessity of maintaining a calm facade in front of these peculiar beings. He casually accepted the screen and feigned earnestness while examining it. Initially, he was merely pretending to be focused, but as time progressed, his excitement grew. Finally, he looked up at Dr. Octopus and declared, This person must serve our organization. Is there a plan? Let's incorporate him. Certainly. Dr. Octopus replied confidently, I have heard that you possess an exceptionally effective method of brainwashing. The leader's initial enthusiasm abruptly waned upon hearing Dr. Octopus's remark. After a moment of silence, he finally responded with a fierce determination. You are responsible for bringing him before me. After uttering these words, the suited leader turned on his heel and departed, for the words of Dr. Octopus had touched upon his secrets, compelling him to leave without delay. Chapter 73. The Captive Shao AI. Do you possess the specific data and manufacturing methods for the iron armor? Ned inquired, gazing at the ceiling, his curiosity piqued. Due to the formidable power of the iron armor, Mr. Stark had prudently refrained from inputting the intricate manufacturing techniques into my database, Shao AI explained. Therefore, I only have the design schematics for the number 5 armor, which Mr. Stark has grandly classified as a harmless bulletproof vest. Oh, Ned's hopes had begun to wane upon hearing the initial part of Shao AI's response, yet he was unexpectedly delighted by this revelation. His eyes gleamed with anticipation as he asked, Do you have the technology for the miniature arc reactor? Alas, I do not, Shao AI's sweet voice chimed again, though it resonated painfully in Ned's ears. Are you certain, Shao AI? Ned queried, well aware that Stark would likely not allow the core technology of the iron armor, which he regarded as an extension of himself, to be disseminated. Nevertheless, he remained reluctant to abandon the inquiry. Indeed, sir, Shao AI does not possess the latest harmless and safe miniature arc reactor technology, came her definitive reply. Latest? Harmless and safe. Ned perceptively noted the significant keywords in her statement. He surmised that the so-called latest and harmless reactor was likely the triangular arc reactor that Tony Stark had completed with hints left by his father, which had granted him a new lease on life. Furthermore, Ned recalled that this new reactor boasted a power output far superior to that of the previous palladium-based reactor. However, despite this, Ned did not disdain the older reactor technology. Shao AI, does this mean you have the original reactor technology? He asked tentatively. Yes. Splendid. Ned exclaimed, leaping to his feet. Let us proceed to Oscorp. Shao AI, I need you to expedite the production of the number 5 armor before dawn, utilizing all available resources and laboratories at Oscorp without reservation. I assure you, There will be no interruptions before sunrise. Understood, sir. With the full might of Oscorp behind us. Producing a mere number 5 armor will undoubtedly pose no challenge. Xiao AI replied confidently. Ned shared her confidence, adding, remember, this armor must be tailored to Zivin's measurements. It will be prudent to create several sets in varying sizes, as she is still in high school and undergoing a growth spurt. Sir, Xiao AI can complete a maximum of 2 sets before dawn. That is acceptable. We shall make multiple trips, Ned replied nonchalantly. Additionally, let us prioritize the production of 1 set of armor tonight, dedicating the remainder of our time to the fabrication of the arc reactor, as the energy issue is of paramount importance. Very well, sir. Moreover, you can take the opportunity to recharge yourself. The nanotech armor has been activated numerous times without a charge. Very well, sir. Ravenclaw Psychiatric Hospital. We have come to retrieve this individual. A member of the mysterious organization presented the file of the Electric Man to the person in charge. Oh, upon glancing at the file, the official resolutely declined, stating, that is not possible. Very well. The enigmatic figure shrugged, displaying a demeanor of resignation. In the next moment, a dagger slipped from his sleeve into his hand, and he plunged it directly into the heart of the psychiatric hospital's director. Gasping, the director struggled momentarily before succumbing to the void. He could never have anticipated the ruthless methods of these operatives from above, who resorted to murder at the slightest provocation. Bang! Swoosh! Swoosh! The members of the mysterious organization were certainly not alone. Witnessing their leader's actions, the others swiftly sprang into action, efficiently dispatching the guard stationed at the entrance with lethal precision before awaiting further commands from their leader. Leave no one behind, Darl and Ram. Accompany me to meet our new acquaintance. The leader, undeterred by the blood on his clothes, spoke with a chilling gaze. Understood. Bang. Swoosh. The Electric Man was also under guard, but before anyone could react, the elite assassins of the mysterious organization overpowered and dispatched him. Who are you? After enduring inhumane torment during his time at the psychiatric hospital, the Electric Man had undergone a profound transformation. Witnessing a living individual being slain without even a flicker of emotion in his eyes. Max, we are here to rescue you. The leader, having dealt with the guards, sauntered in and addressed the Electric Man. Rescue me? Why? The Electric Man inquired. Because we need you to help save this world, the leader declared, a hint of madness glimmering in his eyes. You need me? You need me? The Electric Man murmured, reflecting on the leader's words. Indeed, I require your assistance. The leader chuckled at the Electric Man's response, perhaps bemused by the apparent insanity of these suddenly transformed individuals. The Green Goblin was one such case, and the Electric Man before him seemed equally unhinged. All right, we must be on our way. Noticing that his subordinates had successfully removed the Electric Man's restraints, the leader announced. Where are we? The Electric Man inquired, as he was led to an underground base, surveying his surroundings with curiosity. This is our home, the leader replied with a smile, then addressed the approaching suited figure. Chief, I have brought our new friend. Friend? I once had one, but he betrayed me. Upon hearing the leader's words, the Electric Man turned his gaze towards the suited figure. Is that so? Trust me, we are truly friends. Real friends do not betray one another. The suited leader smiled mysteriously and added, Come with me, my friend. I shall take you to your room. Reluctantly, the Electric Man followed him forward. Shortly, they arrived at a simple yet remarkably comfortable bedroom. My friend, you have endured so much. It is best you rest for a while, the suited leader said with a smile before stepping out. Throughout this exchange, the Electric Man remained silent. Bang! As soon as the suited leader exited, the heavy metallic door of the bedroom slammed shut, causing the walls to warp and a screen to appear, revealing the suited leader alongside Dr. Octopus. The Electric Man shouted in fury, unleashing a powerful current in an attempt to break through the door, but his efforts were in vain. The current failed to stir any reaction. Do not harbor any illusions of resistance. This room has been meticulously crafted for you by Dr. Otto himself. Chapter 74. Brainwashing. You had better succeed in killing me this time. In the Electric Man's eyes, these individuals deceived him merely to lead him into a special environment for his demise. But was he truly so easily vanquished? Kill you? No. No, I do not intend to kill you, the suited leader chuckled, shaking his head before commanding his subordinate. Open the gift I prepared for him. Yes. The subordinate manipulated a device in front of him, and suddenly, several large holes appeared in the walls of the electric man's room, from which mechanical claws emerged to ensnare him. The electric man screamed as he released torrents of electricity, striving to break free from the mechanical grasp. Yet no matter how fervently he channeled his energy, the claws remained impervious to his assault. Even his own power waned, his body succumbing to weakness. Yet the mechanical claws held him upright. Max, do not be anxious. Soon you'll be fully integrated into our system, the suited leader proclaimed with a villainous grin, brimming with confidence. As his voice faded, another mechanical arm extended from the ceiling. Unlike the previous claws, this arm bore a peculiar helmet-like device at its end. With a click, the mechanical arm placed the helmet upon the electric man's head, and a peculiar energy began to seep from the helmet into his brain. Ugh! The electric man's anguished cry echoed as the suited leader leisurely sipped his coffee and inquired of Dr. Octopus. How is Osborn faring? He is already asleep. Do not worry. When he awakens, he will still be your finest henchman, Dr. Octopus replied dismissively. No, the suited leader remarked, gazing at the tormented electric man on the screen. I have found an even better candidate. Oh, Dr. Octopus raised an eyebrow and remarked, it seems you possess great confidence in your method of brainwashing. However, I fail to perceive any intricacies within it. He intended to use provocation to test the suited leader, for he had long heard whispers of this man's peculiar technique of mental manipulation, which filled him with trepidation. Yet upon witnessing it firsthand, he found it oddly simplistic and bewildering, which unsettled him. Meanwhile, the suited leader merely cast a glance at Dr. Octopus and said nothing in response. As time passed, the electric man displayed on the screen fell completely silent. The electric man had not yet been driven to desperation by those from the psychiatric facility. Hence he had not awakened his elemental skills, rendering him incapable of mounting any formidable resistance under the draining of his electric power. Desire, Rust, Chefentin, the suited leader, observing the electric man's silence, slowly began to speak. Dawn, Furnace, 9, Kindness, Home, Truck, 1. The entire command sequence was delivered in Russian, not as a precaution against Dr. Octopus, but because the original commands were indeed in Russian. Soldier. Upon completing the command, the suited leader spoke solemnly, await orders. The electric man, who had previously seemed like a lifeless corpse, lifted his head at the sound of the suited leader's call, responding with vacant eyes. The suited leader's satisfaction was evident as he instructed a nearby subordinate, take him for a shower and a meal. Also, do not recharge him just yet. I fear our base's power supply may be insufficient. Understood. After the subordinate departed, Dr. Octopus remained in a state of disbelief. There was no need for him to strain his mind, for it was likely that no one in the contemporary world could comprehend the workings of this command sequence. Observing Dr. Octopus's expression, the suited leader reassured him in a nonchalant tone. Dr. Octopus responded with a dull sound, failing to notice the fleeting glint of menace in the suited leader's eyes. Suddenly, a rapid series of footsteps echoed from outside the door, and a subordinate entered, exclaiming, Leader, Osborn has awakened. Follow me. The suited leader, who had been fuming at the subordinate's rudeness, leaped to his feet upon hearing this news, slamming his hand on the table as he made his way to the Green Goblin's chamber. Osborn. Upon entering the room, the suited leader was greeted by the malevolent visage of the Green Goblin. What on earth have you encountered? Tony Stark? As he questioned, his hands instinctively clenched into fists, a sense of anxiety creeping into his heart. Having regained his senses from the brainwashing technique, Dr. Octopus noted this telltale sign and pondered deeply. Do you know that bastard? The Green Goblin retorted, refusing to answer the suited leader's inquiry. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the suited leader understood that the Green Goblin had indeed crossed paths with someone claiming to be Tony Stark. Gritting his teeth, he turned to a nearby subordinate and commanded, Bring me paper and a pen. After receiving the paper and pen, the suited leader swiftly sketched a few lines, then handed it to the Green Goblin, inquiring, Is this the fellow? The Green Goblin, with a scowl upon his face, took the paper and was confronted with a flamboyant portrait of Tony Stark along with the number 42 Iron Man suit. He exclaimed, Forcefully slapping the image of the armored suit onto the table, gritting his teeth. I don't recognize that ostentatious fellow, but the mechanical suit is somewhat similar in general appearance. Damn, the suited leader muttered under his breath upon hearing the Green Goblin's words, fully aware of the reason behind the similarity in appearance despite the differences in the suits. Tony Stark, ever the innovator, frequently updated his armor, and it was only natural that his suit would evolve further. Do you seek revenge? The suited leader glared menacingly at the Green Goblin. Release those formidable machines you've been hiding at home. I will have Dr. Otto and another new ally join you to crush him. You mean you've crafted an armor for me as well? Huang Xuan exclaimed, astonished yet delighted, gazing at the ever-smiling Ned before him. Indeed, Ned replied with a grin, producing the number 5 suitcase armor that little AI had tirelessly constructed overnight. Wow. Huang Xuan joyfully accepted the armor, slightly puzzled. I thought it would weigh dozens of pounds. I didn't expect it to be so light. Effortlessly lifting the suitcase armor, he examined it from all angles. Although he had seen little AI transform into the 85 suit multiple times, this one felt entirely unique. Indeed, the technology behind the Iron Man suit belongs to a friend of mine who values it immensely. To prevent this technology from falling into the hands of ill-intentioned individuals, he has disclosed no related information. Even little AI only possesses this particular version of the suitcase armor, which is essentially an upgraded bulletproof vest. My intention in giving it to you is to ensure you can protect yourself better. Do not entertain thoughts of engaging in perilous endeavors, for this armor may not safeguard you in such scenarios. Ned's expression turned serious. Chapter 75. The great battle approaches. All right, I understand. Huang Xuan, still gleefully inspecting his suitcase armor, absent-mindedly replied to Ned without lifting his head. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly inquired, how do I use this? Little AI. Ned called, snapping his fingers. Yes, sir, came the response, as the vibranium phone floated into the air, projecting a holographic image of the only instance when Iron Man donned the number 5 suitcase armor. Wow, who is he? Your friend? Huang Xuan observed, noting Tony's battered visage, and exclaimed in awe. Indeed, the greatest superhero in the world, a genius. Ned curled his lips, initially intending to speak ill of Stark, but upon recalling Stark's unwavering support, his words transformed into lavish praise. Really? Why have I never heard of him? Huang Xuan responded with a look of confusion. It was then that Ned suddenly realized he hadn't mentioned to Huang Xuan that he hailed from an alternate universe. Let's not dwell on those trivial details. How about we experience the armor first? Ned chose to sidestep the topic, rubbing his hands together in eager anticipation. All right. Huang Xuan shared his sentiment. She placed the iron armor on the ground and, mimicking Tony Stark from the videos, successfully donned a Mark V suit. This feels amazing, Huang Xuan exclaimed, turning to Ned in her armor. The suit Ned crafted for her bore no distinction from Stark's original Mark V, save for its tailored size. There's even cooler stuff. Ned replied with a slight smile. Miss Xuan, I am Saturday, and I will assist you in operating this armor in the coming days. An elegant female voice resonated within Huang Xuan's suit. Indeed, Ned had programmed an artificial intelligence to aid Huang Xuan, though this AI was limited to assisting with the armor's operation, lacking the extensive functionalities of Jarvis, Friday, or ZIOI. Cool. Huang Xuan had not anticipated owning her own AI so soon after graduating high school, and she couldn't help but shout in excitement. Briefly savoring the experience of the Mark V, she removed the armor, which transformed back into a briefcase. By the way, this armor doesn't have to be worn in such a manner, Ned interjected. To prevent unforeseen circumstances, you can control the armor using this high-tech wristband. He handed Huang Xuan a black wristband, crafted alongside the armor. This wristband also features Saturday. It can be voice-activated or manually operated, and the armor has an automatic donning function. Give it a try. Also, it contains various data and usage instructions for the armor, though they might be unnecessary. Huang Xuan silently accepted the wristband and then suddenly inquired, why didn't you mention this sooner? Didn't you realize that the transformation move looks quite ungraceful for a girl? Ned remained silent. Saturday? Huang Xuan pondered the wristband and armor on her own. As night fell, Ned and Huang Xuan sat across from each other at a small table, enjoying a cozy dinner. While eating, They exchanged furtive glances, and whenever their eyes met, they quickly lowered their heads, fervently devouring their meals. In this atmosphere, Ned felt he could continue eating indefinitely, if not for that accursed phone call. "Tell me, Peter, you've encountered some serious trouble. Otherwise, I will ensure you find yourself in a predicament." Ned answered the phone with a menacing tone. On the other end, Huang Shiwen stifled a laugh at the scene. Suddenly, a gasp from Peter accompanied by an explosion erupted, followed by a cacophony of screams and cries for help. "Peter?" Ned called out, sensing something amiss in the background, noise emanating from the phone. However, Peter may have been too preoccupied to respond. Or perhaps his phone was knocked away by an exceedingly ruthless adversary. In any case, aside from the chaos, Peter's voice was no longer audible. "Shall AI locate Peter's phone?" "Certainly, sir. Mr. Parker is near the plaza by Oscorp Tower." Shall AI's voice chimed in. "All right, let's go." Ned set down his utensils and addressed Xiao AI. Just then, he noticed Huang Shiwen had also risen to her feet. "Let us go," she echoed. I meant Xiao AI and me," Ned said, glancing at Huang Shiwen, who seemed insistent on joining him. "Your armor is insufficiently fortified for high-risk combat. Given the sounds from Peter's call, this battle will undoubtedly be formidable." Boom! At that moment, a distant explosion resonated, startling both Ned and Huang Shiwen. Instinctively, Ned threw Huang Shiwen to the ground, only to realize the explosion was far away. It was merely the sound that was overwhelming. The blast originated from Oscorp Tower, where calamity had surely struck. Stay safe at home. If anything arises, don your armor and hide. Do not entertain thoughts of heroism. This is not child's play. Your life is paramount. Ned helped Huang Shiwen to her feet, imparting this warning before stepping through a portal. Having previously visited Oscorp Tower, Ned was able to teleport directly there. Emerging from the portal, he was fully equipped, a wizard's robe, a levitating cloak, and a mask of agony, all donned. Beside him stood Xiao AI, transformed into her iron armor. As they stepped out from the shadowy corner of the portal, a scene of devastation unfolded before them. Flames engulfed the surroundings, and wrecked vehicles littered the area, interspersed with the anguished cries of the nearby populace. The sound of explosions mingled with the piercing calls for help, a distressing symphony of chaos. Occasionally, police cars were sent flying by bombs raining down from above, causing Ned's heart to race. The landscape was a battlefield devoid of sanctuary, with missiles threatening to descend at any moment. This grim reality instinctively conjured memories of the recent New York battle that had left an indelible mark on his mind. Chapter 76. A gathering of heroes on this battlefield that resembled a hell on earth, the figure clad in a red bodysuit, swaying back and forth in a futile attempt to save others, appeared utterly powerless. "Shout AI, go restrain that group of villains. If possible, bring them down." Ned commanded the iron armor, his gaze fixed upon the two supervillains, the Green Goblin and Vulture, soaring above. As for why Vulture was present, Ned had long since ceased to care. Given the current scene, none of the villains present would escape, as he asserted. "Yes, sir," Xiao AI replied, then soared into the sky towards the Green Goblin and Vulture. Meanwhile, Ned extended his right hand, swirling in front of him before forcefully pushing it forward. A tempest swept through, and the debris, scattered stones, fragments of cars, even missiles descending from above, vanished without a trace. The flames that had been rampant were extinguished, momentarily stunning Peter Parker, the harried Spider-Man, who was busy trying to save others. "Oh!" Peter exclaimed, leaping to Ned's side. "Mystic Mage, you have finally arrived." "Indeed," Ned replied with a solemn nod. "I will handle those two, while you assist the police in evacuating civilians." "What did you say?" Peter retorted, his voice rising. "I want to fight them too. And don't forget, Spider-Man's popularity far exceeds that of Daredevil." As Ned continued to argue with Peter, the battle in the sky erupted. Bang! The iron armor unleashed two palm cannons, interrupting the Green Goblin and Vulture as they prepared to launch missiles downward. Then charged forward to deliver a punch to the Green Goblin's face, sending him flying. "Huh!" The pilot of Vulture's armor, a burly man with a face full of scars, saw the Green Goblin being struck down and swung his wings, using the blades atop them to slash at the iron armor. Clang! The iron armor remained unfazed in the face of Vulture's attack. Raising its arm to conjure an energy shield that protected its front, the blades clashing against the shield without causing a ripple. Boom! The iron armor, under Xiao AI's control, exhibited no mercy. This was clearly an opportune moment for a surprise attack. A flash of golden light erupted as a powerful golden energy cannon shot forth from the reactor at the iron armor's chest, heading straight for Vulture's torso. If it landed, Vulture would either perish or be severely injured. Just then, a tentacled appendage emerged from the ground, seizing Vulture's back and yanking him downwards, causing the energy cannon to narrowly miss, inflicting no harm. Bang! Bang! With the attack initiated, the hidden assailant revealed themselves after two resounding booms. A figure rose slowly into the air, supported by the two tentacles, aligning themselves with Vulture, who was flying not very high. Ned squinted at the figure, realizing with a start, could it be Dr. Octopus? Before Peter could fully comprehend the newly emerged adversary, a resounding shout erupted from the crowd. In an instant, the entire world was engulfed in darkness, with only the illuminated chest and palm cannon of the armored figure in the sky, shining like a colossal bulb. Crack! Crack! The sound of thunderclaps resonated as a figure enveloped in azure light gradually ascended into the air. Mux! Upon seeing this individual, Peter was overwhelmed with an excruciating headache. Not for any other reason, but because his web shooter malfunctioned in the presence of this person. You resemble the god of thunder, far more than Thor, who merely swings a hammer. The voice of Tony Stark echoed from within the armor, glancing around at the assembled villains and inquiring, by the way, is anyone else planning to join us? If so, how shall we proceed? If not, what then? The only villain with a semblance of intellect, Dr. Octopus, retorted with a question. If there are others, they should reveal themselves quickly. If not, I was informed by God in a dream a few days ago that he is in need of a few guard dogs. You lot seem rather fitting. Tony Stark's taunting voice rang out, causing even Dr. Octopus to furrow his brow, let alone the other villains, who were either disoriented or possessed only brute strength. Who are you insulting? A furious roar erupted from the ground as several missiles, trailing flames, soared toward the armored figure in the sky. The long trails made the missiles conspicuous against the darkness. Wow! A seemingly mocking exclamation punctuated the air as the armored figure activated an energy shield once more. Boom! The missiles collided with the energy shield, enveloping the vicinity in a thick cloud of smoke, completely obscuring the silhouette of the armored figure. Ha ha ha! Accompanied by the arrogant laughter of the rhino, Tony Stark's infuriating voice broke through the smoke. Listen, listen, such a ferocious shout. God shall surely never lose anything again. The laughter of the rhino abruptly ceased as he incredulously gazed at the smoke in the sky. As the haze dissipated, the armored figure remained utterly unharmed. How is this possible? There is nothing impossible about this. Moreover, are you prepared to meet God? Should I help you tidy up your appearances? We wouldn't want to offend him. Tony Stark's voice dripped with menace as Dr. Octopus retorted angrily. Aren't you concerned about those ordinary people on the ground? If we engage in battle, not a single one will survive. Oh, is that so? Take a good look at the ground, Otto. As Ned's voice resonated, the scene around them brightened once more, revealing that the once densely packed crowd had mysteriously vanished, leaving behind an empty plaza for the two factions to duel. In truth, Ned had sensed that the area would soon be deserted after the rhino's appearance, and had quietly drawn everyone into a mirrored space while their attention was fixated on the armored figure. The rhino bellowed in fury as he charged toward Ned in his armored suit. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed on the ground, thud, thud, thud. Peter, the sole antagonist running on the ground, was entrusted with the task, especially since you cannot soar. Ned glanced at the charging rhino man and addressed Peter. Rest assured. Peter responded with a firm affirmation. Swish. As a powerful sorcerer, Ned regarded creatures like the rhino man with disdain. Upon Peter's agreement, he ascended into the air, buoyed by his cloak, positioning himself before the Vulture and Dr. Octopus. Are you prepared to meet the goddess of death? Ned's emotionless voice resonated from beneath his mask. Simultaneously, with a flick of his wrist, a flaming golden blade materialized in his hand. Chapter 77. Chaos of Battle. I am prepared, you wretch. The Vulture bellowed angrily as he charged at Ned, simultaneously launching several missiles directly toward him. Dr. Octopus, initially inclined to converse, could only scoff in response and directed his tentacles towards the armored figure. Swish! The armored figure, faced with Dr. Octopus's tentacles, swiftly distanced itself, firing dual palm lasers, one aimed at Dr. Octopus's body, the other at the tentacles. Regardless of which laser struck, it would yield a substantial advantage for the armored figure. Huh. Dr. Octopus, wary of the armored figure's lasers, refrained from confronting them head-on, hastily employing a tentacle anchored to the wall to propel himself, attempting to leap away from the lasers. However, to his horror, no matter how much force he exerted through his mechanical arm, he could not detach from the wall, as if some unseen force was restraining him. In truth, Ned had noticed this predicament and employed the mirror realm to firmly bind Dr. Octopus's mechanical arm, rendering him immobile. Although his arm was secured to the wall, its length offered a glimmer of hope. Had Dr. Octopus chosen to evade the lasers instead of attempting to leap away, he might have escaped unscathed. Yet, because he focused on using his mechanical arm to jump, the brief delay caused by the mirror realm resulted in the armored figure's laser striking directly at his chest. Boom! This was the laser cannon of the ultimate nano armor. Even the faintest armor on Dr. Octopus's chest stood no chance against it. The feeble protection was effortlessly pierced, and the laser continued unabated, leaving a gaping hole in Dr. Octopus's torso. Boom! Observing Dr. Octopus helplessly suspended by his mechanical arms against the wall, the armored figure raised his hand for another palm cannon laser, obliterating Dr. Octopus's head before turning to regard the Green Goblin, who was already drenched in cold sweat from fright. Regarding the earlier confrontation between Dr. Octopus and the Iron Armor, the Green Goblin refrained from intervening as he had long harbored disdain for the pompous doctor. He intended to wait for Dr. Octopus to suffer a setback at the hands of the Iron Armor before joining forces to overpower him. However, in the blink of an eye, Dr. Octopus was vanquished by the Iron Armor, his head reduced to mere ashes. The Green Goblin's voice trembled as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Suddenly, he turned and fled, activating his glider's maximum power while deploying smoke bombs and various other weaponry in an attempt to delay the Iron Armor and make his escape. In response to this relentless assault, the Iron Armor declared its energy shield to be invincible. With a resounding explosion, a barrage of miniature tracking missiles pierced through the smoke, homing in on the fleeing Green Goblin. How could this be? Having previously engaged in battle with the Iron Armor, and considering the recent tussle with Dr. Octopus, the Green Goblin had never witnessed the Iron Armor utilize any weaponry beyond its lasers. Moreover, the Iron Armor bore no visible weapon mounts, leading the Green Goblin to mistakenly believe it was armed solely with laser weaponry, leaving him unprepared for the incoming missiles. By the time the Green Goblin realized the danger, several miniature missiles were already hurtling towards him. Following a series of anguished cries, the Green Goblin was utterly dispatched. Meanwhile, Ned faced the Vulture's missile barrage, relinquishing the sacred sword of Visanti in his grasp. As he rapidly retreated, he spun his right hand to create a portal in the path of the missiles. On the opposite side of the portal, the Vulture found himself perilously positioned, and after a tremendous explosion, his battered form crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Now, only this one remains, Ned remarked, casting his gaze at the electrically charged Electro. Lil AI go. With that command, the Iron Armor surged forward without hesitation toward Electro. Come on. Electro, having absorbed the entirety of New York's electricity, stood fearless, unleashing an unending torrent of electrical currents towards the advancing Iron Armor. As sparks flew, the internal display of the Iron Armor indicated an energy level soaring to 400%. Wow. This reminds me of when a young Thor used to pilfer his mother's scarf, Stark quipped, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Suddenly, an oddly shaped device materialized on his back, specifically designed by Stark for cooperative combat with Thor, an energy absorption device. Each corner of this device was capable of unleashing super energy lasers, each possessing immense power. At this moment, although Thor was not there to bestow energy upon him, Ned had recently consumed a significant amount of energy from the Electromancer's formidable steel armor, and his energy levels were already surging beyond limits. It was the perfect opportunity to unleash it. With a resounding hum, 6 golden waves of energy shot forth, accompanied by 2 additional energy blasts from his palms, bearing the weight of annihilation as they targeted the Electromancer. A thunderous impact echoed as 7 beams of laser struck the electromancer, eliciting a wretched scream of agony from him. However, amidst the cries, Ned suddenly sensed something amiss. The electromancer's energy seemed to be escalating uncontrollably. Xiaoai, Alt, he commanded. The steel armor complied, pausing its output. As Ned looked up, he beheld the electromancer enveloped in a chaotic eruption of blue energy, his form oscillating between electrical and corporeal states, evidently on the brink of achieving ultimate elemental transformation due to the overwhelming energy within him. Damn it, Ned cursed, hastily propelling himself forward, intending to exploit the electromancer's moment of vulnerability before his full elemental transformation was realized. The electromancer, however, noticed Ned's approach yet deemed him unworthy of concern. Convinced that no assault could possibly harm him at this juncture, he felt he was undergoing a crucial metamorphosis, further disinclining him to engage with Ned. As Ned soared close to the electromancer, he endured the incessant currents that threatened to erode his very being, fixating intently on the electromancer's form. In an instant, he struck out with a palm, landing squarely on the electromancer's chest, just as the latter had fortuitously assumed a tangible form. With a powerful thrust, Ned's palm collided with the electromancer's torso, resulting in the astonishing emergence of a translucent, muscular figure, wide-eyed in disbelief, expelled from the electromancer's body. Yet, at the moment of contact, Ned was met with the backlash of the electromancer's surging currents, sending him crashing down, suspended by his floating cloak. He coughed out a wisp of black smoke, his hair standing on end. It was crucial to acknowledge that the electromancer had previously absorbed all the electricity in New York and had subsequently consumed the full power output of the steel armor. The energy coursing through him was unimaginably potent, far beyond what Ned's mortal frame could withstand. Nevertheless, the plan had succeeded. Ned glanced up at Max Dillon, who hovered in a state of shock, surveying the scene with bewilderment, and offered a faint smile. The electromancer's corporeal form had now fallen weakly to the ground, alleviating Ned's concerns about Max attempting to fly back into his own body like a small spider. Judging by Max's expression, he likely had yet to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Perhaps you were once a good person. I hold no authority to judge the nature of your current actions. But damn it, you made me miss out on my dinner. Ned ultimately declared a proclamation befitting a victor, and with a surge of arcane energy. A flash of crimson light flickered in the eye sockets of the mask of anguish. Mux Spectre transformed, displaying a myriad of expressions akin to a visage engulfed by boundless terror, until it contorted and vanished entirely. Exhaling a heavy sigh, Ned remarked, "I must admit, Electro is truly formidable, especially as I once again experienced the sensation of being electrified into Nick Fury. Hey, Spider-Man, we've handled our part. You're the last one left." Ned called down to Peter, who was entangled in a fierce struggle with the rhino. "I'll be there shortly," Peter shouted back, deftly evading the rhino's onslaught. Yet it was evident that he was at a disadvantage against such a foe. Die Spider-Man. The driver within the rhino's armored suit remained oblivious to the demise of his comrades high above, lost in the delight of pursuing Spider-Man. The missiles mounted on the suit were launched with reckless abandon, and the twin machine guns had not ceased firing since the battle commenced. It was not that Peter lacked skill, rather, the adversary's tactics were utterly shameless. To remain agile and sprightly amidst such relentless firepower spoke volumes of Peter's agility and the potency of his spider sense. "Peter, bind him up. Leave the rest to me." After observing the struggle for a while, Ned shouted, realizing that prolonging the fight would lead to a protracted stalemate. "All right," Peter responded, swiftly utilizing his speed advantage to ensnare the rhino in a web. However, it was only a matter of time before the rhino's brute strength would break free. Suddenly, a portal opened in the middle of the rhino's body, then snapped shut, cleaving the armored suit in two, rendering it silent within. Peter, exhausted from the night's exertions, let out a heavy breath as the battle finally came to an end. Ned opened another portal and said, "Let us go, Peter." "Okay," Peter nodded, following Ned as they exited the mirror dimension. Whoosh! Moterfea. As soon as they emerged, a missile whizzed through the air, prompting Ned to curse and quickly erect a magical shield to protect both himself and Peter. Boom! As the dust settled, They looked up to see another green goblin engaging in a frenetic duel with a powerfully built armored figure in the sky. Yet, it was clear that neither possessed much combat experience. They merely exchanged missiles and lasers while zipping around to evade each other's attacks. Not far from them, suspended above the bell tower, was a white woman, her face pale with fright. Gwen. With remarkable perception, Peter instantly recognized that the figure before him was his girlfriend. Without pausing to ponder the origin of the armored adversary, he leaped towards the bell tower in haste. However, his exclamation caught the attention of the green goblin soaring above. "Peter Parker!" The green goblin bellowed with lethal intent, causing Peter to halt midair atop a skyscraper. Staring incredulously at the figure gliding on a glider, he uttered, "Harry, you seek to steal my hope. I shall take yours in return." The green goblin shouted, activating his glider to swiftly dart towards Gwen atop the bell tower. "Harry, no!" Peter cried out, propelling himself towards the tower. The armored adversary entangled with Harry prepared to intercept him with a palm cannon, yet was ensnared by a sudden golden magical whip from behind, yanking him downwards. "Do you remember what I told you?" Ned remarked, tightening the magical whip around the struggling figure within the armor. "Stay at home? Let me go. Gwen is in danger." Gwen's voice echoed from within the armor as she fought desperately against Ned's hold. "Little A has already left. Your presence makes no difference," Ned replied nonchalantly, then shifted his tone to seriousness. "I have warned you repeatedly that your armor is insufficient for the life of a superhero. If you continue this way, I will have no choice but to reclaim it. But if I hadn't arrived, Gwen would have been killed by that Harry Osborn," came the defiant voice from the armor. "And yet, despite your lengthy battle, I have heeded your warnings and avoided being struck even once by that fiend," she asserted confidently. "That is only because Harry Osborn is inexperienced in combat," Ned stated. "He is merely a privileged youth recently endowed with extraordinary abilities. Can he truly serve as a benchmark? If you pursue the path of a superhero, you will face merciless outlaws, highly trained veterans, and assassins. Even others with extraordinary powers will not share your naivety. They are battle-hardened warriors." Ned firmly placed his hand on the shoulder of the armored figure, emphasizing his point earnestly. Peter, at a loss for words, felt a tug at his heart. The desire to aid the weak through the armor remained steadfast despite Ned's admonitions. "Hey, why does your face look so grim? And what else with your hair?" Just as Ned thought he had rendered her speechless, a voice tinged with mirth emanated from the suit. "When did you change your hairstyle?" Chapter 79. Enemies at the door. Harry. No. Though Spider-Man swung with remarkable speed, the Green Goblin's direct descent towards Gwen was undeniably swifter. Moreover, with Peter positioned below and Harry above, as Peter arrived at the foot of the clock tower, Harry was already by Gwen's side. Peter watched in horror as Harry Osborn severed the ropes binding Gwen with his glider, emitting a desperate cry. He then leaped upwards, striving to catch Gwen. Though apprehensive about the predicament, Gwen remained remarkably composed, her faith unwavering as she beheld the crimson figure drawing near. She believed he would save her. "Ha ha ha!" Harry Osborn cackled arrogantly from above and hurled a pumpkin bomb toward Gwen's plummeting form in a fit of rage. Peter grasped Gwen with one hand while, with the other, he shot out a web to ensnare the pumpkin bomb, flinging it back at Harry. Amid the ensuing explosion, Peter swiftly shot another web, anchoring it to the clock tower's wall while attaching the other end to Gwen's clothing, suspending her safely. "Wait here for me. Do not worry," he assured her. After uttering these words, Peter shot another web, using it to propel himself towards the rooftop. Harry was his dear friend, his brother. Yet he could not allow him to harm Gwen. Peter intended to teach him a lesson. Bang! Just as Harry Osborn regained his senses from the explosion, he was met with a powerful punch from Peter, sending him crashing back onto the clock tower's summit. Seizing the moment, Peter ensnared the fallen Harry with a web and yanked him towards himself, following up with a spinning kick that landed squarely on Harry's face, propelling him off the rooftop. Buzz! Despite sustaining 2 blows from Peter, it must be said that the Green Goblin armor offered commendable protection, especially augmented by the spider virus. Harry managed to stabilize himself mid-air with the aid of the glider. Straining, he tore off the mask bearing the imprint of a foot, revealing his visage, severely altered by the spider virus, as he glared at Peter with malice. "I swear, you will feel despair." Peter, initially taken aback by Harry's disfigurement, was jolted back to reality upon hearing Harry Osborn's vow. He solemnly shouted, "Harry, regardless of the situation, you must not involve others." "And what is the meaning of that armor? Who transformed you in this way?" revealed the puppet master. Peter was unaware that the Green Goblin armor was manufactured by Oscorp, and given that the previous Green Goblin had concealed his identity as Norman Osborn, Peter suspected that this armor had been provided by some malevolent organization. Ha ha! Harry Osborn was momentarily taken aback by Peter's words before erupting into maniacal laughter. "Die for me." Just as his laughter subsided, Harry's expression shifted, filled with murderous intent as he lunged at Peter. Peter did not yield and met the challenge head-on. As they drew closer, Heliospan disregarded Peter's flailing limbs and ensnared him tightly with his own, rendering Peter momentarily immobile. In that instant, the glider activated, propelling toward Gwen, who was suspended from the bell tower. "Not a chance," Peter growled through gritted teeth, shooting a web from his wrist that latched onto the glider, halting its descent. However, the glider's power was formidable, and with Peter simultaneously attempting to break free from Heliospan's grasp, the two forces found themselves at an impasse. In the ensuing struggle, the glider suddenly surged back toward Peter, and before he could comprehend the situation, it collided forcefully with the bell tower's wall. The blades attached to the glider inadvertently severed the webbing that held Gwen aloft. No! In a moment of desperate resolve, Peter broke free from Heliospan's hold, delivering an elbow strike to Heliospan's head, rendering him unconscious. Without hesitation, Peter leaped from the rooftop, his gaze fixated on Gwen, who was plummeting to the ground. He shot a web toward her, the tip of it resembling a hand, and it firmly grasped Gwen. Reacting swiftly, he shot another web with his left hand, anchoring himself to the wall, thus suspending both himself and Gwen. However, Gwen was perilously close to the ground, and the web's elasticity caused her to descend rapidly. With his mathematical acumen, Peter realized that Gwen's head would undoubtedly collide with the ground. As the moment unfolded, his eyes widened, and time seemed to freeze. Suddenly, a portal materialized beneath Gwen, swiftly ascending before abruptly closing, severing Peter's web and whisking Gwen away. Peter, who had exhaled in relief upon seeing the portal, was momentarily taken aback. The portal reopened in midair, and Gwen's figure tumbled out with a scream. "Gwen!" Peter cried out, rushing to her aid, only to witness the Iron Man's suit speeding toward her, enveloping her, and gently descending to the ground. "Gwen!" Peter leaped to the Iron Man's suit, which opened to allow Gwen to exit. However, as soon as Gwen took a step, she suddenly collapsed, sending Peter rushing to support her, tears brimming in his eyes. "Gwen, what's wrong?" "Don't scare me, Gwen," a voice chimed in, reminding Peter that Miss Stacy might have simply been startled into weakness. Observing Peter's distress, the now closed Iron Man's suit offered a word of comfort. "Furthermore, Peter, let this lesson serve as a reminder that one should never rely on spider silk to connect with others." At that moment, Ned and Huang Xuan approached, witnessing Peter, who was on the verge of tears while supporting Gwen. Ned spoke. "Thank you, Ned." Peter first expressed his gratitude to Ned for saving Gwen, then turned to Huang Xuan and said, "This is Parker. Do you not recognize me?" The facial armor of the Mark V suit retracted, revealing Huang Xuan's charming visage. "Huang, well, I should have anticipated that." Peter was momentarily taken aback. "Do not rejoice too soon. The followers of the Emperor of Veshin." Before anyone could exhale a sigh of relief, a voice resonated through the heavens, captivating all who heard it. Chapter 80. The Arrival of Ancient One, a Return. "Do not rejoice too soon. The followers of the Emperor of Veshin." Before anyone could relax, that chilling voice echoed once more. While Ned and Peter were relatively unaffected, one shielded by a mask that insulated him from such influences, and the other a superhuman, entirely unperturbed by the intimidation. Huang Xuan and Gwen were not so fortunate. They contorted in pain and emitted anguished groans at the sound's emergence. "Damn it!" Ned's right hand waved back and forth, gradually manifesting a magical circle that expanded to envelop Huang Xuan and Gwen in protection. "How are you both?" Ned inquired with concern. "We are fine," they replied, their expressions easing significantly under the safeguard of Ned's magical array, shaking their heads. Suddenly, before the haunting echo of the voice dissipated. Streaks of purple and azure light burst forth in the sky, intertwining in a mesmerizing dance. In an instant, they enveloped a radius of 100 meters, manifesting a peculiar domain. Under the cloak of violet and azure luminescence, Ned barely had time to react before Peter swayed beside him. What is happening? Ned quickly steadied Peter's arm. I feel dizzy. With Ned's support, Peter was utterly drained, his weight leaning heavily against Ned, his eyes half closed, shaking his head slowly as he spoke feebly. Upon hearing Peter's plight, Ned turned to the pair under the protection of the magical array, only to find that they had inexplicably collapsed to the ground, unconscious. This is bad. Ned was alarmed. Neither Peter nor the two women had exhibited such severe reactions when the voice first resonated. Thus, their current state must have been a consequence of the celestial light. Moreover, since his magical array remained intact while the two women fell into unconsciousness, it seemed that the light could bypass his protective circle altogether. If such power existed, could it truly be that the light only induced slumber? Doubt clouded Ned's mind. Consequently, he hastily entrusted Peter to the nearby Iron Man suit for support and began to whirl his right arm frantically. As Xiao AI is an artificial intelligence devoid of a soul, it remains unaffected. Suddenly, the once effortlessly operable portal refuses to open. Akin to Doctor Strange fumbling with magic for the first time, emitting sparks before vanishing without even a trace of its outline. Just as Ned is engulfed in anxiety, two silhouettes materialize in the sky, each suspended within a shimmering aura. Against a backdrop of flowing light, one figure glows with a purple hue, while the other radiates a blue light. Their attire closely resembles that of the black-robed assailant who previously attacked Ned, with the purple-clad individual adorned in a purple robe and the blue-clad one in a blue robe. Each wields a long sword that emanates a breathtaking brilliance. The purple-robed figure brandishes a sword that glows with blue light, while the blue-robed figure wields one that shimmers with purple radiance. The two hover in the sky, coldly observing Ned below. Having failed to open the portal, Ned notices these figures and their gleaming swords. Just as he prepares to utter a few words to gain an advantage, he witnesses the two in the sky wield their swords, conjuring countless orbs of purple and blue light that cascade down towards him. Although Ned does not recognize this magic, he realizes that being struck would be detrimental, prompting him to swiftly reposition himself, shielding Peter and the others behind him. He raises his right hand, forming a colossal magical shield for protection. Boom! 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 A series of intense explosions ensue, leaving Ned momentarily stunned. Despite the cacophony, he feels no impact. Amidst his confusion, two anguished cries pierce the air, and the dual-hued light enveloping the world dissipates, plunging everything back into darkness. Ned, it has only been a year, yet you appear so disheveled. What has happened to your hand? Although Ned suspects that someone has intervened against the purple and blue-robed individuals, he remains uncertain whether the newcomer is friend or foe. Thus, he hesitates to lower his magical shield, deciding instead to allow Xiao AI to assess the situation first. Suddenly, a familiar, gentle female voice mocks him. But before she can finish her sentence, her tone turns rigid as she queries, Master Gu-E. Upon hearing this voice, Ned joyfully dispels the magical shield and looks up to see a woman in a yellow mage robe standing before him, none other than Gu-E herself. Peering down, he observes the once arrogant pair now lifelessly sprawled on the ground. Though they still breathe, they seem irrevocably incapacitated. What has happened to your hand? Gu-E inquires once more. Ned, could feel the warmth of Ancient One's concern, and with a heart full of gratitude, I retrieved the spear of the former cloaked one from the mirror dimension and presented it to Ancient One. This is the item. Ancient One accepted the spear, examining it thoughtfully before returning it to me. With a graceful gesture, she summoned the long swords of the purple and green robes into her hands, offering them to me as well. These two swords are also excellent artifacts. The purple-green domain you encountered earlier was derived from them. You may take them back for further study. Indeed, I replied, accepting everything and storing them within the mirror dimension. Ned, as the shimmering light faded, Huang Shuwen and Peter awakened, and upon seeing me with the gentle-faced bald woman, they expressed their confusion. "It is time for you to return home, Ned," Ancient One said, first smiling kindly at Peter and the others before turning to me with earnestness. "Home? Are you a member of Ned's sect?" Upon hearing Ancient One's words, before I could respond, Huang Shiwen exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed," Ancient One continued to nod with a warm smile. Then, Huang Shiwen attempted to speak further, but I interrupted and pulled her aside for a quiet conversation. After a moment, we returned together, but Huang Shiwen's eyes were red, as if clutching something in her hands. "Let us depart, Master Ancient One," I said, my tone heavy with emotion. Having lived for centuries, Ancient One regarded my concerns as trivial, her expression scarcely altering. She nodded and opened a portal with a wave of her hands, stepping through. I, though perplexed, followed closely behind. Chapter 81. Returning to familiar grounds, stepping through the portal, I initially believed Ancient One would take me to some location within this universe, only to discover I had arrived at her serene chamber in Kamar-Taj. Do not be astonished. The power of magic exceeds its immediate manifestation. In time, you will come to understand. Ancient One's voice resonated, instantly elevating her status in my heart, for she could traverse the multiverse at will. "First, you should return to your quarters in Kamar-Taj to recuperate. I have matters to attend to, and I shall explain everything to you shortly." With that, she opened another portal and stepped through it. Though curiosity stirred within me, I dared not act recklessly before the Supreme Sorceress. I respectfully bowed in the direction she had departed and exited her chamber, making my way to the room where I had once studied magic. As I walked, the sorcerers I encountered cast sidelong glances at me, drawn by the absence of my left arm. Upon returning to my room, I found a rag to dust off the accumulated debris and then settled cross-legged upon my bed to meditate. This was an indispensable daily ritual for the mages of Kamar-Taj, and the Supreme Mage was no exception. However, since the Great Battle in New York, Ned had not engaged in this practice. Now, under the order of the Ancient One to recuperate here, Ned resolved to resume this discipline. "Ned, Ned," Mordo shouted as he forcefully swung open the door and barged in. Upon entering, he found Ned in deep meditation, his countenance slightly awkward. Lowering his head, he attempted to sneak away. "Mordo," Ned's resigned voice called out, "may I inquire what has compelled you to act so rashly?" Mordo, acutely aware that his ruckus had disrupted Ned's meditation, scratched his head in embarrassment and replied, "You have been missing for a year. The Ancient One has tirelessly scoured the library daily in hopes of discovering a spell to retrieve you. Many mages believed you to be dead and mourned your loss." As he spoke, he suddenly paused. "What has happened to your hand?" Feigning indifference, Ned responded, "Do not worry. It is merely a minor issue. It will heal." Rising from his bed, he poured a glass of water for Mordo and said, "Please, have a seat, Mordo. It has been quite some time since we last met. Let us take this opportunity to reminisce." However, Mordo was at a loss for words, his gaze fixated on Ned's empty left arm. To be candid, he once believed that Ned's extraordinary talent would ultimately surpass that of the Ancient One, making him the most exceptional Supreme Mage. Indeed, despite the potential disrespect, Mordo, Wong, and others familiar with Ned felt he was the unequivocal choice for the next Supreme Mage. They certainly held no intention of offending the Ancient One, who remained revered as a deity in their eyes. Yet, now Ned was without an arm. Though there were no explicit stipulations that a Supreme Mage must possess all limbs, as the face of Kamar-Taj, it was disheartening to consider that a disabled individual might hold the title. Contemplating this, Mordo clenched his fists, his expression darkening. "Who did this?" he demanded, believing himself to possess considerable strength, and with the Ancient One's support to fall back on, he resolved to restore Ned's honor. Ned waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Do you not know me? I'm not one to be easily wronged. The wretch who attacked me traded his life for my arm. I consider it a fair exchange." Mordo, still seething with anger, found himself calmed by Ned's words. Recognizing the wisdom in the Ancient One's teachings, Ned reminded, "Have you forgotten the Ancient One's guidance? As a sorcerer, it is far more vital to cultivate one's character. Such unbridled rage will surely disappoint the Ancient One if she were to witness it. At the mention of the Ancient One, Mordo's fury dissipated. Without reservation, he leapt onto Ned's wooden bed, crossed his legs, and began to meditate, slowly forming hand seals to stabilize his mind and temper his aggression. Ned smiled wryly and shook his head, pondering the subsequent dark turn of Mordo in the film due to ideological differences, which gave him a slight headache. As he was lost in thought, a series of urgent knocks resounded from the door. Upon opening it, he found Wong standing there, a look of urgency etched on his face. Wong, upon seeing the tall figure of Ned, seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. He patted Ned on the chest and said, "I heard from other sorcerers that you had been spotted in Kamar-Taj, and I was skeptical. Now that I see you with my own eyes, I can finally rest easy." In their exchange, Wong noticed Ned's injured arm. He opened his mouth to speak but ultimately settled for, "It's good that you're back. Very good." Wong understood that Ned must have been brought back by the Ancient One, and since she had intervened, he felt assured that Ned's injury would also be addressed. Unlike Mordo, his reaction was more subdued. "By the way, when did you start working out?" Wong inquired, a puzzled expression on his face. Ned, of course, would not divulge that he had cheated using the power of the Reality Stone. Instead, he opted to change the subject, saying, "Come inside. Mordo is meditating." Wong did not hesitate and followed Ned inside. Upon seeing Mordo on the wooden bed, he expressed his confusion. Why is he meditating here? This place has been uninhabited and dusty for quite some time. While sorcerers may not be particular about such things, wouldn't his own quarters be more comfortable? Ned then recounted the recent events to Wong. After listening, Wong silently set down his teacup and remarked, "Mordo has a commendable temperament, but he can be somewhat rigid and extreme. While this may not pose a problem in mundane matters, during significant events, his character could indeed lead to grave mistakes." Having begun this line of thought, Wong continued, "As for me, while I am not inflexible and my temperament is less impulsive, my magical talent pales in comparison to you and Mordo. Being a guardian of the sanctum is already a stretch for me, and when it comes to critical moments, I find it challenging to stand alone." He added, "Moreover, while Hammer and Daniel are competent, they still fall short compared to me and are even less suited for major responsibilities. Thus, although Kamar-Taj appears vibrant, it is, in truth, lacking a worthy successor to the Ancient One." As he spoke, Wong recalled a once promising magical prodigy and shook his head, continuing, "Your arrival has disrupted this stagnant situation. With your talent, if you continue to develop it well, your accomplishments in magic will undoubtedly rival those of the Ancient One. With a bit more experience, you could be the unrivaled choice for the title of Supreme Sorcerer. However, Kamar-Taj, while non-discriminatory, may find it challenging to accept you fully due to your missing arm. Without the ability to turn the tide, many disciples of Kamar-Taj might not heed your leadership." Wong, usually reserved, surprised Ned with his profound analysis of the situation at Kamar-Taj. As words were about to be spoken, a sudden sound pierced the air and a portal materialized unexpectedly within the room. From this ethereal gateway emerged the slender figure of the Ancient One. The Ancient One, both Nader and Wong rose to acknowledge her presence. With a slight nod, the Ancient One observed Mordo, who sat in meditation upon a wooden bed. In her hand, a transparent vessel filled with a vibrant green liquid appeared as if conjured from thin air, which she extended towards Nader, instructing, "Consume it once a day, and finish it within 7 days. Upon completion, seek me, and I shall restore your severed arm." Wong, initially puzzled by the contents of the Ancient One's grasp, suddenly grasped the significance of her words and exclaimed, "Is this, perchance, the legendary Tai Xian water?" "Indeed," the Ancient One affirmed with a satisfied nod. Wong's extensive knowledge was evident, for she recognized the Tai Xian water at a glance, a testament to her diligent tutelage. It was said that when combined with the immaculate sacred lotus, this elixir could obliterate the physical form while allowing the soul to endure, thereby facilitating the restoration of Nader's arm. However, both treasures were renowned relics of the Qingwei sect, meticulously guarded and rarely seen, leading many to believe that the fabled Tai Xian water and the immaculate sacred lotus were mere myths, not truly existing in the world. Wong remained incredulous, questioning how the Ancient One had procured these extraordinary treasures from the obstinate Taoist guardians. Noticing Wong's astonishment, The Ancient One smiled gently and explained. Nader's arm was injured by an elder of a local faction within the multiverse. Thus, I sought them out to impart a lesson on the grievous wrongs committed by their elder. Overcome with remorse, they offered me their sacred relic as compensation for Nader's injury. Upon inspection, I discovered that the so-called relic was merely a fragment of ancient jade imbued with mysterious energy. In my youth, I too was prone to mischief and had encountered the other half of this jade within the Qingwei sect's secret realm. I decided to divert my path and trade the jade for this set of treasures capable of bodily restoration. The Qingwei secret realm? Wang inquired. It is said to house not only the remains of the sect's ancestors, but also countless treasures passed down from ancient times. Yet it is fiercely guarded, with layers of complex formations. It is considered the most perilous location of the Qingwei sect. Honored one, you ventured there? The Ancient One, upon hearing Wang's words, smiled subtly and calmly stepped out of Nader's chamber, making her way towards her sanctuary, leaving Wang in a state of astonishment. Meanwhile, Nader, uninterested in anything beyond advanced magic, was only aware that this extraordinary water was the Tai Xian water, its remarkable lineage promising the return of his arm, yet he grasped none of the surrounding context. Failing to comprehend Wang's astonishment, was it not entirely expected that the Ancient One possessed such formidable prowess? Ned opened the container in his hand and took a hearty gulp, finishing a seventh of it in one breath. After securing it, he turned to Wang and said, "After such a long time, I wish to return home for a visit. Please inform Master Gu Yi, so she does not worry about my whereabouts." Upon receiving Wang's nod, Ned changed his attire and departed from Kamar-Taj, directly utilizing the portal to reach the Hong Kong sanctum. Subsequently, he hailed a cab en route to his home. As he gazed at the familiar yet strangely altered scenery, Ned's heart was filled with a tumult of emotions. Knock, knock, knock. After a series of knocks, an elderly woman, noticeably more haggard than a year prior, opened the door. Upon seeing Ned, she politely inquired, "Sir, who are you looking for?" "Grandma, it's me, Ned." He hesitated, observing the woman before him, who should have been vibrant during their last meeting, yet now, in the year 2013, she appeared so frail that he could sense the fragility of her life force. All of this was a consequence of his absence, which had deprived this elderly woman, who relied solely on her grandson, of the light in her life. "Ned?" The old lady was momentarily taken aback, and she grasped him tightly. A bewildered expression crossed her face as she reached for both of his hands, only to successfully grasp one. The other remained ensnared in an empty sleeve. "My dear." The elderly woman embraced Ned with all her strength, tears streaming down her face. She could hardly fathom the ordeal that had rendered him so gaunt that she barely recognized her own grandson. Nor could she comprehend the circumstances that led to his loss of an arm. Ned, in return, embraced the elderly woman silently, though he felt a profound sadness. He could not share her tears. After all, she was merely his grandmother. Despite his current identity as Ned, their time together had been brief, lacking the pure bond typically shared between grandparents and grandchildren. His discomfort stemmed largely from a sense of moral obligation. Yet, the more he felt this, the heavier his heart became. Ultimately, with a deep sigh, he resolved to ensure that the remainder of her life would be free from regrets. "Grandma, let's go inside." Once the old woman had calmed her emotions, Ned gently suggested. "All right." Supported by Ned, she entered the house and immediately remarked, "Everyone says you were killed by aliens in Manhattan. That is what they all say, but I refuse to believe it. My grandson is exceptionally clever." A proud smile graced her face as she continued. "So, I clean your room every few days, and I assure you that your cherished toys are even cleaner than when you left." Ned, having never experienced such familial affection in his previous life, found himself at a loss for how to respond, nodding along to whatever the elderly woman said. After a while, the elderly lady, worn out by the earlier emotional turmoil, gradually succumbed to slumber. Ned, witnessing this, let out a sigh and gently used his magic to lift her back to her bed, quietly closing the door behind him as he departed. Upon reaching the street, Ned exhaled heavily, only to remember that he had left his vibranium phone with Huang Xiaowen. The thought of Huang Xiaowen deepened his discomfort. With a frustrated kick, he struck a nearby trash can and promptly hailed a cab towards Stark Industries. Chapter 83. An Alien Invasion of Earth? Though this world was indeed his original realm, complete with all the information he required, as his grandmother had pointed out to others, he was presumed dead in the Battle of New York. This meant he was effectively a ghost, and the only person capable of resurrecting him discreetly among his acquaintances was Tony Stark. I need to see Tony Stark. Please report to your superiors that I am the mystic, Ned stated with exasperation to the security guard blocking his way. However, before he could finish, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Hey, Happy. Having crossed paths with Happy during the timeline of Avengers Endgame, and given that he bore a striking resemblance to his cinematic counterpart, Ned recognized him instantly, despite Happy still being a jovial, robust figure. Sir, I am unsure whether you are media or something else, but I must inform you that there are many individuals each day who seek an audience with Mr. Stark. Therefore, I kindly ask you to refrain from causing a disturbance here, or tomorrow's headlines may well feature Stark Industries security assaulting the disabled, the security guard retorted, having disregarded Ned since his arrival, believing that ignoring him would compel Ned to leave of his own accord. However, upon noticing that Ned dared to direct his intentions towards his superior, the guard could no longer remain passive, positioning himself firmly in front of Ned. What is going on? Happy, who had been sent by Stark to pick up pepper pots, suddenly heard his name being called and noticed the commotion between Ned and the security guard. With a strong sense of responsibility, Happy strode purposefully towards them. Sir, it's just those pesky media folks trying to pester Mr. Stark. I assure you it will be handled. The security guard hastily asserted as Happy approached, fearful of jeopardizing his job. Hey, Happy, I'm Ned Leeds. I go by the nickname Mystic. You may not know me, but Stark certainly does. Ned's decision to reveal his identity so boldly in public stemmed from the information he had gleaned from the taxi driver on his way there. Though the Avengers gained instant fame through the Battle of New York, becoming household names in the city, the citizens of New York had never heard of any sorcerer. The figure Ned displayed during the battle was whimsically dubbed a demon by the charming locals, a moniker inspired by the fearsome mask he wore, resembling a ghastly apparition. Ned remained silent. Although he was not fond of this epithet, it was evident that it would not change according to his personal wishes. You need not say more. Happy interjected before Ned could finish, adding, You may accompany me upstairs or wait in the lounge for a while, and later we shall head to Mr. Stark's residence together. There was a hint of arrogance in Happy's tone, yet he inexplicably exhibited considerable trust towards Ned. After all, he had come to fetch pepper pots, which implied that Ned would share a vehicle with her, a privilege reserved for those deemed trustworthy. Thus, Ned was not offended by Happy's demeanor and replied, Thank you. I shall wait in the lounge. Very well, Happy nodded, then removed his badge and handed it to Ned, saying, Ms. Potts is always quite diligent, so you may have to wait a bit longer. Should you find it tedious, this will grant you unrestricted access to the building. Thank you, Ned said as he accepted the badge. Happy said nothing further and turned towards the private elevator, casting a fleeting glance at Ned's empty left sleeve before departing. Were it not for Ned's heightened vigilance from numerous battles, he might have missed Happy's subtle gaze. Happy surely would not harbor any prejudice against the disabled, would he? After Rhodey's leg was injured, there had been no apparent rift between him and Happy. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Ned followed the receptionist whom Happy had summoned towards the lounge. Meanwhile, the large security guard remained frozen, perspiration trickling down his brow. Having been promised by Happy that he would accompany Ned to meet Stark, an honor not bestowed upon any other tycoon seeking business with him. In the elevator, Happy's expression grew serious as he stated, J-A-R-V-I-S. Yes, sir. J-A-R-V-I-S. voice resonated within the confines of the elevator. Indeed, the entire Stark Tower was under J-A-R-V-I-S surveillance, though it often went unexpressed. I need you to contact the boss. There has been a crisis. Happy spoke with utmost gravity. Mr. Stark is currently engaged in the upgrade of the next-generation Iron Man suit. Please leave a message, and I will relay it to him at the earliest opportunity. J-A-R-V-I-S replied. Very well. Happy responded with extreme seriousness. The sorcerer has returned, The very one whom the boss once instructed me to discreetly watch over, the grandson of that elderly lady, Ned Leeds. He has returned, and more importantly, he has lost an arm. The most formidable and enigmatic superhero of the Avengers, the Ghost, has made a sudden return after a year of absence. Furthermore, an unknown individual has severed his left arm. I believe this news warrants the utmost attention from our superior. Perhaps, just perhaps, we may soon confront a new and powerful adversary, and it is imperative that our leader prepares accordingly. Very well, Mr. Hogan. Mr. Stark will receive your message without delay. Farewell. As Happy concluded, the voice of J-A-R-V-I-S resonated goodbye. With that, the elevator doors opened, and Happy hurriedly exited. Making his way to Pepper's office, he resolved to rudely interrupt her work today, a course of action Stark had long encouraged. Happy deemed it more crucial to ascertain the situation regarding Ned's arm and prepare for the impending enemy than to respect Pepper's office hours. Bang! Oh, Happy! Pepper exclaimed, her mood soured by the sudden commotion caused by his entrance. Had it been anyone else, even a significant figure within the organization, they would have faced Pepper's wrath. However, she understood that Happy was not typically so reckless. Once her heart settled from shock, she inquired, Happy, what is going on? Chapter 84. Alien Invasion of Earth. I apologize, but you must leave work early today, Happy stated, recognizing his own impulsiveness for Pepper's reaction, his expression filled with regret. May I ask why? Pepper questioned, puzzled. Aliens are invading Earth again, Happy declared, leaving Pepper bewildered. What on earth did he mean by an alien invasion? Happy, this is no joking matter, she said, unable to remain seated any longer. She hastily organized the documents on her desk, clutching them in her hands as she turned to Happy, speaking earnestly, I am not jesting. As Happy stepped forward to take the folder from her, he responded, the only safe place right now is with the boss. We must hurry back. All right. A sense of inexplicable panic surged within Pepper, reminiscent of when Coulson had rushed to find Stark during the New York battle. If an alien invasion was indeed underway, Tony would certainly not remain uninvolved. However, as her thoughts spiraled in disarray, she failed to notice Ned accompanying her on the way downstairs, leaving him momentarily awkward as he had intended to greet her with a smile. In her memory, Pepper was always courteous, and her current demeanor must surely stem from some pressing issue that had distracted her. It wasn't until they reached the car that Pepper recognized they were not alone. A glance at Happy, who showed no sign of surprise, confirmed that he was aware of the situation. Thus, the newcomer must be one of their own. Hi. Pepper greeted Ned with a smile. Hello, Miss Potts. I'm Ned, he responded with a grin. Not. I sincerely apologize for not noticing you earlier. There have been too many unfortunate events of late, Pepper awkwardly admitted. You are far too gracious, Miss Potts, Ned replied with a smile. Upon arriving at Stark's Malibu villa, Happy personally escorted Ned inside, exhibiting an attitude of utmost humility, bending at the waist the entire way, which made Ned feel quite uncomfortable. Mr. Hogan, you really must just call me Happy, Happy interjected with a smile. As a devoted fan of the Sorcerer, I must say, oh, Happy, what are you saying? As your employer, I must express my disappointment. Ned was abruptly interrupted by a flippant voice. Tony Stark sauntered over, wine glass in hand, casting a furtive glance at the cuff of Ned's sleeve before exclaiming, wow, big guy's been hitting the gym. Are you planning to tour the nation like Rogers? Donning your grandmother's shawl from her youth? Are you selling supplements or weight loss potions? Taking a sip of his drink, Tony added, whatever it is. I must procure a share for Happy. Oh, boss, have you started to disdain me? Ned hadn't even spoken when Happy's voice, tinged with grievance, reached him. Indeed, as Iron Man's bodyguard, you carry far too much excess weight, Tony remarked cuttingly. Oh, Happy said, sulking as he walked away. Tony! Just then Pepper rushed in, calling Tony's name as she hurried toward him, visibly relieved upon seeing him. Tony! Happy said aliens are invading Earth again. What's going on? Stark, who had just taken a sip of his drink, sprayed it out, disregarding Pepper's displeased expression. He first instructed J-A-R-V-I-S to clean up before incredulously looking at Pepper. What did you just say? Stark asked, casually sinking into the sofa, discreetly placing his slightly trembling glass down. hands shoved into his pockets to conceal his agitation. In truth, his hands were trembling uncontrollably. The indelible impression left by the vast interstellar warship beyond the portal since the Battle of New York had driven him to feverishly upgrade his armor. In just a year, he had created over a dozen versions of the iron suit. Happy said aliens are invading Earth again. Pepper reiterated. Stark turned to Happy, who scratched his head and replied, Mr. Leeds has lost a hand. Could this not indicate that formidable foes are approaching Earth? Stark then shifted his gaze to Ned. Very well. Although the individual who severed his own arm is certainly no longer a threat to invade this Earth, Ned recalled an event that would transpire in 2013, prompting him to say, Please summon Dr. Banner. We require his strength. Is it truly an alien invasion of Earth? Stark initially thought that Happy was merely overreacting, for he assumed that since Ned had returned, the trouble must have been resolved. Otherwise, how could he have the leisure to engage in conversation? However, upon hearing that Ned intended to call upon Dr. Banner, Stark was taken aback and inquired, Have you not resolved your issues? Did you spend the past year on another planet? No, it is not my trouble, Ned replied. A celestial convergence is imminent, and this time the threat arises from Asgard's old adversary, the Dark Elves. The battlefield will be located somewhere in England. We need to reach out to Thor. Very well, Stark said, smirking. Each time aliens invade Earth, it seems to be intricately linked to this realm of gods. I have grown accustomed to it. Actually, there was one invasion that had nothing to do with Asgard, Ned interjected. Oh, Stark raised an eyebrow. For the specifics, you may consult Nick Fury. He is well informed on the matter. Ned continued, Given the formidable nature of our opponent, there is no need to notify Barton, Natasha, or Rogers. Even if they arrived, they would be of little assistance. Upon hearing this, Stark finally grew serious, for if he did not resort to the unreliable kite-flying or firepower strategies, even he would find those three a considerable headache. Yet, Ned asserted that they were too weak to participate. What preparations are necessary? Stark inquired. We must keep an eye on Thor's friend, the one responsible for the Tesseract's development, Dr. Eric. Ned contemplated for a moment before concluding, when he descends into madness. It signifies that war is on the horizon. Stark expressed strong agreement with Ned's plan. Chapter 85, Mysticism, Communing with the Divine Beyond Spatial Intervals. So, Peter has indeed revealed my true identity to you, and Happy is also in the know. Everything has been arranged. Pepper has been calmed by Stark and sent away, leaving only Ned and Tony in the living room. Ned accepted the soda from Jarvis, took a sip, and remarked, of course, You have no idea how terrified that child was during your absence. Stark composed himself, skillfully concealing his anxiety, and continued with his typical irreverence. Perhaps it was due to your incessant reminders before you vanished. Just a few days ago, that child managed to remain composed. But merely 3 days passed before he climbed into Happy's car, wearing a onesie, requesting me to unleash my powers to locate you. If we're to search for someone, we must certainly have specific information, right? Ned nodded in understanding. He could empathize with Peter, considering he was merely a teenager, still in his formative years. What about S? A-K-E-E-L-D. Are they aware of my situation? Ned inquired once more. Indeed, Tony acknowledged, but only Nick Fury is privy to this information. You must understand that while I possess certain abilities, when it comes to locating individuals, organizations like theirs are far more adept in certain respects. Thus, after Jarvis had searched for you for an entire week without success, I reached out to Nick Fury and mentioned the matter. However, that old fellow claimed there were issues within S.H.I.E.L.D. He was hesitant to mobilize anyone indiscriminately. Locating a villain was one thing, but searching for a high school student could potentially jeopardize both the student and their family. Consequently, only Nick Fury is aware of this situation, while even Barton and Romanoff remain oblivious. Internal issues at S.H.I.E.L.D. Ned astutely noted the implications in Tony Stark's words. He was well aware of the troubles within S.H.I.E.L.D., though it seemed the revelation had come rather prematurely, considering the recent events of the Battle of New York. Indeed, Stark said with a hint of schadenfreude. Do you recall the S.H.I.E.L.D. strike team you dispatched? In the aftermath, Nick Fury expressed that the orders he issued encompassed numerous facets, but certainly did not include a conflict with the Avengers. He subsequently utilized his influence within SHIELD to investigate the matter, only to uncover serious complications. And he found nothing amiss? Ned interjected, playing the role of an excellent foil. Not at all. In fact, he conducted thorough inquiries repeatedly, each time yielding no discrepancies. Stark elaborated. Yet therein lies the gravest concern, as it indicates the presence of an unseen force within SHIELD that has obscured Nick Fury's vision. According to Fury himself, he has no operatives left to rely upon. Currently, Romanoff and Barton have ostensibly been dispatched on highly classified missions. In truth, however, they are enjoying a vacation in New York, Fury's last contingency plan. To put it bluntly, he's struggling to maintain his own safety. Upon hearing Stark's words, Ned fell into contemplation. If that were the case, then the Winter Soldier's emergence was imminent. And what did this signify for the dynamic between Captain America and Tony? In essence, Ned probed further. We cannot count on SHIELD's influence this time. Whether they are involved or not makes little difference. In fact, the absence of a nuclear threat is even more significant. Wouldn't you agree? Tony shrugged. Very well, Ned declared as he rose from his seat. Do you wish to experience the power of the gods? To commune with them across vast distances? Oh, Tony's interest peaked. Heimdall, coughing on a barren expanse. Tony Stark, clad in armor and lifting his visor, shouted exuberantly towards the heavens like a fool. Is this what you call transcending spatial distances to communicate with the divine? After coughing violently a few times, he fixed his gaze upon Ned, harboring doubts that Ned might be mocking his intelligence. By all means, continue to shout. Heimdall will surely hear us. We are comrades of Thor on Earth, and he will not disregard us. Ned's expression bore no trace of amusement, at least not one that Tony could discern. I will shout 3 more times, and if that so-called guardian deity remains silent, I shall use my repulsor to style your hair like Nick Fury's, Tony declared with a fierce demeanor, then once again raised his face to the sky, cupping his hands around his mouth like a trumpet. Heimdall, O Midgardian, is there something you require? Heimdall's voice abruptly resonated in Tony's mind, causing him to startle. We need Thor to come to Earth. There are urgent matters to discuss regarding our forthcoming adversaries and the celestial convergence. Ned sensed Heimdall's unmasked scrutiny and spoke directly. To be fair, Heimdall hardly regarded Tony Stark with any seriousness, but Ned was different. As the most favored disciple of the Ancient One, he was likely to become the next Sorcerer Supreme, and Heimdall had to show him some respect. I shall relay your message to the Prince and inform the All-Father. Heimdall's voice echoed directly into Ned's consciousness. Thank you. It is my responsibility. So, am I your ringtone now? Once Heimdall's gaze departed, Tony stared incredulously at Ned. No, certainly not, Ned replied, shaking his head. What do you mean then? Tony, unwilling to accept Ned's dismissive response, pressed on. I summoned that guardian deity until my voice went hoarse, and what do I find? You two seem to be having a delightful chat. Will you come again next time? Ned, unsure how to navigate the situation, tentatively suggested. Tony expressed his frustration. I am currently like the living dead. I need you to revive me. Back in the living room, Ned accepted a refreshing cup of cola that Jarvis had kindly delivered, sipping it while addressing Tony. I will have Jarvis take care of it. Oh, what a joy, Stark replied morosely, his annoyance towards Ned apparent. Finally, he remarked, Aren't you leaving yet, Mr. Freeloader? I'm merely enjoying a drink, Ned retorted, grabbing a fruit from the table and munching on it, while lamenting, Now this is what I call freeloading. Chapter 86. Rebirth through severed limbs in the days that followed. Ned refrained from wandering aimlessly, choosing instead to remain at home, awaiting the arrival of Thor while keeping his grandmother company. Additionally, he diligently consumed the Tai Xian Shui every day. As a week swiftly passed, the whereabouts of Thor remained uncertain. It was soon time for Ned's rebirth through severed limbs. Master Gu-Yi, Ned arrived at the tranquil chamber of Kamar-Taj, addressing Gu-Yi with utmost respect. Very well, follow me, Gu-Yi replied, nodding in acknowledgement as she opened a portal and stepped through. Ned promptly followed in her wake. Upon traversing the portal, he found himself once again amidst a vast expanse of snow, the biting cold wind swirling snowflakes against his face. Fortunately, having attained a certain level of mastery, Ned could utilize magic and the cloak upon his back to shield himself in the frigid air. Had Dr. Strange found himself in this place, he would likely soon shatter his previous perceptions and learn to conjure portals himself. With each step, the crunch of snow beneath Ned's feet echoed in the stillness. After walking for a while, he noticed the air ahead thickening with swirling mist, the chill penetrating to his bones. Before he could advance further, he felt its effects, rendering his movements less fluid than upon his initial arrival in this snowy realm. Seeing that, Gu-E continued onward without hesitation. Striding directly into the mist, Ned gritted his teeth and hurried to keep pace. Moments later, they reached the heart of the mist. Ned rubbed his hands together and stomped his feet, frost forming upon his face. The enigmatic mist proved too peculiar. No matter what methods he employed, he could not shield himself from its cold embrace. Even the floating cloak upon his back trembled, though whether from the cold or in solidarity with Ned, only it knew. In stark contrast, Gu-E remained composed and unfazed by the chilling mist. Buzzing sounds resonated as Gu-Ye's hands moved swiftly before her, conjuring arcane symbols that floated in the air. "Open," she intoned in a crisp command. Instantly, the surrounding mist, as if stirred by an unseen force, began to swirl around Ned and Gu-E, abandoning its earlier calm demeanor. Boom! The gale produced by the swirling mist struck Ned with the ferocity of a blade, leaving him with numerous lacerations, and his eyes were forced shut against the violent winds. Just as he began to despair, Gu-Ye's voice pierced through the chaos. "Why haven't you cast your protective incantation?" In that moment, Ned sensed a surge of energy enveloping him, rendering him impervious to the chilling gusts. Carefully, he opened his eyes to behold a shimmering golden shield encasing both himself and Gu-E, while the eerie white mist continued to swirl menacingly outside. Ned gazed at the protective shield above his head, feeling a mix of exasperation and embarrassment. It had been an indeterminate amount of time since he had been encased within this shield. As the world around them regained clarity, a chilling pool of water materialized before Ned and Ancient One, revealing the very essence of their quest, the flawless sacred lotus. "First, you must allow your spiritual form to emerge," Ancient One instructed. Heeding her command, Ned quietly separated his spirit from his body. Ancient One nodded approvingly and, with a swift gesture, unleashed a beam of golden light. Before Ned could comprehend the action, Ancient One had severed his left arm at its root. The golden light glided smoothly through his spiritual form, causing his left arm to dissipate into nothingness. In that moment, Ned found himself not only physically impaired, but also fundamentally disabled at his core. Although he had previously lost his left arm to the cloaked figure, his spirit had remained intact, allowing for the potential restoration of his physical body. However, now, perhaps due to the seamlessness of Ancient One's technique, Ned only realized the full extent of his loss as his left arm vanished entirely. Both his spirit and physical form displayed expressions of anguish. Had it not been for Ancient One's presence, he would have surely cried out. Suddenly, Ancient One offered no opportunity for Ned to speak. With a pointed finger, a stream of white light surged forth from the flawless sacred lotus within the chilling pool, directly entering Ned's spiritual form. As the white light coursed through him, a wave of refreshing sensation enveloped him, dulling the pain of his severed arm. Gradually, points of sacred luminescence began to appear on Ned's exterior, coalescing around the site of his left arm. A brilliant flash of white light illuminated the area, revealing that his severed arm had reformed, radiating an unfamiliar aura. Ancient One nodded in approval and retrieved a small segment of the flawless sacred lotus from the pool, placing it upon Ned's left shoulder. The moment the lotus made contact, it trembled violently, dispersing Ancient One's power before transforming into a pristine, jade-like arm that extended from Ned's body. Ned examined his new limb with discomfort. It appeared strikingly distinct from the rest of him. While his skin had never been particularly dark, the contrast with the arm fashioned from the sacred lotus was stark, akin to the disparity between Steve Rogers and Nick Fury standing side by side. As Ned opened his mouth to articulate his intentions, Ancient One waved her hand. promptly returning him to Kamar-Taj, and, in the process, she seamlessly rejoined his spirit with his physical form. With a resounding thud, Ned stood before the tightly shut wooden door, initially rendered speechless. He then pursed his lips and muttered under his breath, "I merely wish to have my entire body reshaped with that lotus. How stingy. There is still so much left in the pool." Bang! As soon as Ned's voice fell, he suddenly felt as though he had received a heavy blow. Following a wave of dizziness, he found himself in the familiar confines of his own bedroom, where a majestic golden inscription formed by arcane power boldly proclaimed, "Get out." Silenced, Ned rummaged through his wardrobe and retrieved a short-sleeved shirt to cover his hand. He resolved to venture out to purchase a glove. After all, it was hardly appropriate to flaunt such a conspicuously pale hand in public, while having a fair complexion was not entirely unacceptable. The fact that only one hand was so strikingly white was rather disconcerting. On his way back, after donning the glove, Ned was taken aback to witness someone attempting to abduct a minor. Fueled by an overwhelming sense of justice, he sprang into action. However, after swiftly being knocked down by his adversary with a few punches and kicks, he realized that he had underestimated the situation. With both hands clutching his nose, which was now bleeding from a blow, Ned crouched on the ground, tears welling up in his eyes. This was merely a physiological response. It was certainly not due to him being reduced to tears by the beating, absolutely not.